This audiobook contains 48 censored sentences and 202 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Though inwardly, he paid little heed to it. After all, no matter how promising these young individuals might be, they could never compare to his loyal master, Lord Banning. Subsequent to leaving the Quest Guild, Tyler and Heloise headed to the outskirts. Tyler had two aims: to hunt animals for some living expenses and, hopefully, encounter some demons. The other was to wait and see if a snake would contact Heloise since, according to her, the Lord Earthly Ghost usually contacted her at night. To increase the success rate, Tyler and Heloise kept a certain distance from each other. Before they split, Centuredo Heloise took it seriously. She trusted that once she explained a reason to Lord Earthly Ghost, he would surely understand. After all, it was all to help him dispel his karmic imprints. Heloise and Tyler hunted until the sky was filled with stars. She was surprised to find that Tyler, as a messenger of the benevolent deity, possessed such excellent hunting skills. Just as Heloise was preparing to catch a deer to prove herself, a green snake approached her. "Hiss! Heloise, come here." In a nearby tree, a green snake was sticking out its tongue as it spoke to Heloise. Heloise coughed slightly in surprise, then walked over to the bushes. And not far behind her, a young man quietly followed. Chapter 240 Head-On Collision. Tonight, Earthly Ghost was in a foul mood. Despite his confident claims before Heavenly Ghost, he was uncertain whether Heloise could successfully complete the mission. In order not to waste Heloise, this precious pawn, Earthly Ghost approached her alone tonight, attempting to guide her back to the right path after she had strayed. Thus, he had two objectives tonight: understanding the situation and issuing orders. He needed to understand why Heloise was living so amicably with the mission target. Hadn't he explicitly told Heloise that Banning was a demon, a foe that had to be eliminated? Therefore, after finding Heloise, Earthly Ghost brought her into the depths of the forest where they would not be disturbed. "Hiss! Heloise, what's going on? Explain to me." "Hiss!" Earthly Ghost, suppressing his dissatisfaction, maintained the image of a benevolent Lord Earthly Ghost in front of Heloise. Lord Earthly Ghost, the prophetic star of the nefarious Tiger King, is shining. Even beings like you sometimes have your vision clouded by the mist. "Felix, he is not a demon at all." Heloise was still speaking her cryptic words, but when Earthly Ghost heard the last part, he was stunned. Centuredo names and identities are merely the shells we live in this world. Just as the nefarious Tiger King has the image of a one-eyed, evil tiger among people, what truly matters is the inner self. Regardless of whether he is called Banning or Felix, he is not a demon, but a messenger of the benevolent deity. Heloise was unyielding, her faith steadfast. Earthly Ghost was now genuinely puzzled. Heloise's behavior was too abnormal. She seemed to be slipping out of his control. In Earthly Ghost's understanding, Heloise should have obeyed him without question. But now, not only did she doubt him, but she also opposed and denied him, completely ignoring his words. Could it be that Banning has counter-brainwashed her? "Hiss! Heloise, listen to me, Hiss. No matter what Banning has told you or done to you, I need you to forget him now, Hiss. Just follow my orders, understand, Hiss? If you don't listen to me, the trial blood will become invalid, and you can forget about reviving the Tigerman race, Hiss." Left with no other recourse, Earthly Ghost played his trump card. He knew that reviving the Tigerman race is a matter of life and death for Heloise. However, to his surprise, even after he had spoken so explicitly, Heloise remained unmoved. Lord Earthly Ghost, the nefarious Tiger King, once said that being too arbitrary is the root cause of failure. Felix, he truly is a messenger of the benevolent deity. He is the one who can guide us to break the shackles of fate. "Hiss! What messenger of the benevolent deity, Hiss? How could such a thing be possible?" Earthly Ghost gradually lost his patience. He felt that there was something wrong with Heloise's mind. This head that always spoke such bizarre phrases, it had finally broken down. What messenger of the benevolent deity? Earthly Ghost would never believe in such a baseless thing. He could only think that Banning had successfully brainwashed Heloise more strongly in such a short time. It seems that this pawn, Heloise, is no longer usable. Lord Earthly Ghost, the apostles of the nefarious Tiger King never speak falsehoods. Felix is genuine, and he has even performed miracles in front of the apostle of the nefarious Tiger King. Since you find it hard to believe, why don't you witness it for yourself? The direction of the conversation suddenly deviated from Earthly Ghost's expectations. He was about to restrain Heloise, but the target in question immediately made his appearance. "Good evening, Lord Earthly Ghost. I've often heard Heloise mention you. Today, truly, seeing is believing." The young man with stern brows and eyes walked out from behind the trees where Heloise was. Earthly Ghost immediately understood that everything tonight was planned by this guy. Heloise waiting in the outskirts at night was merely a trap to lure him out. So it turns out that Heloise is already teamed up with Banning. No wonder my words had no effect earlier. Impressive, it's really well planned. Banning. Hiss. Ah, you're the one who has surprised me. Hiss. Banning. Earthly Ghost inspected Banning from top to bottom. His initial surprise quickly faded, leaving only a growing sense of excitement. Tonight, Earthly Ghost was not inclined to confront Banning directly, for it would expose his clandestine surveillance. However, since Heloise had already betrayed him, facing Banning seemed to matter little anymore. After all, Heloise must have divulged everything to Banning. Furthermore, Earthly Ghost thought of that crone Cassie. He now understood why she had provided false intelligence and betrayed him. Banning must have been behind it. This Banning is indeed not simple. No wonder the Eternal Winter Lord would even seek help from the singular demon god to assassinate him, Centuredo. He had always been frustrated by the fact that he could only operate through Snake's substitutes in the Human Alliance, and the information he wanted often became distorted after being relayed by the Watchers. But now, he could directly learn about this Banning. This was a rare opportunity, because when one is successful in their schemes, they often love to show off the most. And right now, Banning must be immensely pleased with himself. "Lord Earthly Ghost, may I ask, how did you find out about me? And on what grounds did you determine that I am a demon?" Banning continued his act, causing Earthly Ghost to suppress a laugh. This lad must have won over Heloise and Cassie with that handsome face and acting skills. Earthly Ghost knew that under the current circumstances, there was no way to make Heloise change her mind. Since that was the case, he might as well take this opportunity to expose Banning's true colors and see what kind of person he really is. "Hiss, since we're already face to face, let's stop pretending, Banning." Upon hearing Earthly Ghost's words, Banning immediately laughed. Dragging you out here really wasn't easy. "Lord Earthly Ghost, this is the second time you've tried to take me down, right? Such a pity. Your plan to frame me as a demon and turn Heloise against me has completely fallen apart. Hiss, so what if it failed? I can destroy you, but you can't destroy me. What can you do to me?" Earthly Ghost stared at the smug Banning, feeling satisfied. The prouder a person is, the easier it is to provoke them. His next step was to provoke Banning to the extreme. Apart from this, Earthly Ghost also noticed the change in Heloise's expression. The girl clearly didn't know about the feud between him, Earthly Ghost, and Banning. After hearing the conversation just now, her face was full of incredulity. "Very good. You feel disappointed in me, don't you, Heloise? Next, I will make you utterly despise me. Then you'll faithfully follow Banning. In this way, you can become a perfect tool for my plans, fulfilling your ultimate purpose." Ha ha ha. Chapter 241, a so-called victory. Heloise had assumed that Felix was trying to save Lord Earthly Ghost through dialogue. However, as their conversation progressed, things began to diverge entirely from her expectations. So Lord Earthly Ghost and Felix knew of each other's existence from the start. So they are enemies. Why did Lord Earthly Ghost deceive me? Why did Felix also deceive me? Who should I believe? Heloise could only stand rigidly on the spot, continuing to listen to this conversation that seemed to be heading in an unknown direction. Indeed, I may be unable to harm your true body, but what of it? Earthly ghost, you have already lost. It's high time you scurry home and weep at your mother's feet. Earthly ghost was somewhat taken aback, having not anticipated such a composed retort from Banning, one that held a certain lethal undertone. Hiss, if you wish to feign bravado, seize the moment. I will ensure you exist in a world devoid of a moment's tranquility. As Earthly Ghost retaliated, he simultaneously plotted within his mind. Having abandoned Heloise, his objectives for the night had shifted. Earthly Ghost now sought to ascertain whether Banning was aware of the parasitic blood serpent. Subsequently, depending on the situation, he would manipulate Heloise through rhetoric to continue aligning with Banning as a suicidal weapon. Hee, Earthly Ghost, threats are futile. No matter who you send to kill me, I will ensure they recognize your true countenance. Banning's words remained confident and audacious, upon hearing which, far from anger, Earthly Ghost felt a secret thrill. Hiss, my true countenance? What do you know of me? I know that you are a demon, a member of the Abyssal Empire, serving the singular demon god. Furthermore, you've established the Shadow Serpent Society, specifically to manipulate individuals within the human alliance to serve your interests. As Banning spoke, he turned to look at Heloise beside him, then pointed at the green snake, Earthly Ghost, emphatically informing her, Heloise. The demon army that previously devastated the Tigerman race's territory was actually in league with this Earthly Ghost. They not only destroyed your homeland, but they've also been masquerading as benefactors, exploiting you to do their bidding. In the wake of Banning's words, Heloise's eyes gradually filled with despair. Earthly Ghost noted with satisfaction that Heloise's eyes had become dull and lifeless, exactly the outcome he desired. Wow, splendid, truly deserving of you, Banning. What excellent words. Now, Heloise must have completely given up on me, and then she will undoubtedly cling to you, her great benefactor, huh? Earthly Ghost found it challenging to suppress his elation and stifle his laughter. Heloise, Earthly, is what Felix said true? At the brink of despair, Heloise asked Earthly Ghost with a trembling voice. Earthly Ghost knew that this was the time to deal the final blow. Hiss, ha ha, you must be the stupidest Tigerman race I've ever seen, ha ha. Earthly Ghost no longer needed to hold back his laughter, and he laughed loudly. Hiss, let me tell you, Heloise, what I love most is to see you Tigerman folks being fooled by me. It's just too fantastic. Earthly Ghost spoke his mind without any reservations. In his eyes, these foolish demi-humans were always just tools to be used. Now that he had the opportunity to announce his masterpiece to the victims, Earthly Ghost couldn't express how delightful he felt. And after Earthly Ghost admitted to the deception, Heloise immediately sat on the ground, propped up against a tree, completely lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. Yeah, I succeeded. Earthly Ghost, don't be so smug. The people of the Tigerman race trust Heloise greatly. You won't be able to do as you please much longer. Banning positioned himself before Heloise, launching a counterattack against Earthly Ghost. The trump card he used to counterattack was precisely what Earthly Ghost wanted to hear at this moment. His haha, but you'd have to find the Tigerman race first, wouldn't you? Earthly Ghost capitalized on Banning's counterattack to indirectly provide intelligence. Currently, his only concern was Heloise seeking her own race. If that were to happen, she might separate from Banning. Now that Banning had thrown out this matter as a threat, he could take the opportunity to let Heloise know that finding her comrades in the Tigerman race wouldn't be as easy as before. Hiss, moving the Tigerman race to another location is as easy as uttering a sentence for me. Hiss, do you really think I would foolishly continue to use the original base facility? They'll let you in on this. Hiss, the Tigerman race has already been sent to the war front by me. Huh? In order to make everything seem more realistic, Earthly Ghost laughed heartily. The things he was talking about hadn't been executed yet, but even if they had to be done, with Heavenly Ghost helping, it would be easier than tying a knot on a cherry stem with one's tongue. Centurato Heloise has been infested with the blood serpent. She only has a year left to live, ha! While speaking, Earthly Ghost closely watched Banning's changing expression. When Banning heard the words blood serpent and only a year left to live, his eyes unconsciously widened, his mouth slightly opened, and even his temples bulged with veins. At this point, Earthly Ghost knew that Banning definitely hadn't discovered the matter of the ancient serpent legend. What did you say? You despicable scoundrel. Banning, who had been perfectly composed, lost control. He rushed over to Earthly Ghost, grabbed the neck of the green snake, lifted it up, and held his thumb against the lower jaw of the green snake, preventing it from turning its head to bite. What is the blood serpent? How could she be saved? Seeing Banning roaring in anger before him, Earthly Ghost felt even more delighted. Despite the fact that he had accidentally fallen into Banning's trap tonight, at this point, Earthly Ghost had successfully turned the trap to his own advantage. Hiss, you're so arrogant, aren't you? Why don't you figure out for yourself? Ha ha. Earthly Ghost laughed loudly. He had already investigated the fact that there were no churches or clergy in Delhi's town. No matter what abilities Banning possessed, it was absolutely impossible for him to save Heloise before she was completely infected. Hiss, Banning. Do you have any harsh words left? I do enjoy it when you glare at me, but can't do anything about it. Ha ha. Earthly Ghost continued to mock, but neither Banning nor Heloise could utter a word. Knowing that his goal had been achieved, Earthly Ghost voluntarily ended the soul control, allowing his consciousness to return to the Abyssal Empire. However, what Earthly Ghost didn't know was that the moment his connection was cut off, the green snake he had been possessing was swiftly struck down by Banning. Moreover, a fleeting smile flashed across Banning's face. It's all right, Heloise, I apologize for deceiving you before. I will explain everything to you properly from now on. Banning gently patted Heloise on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, Heloise threw herself into his arms. Chapter 242, Her Pink Thoughts, Heloise. Tyler looked at the trembling girl in his arms, slightly puzzled. In a situation like this, one would expect Heloise to question him first. Why did you lie to me? Instead, it's as though she bypassed the most stomach-churning misunderstanding in romance dramas and went straight to the sweet parts. The apostle of the nefarious Tiger King may need a moment. Messenger of the benevolent deity, please stay as you are for now. Heloise spoke without raising her head, her words muffled by Tyler's chest. Barely audible, Tyler could hear her sobbing. It seems that I don't know you well enough yet, Heloise. Tyler relaxed, gently holding the girl in his arms. During his recent encounter with the Earthly Ghost, Tyler's mind reading was primarily centered on the ghost, occasionally checking on Heloise's mental activity for any abnormalities. Therefore, while Tyler triumphed over the Earthly Ghost, he lost control of Heloise's emotional state. Now, he carefully read Heloise's inner thoughts to ascertain his next move. Heloise's mental state had undergone 3 stages. Initially, she felt despair because she and her tribe were deceived and exploited by the Earthly Ghost, and disappointment that Felix had not told her the truth. Heloise even considered fleeing the scene, but the indomitable nature of the Tigerman race compelled her to stay. As she listened to Felix's conversation with the Earthly Ghost, she began to understand. It turned out the Earthly Ghost had been scheming to kill Felix. And the talk of Banning being a demon was merely a ruse to deceive their Tigerman tribe. The only constant evil from start to finish was the Earthly Ghost, and Felix had only lied to Heloise about his relationship with the Earthly Ghost and its true identity. Why didn't Felix tell me the truth from the beginning? This thought lingered in Heloise's mind for a while, but she didn't believe Felix was mocking the Tigerman tribe. Instead, she gradually understood Felix's good intentions. Felix was afraid I wouldn't believe him, afraid I wouldn't be able to accept it, so he didn't tell me directly. Realizing this, Heloise felt a sudden sense of clarity. She now understood that everything Felix had painstakingly planned was to minimize her pain when learning the truth. Felix went to such lengths for me, a stranger. All these things, they had nothing to do with him. Blood serpent was the term Heloise heard from the Earthly Ghost. Even though it was merely an instant, Heloise immediately recalled the parasitic blood serpent that Felix had been inquiring about these past few days. Such striking similarities could not be chalked up to mere coincidence. This meant that, while keeping Heloise in the dark, Felix had been tirelessly seeking a cure for her. Heloise distinctly remembered that in the Quest Guild, Branch Chief Pamela had asked Felix who had been infected by the parasitic blood serpent. At that time, Felix's response was, "It is a dear kin of mine." For a moment, Heloise was not even afraid of the fact that she had only a year left to live. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Felix. Felix, he truly is a messenger of the benevolent deity. He is an angel descended upon the mortal realm. Felix, the messenger of the benevolent deity, you need not apologize for your benevolent deception. Also, this apostle of the nefarious Tiger King would like to express her heartfelt gratitude and offer you the highest respect. Heloise ceased her sobbing. She left Felix's embrace and then knelt on one knee facing him, lightly kissing his knee. The knee-kissing ceremony represented respect and loyalty within the Tigermen tribe and was their highest form of etiquette. There's no need for me to explain anything to you, is there? Felix seemed quite taken aback by Heloise's change in attitude, which secretly amused her. With regard to this matter, the nefarious Tiger King indeed needs your explanation. However, as for me, all I need to know is that you are helping me. Heloise slowly stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and showed Felix a teary smile. But if you insist on explaining something, then tell me. Felix, why are you helping me? Heloise was confident at this point. She knew that Felix, who was too shy to express his feelings, must have liked her, which was why he was so dedicated in helping her. This question, do you really want to know the answer? Felix appeared somewhat embarrassed, which further solidified Heloise's speculation. Tell me quickly. Heloise was eager for the answer. She had even planned out her response if Felix's answer was, "Because I like you." She would throw herself into Felix's arms and tell him that she liked him too. But instead, Felix's answer was, "Because if I see evil deeds and don't lend a hand, I would be failing in my duty as the messenger of the benevolent deity, and I might even lose my divine powers forever." With every word Felix said, the smile on Heloise's face diminished. By the time Felix finished speaking, Heloise's face was expressionless. "Oh, that's so like you, messenger of the benevolent deity." Feeling disappointed, Heloise turned around and walked towards Delhi's town without waiting for Felix. Felix chuckled softly behind her before catching up. In actuality, Tyler had already discerned that Heloise was on the verge of confessing her feelings. With his astute psychological insight, even if he didn't take the initiative to confess, a gentle nudge would suffice to prompt Heloise to express her affection for him. However, Tyler refrained from doing so. Given that there were still 16 days left on the countdown to confession death, he felt no rush to receive a confession. As the ensuing period promised to be exceptionally hectic, Tyler planned to postpone Heloise's confession as much as possible to buy time for his next tactic. Yet, this time, Tyler didn't make any substantial effort to attract Heloise. Her fondness for him was primarily due to his ever-improving competencies, and secondly, this particular event was a textbook romance trope, the rescued maiden falling for her savior, a near certainty. On their return journey to Delhi's town, Tyler seized the opportunity of Heloise's silent treatment to analyze the information he had gleaned from his dialogue with the earthly ghost. Indeed, Tyler's confrontation with the earthly ghost yielded some unexpected gains. Prior to their conversation, Tyler didn't anticipate that his mind-reading ability would come into play, considering the earthly ghost communicated through remote control. However, upon seeing the green snake controlled by the earthly ghost, Tyler was nearly moved to laughter. The earthly ghost's thoughts and feelings were transmitted to the green snake, enabling Tyler to discern them clearly with his ability. Who would have thought there would be a heavenly ghost in addition to the earthly ghost? No wonder I felt watched by various bird species recently. Looking up at the nocturnal sky, Tyler indeed spotted an owl circling above. Yet, He did nothing and merely lowered his gaze to continue his journey. Now is not the time to stir the bird in the sky. Tyler intended to employ this hard-earned information asymmetry to make the earthly ghost and the heavenly ghost regret ever antagonizing him. Chapter 243, Future Path. Upon reflection, Tyler discerned 7 pieces of valuable information from his dialogue with the earthly ghost. First, Heloise's infection with the parasitic blood serpent was not voluntary. The earthly ghost had deceived her under the guise of the trial blood, exploiting her thirst for power. Second, Heloise's current objective was to restore the glory of the Tiger Men tribe. Third, the earthly ghost had lost control over Heloise and now merely hoped that she would self-destruct near Banning. Fourth, the earthly ghost believed that Banning was still unaware of the truth about the parasitic blood serpent. Fifth, the most effective treatment for the parasitic blood serpent was to seek a clergy member in the church. Sixth, the earthly ghost had a companion named the heavenly ghost who was associated with this event. Seventh, the earthly ghost believed that it had emerged victorious from their verbal duel. Summarizing, Heloise had entirely sided with Tyler, and they could now communicate openly, eliminating the need for further pretense. As for the earthly ghost, it was likely to remain dormant for the next several days, allowing Tyler to slightly lower his guard. However, the heavenly ghost, a previously undetected enemy, was a new factor that Tyler had to consider. Could the unknown death on July 8th be related to this heavenly ghost? Tyler entertained the idea and found it highly plausible. The future Tyler had gone back to find Vanessa, so when he arrived in Delhi's town, it was several days later than the current Tyler. In other words, the future Tyler might not have experienced the event of a direct confrontation with the earthly ghost, hence remaining oblivious to the existence of the heavenly ghost. Unaware and unguarded against the heavenly ghost, the future Tyler met his end at 3:16 p.m. on July 8th. However, even if I now know about the heavenly ghost, if I cannot figure out how it killed the future Tyler, I might still not be able to prevent it. Tyler wanted to take out the photograph of the precognitive death scene to examine it, but Heloise, seemingly over her anger, turned around to wait for him. He had to put the photo back for now and find time to study it later. Felix, did you deceive me about the karmic imprint because you were trying to cure the parasitic blood serpent? Heloise posed a rather lethal question shortly after they resumed their journey. Recognizing that he could no longer conceal the truth from her, Tyler responded honestly. Yes, I apologize. I felt there was no other option or plausible excuse that would have persuaded you to cooperate. I extend my sincerest apologies to you. His heartfelt confession bore the earnest need for survival. One crucial theory in gender psychology is that men prioritize logic while women value attitude. Therefore, when apologizing to a woman, sincerity is paramount. Deception should be avoided unless one is confident they can maintain the charade forever. After hearing Tyler's apology, Heloise simply nodded and looked away. Initially, she had intended to reprimand him, but she was aware that Felix was trying to save her, so she decided to let him off with a mild scare. Conversely, after hearing how genuinely Felix apologized, Heloise was not upset in the least. Instead, she recalled the bravado she stood before Felix and was overcome with shy emotions, hastily averting her gaze lest Felix noticed her blushing. All right then, I won't blame you. The nefarious Tiger King does not punish benevolent lies. The apostle of the nefarious Tiger King will not forget the life-saving grace of the messenger of the benevolent deity. Heloise accepted Felix's apology in a soft voice. Afterward, they resumed their journey in silence for a considerable distance. As they neared Delhi's town, Tyler broached the subject again after some thought. Heloise, the earthly ghost mentioned that you only have a year left. Aren't you afraid? The apostles of the nefarious Tiger King are all brave. Heloise responded without hesitation, and she even optimistically stated that it wasn't just a year left, but she still had a year. There's so much we can do in a year. Surely we can find a cure, right, Felix? Heloise's positive mood instantly infected Tyler. Yes, if we give up now, even 10 years wouldn't make a difference. But if we don't give up, Even a day left could hold hope. However, Tyler dared not let Heloise know the cruel truth that the progression of the infection would only take another 2 or 3 days. It was simply too harsh for a young girl of just 17. At present, Tyler could only hope that the intermediate antidote and purifying potion would have a better effect. Moreover, he hoped that Vanessa's carriage would arrive in Delhi's town sooner. Indeed, we will definitely find a way, Tyler responded to Heloise's optimism with a smile, then made a silent resolution. I'm sorry, Heloise. The future Felix couldn't save you, but the present me will definitely expel the parasitic blood serpent from your body. In the aftermath of making such a vow, Tyler was somewhat agitated. However, Heloise, perhaps due to her abundant optimism and lack of apprehension, was contemplating a different matter. Since there's no such thing as a karmic imprint, how did Felix know I was infected with the parasitic blood serpent? Heloise, who was always forthright, voiced out her question when she couldn't figure out the answer. By the way, Felix, how did you initially know that I was infected with the Barado? This query instantly doused Tyler's emotional fervor, nearly freezing him solid. Also, you seemed very certain that the serpent was in my Barado from the start. I recall that you never asked me to remove my clothing to check. Centuredo, even the most profound knowledge of psychology, had its limits. Therefore, as psychology was rendered useless, Tyler resorted to his only other option, to perpetually keep Heloise in the dark. The evil entity that is the parasitic blood serpent, even concealed beneath clothing, cannot escape my detection. Tyler responded to Heloise's query with such composure that he almost believed it himself. It's the power of the benevolent deity, isn't it? But can it ever be inaccurate? Heloise asked, somewhat embarrassed. This tricky question left Tyler perplexed. He peered into Heloise's thoughts and found her mental state oddly chaotic, filled with symbols like a sight he had only seen before when Avril was intensely shy. Under normal circumstances, the perception granted by divine power is accurate, Tyler cautiously responded, hoping to gauge Heloise's reaction. Yet, Heloise veered the conversation in a different direction and raised another issue. So, tonight, will we still be staying together? Chapter 244, Heloise's Awareness. Witnessing Heloise's peculiar demeanor, Tyler grew increasingly vigilant. This young girl had previously vowed to make Felix utterly smitten with her. The primary reason Tyler had shared a room with Heloise the previous night was due to his concern that the earthly ghost might surreptitiously contact her. Now, such worries were virtually null. Should we keep our distance tonight? Tyler pondered, unsure. He couldn't guarantee that the heavenly ghost wouldn't take action. Moreover, the parasitic serpent within Heloise was also a risk factor. Tyler had observed today that the infection process of the parasitic blood serpent wasn't a linear progression. After Heloise took the potion, the speed of infection slowed down for a while, but after some time, it accelerated again. Perhaps the infection speed is related to the degree of infection. As the infection becomes more severe, the speed of infection may further accelerate. Thus, to be on the safe side, Tyler decided to keep Heloise by his side for observation. Yes, we will still be sharing a room. Is there a problem? No, no problem, Heloise replied, her head lowered, and she remained silent until they arrived back at the inn. Since the matter had been openly discussed, Tyler could now unreservedly ask Heloise to show him her back. Once they entered the room, Tyler told Heloise that he needed to verify the infection status of the parasitic blood serpent. Heloise hesitated. Centuredo. Name: parasitic blood serpent. Current infection progress 42. However, there was still some good news. After trying the basic purification potion, Tyler found that it was effective not only when taken orally, but also when applied externally. Tonight, he would use the potion recipe provided by Pamela to create a potent intermediate purification potion. He believed this would be more effective in slowing down the infection. Is the examination over? Heloise's voice quivered slightly. Yes, it's done. How is it? Not very optimistic. The sacred liquid, or in other words, the potion, is not very effective. Starting tomorrow, we need to increase the frequency of our checks to 3 times a day. Tyler thought that Heloise would have objections to this, given her reluctance when he previously mentioned the need for 7 days of checks. To his surprise, Heloise simply nodded in agreement, accepting the situation calmly. "All right, you can go now." As Tyler turned his back as usual, Heloise reached out to catch his sleeve. "Felix," her soft voice echoed from behind, causing Tyler to freeze, unable to turn around. "Centurato." Heloise's voice grew quieter as she spoke, her soft whispers barely audible. Tyler, no novice to romance, understood what Heloise was implying. At this moment, although Heloise was merely lightly holding his sleeve, Tyler felt as if his sleeve weighed 1,000 pounds. Centurato Tyler completed the examination and informed Heloise that the parasitic blood serpent was only in her back. Heloise, her head lowered and her cheeks flushed, only nodded in response. Tyler looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out to pat her hair. "Heloise, I appreciate your trust in me. But now that you are infected with the Barado, I will not do anything to harm you. Do you understand what I mean?" Heloise didn't dare to look up, only nodding in response while keeping her gaze lowered. "All right then, get dressed quickly. It's cold at night. Don't catch a chill." Tyler picked up the clothes from the bed and draped them over Heloise's shoulders, then sat down at the table with his back towards her, earnestly reading the preparation and formulation method for intermediate purification potion. Heloise, sitting at the edge of the bed. Tyler gave her some time to get ready, and she quietly took her time before stepping out with a smile. After spending over an hour, Tyler finally managed to create the first successful intermediate purification potion. He also mass-produced some intermediate antidotes, then had Heloise take both types of potions before bed. He assisted her in applying the intermediate purification potion on her back. By the time they woke up the next day, Tyler would know the effectiveness of the new potion. When it was time to sleep, Heloise suggested that they could sleep on the same bed, arguing that she would end up sleepwalking to the bed anyway. Tyler reluctantly agreed. However, to his surprise, Heloise didn't do anything inappropriate after getting into bed. She obediently laid at the edge of the bed like a small kitten and fell asleep. As the infection of the parasitic blood serpent deepened, Heloise not only became increasingly fatigued and drowsy, but her appetite also increased. These were all changes that Tyler had observed. The parasitic blood serpent was truly an evil entity. Centurato, and Tyler cooled down. In his anger, he realized a blind spot in his thinking. He had a suspicion that since the parasitic blood serpent was so useful, the heavenly ghost might also use it to launch a suicide attack. If he were to infect a bird with the blood serpent, and then let it dive down when the infection was almost complete, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. But if that was a feasible strategy, then all the efforts of the earthly ghost seemed foolish. According to Tyler's current understanding of the earthly ghost, he was certainly an enemy with a certain degree of wisdom. So, after eliminating the possibilities, there was only one answer left. The parasitic blood serpent had some secrets that Tyler didn't know about. Chapter 245. A glance of the skirmish. Heloise had fallen asleep, while Tyler remained deep in thought. He made an initial hypothesis. If the heavenly ghost was the one who killed him, it could be inferred that there was a rift in the relationship between the earthly ghost and the heavenly ghost. At the very least, they were in a competitive relationship. Based on this inference, the heavenly ghost had a reason to attack Tyler using the parasitic serpent. Flying creatures were significantly Barado threatening than serpents. However, if the heavenly ghost could do this, the earthly ghost could similarly deploy other suicide attackers to target Tyler, instead of focusing solely on Heloise. Yet, when Tyler communicated with the earthly ghost tonight, he did not detect any such thoughts in his mind. This meant that it wasn't that the earthly ghost didn't want to, but that he couldn't. All evidence pointed to the same conclusion. The parasitic blood serpent was extremely rare, and the earthly ghost could not use it at will. Moreover, it was likely a unique product of the earthly ghost. Considering the rarity of the parasitic blood serpent, it indicated that it was not as powerful as described in the information. Upon re-examining the description of the parasitic blood serpent, Tyler noticed some clues. Click paragraph comment for quotes for Chapter 221. Firstly, the eggs of the parasitic blood serpent probably couldn't hatch under normal conditions and needed to be in a host that met certain conditions to begin parasitism. Secondly, considering the change in Heloise's appetite, smaller creatures like cats or dogs probably couldn't serve as hosts. Only creatures of similar size to humans or larger could provide sufficient nutrition for the parasitic blood serpent. In addition, the parasitic blood serpent couldn't coexist with the host for a long time. Given that it kills the host in a short time, it would be more appropriate to refer to the host as a nursery. Considering these judgments, the cost of breeding the eggs of the parasitic blood serpent alone would be huge, accompanied by uncontrollable risks. Furthermore, after the host is no longer living, how to collect and preserve the specimens produced inside the host and the survival rate of the specimens entering a new host are all unknown. However, Tyler could generally infer that the answer must be very difficult. Otherwise, the evil kinds wouldn't need to wage war with the human alliance. They could just release the parasitic serpent into human territories, let it spread infection, and then watch humanity perish. Having thought this far, Tyler could rule out the possibility of the heavenly ghost attacking him with the parasitic serpent. This brought him to a new question. How did the heavenly ghost defeat him without leaving any trace? Looking at the precognitive vision, where he was seen struggling while clutching his Barado in distress, Tyler once again fell deep into contemplation. Simultaneously, a minor skirmish was drawing to a close on the borderland between the Abyssal Empire and the Human Alliance. The combatants were the elite Boormen assault team of the evil kind on one side, and an unidentified human trio on the other. The mission of the Boormen elite assault team was to launch a surprise attack on a watchpoint under the cover of night, but they didn't anticipate being intercepted midway. Initially, they intended to swiftly eliminate the 3 humans, leveraging their numerical advantage. Still, the Boormen elites quickly regretted their decision when they underestimated the humans' capabilities. Among the 3 humans, 2 elderly men, one in red and the other in black, instantly killed several Boormen elites, leaving them no chance to retaliate. The Boormen team leader immediately ordered a retreat, but the 2 elderly men were faster, blocking their escape route. The man in black told the Boormen that they would not intervene anymore. If the Boormen could defeat the girl accompanying them, they would let them go. The Boormen team leader had no choice but to engage in a desperate battle with the silver-haired, purple-eyed girl, along with his 3 remaining subordinates. The veiled, silver-haired girl, appearing to be in her mid-teens and delicately built, didn't seem capable of combat. However, once the fight began, the Boormen couldn't land an attack on her agile figure and were gradually defeated by her flying thin silver swords. Now, only the Boormen's team leader was left to face the girl in standoff. Silver-haired girl who controls flying swords, 2 elderly men, one in red and the other in black. You must be the elusive trio that has been appearing everywhere recently. Human language. The Boormen team leader, gripping his chain hammer, knew he wouldn't survive this night. The girl didn't reply, but the man in black did. Boorman, your command of the human language is quite good. Have you lived amongst humans before? What if I have? If you're willing to return to the human realm, I can guarantee your life. How about it? I'd rather die here tonight than return to that place where I was treated like trash. The Boormen team leader, eyes filled with resolute determination, had been prepared to die ever since he decided to join the evil kind's army. Come on, girl. Show me what you've got. You can't kill me and gain power with those toothpicks you call swords. The Boormen team leader began spinning his chain hammer, roaring as he charged at the girl. The young girl began to run as well. She maintained her distance from the Boormen team leader while persistently attacking with her slender silver sword. Anticipating each strike, he guarded against her attacks and seized opportunities to counter with his chain hammer. The girl skillfully sidestepped to avoid the attack, yet the goal of the Boormen team leader wasn't to hit her. He swiftly tugged the chain hammer back, the prearranged chains entangling the girl's ankle and instantly hindering her mobility. Got you. The Boorman team leader charged at the girl aggressively. Seizing her was his only chance of victory. But just then, the girl's thin silver sword erupted with a blinding light. Scarlet sword technique, flash of the crescent moon. In an instant, her attack transformed into a crescent of white light, cleaving through everything in its path with the force of a thunderbolt. This strike not only broke the chains in the air, but also cut through the Boorman team leader's armor and helmet. Moh! Knife-eye sent. The Boorman team leader fell to the ground with a heavy thud, leaving the world he so despised. The two elder men, witnessing the girl's victory, didn't rejoice. They sighed and approached the girl, beginning to point out the mistakes she had made during the battle. The girl listened attentively, nodding from time to time. She showed no pride over her recent victory, her eyes filled with a strong ambition to grow and learn. After the instruction, the man in red extracted a letter and handed it to the girl, informing her that it was a letter of recommendation. Viviana, your training on this battlefield ends today. Next, the Lord has arranged for you to join the raid team for the Labyrinth, Aqua Nest. You must bring back spoils of war. Do you understand? Understood. Without an ounce of hesitation, the girl accepted the letter of recommendation and expressed her gratitude to the two elder men. The Aqua Nest. I remember it's a labyrinth in the territory of the Azure Lizard family. I wonder if he is still in the Azure Lizard family's territory? Chapter 246 Vanessa, as Fate Prison Star Calendar Year 187, July 7th, 6:58 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 15 days countdown to Heloise 100 Infection. 2 days on the dirt road leading to Delhi's town, a white carriage was racing forward. From the carriage window, Vanessa Snowy Heart, the second young miss of the Snowy Heart family, stuck her head out, allowing her jet black hair to be tousled by the wind, her emerald eyes fixated on the distant scenery. If all goes well, I should reach Delhi's town by noon, she thought to herself, before withdrawing her head back into the carriage, adjusting her bonnet that had been blown askew by the wind. Vanessa had initially thought that dispatching 3 doe spirits together to pull the carriage would allow her to reach Delhi's town before the detestable young archer. However, it now seemed unlikely. Vanessa regretted her initial courteous treatment of the young man. If she ever saw him again, she would surely make him understand her power. I will etch into your thick skull the etiquette that commoners should show towards nobles. You impudent brat. Vanessa sighed in resignation. She knew it was useless to be angry, but she couldn't help but think of that annoying boy. As the carriage traveled, the scenery outside the window suddenly darkened. Vanessa thought it was going to rain, but when she looked out, it wasn't a cloud that she saw, but an azure flying lizard gliding above the carriage. Tisk, why did I have to run into him of all people? Minutes later, Vanessa's carriage halted at the side of the road, as did the azure flying lizard, which descended onto the roadside grassland. The azure flying lizard was essentially an oversized lizard, its size comparable to a full-grown horse, but when its tail was included, it was twice as long as a horse. Its wingspan, when fully spread, could reach 8 meters, making it appear much larger when flying than when its wings were folded upon landing. The azure flying lizard was a signature mount of the Azure Lizard family. Its presence here indicated that a young Barado from the Azure Lizard family was about to arrive. Oh, my dear Vanessa, what a fateful encounter this is. A tall young man jumped down from the back of the azure flying lizard. With his long, green hair and sparkling brown eyes, he carried an elegant and graceful appearance. Good morning, Lord Wallace. Are you also on your way to Delhi's town? Vanessa stepped out of the carriage. She didn't want to ask such an obvious question, but it would be awkward not to make small talk. Yes, I thought I was too late when I set out 2 days after you. But it seems fate favors me, Wallace replied with a smile. Vanessa forced a smile in response. The man before her was the one she was to marry, Wallace Azure Lizard, if she couldn't return to the Snowy Heart family with her power. Objectively speaking, Wallace wasn't a bad match. He was the eldest son of the Azure Lizard family, intelligent, and equally skilled in combat as Vanessa. Furthermore, like Vanessa, Wallace was a classist, disregarding commoners and only acknowledging nobles. However, Vanessa couldn't bring herself to like Wallace's feminine appearance. If he were to dress in women's clothes, he might even look prettier than Vanessa. Vanessa, why don't we fly to Delhi's town together? The view from the air is something you can't enjoy from a carriage. Wallace extended his hand to Vanessa. Vanessa declined politely, explaining that she had 3 doe spirits to look after and couldn't ride the azure flying lizard. Thank you for your invitation, Lord Wallace, but I can't leave these children behind, Vanessa said. Is that so? What a pity. Wallace sighed, bid Vanessa goodbye, and mounted the azure flying lizard and left. Vanessa watched the shrinking silhouette of the azure flying lizard in the sky, her fists clenched in silent resolution. In her upcoming raid on the labyrinth, Aqua Nest, Vanessa had 2 main rivals. One was the renowned silver-armored heavy cavalry knight, Gurvit, the captain of the 1st Cavalry of the Emerald City Cavalry Unit in the Azure Lizard family's territory, a formidable figure with both strength and experience. The other was Wallace Azure Lizard, who she had just met. Despite his courteous demeanor earlier, in battle, he could be mercilessly savage, enough to scare even psychos. Calling them rivals didn't necessarily mean they would be directly fighting each other. Rather, they had conflicting interests. Although the Labyrinth raid was a team-based activity, there was only a single ultimate treasure to be obtained at the end. Naturally, the strongest member of the team would claim this treasure. There was no such thing as a Labyrinth raid team that could maintain peace and harmony all the way to the end in this world of Prison Star. Vanessa's snowy heart, at all costs, wanted to seize this opportunity to prove herself. If she, now 21, were to fail, she would have no choice but to yield to her fate and marry Wallace Azure Lizard. Switching the perspective back to Delhi's town, within an inn, Tyler had just finished examining Heloise's health. Felix, how's the situation? Well, the effects of the intermediate purification potion are significantly better. I think we can continue using it. There was a note of joy in Tyler's voice, for the effects of the intermediate purification potion were indeed remarkable. It had successfully extended Heloise's life by another 2 days when she only had a couple of days left, almost equivalent to saving her life. In the worst-case scenario, the full infection will occur on July 10th. Within these remaining 3 days, I must find a solution. Really? That's wonderful. Heloise was not anxious, as she thought she had a whole year to slowly find a cure. However, she sensed Felix's elation and consequently felt cheerful. What moved her the most was that Felix genuinely cared about her. Otherwise, why would he be happier than her, the person directly affected? In order to mass-produce the intermediate purification potion, Tyler took Heloise out early in the morning to purchase materials. Halfway there, they encountered Bobber, the burly man they had seen in the Quest Guild the day before, who was causing trouble on the street with his gang. Interestingly, the victims were the local bullies of Delhi's town, so the bystanders had no intention to help. They were merely enjoying the spectacle of a dog-eat-dog scene. However, Bobber and his gang were blocking the road, which was affecting Tyler and Heloise. "Excuse me, handsome gentleman up front, we need to get through," Tyler called out from a distance. Normally, being called handsome would have a positive effect, but Bobber's minions didn't appreciate it. "What's all the noise, brat? Can't you see we're disciplining someone?" Scram. After speaking, one of the minions spat a thick gob of phlegm. If Tyler hadn't dodged in time, he would have been hit. Upon seeing this, Heloise was immediately infuriated. Spitting, even just bravado, is considered a severe provocation within the Tigerman tribe, let alone phlegm. However, Tyler stopped her from retaliating. "Heloise, we're in a hurry. Let me handle this." While saying this, Tyler inexplicably reached out and placed a hand on Heloise's bravado to calm her down. Chapter 247 Plan of the Heavenly Ghost FFF Felix, were you? Before Heloise could finish her sentence, Tyler had already hoisted her up around her waist and began to run. With a swift leap, he used the head of one of Bobber's minions as a stepping stone and vaulted over them. Heloise finally understood, then, that Tyler's intention wasn't to touch her inappropriately in public. Instead, he had lifted her to bypass this rabble swiftly. Once on the ground, Tyler continued to carry Heloise, and within moments, they were far away. By the time Bobber's gang had reacted, the young boy and girl had already vanished from sight. After being set down, Heloise was still caught in the afterglow of bridal carry. She hadn't expected that Tyler could lift her so effortlessly and even jump so high while holding her. "Tyler, did you really only pass the white trial?" No matter how she looked at it, Heloise felt that Tyler's strength was undoubtedly above her own. She could only attribute this to his status as the messenger of the benevolent deity. "Oh, how I wish I could quickly awaken the power of the nefarious Tiger King." Colin winked with a frown. Smiley face. "Heloise, there are some things I'd like to ask you. Shall we walk and talk?" HM. Okay. Felix wanted to ask about the Earthly Ghost and the Shadow Serpent Society. He first asked Heloise if she knew of an entity called the Heavenly Ghost. She shook her head, stating she had never heard of this name. Then, Felix asked if she knew an old man named Sterling. This time, Heloise confirmed she had heard the name. He was said to be a low-level executive, but Heloise had never met Sterling in person. Heloise told Felix that the Shadow Serpent Society did not have a fixed headquarters. They had countless branches scattered across various towns in different countries. The branch where the Tigermen tribe was located was in Rocktown, not far from Delhi's town, but it was likely that it had been relocated by the Earthly Ghost by now. The thought of her Tigermen tribe members still being deceived by the Earthly Ghost filled Heloise with rage. She wanted to set off immediately to find her tribe mates, but Felix told her it wasn't the right time. If they rashly confronted the Earthly Ghost with just the two of them, they would likely fall into his trap. Despite her resentment, Heloise had to admit that she was not a match for the Shadow Serpent Society with her current strength. In the society, apart from the Earthly Ghost, there were numerous high-level, mid-level, and low-level executives. Based on Heloise's current strength, she wouldn't even qualify as a low-level executive and could only serve as a reserve. "Don't worry too much, Heloise. Since the Earthly Ghost is using the Tigermen tribe, he won't harm them in the short term." Felix comforted her, patting her head. Surprisingly, this simple gesture was enough to calm Heloise's anxious heart. "What we need to do now is to become stronger as quickly as possible. For that, we need to first cure the parasitic blood serpent in your body and then strive to raid the labyrinth to acquire new power." Hearing Felix's calm analysis, Centuredo. 3-4 days perched in the barren wilderness about 20 kilometers from Delhi's town, a vulture stood in silence. It had been waiting there for nearly an hour. Clearly, it was no ordinary vulture. Its peculiar behavior was due to being controlled by an entity known as the Heavenly Ghost. After half an hour, the Heavenly Ghost finally heard the voice he had been eagerly waiting for. "Well done. You are a man of your word." Evil kind language. The voice drifted from behind the Heavenly Ghost. Turning around, he saw a black mist that had mysteriously appeared. The black mist hovered above the ground, neither dispersing nor moving, and the voice continued to emanate from within it. "This vulture isn't your body, is it? This is truly an impressive feat, Lord Heavenly Ghost. The impressive one is you, Corky, the Invisible Assassin. Your title is well-deserved." Until the black mist appeared, the Heavenly Ghost had been continuously surveying his surroundings. Given the 270-degree field of vision of the vulture, there should have been no way for something to suddenly appear behind him. Yet this entity, known as Corky, had managed to do so. And this was precisely what the Heavenly Ghost had wanted. The Invisible Assassin Corky was a top-rated killer amongst the demons. The reason Corky was ranked first was not due to his power, but rather his unique and nearly indefensible method of assassination. He didn't emit any murderous intent, nor did he leave any traces. Those who were overcome by Corky often collapsed suddenly, as if struck by an unexpected illness. The Heavenly Ghost had contacted Corky through a middleman and arranged to meet at this location. The Heavenly Ghost had arrived half an hour earlier than the agreed time and had waited for 1.5 hours. Assuming that Corky had arrived on time, that meant he had deliberately observed the Heavenly Ghost for an hour before revealing himself to ensure his safety. Such a cautious an unguardable assassin, was exactly the kind of individual the Heavenly Ghost needed. If Corky wasn't so independent, the Heavenly Ghost would have loved to recruit him. All right, let's get to the point, Lord Heavenly Ghost. What does your target look like? He looks like this, remember well. The Heavenly Ghost, manipulating the vulture's body, scratched a stern-looking young man's likeness into the ground with his talons. He used to have black hair, but now it's dyed brown. So don't be deceived by the hair color. Understood. As I mentioned earlier, this guy named Banning or Felix is currently in Delhi's town. My minions are watching him. If he leaves, I will contact your informant again. Understood. The timing of the assassination is up to you, but the sooner, the better. Understood. Corky demonstrated a high degree of professionalism, carefully noting the employer's words. Then, when the Heavenly Ghost had finished speaking, Corky only had one thing to confirm. Lord Heavenly Ghost, I want to confirm with you one last time. The target for this time, his combat occupation level, is below 3rd tier, right? My rule is that I don't take orders for targets above 3rd tier. Rest assured, Corky, I confirmed it. He has at most 2nd tier strength. All right, then wait for the good news. As he finished speaking, the black mist became transparent in an instant and completely disappeared before the Heavenly Ghost's eyes. The Heavenly Ghost looked around in astonishment, fluttering about, but couldn't find any trace of Corky's departure. He marveled inwardly. The invisible assassin, Corky, truly lived up to his reputation. Banning, tomorrow will be your end. Sorry, Earthly Ghost, the credit for this time will be mine. Chapter 248 Labyrinth Instructor the summer afternoon was exceptionally stifling, and under normal circumstances, people would stay indoors unless they had business to attend to. However, this afternoon, the Quest Guild of Delhi's town was unusually bustling. This was because the instructor responsible for forming the Labyrinth raid team had arrived. Delhi's town was considered one of the more peripheral towns, and its inhabitants seldom had the opportunity to meet renowned individuals. But with the Aqua Nest Labyrinth being designated as a compulsory conquest by the Lord Azure Lizard, the strong from all towns within the dominion of the Azure Lizard family would gradually gather in Delhi's town. The denizens of Delhi's town had never imagined that this unremarkable labyrinth, which neither produced minerals nor grain, could bring about such a windfall. To increase the success rate of labyrinth raids, the king of the Western Kingdom established the position of labyrinth instructor. Whenever a lord was tasked with forming a labyrinth raid team, the royal family would dispatch an instructor to provide guidance in the respective territory. On this afternoon, the labyrinth instructor arrived in Delhi's town in a royal carriage. Upon seeing the extravagant royal carriage, the town's residents dropped their tasks and flocked to the streets to welcome the labyrinth instructor. Amidst the cheers of the people, the royal carriage made its way to the entrance of the Quest Guild before coming to a halt. Then, the carriage door slowly opened. Before anyone emerged, the townspeople saw a semi-transparent white mist seeping from under the carriage. Those who came into contact with the mist shivered from the cold. What blazes? Isn't it summer? Why is it suddenly so cold? As the people were puzzling over this, a snowy white top hat was the first thing to emerge from the carriage, followed by a tall lady clad in a white fur coat, with black leather high-heeled boots, exuding an air of majesty as she exited the carriage. Her arrival seemed to freeze time, and all the focus shifted to her. Accompanying her strides, her gray-white hair and golden-trimmed skirt swayed back and forth, and her emerald eyes glimmered with an intense gaze under her thick eyelashes. No one found her heavy attire odd, because ever since she alighted from the carriage, everyone around her was shivering from the cold. But to catch a glimpse of the instructor's celestial beauty, the townspeople felt it was worth it even if they were to freeze to death. GG, good heavens. Is this the Labby Byronth instructor? She's too BA beautiful. I wish I had signed up for the raid team. I wonder if it's still possible to join now. Does anyone KK know her name? The townspeople, despite shivering from the cold, were still excitedly discussing among themselves. The lady, however, was indifferent to the buzz around her and walked straight towards the entrance of the Quest Guild. At the entrance, Pamela, the chief of the branch, had been waiting for a long time. "Welcome, Ice Polestar Cheryl," she greeted warmly. In response to Pamela's enthusiastic welcome, the lady known as Ice Polestar Cheryl gave a nonchalant nod, then walked straight into the Quest Guild. Pamela, unoffended by the aloofness, quickly followed her in. As for the townspeople who were still gathered outside, they didn't have the courage to enter the Quest Guild at this time. However, the spectators did not immediately disperse, but continued their animated discussions. "So it's Ice Polestar Cheryl. I've always heard of her, but this is the first time I've seen her in person." "What? You know her?" "Do tell." "TCH, you bumpkins, not even knowing Ice Polestar Cheryl. She's the icy Valkyrie who's made a name for herself on the front lines in recent years." "Ah, now that you mention it, I remember. Isn't she the one who was initially discarded by the Snowy Heart family due to her lack of talent, but later shone brilliantly under the royal family?" "Shush! How dare you talk about such things here? Are you not afraid for your life?" At this time, within the Quest Guild, only Pamela, the branch chief, and Ice Polestar Cheryl were present. For the low-level bounty hunters, if they were locked in the same room with Ice Polestar Cheryl, they would likely freeze instantly. This morning, Pamela received news that the Labyrinth instructor would arrive in the afternoon, but she never expected that the royal family would dispatch Ice Polestar Cheryl. This showed how determined the royal family was to conquer the Aqua Nest Labyrinth. But why has this ordinary labyrinth, long abandoned, become important again? Pamela had her doubts, but facing Ice Polestar Cheryl's powerful aura, she dare not ask any unnecessary questions and just answered every question Cheryl posed seriously. "There are currently 5 members of the Labyrinth raid team who have arrived in Delhi's town." "They are." "That's enough. You don't need to go into detail." Ice Polestar Cheryl was very decisive. Even if Pamela closed her eyes, she could hardly feel any feminine aura from her. This made Pamela secretly sigh, such a waste of a beautiful appearance. "Pamela, summon all the members who have arrived. They'll be waiting here." Cheryl's words held an undeniable pressure. Upon hearing them, Pamela immediately stood up to find the members, not daring to delay a moment. 15 minutes later, Gurvit, one of the representatives from Emerald City, was the first to enter the Quest Guild. What greeted his eyes was a stunning woman of icy beauty, sitting on the bench, resting her eyes. However, Gurvit dared not approach her. Firstly, because he knew that this beautiful woman was the widely acclaimed Ice Polestar Cheryl. Secondly, he could feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from her, as if icy spears would skewer him if he took one step closer. 30 minutes later, Bobber, the representative of Madison Town, arrived with his minions. His boisterous minions only made noise for 5 seconds before becoming silent, as they had all turned into harmless ice sculptures. Bobber, seeing this, didn't dare to get angry because he saw that the person he respected, silver-armored knight, Gurvit, was cowering in a corner, not daring to move. 40 minutes later, the representative from Good Town arrived, swiftly becoming the latest addition to the group huddled in the corner, shivering in trepidation. 50 minutes later, Pamela, the branch chief, brought the last 2 people to the Quest Guild. Upon entering, the 3 of them first saw a row of young hoodlums turned into ice sculptures, then the sleeping Ice Polestar Cheryl, and finally the other 3 members of the Labyrinth raid team, all covered in frost. "I must say, this is quite absurd," Tyler sighed, not because the 3 were frozen to such a pitiful state, but because he saw the level of the Labyrinth instructor. This was the first time Tyler had seen a human with a combat occupation level exceeding 100. Chapter 249 Cheryl S. Lecture Ice Polestar Cheryl. "All the members of the raid team who have arrived at Delhi's town are now present," declared Pamela, the branch chief, Cinchuredo slowly opening her eyes after hearing Pamela's voice. Her demeanor bore no resemblance to one who had just awoken from sleep. As she opened her eyes, her piercing gaze swept over everyone present, sending a chill down their spines. It felt as though their hearts were instantly frozen. "Come to me, all of you," commanded Ice Polestar Cheryl. She rose from her seat, reigning in the pervasive chill surrounding her, and walked onto the stage in the guild hall. The crowd gathered in the open space below the stage. Bobber, proving to be quite the opportunist, deliberately jostled the young man with whom he had a grudge, hurrying to secure a position directly in front of the stage. The young man, seemingly not daring to retaliate against Bobber, silently moved to a corner. Ha, ha, serve him right. That's for opposing me this morning. As long as I stand here, I can make a good impression on the guild instructor. Bobber was brimming with self-satisfaction. At that moment, he noticed Gervit, the cavalry unit captain, approaching. He enthusiastically waved Gervit over to stand next to him. Captain Gervit, this is the center spot. I've saved it for you. Gervit didn't particularly care about such things, but out of courtesy, he accepted Bobber's offer. After taking his position, Gervit glanced around, wanting to get a sense of who among the earliest arrivals in Delhi's town were. Then, upon catching sight of a certain young man's face, Gervit froze. Bon, Lord Banning. Surprise overtaking him, Gervit immediately turned to approach his only superior, even as the guild instructor was about to start her lecture. At that moment, Lord Banning also noticed Gervit's presence. He quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Gervit with a gesture. Centurado. This scene left the others present dumbfounded. Gervit, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Unit of Emerald City, had thus abandoned his prime position and willingly gone to stand behind a nameless soldier. Bobber was even more bewildered. He wanted to go over and ask Gervit what was going on, but at that moment, the guild instructor began her lecture. Listen well, you wretches, I will say this only once. Ice Polestar Cheryl's words were like a biting wind, making everyone feel as if they were being frozen solid. What surprised everyone was that Pamela, the branch chief, was able to stand next to Ice Polestar Cheryl and record her lecture on parchment. Firstly, be glad, you wretches. You have the privilege of hearing my personal instruction. The others who arrived later can only read the notice board. Ice Polestar Cheryl's aloof expression and venomous tone made everyone feel as if they were standing in a frigid landscape, enduring a whipping. But what was most bizarre was that everyone was unwilling to leave. The icy beauty of Ice Polestar Cheryl was such that no one could tear their eyes away from her. Then, I shall make it clear to you now, declared Ice Polestar Cheryl. My purpose here is to assemble a raid team capable of conquering the Aqua Nest Labyrinth, not to ensure each of you can return alive from the labyrinth. Do not assume that a common labyrinth allows you to retreat at any time, thus sparing you from mortal danger. You are gravely mistaken, you wretches. The true death rate in a common labyrinth is 70%. Most of you won't be able to return alive. Once you enter the labyrinth raid team, I do not care whether you were nobles or commoners, or whether your parents were kings or beggars beforehand. In my eyes, you are merely tools for conquering the labyrinth, and there are only those that are useful and those that are not. Lastly, there is one more thing you should know. I will not enter the labyrinth with you. Those who are still willing to participate in the labyrinth raid team after hearing this, stay. Those who are unwilling, you may leave. If the earlier greeting was akin to being whipped in the cold wind, then this subsequent stark warning could be said to be like being stabbed in the cold wind. Upon hearing this, the representative from Goodtown immediately turned around and ran off, proving to be quite a decisive individual. Bobber, however, was somewhat hesitant. His reason for joining the Labyrinth Raid team was to ride on the coattails of others and gain experience, hoping to smoothly raise his level to the full second tier in the Labyrinth, and then return to Madison Town to challenge the White Trials. As for the matter of him passing the Orange Trials, that was all a fabrication. Now, hearing that a common labyrinth was so dangerous, Bobber was having second thoughts. But he also held a glimmer of hope, thinking that the labyrinth instructor might be deliberately using harsh words to weed out the cowardly weaklings. After some hesitation, Bobber decided to stick around a bit longer to see how things would develop. As for the remaining 3 individuals, they didn't appear to be conflicted at all. Gervit's thoughts were very straightforward. If Lord Banning asked him to participate, he would participate. If he was asked not to, he would withdraw. Regardless of life or death, he would stand or fall with Lord Banning. Heloise firmly believed that Felix and the power of the nefarious Tiger King god would protect her. Moreover, acquiring new power through the labyrinth was an objective she would not easily give up. Just thinking about her Tigermen companions still being deceived by the earthly ghost filled Heloise with courage. Lastly, our friend Tile was primarily focused on the basic information of Ice Polestar Cheryl. As for the danger of challenging the labyrinth, what did that amount to for him? Don't even mention the Aqua Nest labyrinth. He had a death trial to face tomorrow afternoon. But wasn't he still calmly listening to the lecture here? Ice Polestar Cheryl. She clearly possesses unparalleled power, but does not enter the labyrinth. Why is that? Looking at the basic information of the labyrinth instructor, Tyler was still pondering. Cheryl, female, 28 years old, chief court magician of Wester Kingdom, Ice Polestar Production Occupation, Gâterie, LV3 Manufacturing Occupation, Pastry Chef, LV7 Combat Occupation, Elemental Sage, LV127 Skill. For 4, Tyler's intuition told him that the kingdom suddenly re-emphasizing the labyrinth raid after 2 years must have some plan hidden behind it. Tyler would not foolishly become a pilot user, a tool. Before entering the labyrinth, he must first find a way to open a gateway into this Ice Polestar Cheryl. Chapter 250 Instructor S. First Advice Indeed. You are the cream of the crop among the useless ones. The first to arrive in Delhi's town are certainly of superior quality. Ice Polestar Cheryl gazed down at the crowd from the stage. She was somewhat taken aback that out of the 5 people for had chosen to stay, she had originally anticipated only one would remain. Upon ascending the stage earlier, Ice Polestar Cheryl received a list of the 5 individuals who had arrived thus far from Pamela, the branch chief. Among the 5, she only remembered Gervit, the cavalry unit captain of the Emerald City Cavalry Unit. In her view, the middle and lower ranks of the regular army made for useful tools. Given that Gervit had taken on a mission to come here, she was certain he would stay. At least, that was her assumption. Then, Centurado. These individuals without any particular titles were clearly chosen from among the bounty hunters of various quest guilds. Ice Polestar Cheryl knew well that participating in the Labyrinth raid team was mainly a matter of personal will. The so-called representatives were not necessarily the strongest. Therefore, she remained skeptical about the capabilities of these 3 individuals. However, during her previous speech, 2 things caught Ice Polestar Cheryl's attention. One was that for some reason, Gervit had positioned himself behind the young man named Felix, much like a bodyguard. Could it be that this Felix was not an ordinary individual? The other was that the young girl named Heloise possessed snowy white hair, a sight that evoked memories Ice Polestar Cheryl preferred not to recall. Without a family name, she should not be, but white hair and eyes that are not emerald green. Could she be the same as me? Regardless of whether the answer was yes or no, it no longer concerned Ice Polestar Cheryl. She had long since severed ties with that family. Listen well, you wretches. We will now get to the crux of the matter, she announced. Cheryl had once again assumed her role as the Labyrinth instructor, succinctly imparting the most fundamental information to the remaining 4. She informed them that the key characteristic of the Aqua Nest Labyrinth was its 3 entrances. 2 of these entrances were located near Delhi's town, while the 3rd was far away, within the territory of the Scarlet family. The entrances to the labyrinth were similar to the gateways for advanced trials. They were essentially forms of transportation mechanisms. However, there were also many differences between the labyrinth entrances and the trial gateways. Firstly, the labyrinth entrances did not limit the number of entrants. After the first entrant entered the labyrinth entrance, any number of people or creatures could continue to enter within the remaining 5-minute countdown, with no restrictions on their equipment or items. However, after 5 minutes, the labyrinth entrance would close, remaining closed until all the individuals and creatures who entered through that entrance had either left the labyrinth or died. Only then would the entrance reopen. As for the Aqua Nest Labyrinth, which had 3 entrances, there was an additional special rule. The 3 teams that entered through the 3 entrances were independent of one another. In other words, as long as all the members of one team died, A new team could immediately enter to replace them. But there's one thing you need to remember. She warned, the 3 teams correspond to the 3 entrances. Whichever entrance you enter through, if you need to flee, you can only exit through the original entrance. This is a lesson that your predecessors have learned with their lives. As Cheryl spoke, she observed the expressions of the 4 individuals. Aside from the burly man, called Bobber, who could not quite conceal his fear, the other 3 showed no signs of fear, which improved Cheryl's opinion of them, particularly Felix and Heloise. As for what's inside the Aqua Nest Labyrinth, I can only tell you 2 things, she continued. 1. The terrain inside is a continuous forest. 2. The types and numbers of demons are very diverse, especially goblins, which are astonishingly numerous. That's all I'll say about the Aqua Nest Labyrinth. Tomorrow morning at 9, everyone is to gather here on time. I will announce the details of the team leader selection. That's all I have to say. You can all leave now. Ice Polestar Cheryl coldly looked down at the 4 people. At this point, the young man called Felix raised his hand to ask a question. Instructor, if the purpose of forming a raid team is to conquer the labyrinth, then why don't you select the strongest among you to raid it? Is there some special purpose in letting us weaklings raid it? Hearing this, Ice Polestar Cheryl couldn't help but smile. It wasn't difficult to consider this contradiction, but not everyone had the courage to openly question a strong person like her. Rubbish, I want to answer your question. If you really want to know the answer, then prove with your strength that you're not a piece of trash. Ice Polestar Cheryl looked at the young man provocatively. She was indeed curious to see how capable this young man, who had a cavalry unit captain acting as his bodyguard, was. I see. Thank you, instructor. The young man was surprisingly savvy, quickly shutting his mouth. This deprived Ice Polestar Cheryl of a chance to have some fun. All right, all of you can leave now. I need a rest. Ice Polestar Cheryl jumped down from the stage, and the crowd quickly made way for her. They watched as she walked towards the large door of the Quest Guild. Just then, there was the sound of a carriage stopping outside the guild door. Ice Polestar Cheryl didn't pay it any mind and walked straight out the door. Then, she saw a white carriage parked in front of her, with the 4-cornered giant heart emblem that she hated most carved on it. Why would someone from the Snowy Heart family come here? The carriage door was quickly opened, and 3 petite doe spirits hopped down from the carriage one after another. Then, a black-haired, emerald-eyed young girl also stepped down from the carriage. Ice Polestar Cheryl and the young girl's eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Vanessa? Cheryl? Sister? After several seconds, Ice Polestar Cheryl was the first to react. Don't call me that. I am no longer your sister, she said icily, leaving no room for negotiation. I apologize, Ice Polestar Cheryl. Vanessa quickly corrected herself, avoiding eye contact and stepping aside to let Cheryl pass. Noticing the emblem of the Azure Lizard family on the coachman's clothing, Cheryl instantly understood why Vanessa had appeared here, which further darkened her mood. Vanessa, if you continue to be this naive, you'll end up a good-for-nothing sooner or later, she warned. Thank you for your advice, but I'd like to give it another try, Vanessa responded, her tone humble but her words defiant. Seeing this, Cheryl didn't bother to say anything more and walked away. When Vanessa lifted her head again, she was astonished to find the young archer who had insulted her standing right in the doorway of the Quest Guild. Chapter 251, Vanessa's Revenge. Overture. Well. I've finally found you. Vanessa promptly set aside her recent encounter with her sister Cheryl, brandishing her silver flute, prepared to teach this rude young man a lesson. At that moment, a muscular man emerged from the doorway, blocking Vanessa's view. With a look of disbelief on his face, the man muttered something about impossible. Gervit must have been deceived by that boy. And what about my plan to ingratiate him? Once the man had moved on, Vanessa was left dumbstruck. The insolent archer lad had vanished? No. If he had exited through the door, I would have seen it. He must still be in the Quest Guild. With a light sigh, Vanessa recalled her 3 errant doe spirits to her side. After a brief word with the coachman, she led her doe spirits into the Quest Guild. Immediately upon entering, Vanessa saw a robust man in full armor approaching her. Vanessa blinked in surprise. Wasn't this man Gervit? Captain Gervit? She queried. Ah, Miss Vanessa, you've arrived. Gervit removed his helmet and bowed. I am at your service. As the captain of the Emerald City's cavalry, Gervit was beholden to the Azure Lizard family, to whom Vanessa was a cherished guest. Thus, his greeting to Vanessa was akin to a vassal greeting a princess. In addition, the Emerald City had sent 3 representatives to the event: the eldest son of the Azure Lizard family, Wallace Azure, Vanessa of the Snowy Heart family, who was living with the Azure Lizard family, and the cavalry captain, Gervit. If Wallace and Vanessa were like a young master and maid on a trip, then Gervit was the attendant who was responsible for serving them. Regrettably, Miss Vanessa, had you arrived a bit earlier, you could have heard the instructor's explanation in person. The instructor? The labyrinth instructor is already here? Vanessa couldn't hide her disappointment. She had rushed all the way here, only to miss the instructor's explanation. Yes, this time's instructor is... Gervit hesitated, but ultimately revealed Ice Polestar Cheryl. Upon hearing this, Vanessa was taken aback. Now she understood why Sistere Cheryl had appeared at the door earlier. So that's what happened. They've even sent Cheryl over. What on earth is the king of Wester thinking? Since when did the Aqua Nest Labyrinth become so important? Right, where's the young master? Shouldn't he have arrived by now? Why haven't I seen him? Vanessa hid her emotion. By bringing up Wallace, she decided to make good use of the Azure Lizard family's resources. No, it seems he hasn't arrived yet. Vanessa found this strange. Given the speed of the Azure Flying Lizard, Wallace should have already arrived. Could it be that he had taken a detour to some other place? In any case, guessing blindly wouldn't help. So Vanessa set the matter aside for now and approached a woman who looked like the branch chief inside the Quest Guild. Upon making eye contact, the experienced female branch chief courteously greeted her. Welcome, Miss Vanessa. Thank you. Do you know me? I'm Pamela. I used to serve as the instructor for the archers in Emerald City. Oh, then your promotion to branch chief here is quite a loss for Emerald City. Vanessa complimented. She was trying to get on Pamela's good side, hoping that the branch chief could offer her some convenience. Branch Chief Pamela, I'm also here to join the Labyrinth raid team. What are the arrangements? Vanessa asked. The branch chief's expression hesitated for a moment. She then told Vanessa that Ice Polestar, Cheryl, had just finished her first lecture. She had written down the details of the lecture and suggested that Vanessa take a look. During your reading, please excuse my absence. Vanessa didn't mind and nodded to let Pamela leave. Then, Captain Gervit also told Vanessa that he had some matters to handle and would meet up with her later at the inn where the Labyrinth raid team members were staying. Vanessa felt that she didn't need Gervit's help at the moment, so she let him go. Thus, 10 minutes later, after Vanessa finished reading the contents on the parchment, she suddenly realized she had been abandoned. What is Branch Chief Pamela doing? Why hasn't she returned? After a 10-minute wait, Pamela, the branch chief, finally emerged. Vanessa saw Pamela descend from the second floor of the Quest Guild, bidding farewell to a youth and a young girl with a broad smile on her face. The youth was none other than the archer lad whom Vanessa detested. For a moment, Vanessa's grip tightened on her silver flute, but she eventually restrained herself, considering that Pamela was present and that it would not befit her to lose her temper. Once she had regained her composure, Vanessa began to sense that something was amiss. Given Pamela's intelligence and social skills, it seemed unlikely that she would neglect the importance of Vanessa's noble status to attend to a commoner youth. Perhaps there's something unusual about the girl? The white-haired girl had indeed caught Vanessa's attention. Her snowy hair was a feature that Vanessa had once coveted. However, the girl's eyes were a deep blue rather than emerald, which made Vanessa tentatively rule out a certain suspicion. Moreover, Vanessa clearly saw that Pamela had been engaged in conversation with the youth throughout her descent from the second floor. This suggested that between the youth and the girl, the former was the more significant party. These signs all indicated that the youth was far from ordinary. He might not even be a commoner. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Miss Vanessa, Pamela said when she finally approached Vanessa. It's fine, but who are those two you just sent off? Vanessa cut straight to the point, seizing this golden opportunity to know more about the archer lad. At this thought, Vanessa didn't feel much anger about being neglected. Ah, those two, an intelligent woman herself, Pamela knew that Miss Vanessa must be upset and quickly chose her words. The brown-haired lad is Felix, a representative from Sunnytown, and the white-haired girl is Heloise, originally Felix's companion. She has now become our representative to assist our town, Delhi's town. As Pamela spoke, she watched Vanessa's reaction, hoping that her words would placate her. As you well know, Miss Vanessa, our Delhi's town lacks talents. I was afraid of missing this valuable opportunity, hence the negligence earlier. I hope you would understand. After finishing, Pamela bowed deeply, thinking that if she could settle this matter by enduring a scolding, it would not be too bad. However, she had indeed lied to Vanessa. The real reason she had been so eager to meet Felix and Heloise was to figure out the relationship between Felix and the cavalry captain, Gurvit. Compared to Vanessa, Pamela was more worried about neglecting the mysterious Felix. Meanwhile, Vanessa also had her thoughts. So, his name is Felix. Chapter 252, Vanessa's miscalculation. Surveying the scene from Branch Chief Pamela's perspective, Vanessa could, in fact, comprehend her previous actions. However, this didn't mean Vanessa was prepared to forgive her. Neglecting a noble is a grave offense. Branch Chief Pamela. Vanessa's words were laced with a stern undertone. Miss Vanessa, your magnanimity knows no bounds. I beseech you to be generous. Pamela bowed even lower, her head almost touching the ground. Seeing the contrite Branch Chief, Vanessa's anger subsided, but that didn't mean she was about to let this slight slide without recompense. After a few moments of contemplation, Vanessa had an idea. Branch Chief, where are all the members who came to join the Labyrinth raid team currently staying? They're all staying at the Red Leaf Inn. It's the best inn in our Delhi's town. Good. Then I command you, by the end of today, have the Red Leaf Inn cleared out. From then on, only the Labyrinth instructor, myself, and Lord Wallace, who will arrive soon, are allowed to stay there. Vanessa deliberately issued such a difficult command. First, she wanted to punish Pamela, to ensure she would never dare neglect her again. Second, she wanted to embarrass the youth named Felix. Vanessa was planning to go to the Red Leaf Inn and watch as Felix was evicted. On hearing this demand, Pamela looked distressed. She stammered for a while before reluctantly agreeing to Vanessa's terms. Miss Vanessa, then, I will go and negotiate with the Red Leaf Inn now. I hope you can quell your anger. All right, you should go now. Vanessa strolled leisurely down the street towards the Red Leaf Inn, accompanied by her 3 doe spirits. The fact that the Labyrinth instructor was Ice Polestar Cheryl had given her quite a shock, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as Cheryl was, after all, someone Vanessa had once considered family. Vanessa was confident that even if Sister Cheryl wouldn't help her, she certainly wouldn't harm her. Now, Vanessa's primary objective was to give the young man named Felix a taste of his own medicine. As the saying goes, enemies often cross each other's paths. Vanessa had believed she wouldn't cross paths with the young man again, only to discover he was also participating in the Labyrinth raid team. If she didn't retaliate, Vanessa wouldn't be able to establish her footing in the raid team. As Vanessa walked, she ran into Captain Gurvit, who was also on his way to the Red Leaf Inn. Miss Vanessa, are you heading to the Red Leaf Inn? Yes. Are you staying there? Yes. All of us participating in the raid team are. On hearing Gurvit's response, Vanessa nodded with a satisfied smile. Gurvit, later everyone staying at the Red Leaf Inn will be evicted, but don't worry, they'll let you continue to stay. Vanessa couldn't hide her satisfaction, and Gurvit, not fully understanding, nodded and thanked Vanessa. Afterwards, Vanessa asked Gurvit what he had been up to. Gurvit replied that he had been concerned about his Pegasus Sasa being lodged in the stables. He was worried the Delhi's town stable hands wouldn't know how to take care of her, so he had gone to check on her. A Pegasus, no wonder you arrived earlier than me. Your cavalry corps is really generous this time. Vanessa couldn't help but sigh. She, too, wanted a flying mount. Yes, the mission to raid the Aqua Nest gives a sense of an underlying issue. Gervit responded to Vanessa's comment, but she didn't pursue the topic, regardless of what the higher-ups were thinking. Her goal was to gain the power to return to the Snowy Heart family through the labyrinth. How is the Pegasus doing in the stables? Vanessa changed the subject. On hearing this, Gervit's face fell, and he even sighed in front of Vanessa. I apologize, Miss Vanessa. I was too nervous and couldn't control my emotions. What happened? Is the Pegasus sick? Vanessa was somewhat aware of the value of a Pegasus. The entire Emerald City Cavalry Corps only had 3. If they weren't taken care of properly, even as the captain of the 1st Cavalry Corps, he would be held accountable. No, that's not it. It's just that Sasa seems to be quite happy in the stables. Gervit looked distressed as he spoke. Isn't that a good thing? It is a good thing. But the problem is, she's only been here for less than 2 days, and Sasa has taken a liking to a warhorse named Moto-chan. If anything happens, it won't be easy for me to explain when I go back. Gervit's woes made Vanessa burst out laughing. Oh, what's the big deal? Just have them stay separately, right? Vanessa suggested, try to lighten the mood. I did just that, but I don't know why. I'm still worried. Gervit confessed, his anxiety evident. Patting Gervit's armor in consolation, Vanessa said, that horse named Moto-chan has such a peculiar name, it's unlikely anything will transpire. You shouldn't worry needlessly. Gervit admitted that it took him asking the stable keeper 3 times to understand the peculiar name. He was left wondering what the owner of the horse was thinking. A good 10 minutes later, the duo arrived at the entrance of the Red Leaf Inn. The muscular man who had previously spoiled Vanessa's revenge was once again in her sights, angrily holding his luggage as he exited the inn. If they won't let us stay, then so be it. What's with the attitude? The muscle-bound man grumbled a few times before he walked away. Vanessa was secretly delighted. She wanted to see Felix humbled by the power of the nobility. She wondered if the annoying boy had already been kicked out. Afraid of missing out on the exciting scene, Vanessa quickened her pace. At that moment, she saw Felix and the white-haired girl carrying a heap of things. Perfect. I made it in time. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Vanessa put on a nonchalant front and approached them. Vanessa had hoped that Felix would notice her first and initiate a greeting. However, Felix, appearing oblivious, did not notice Vanessa at all. Left with no choice, Vanessa initiated the conversation. Hey, young archer, we meet again. After Vanessa spoke, Felix and the white-haired girl named Heloise finally stopped. Felix stared at Vanessa for a few seconds and furrowed his brows. Who are you? This question nearly made Vanessa clench her fist in anger. We've met before on the road to Delhi's town. Don't you remember? Vanessa asked, containing her anger. Oh, I vaguely remember. What can I do for you? Felix's dismissive attitude was continuously testing Vanessa's patience. But for the sake of her noble facade, Vanessa held back her anger and posed a question that served as a critical blow. You've just been kicked out of the Red Leaf Inn, haven't you? Would you like me to intervene on your behalf? Upon hearing this, Felix and the white-haired girl exchanged glances, then turned to look at Vanessa in confusion. Miss, you might be mistaken. We don't stay here. We're just passing by. At this response, Vanessa was taken aback. Didn't Branch Chief Pamela say that all those participating in the Labyrinth raid were arranged to stay at the Red Leaf Inn? Chapter 253. Vanessa's wild deduction. You don't stay here? Vanessa questioned incredulously. Yes, is there a problem? Felix retorted, leaving Vanessa stunned. Vanessa, observing Felix and the white-haired girl burdened with an array of packages, surmised they were putting on a brave front. Just as she was about to interrogate them, Gervit inexplicably stepped forward to assist Felix, taking all the packages from him. Lord, next time you go shopping, please let me carry your things, Gervit respectfully offered. It's not that serious. It looks like a lot, but it's not heavy. Felix brushed off Gervit's courteousness, leaving Vanessa flabbergasted. Oh, Lord, why would Gervit? Vanessa was dumbfounded. The series of events unfolding before her eyes were bizarrely dreamlike. Why weren't Felix and his companions staying at the Red Leaf Inn? Why was Gervit addressing Felix as Lord? And why was Gervit serving Felix in Vanessa's presence? The questions were numerous, and Vanessa, was at a loss where to start. "What are you doing, Gervit? Why are you calling him Lord?" Vanessa called out, halting Gervit's departure. "Miss Vanessa, as you can see, I am serving Lord Felix. As for why I address him as such, I'm afraid I can't disclose that to you." Gervit's response further mystified Vanessa. Why was Gervit neglecting her, a distinguished guest of the Azure Lizard family, to serve a commoner like Felix? Their familiarity suggested they had known each other for some time. It's impossible. There's no reason. What infuriated Vanessa more was Felix's nonchalant departure without uttering a single word of departure, a basic courtesy. It was as if the roles were reversed, with Felix being the noble and Vanessa a mere commoner. "Felix, Felix, Felix." Vanessa swiftly drew her silver flute. Her 3 doe spirits, sensing their mistress' wrath, prepared for battle. In this world of prison star, where status determined everything, a noble could kill a commoner without major repercussions, at most paying a symbolic compensation of a few silver coins. Vanessa glared menacingly at the retreating figures of Felix and Gervit, contemplating her battle tactics. However, it was also these considerations that made her abandon her plans to start a fight. The reason was simple, summed up in 3 words: she couldn't win. Vanessa knew Captain Gervit's strength well. His title of Silver Armor Knight was not just for show. Even without his warhorse, he was not to be underestimated. Besides Gervit, she would have to face Felix and the white-haired girl. She was uncertain of the girl's strength, but she had witnessed Felix's archery skills. Vanessa's fighting style mainly revolved around manipulating and enhancing her 3 doe spirits. Her personal combat prowess was extremely limited, and archers like Felix posed a significant threat to her. Therefore, Vanessa finally put down her silver flute and gave up her intentions to confront Felix. If a noble instigated a fight with a commoner and lost, it would be a disastrous event from which they would never recover. "Felix, just who are you?" Tyler, accompanied by Heloise and Gervit, returned to their lodgings with great equanimity. After helping with the luggage, Gervit took his leave, stating that he would check out of the Red Leaf Inn and move to the same building as Lord Felix. Tyler did not refuse, but granted Gervit this arrangement. After their encounter at the Quest Guild in the afternoon, Tyler had quietly informed Gervit of the precautions for the future. Firstly, he should not address Banning as Lord Banning, but as Lord Felix. Secondly, he cannot let anyone know why he serves Lord Felix. If asked, he should remain reticent. Lastly, he should remain silent unless necessary, which aligns perfectly with the role of an attendant. By all appearances, Gervit was performing admirably, allowing Tyler to seamlessly transition into his new persona. Tyler had previously considered that the persona of Felix would be different from Banning, and he planned to adopt some audacious measures to strive for greater benefits. "Felix, with all these materials we've purchased, we should be able to concoct a lot of potions, right?" Once they were alone in the room, Heloise carefully turned her back to Tyler so he could take a closer look. "Yes, don't worry about the potions, just leave it to me." Tyler skillfully checked the infection status of the parasitic blood serpent. The results were promising. The infection was progressing at a steady rate. Given the current pace, Heloise could last at least 3 more days. This implied that Tyler could temporarily shift his attention to tomorrow's death trial. As for Vanessa, there was no urgency. Tyler's current strategy was to deliberately neglect her. Vanessa was a typical young lady who was accustomed to having people revolving around her since childhood. Hence, if Tyler actively sought to please her, it would have little effect. This was also why the future Tyler failed. Seeking help from Vanessa when he was cornered, especially when he had previously offended her, was virtually impossible. Present Tyler, on the other hand, had successfully turned his initial meeting with Vanessa into an advantageous situation. He had been cautious when deciding his accommodations, which proved to be beneficial. Click paragraph comment for quote from chapter 234. However, what truly shocked Vanessa was Gervit's sudden shift of allegiance from her to Tyler. This way, Tyler's setup for Vanessa was essentially complete. Vanessa would definitely speculate a lot about Felix's identity, and she would imagine Felix as someone from the upper echelons of society, who was hiding his true identity. As for what kind of thoughts she might have, Tyler could easily find out with his mind-reading ability. The rest was to act according to Vanessa's ideas and make her work for him. Meanwhile, Vanessa was just standing by the window, watching how Gervit, carrying his luggage, left the Red Leaf Inn. No matter how unbelievable it was for Vanessa, Felix was moving further away from that of a commoner. After pondering for a good half an hour, Vanessa came up with a conclusion. She believed that Felix might be the illegitimate child of King Darmodar Das III of the Western Kingdom. Chapter 254. Vanessa's hidden identity. Vanessa's skepticism was not unfounded. Her conjecture was based on a multitude of facts she had personally witnessed. First and foremost, from their initial encounter, Felix displayed an unmistakable disdain for the Snowy Heart family. In truth, in the Western Kingdom, those idiots unaware of the 5 great families were few and far between. In other words, Vanessa believed that Felix was deliberately ignoring her, not due to ignorance of the significant influence of the 5 great families. So, why would a commoner dare to disregard the 5 great families? After much consideration, Cinceredo, seemingly having been in Felix's service for quite some time, both Pamela and Gervit were individuals of certain status and experience, unlikely to be deceived by Felix. Therefore, it could be concluded that Felix was of a higher rank than a mere commoner. However, within the Western Kingdom, the 5 great families were essentially on equal footing, with none daring to disregard the others. If Felix was not from one of the 5 great families, but was a noble, then the only possibility was that Felix was a member of the royal family. Having met several princes of the current generation, Vanessa knew that Felix was not among those she had encountered. If others, their deduction may meet a dead end at this point. However, Vanessa was not just the second young miss of the Snowy Heart family, but also a prospective member of a certain organization. Click paragraph comment for quote from people in the moonlit night in the Western Kingdom. The dragon represented the royal family, and the so-called dragon shadow referred to the hidden dragons, the illegitimate children of the king. Due to complex power struggles, the king had some children who could not be publicly acknowledged. These illegitimate children could not have their identities exposed, for most would be assassinated once their identities were known. Considering that some of these illegitimate children could have potential talent, King Darmodar Das III of the Western Kingdom established an organization specifically to protect these dragon shadows, or illegitimate children. Once the illegitimate children grew up, the king would assess their abilities. Those with potential would be granted royal status, while the mediocre would disappear from the world one night. Vanessa was part of this organization, although she had yet to be assigned a dragon shadow to protect. If she were assigned to a promising dragon shadow, she could rise with them, and if the dragon shadow turned out to be mediocre and was disposed of, she would only lose some time and nothing more. Because of Vanessa's knowledge in this area, she naturally developed this conjecture. Once she had this idea, Vanessa was captivated by it, convinced that this was indeed the truth. I wonder if Felix, the Shadow Blade, has been assigned as guardian yet. If not, the thought of a potential opportunity excited Vanessa. If Felix wasn't an enemy, Vanessa quite admired his strength and talent. Vanessa quickly made a decision. Tomorrow, she would probe into the reality of this Felix. Upon the nocturnal streets of Delhi's town, Tyler and Heloise, having just partaken of their evening meal, ambled toward their inn. Tyler deliberately took a circuitous route, his sole aim being to lure out the heavenly ghost. At this juncture, less than 20 hours remained until the time of his demise. As foretold in the precognitive death scene, Tyler surmised that the heavenly ghost, or its assassin, would likely advance to scout the location in preparation. Tyler's reasoning was grounded in the fact that the method the heavenly ghost employed to assassinate him was too flawless. A person who pursued such meticulousness was unlikely to act directly on the day of the assassination without any preparation. Given that the earthly ghost was able to control snakes, Tyler deduced that the heavenly ghost could likely control species that fly, such as birds, bats, or perhaps insects. With the cover of nightfall and most birds having retired to their nests due to night blindness, Tyler easily spotted an unusual brown forest owl in the night sky. Next, Tyler purposely led Heloise in and out of several buildings, only to find that the brown forest owl was indeed still lurking not far away. At this point, Tyler was fairly certain that the heavenly ghost could use birds to surveil him. Now that he knew the enemy's method of reconnaissance, it was time for counter-surveillance operations. Tyler continued to lead Heloise on a random walk, surveying all the buildings in Delhi's town, and found a location well-suited for tomorrow's battle. Would the outcome be smooth? Tyler had no certainty. However, he had a way to verify in advance whether his strategy was effective. This reserve point that he could have taken but deliberately did not. He had been preserving it for quite some time. Heloise, do you have a nickname? Back at the inn, while checking her back, Felix suddenly asked Heloise, "Nickname? I do have one. Is the messenger of the benevolent deity seeking the secret designation of the apostle of the nefarious Tiger King?" Heloise was quite surprised. Felix rarely took the initiative to ask about her. This led Heloise to wonder if, after living together for several days, he had finally grown curious about her. "Yes, can you tell me?" Felix asked. "What? So direct?" Heloise was even bravado astonished. Felix had never shown such obvious interest in her. I'm a bit embarrassed. How should I put this?" Heloise twiddled her fingers, becoming somewhat shy. Heloise indeed had a nickname, but she had only ever shared it with her family in the Tigerman race. If she told Felix now, Cinchuredo, "Don't force yourself, I was just asking casually." Hearing Felix say this, Heloise immediately became anxious. If she missed this opportunity, she would have to take the initiative to tell Felix her nickname in the future, and that would not be romantic at all. In her value system, it had to be the man who asked the woman for her nickname. No, it's not a burden. Heloise nervously defended her position. Then, with the aim of making things clear, Heloise first asked Felix a question. "Messenger of the benevolent deity, Felix, knowing the secret name of the apostle of the nefarious Tiger King means you will accompany her for life, never to betray her. Even so, are you willing to hear her secret name?" Chapter 255 Next Death. Tyler truly marveled at Heloise. Initially, he had merely intended to ask for a nickname to foster closer ties. Yet within a few minutes, he had inexplicably entered the phase of proposing. What's more remarkable was that Heloise, without realizing, had turned the tables, making it seem as though Tyler was proposing to her. However, this was still within Tyler's control. "Is that so?" Tyler nodded, then counter-questioned Heloise. "Then would Heloise like to know my nickname?" "Of course I would." Heloise agreed, immediately without thinking. By the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. "Heloise, my nickname is Faye. Remember? Faye? That's such a cute nickname." Ah. Heloise laughed for a while before realizing that something was amiss. Since Felix had already told her his nickname, out of courtesy, she should also tell Felix her nickname. Doesn't this means, all right, let's get some sleep. There's a big day ahead tomorrow. Felix cunningly ended the conversation at this point, leaving Heloise anxious. "Felix, you haven't asked me what my nickname is yet. I did ask at the beginning. It was you who didn't tell me." Upon hearing Felix's response, Heloise felt as though that was indeed the case. After being led on by Felix, she inadvertently revealed her nickname. I did tell you. My nickname is Hello." Tyler was truly surprised that he was able to gain confession points from exchanging nicknames. Confirmation of confession received from Heloise. Energy points 1. Current energy points 1. The cultural practices of the Tigerman race truly were unique. After revealing her nickname, Heloise shyly averted her gaze. Had Tyler not been able to read minds, he would never have understood why Heloise was being so coy. "Hello, P. Compared to my nickname, your nickname is even cuter." Tyler effortlessly called out Heloise's nickname, and upon hearing her nickname from the man she liked, Heloise blushed from her cheeks to her ears as if she were about to steam. To escape from this state of embarrassment, Heloise rolled onto the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket like a caterpillar, leaving only her head exposed. It's none of your business." After saying this, Heloise harumphed and turned her head away. From then on, in Heloise's eyes, Felix was equivalent to her husband. However, the opportunity to break the ice did not come until much later. After Heloise settled down to sleep, Tyler too reclined. He had thought through his strategy for the following day, expended his energy points, and predicted his future death scene. Experience of Divine Eye of Transcendence. 2-1. This time, the date of Tyler's death was slated for the 23rd of July, 187 years from now, at 2:11 in the afternoon. This gave him a buffer of 16 days from the present moment. In other words, Tyler had effectively secured his victory in tomorrow's face-off against the unknown Barado. However, before he could rejoice, Tyler was shaken by the scene depicted in his Barado vision. The manner of his Barado this time was the most troubling since his arrival in the world of Prison Star. The setting appeared to be a mountain stronghold, surrounded by a vast expanse of woods. At the center of the scene, Tyler met his end at the hands of an enormous goblin bedecked in grand armor and wearing a crown. The goblin was as large as Tyler with just one hand. Moreover, behind the giant goblin were two equally robust counterparts, their eyes glowing red as they laughed heartily. Tyler had grown accustomed to his grim encounters, so facing such a dire fate did not shock him. What truly appalled him were the other fallen Barado in the scene. Gervit, Heloise, Vanessa. Their Barado were scattered in various corners of the scene, their fate too shocking for Tyler to behold. How could this happen? Is this the labyrinth, Aqua Nest? Tyler could not fathom how the raid on the Aqua Nest could result in total annihilation. The content of the future death scene was indeed shocking, but this was a matter 16 days hence. Tyler soon focused his attention on the more imminent threat of tomorrow's death. Now that the date of his death has been successfully postponed, it means that Tyler's plan to deal with the heavenly ghost is potentially effective. What remains is to see how Tyler performs on the spot the next day. Oh woo! Faye, watch this apostolate. Turning in her sleep, Heloise pulled Tyler's arm closer. This child, on their third day of sharing a bed, was already comfortable enough to sleep uninhibited. Should he comment on her lack of a sense of crisis, or is it that she trusts Tyler too much? Tyler extricated his arm from the clasp of the two carefree white rabbits. He did not want to wake up the next day with a sore arm. Prison Star calendar year 187, July 8th 20 p.m. countdown to confession death. 30 days countdown to Heloise 100 infection. 2-3 days come afternoon of the following day, the invisible assassin, Corky, was sauntering leisurely down the streets of Delhi's town. As a professional killer, he had arrived in town the previous day and had already acquired a general understanding of the town's layout, distribution of buildings, and the populace. Now, all he needed to do was locate his assigned target under the guidance of falcons and sparrows, and then it would be his time to act. None of the townsfolk could detect the presence of invisible assassin, Corky, for in his current state, he was merely a tasteless, odorless gas. Corky's true form was, in fact, a cloud of black smoke, a rare variant among demons. After a journey of growth and development, Corky had evolved into an intelligent demon with formidable wisdom. Corky's true form was incredibly fragile, so much so that a collision with a carriage could spell his demise. However, under specific circumstances, he was virtually invincible, all thanks to his two skills. Corky's first skill allowed him to become completely invisible, to the extent that even an ancient dragon possessing the dragons eye would fail to detect him. His second skill enabled him to completely conceal his murderous intent and aura from individuals of the fourth tier or below. However, for safety's sake, he only accepted assassination orders targeting those of the third tier or below. Thanks to the application of these two skills, Corky could infiltrate a target's Barado unnoticed and in an instant, end their life swiftly and silently. His cautious approach to assassination, coupled with his nearly indefensible method of assassination, gradually made Corky a unique existence among assassins. In Corky's view, There was nothing particularly special about the target that the heavenly ghost had hired him to assassinate. The simpler the task, the happier Corky was. Who would refuse free money? Before long, Corky saw 3 sparrows circle above a young man's head twice before flying away. The young man's physical features also matched the description given by the heavenly ghost. "I'm just doing my own job, young lad. Don't bear a grudge against me." Chapter 256, Truth of the Unknown Figure. Corky sped up and followed the young man. As a professional operative, he moved with confidence through the city streets. Suddenly, the young man veered into a 3-story equipment store. Corky hesitated momentarily before following him in. He despised the likelihood of unexpected occurrences in cramped indoor spaces, but deemed it an unnecessary concern when dealing with a mere youth. If the heavenly ghost had hired a long-range sniper or curse-type assassin, they would have been powerless the moment the target took refuge in a building. But I'm different. No matter where the target goes, it won't impede my assassination. Corky attempted to keep pace with the young man, but his serpentine movements around the equipment store impeded Corky's progress. The way this guy moves is strange. Could he have detected me? No, he couldn't possibly detect me. And if he did, he should have attacked me by now. For safety, Corky deliberately halted his steps to ascertain if the youth's movements would change. However, the young man continued his erratic trajectory. Reassured, Corky resumed his pursuit. Before long, both of them had reached the top-floor room, an empty warehouse with only 2 windows to the outside. Outside the windows, the nearest structure was a small building about 5 meters away. Corky doubted the youth had the audacity to jump out of the window. "Excellent. You have nowhere to run." Corky lunged with confidence. But in that blink of an eye, for things happened almost simultaneously, the young man threw out an unidentified orb emitting white smoke and a sleek black sword. At the same time, a shadowy humanoid figure rose from the young man's shadow, and the young man vanished without a trace, his whereabouts undetectable in any corner of the room. "Oh no, it's a Barado." Corky immediately turned to run, but the blue flames that chased from behind were much faster than him. The relentless blue flames engulfed Corky. Under the extreme heat, Corky was ultimately burned into a small pile of black powder. As an invisible assassin, Corky's final death was also invisible and silent. I see. The truth is an invisible enemy. Seeing the prompt that had killed the invisible assassin, Tyler finally learned the truth behind his unknown death. Using his mind-reading ability, Tyler, after hearing from the sparrows that the assassination target is here, turned and entered a building he had selected earlier. In Tyler's speculation, the enemy could fall into 2 types, one that could attack from a distance using skills, and another that could approach silently. If the enemy was of the invisible person type, then Tyler's mind-reading skills would not work, as being able to see the opponent is a prerequisite for the use of mind-reading skills. So after entering the equipment store, Tyler continued with his original plan of snaking his way up to the top floor of the store, and regardless of whether the enemy had followed him up or not, he launched a multi-pronged attack, finally using Shadow Step to teleport to a building nearby. When the smoke bomb exploded, Tyler could vaguely see something in the air, but for him, the difference between seeing and not seeing was not significant, as the skill Shadow Sword Cinturado Steed was enough to cover the entire room. In the end, Tyler, safe in his hideout, watched as the Shadow Duplicate released the Blue Flame Steed, bringing this counter-assassination operation to a close. By the time the cooldown period for Shadow Step had ended, Tyler had returned to the 3rd floor of the equipment store to reclaim the Shadow Sword Dragon Steed, and then leisurely exited the building. Even if he were seen by the heavenly ghost on his way out, it would not reveal Tyler's Shadow Step skill. Upon exiting the equipment store, Tyler was quite content to see that the 3 sparrows were still waiting outside. Tyler believed that the heavenly ghost must have expended considerable resources and effort to hire the invisible assassin, Corky. After the failure of Invisible Assassin, Corky, according to the modus operandi of the heavenly ghost, he should lie low for a while, replan, and then proceed to assassinate Tyler. The best proof of this was that Tyler's next death was unrelated to the heavenly ghost and the earthly ghost. At least, that's how it seemed for now. All right, having conquered the death crisis, it's now time to save Heloise. As for the method of treating Heloise, Tyler had an idea in mind. The situation this time was somewhat contradictory. The stellar oracle given by the divination rabbit Granny was indeed correct, but if he acted according to the stellar oracle, the outcome would be to avoid Heloise's trouble and form some kind of alliance with Vanessa. However, Tyler's action was to adhere to the stellar oracle, but not entirely. He was still entranced with the butterflies' dance. He had once ignored the crying of the deer, but now he had arranged for the deer to deliver itself. Without the stellar oracle, Tyler estimated that he would spend a lot more time and energy looking for clues. He kept the kindness of the divination rabbit firmly in his heart. The scene switches to the temple of myriad demons in the Abyssal Empire, where the serpent mage, earthly ghost, and the falcon mage, heavenly ghost, are staring at each other. According to the earthly ghost plan, Heloise should have been completely infected by the parasitic blood serpent today and died of self-detonation. However, whether it's Heloise or Banning, they're all alive and well. Heavenly Ghost was also confused. Why was it that, after Invisible Assassin, Corky went into the equipment store with Banning, Banning was able to come out safely? Could it be that Corky failed? Wasn't it said that he had never failed before? Heavenly Ghost immediately contacted his informant, hoping to ask Corky what happened, but he had a vague feeling that Corky might already be dead. Neither of the two demons wanted their failures to be known by the other, but given that they both had some surveillance capabilities, finding out the truth was only a matter of time. Now, the Heavenly Ghost and the Earthly Ghost finally understood why the Eternal Winter Lord's assassination attempt on Banning failed. This young man was truly unpredictable. In the evening, in Delhi's town, Vanessa was walking down the street in frustration. It appeared as though she was taking a walk, but in reality, she was looking for someone. From the moment Labyrinth instructor Ice Polestar Cheryl announced the captain selection this morning, she hadn't seen Felix. Now, Vanessa had no choice but to start looking for Team Captain Gurvit. After some search, she finally found him in the stables. Hey, regardless of whether your name is Moto or something else, without my permission, you're not allowed to approach Sasa again. When she entered the stables, Vanessa saw a ridiculous scene. Like a protective father, Team Captain Gurvit was standing in front of the Pegasus horse Sasa, glaring fiercely at a tall and majestic warhorse. Chapter 257 Man-to-Man Promise Captain Gurvit. What exactly are you up to? Vanessa stepped forward, recalling the grumble Gurvit had shared with her the day before. Ah, so this is the steed that has captured Sasa's heart at first sight. Indeed, among warhorses, it is a standout. Good evening, Miss Vanessa. I'm teaching this warhorse to keep its distance from Sasa. Captain Gurvit's face was stern, yet his expression only made the scene more amusing. Recognizing this as an opportunity to build rapport with Gurvit, Vanessa feigned concern and approached. I had thought that a Pegasus would only be interested in another Pegasus. This warhorse certainly has some tricks up its sleeve. Please, miss, no bravado of this playfulness. I'm at my wit's end. Delhi's town is a small place, and this is the only stable in town. Gurvit could hardly take Sasa, the Pegasus, to an inn. Therefore, he must keep this warhorse in check here. However, the more Gurvit looked at this warhorse, the more familiar it seemed. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Could this be a warhorse I know? Whose could it be? Gurvit asked the stable manager for the name of the owner of this horse. It was left here by a young man named Felix. Is there a problem? The manager's response left the air heavy with silence. Gurvit's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open, while Vanessa stifled a giggle amidst her surprise. No problem. You may go about your business. Gurvit waved the man off. It finally hit him. This was Lord Banning's warhorse. No wonder it seemed so familiar. What to do, Captain Gurvit? Now that you know this horse belongs to your Lord Felix, can you continue to scold it? Vanessa's question hit the nail on the head, causing Gurvit to hesitate. However, thinking about Lord Banning's character, Gurvit's uncertainty dissipated. Of course I can. Lord Felix would never tolerate his subordinates acting out of line, even if it's a warhorse. Gervit stood in front of the horse, now with a new perspective. Since this is Lord Banning's warhorse, it must not be an ordinary horse. Perhaps a good conversation with it could yield some results. Moto-chan, I ask you, do you truly love Pegasus Sasa? Gervit asked earnestly. Surprisingly, the horse seemed to understand and nodded its head. Vanessa was stunned, and Gervit couldn't help but secretly exclaim, truly worthy of being Lord Banning's warhorse. It is indeed extraordinary. Okay, then, Moto-chan, let me tell you. Sasa is no ordinary horse. If you wish to be with her, you must prove yourself in the Emerald City Cavalry Unit. Only then will you be responsible towards Sasa. Before that, any affectionate action towards Sasa would tarnish her reputation. Do you understand? The warhorse Moto-chan nodded again, its bright eyes locked onto Gervit. Well, we have a deal then. Once you have proven yourself in Emerald City's cavalry unit, I will acknowledge you and allow you to officially pursue Sasa. Warhorse Moto-chan, do you accept this agreement? Gervit extended his fist towards the horse, and Moto-chan, after nodding, actually lifted its hoof to fist bump with Gervit. Great! We have officially made a man-to-man agreement. Don't let me down, Moto-chan. Moto-chan responded with a couple of nays, then bid a reluctant farewell to Sasa and went into a separate stable. Clearly, it understood Gervit's meaning and would no longer make any inappropriate moves towards Sasa. As a participant, Gervit was once again deeply impressed by Lord Banning. He had only tried to communicate with the horse on a whim, but he hadn't expected this warhorse, Moto-chan, to be so spiritually aware. Everything around Lord Banning was always so profoundly mysterious. On the other side, Vanessa became even more convinced of her inference. She believed that it must be Felix's aura of kingship that had influenced this warhorse. How else could a mere warhorse possess the wisdom of a human? Captain Gervit, tonight has truly been an eye-opener. On the way back to town, Vanessa couldn't resist expressing her feelings once more. Are all of Lord Felix's subordinates as exceptional and distinguished as this? Vanessa inquired. Yes, but I still have a long way to go. I need to strive to be on par with my fellow comrades. Gervit was fully aware of his role as a subordinate, yet at the same time, he didn't lose sight of his own limitations. Then, would it be possible to shed some light on Lord Felix's true identity? Captain Gervit? Vanessa tested the waters with her question. I'm afraid I can't divulge that information. Could you at least tell me how you met Lord Felix? I apologize, Miss Vanessa, but I can't reveal anything related to Lord Felix. Despite Gervit's refusal to respond to any of her queries, Vanessa managed to glean one piece of information. Everything about Felix was highly confidential. This further solidified Vanessa's suspicions. Among the many influential figures in this world, those who lived in the shadows, unseen by the public, such as a king's illegitimate child, were the most representative. Let's do this, Captain Gervit. Take me to see Lord Felix. I'd like to talk to him face to face. Surely, you can't refuse me that? Gervit pondered for a moment. Lord Banning hadn't explicitly forbidden this, however. Miss Vanessa, I don't know where Lord Felix currently is, but I can accompany you to find him. In the end, Vanessa and Gervit bumped into Lord Felix, just as he was about to return to his inn. After saluting, Gervit promptly positioned himself behind Lord Felix. Meanwhile, Vanessa lifted her skirt slightly, abandoned her previous pretentiousness, and greeted Felix proactively. Good evening, Lord Felix. Good evening to you as well, Miss Vanessa. This time, Felix did not ignore Vanessa, which she took as a good start. Lord Felix, you must remember our chance meeting on the road. I didn't expect we would meet again here in Delhi's town. Indeed. So, Miss Vanessa, what brings you here so late at night? Felix's directness was exactly what Vanessa wanted to hear. However, before revealing her true intention, she decided to probe a little further about Felix. There's nothing of particular importance. I just thought it would be a pity not to befriend someone as outstanding as you, Lord Felix. Oh, Felix responded with a slight smile, then continued, is it a pity not to befriend me, or Is it a pity to miss someone who could potentially be the Dragon Shadow? Vanessa, who had been quite relaxed, froze in an instant. Could this young man really know something about the Dragon Shadow? Chapter 258, To Get Something for Nothing Dragon. Shadow? What does Dragon Shadow refer to? Lord Felix. Vanessa, well trained, was indeed very flustered at the moment. However, she wouldn't be easily tricked into revealing any information. Yes, although Vanessa was quite certain in her heart, she still hadn't confirmed if Lord Felix was indeed the king's illegitimate child. In response to Vanessa's counter-question, Felix's face wore a composed smile. His piercing gaze seemed to peer into Vanessa's heart. Miss Vanessa, I'm referring to your most coveted Dragon Shadow. Lord Felix, you really do have a sense of humor. I don't even know what Dragon Shadow is. How could I possibly covet it? Vanessa continued to play dumb. Her organization, Hidden Dragon, had a strict confidentiality requirement. Unless she could confirm that the other party was indeed Darmodar Das III's illegitimate child, she couldn't let any outsider know about the organization's affairs. At present, Felix was merely toying around with the concept of Dragon Shadow. Although Vanessa was eager to find the Dragon Shadow, she still maintained her basic sense of reason. You've answered quite well. However, I'm not your superior in the Hidden Dragon, so I won't reward you. Felix breezily threw out another keyword, Hidden Dragon. First was Dragon Shadow, then Hidden Dragon. In Vanessa's view, Felix was just one step away from spelling out the whole affair of the organization. These were their two most important secrets, whether it was the organization's name, Hidden Dragon, or the code name for the illegitimate child, Dragon Shadow. All these were the organization's top secrets that were strictly forbidden from being disclosed to outsiders. Now, with Felix mentioning them one after another, Vanessa even felt the organization's security was at risk. It's really strange. Why does Felix know about these? Isn't he a wild Dragon Shadow? Could it be Hidden Dragon? What is Hidden Dragon? Lord Felix, your words are becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me. Vanessa continued to maintain her professional demeanor amidst the guesswork. However, Centurado, Vanessa could even see Felix's long eyelashes clearly. Miss Vanessa, I'm not just any Dragon Shadow. I am a Dragon Shadow who is currently being hunted down. My original partner has died, and the organization has not yet arranged for a new partner for me. Just now, I was actually testing you, trying to see if you were the new partner sent by the organization. But it seems that you're not. That is to say, you are indeed a member of the organization, but you are seeking the Dragon Shadow of your own volition. Am I right, Miss Vanessa? Felix's words finally broke through Vanessa's last line of defense. To her ears, everything that had been unreasonable tonight became reasonable after Felix's frank disclosure. However, there was still one last thing that Vanessa didn't understand. Lord Felix, from the beginning, you have continuously insisted that I'm a member of that organization. I hope you can provide some evidence and not arbitrarily assign me a strange identity. If Felix could even explain this matter to Vanessa's satisfaction, she would truly be left speechless. What Vanessa did not expect was that Felix would respond to this question almost instantly. What more evidence do you need? Your actions have been quite evident, haven't they? Looking at Felix's expression that read, "Isn't it obvious?" Vanessa was puzzled. Obvious? What have I shown? Felix did not beat around the bush, but rather directly articulated his reasoning. Firstly, Felix appeared to be a commoner. It was rather peculiar for a lady of Vanessa's stature to overlook the class difference between nobility and commoners and actively seek to make Felix's acquaintance. Secondly, Vanessa was too hasty, prematurely addressing Felix with a respectful Lord Felix, which was uncharacteristic for a young lady of her station. After pondering, Felix concluded that Vanessa's attentiveness towards him could only mean one thing. Either she had seen through his identity as the Dragon Shadow, or she was the next partner sent by the organization. Miss Vanessa, wouldn't you say that these signs are quite clear? Felix queried. After hearing Felix's deduction, Vanessa could no longer feign ignorance and had to admit that she was indeed a member of the Hidden Dragon. Lord Felix, as expected of the Dragon Shadow, truly exceptional. Then, I would ask you to get to the point, Miss Vanessa. Vanessa nodded. Now that the conversation was open, It was time to change her fate. Vanessa frankly stated that she had not been assigned a Dragon Shadow yet, and had minimal influence within the organization. The reason she approached Lord Felix was to confirm whether he was indeed the Dragon Shadow. If so, she planned to bypass the organization's rules and directly form a partnership with Lord Felix. You're quite bold, Miss Vanessa. You're not afraid that I might reject you and report your rule-breaking behavior to the Hidden Dragon? At this, for the first time in a conversation, Vanessa genuinely smiled. Lord Felix, you do enjoy a good joke. If you had such intentions, our conversation would not have progressed this far. With this simple statement, Vanessa complimented Felix's intelligence and hinted that she had understood the situation. Vanessa's statement successfully transitioned the conversation from a mutually probing adversarial relationship to a collaborative relationship seeking mutual benefit. As Vanessa had hoped, Felix indeed did not outright deny the possibility of collaborating privately. However, this exceptionally talented Dragon Shadow, Felix, did not seem so easily persuaded. Miss Vanessa, to be honest, am not very satisfied with Hidden Dragon. The abilities of its members are uneven, and working with you no longer attracts me. Felix didn't finish his sentence, indicating to Vanessa that his conditions were about to be stated. Vanessa was not a naive young girl. She knew that Felix would be willing to cooperate with her out of self-interest. The question was to what extent their interests could overlap. However, if you could help me with one thing, I might consider cooperating with you for a while. Since the conversation had reached this point, there was no reason for Vanessa not to ask, "Could you please explain what this thing is?" At this moment, Felix shifted his gaze from Vanessa's face to the 3 dose spirits at her feet. After observing them for a few seconds, he told Vanessa, "I would like to borrow the power of the Holy White Deer." Chapter 259, A Tentative Cooperation, Holy White Deer. Vanessa had never expected to hear this term from Felix. However, since he was the Dragon Shadow, it wasn't particularly unusual for him to know some things about the 5 great families. Besides, the Holy White Deer wasn't exactly a secret, merely known to a select few. Considering that they weren't yet allies, Vanessa wasn't keen on readily agreeing to Felix's request. This was a prime opportunity for her to negotiate and secure benefits for herself. Lord Felix, there's no issue in providing the power of the Holy White Deer. However, in return, I would also like you to agree to some of my requests. Cinchuredo Vanessa wanted to define the duration and evaluation criteria of the probation period, so she would know how to exert her efforts. Secondly, she wished to understand Felix's upcoming action plan so that she could utilize her abilities and resources to smooth the path for him. Lastly, Vanessa proposed to sign a cooperation contract, one for the probation period and another for the official cooperation. This will help us build a relationship of trust, don't you think, Lord Felix? No problem. We'll define the cooperation details, as you said. Surprisingly, Felix agreed very readily, much to Vanessa's surprise. Strange, he's usually so meticulous. Why would he agree so quickly to such an important matter? All right, then he'll prepare the specific contents tonight and come to confirm with you tomorrow morning. Is that acceptable? Yes, they'll be waiting for you at the inn tomorrow morning. Given how smoothly things were going, Vanessa could only assume that Felix intended to go over the details with her thoroughly in the next stage. But Vanessa wasn't worried, because during her years of exchange in the Azure Lizard family, the majority of her work was related to various agreements and documentation. All right, Lord Felix, I truly appreciate the opportunity you've given me. I won't disturb you any longer tonight. Wait a moment, Miss Vanessa. Just when Vanessa thought that the conversation was winding down for the night, Felix called her back. Since we've agreed on your requests, let's talk about the Holy White Deer. A dash. Are we going to discuss in detail tonight? Yes. I hope you don't have a habit of going to bed early. Felix got straight to the point and told Vanessa that he needed the power of the Holy White Deer because his companion, Heloise, had been infected with a curse known as the parasitic blood serpent, which could only be purified by the sacred power of the Holy White Deer. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Felix to understand the power of the Holy White Deer to such an extent, but upon hearing Felix's plea, Vanessa felt more reassured. Firstly, It showed that he was a person who valued camaraderie. And secondly, it confirmed that this aid was a one-time thing and wouldn't evolve into an incessant demand for resources for Vanessa. I see, no problem. However, why not go to the church in Emerald City? Receiving baptism in a real church would have a better purification effect? No? Vanessa asked. Indeed, our original plan was to go to the church, but since I'm cooperating with you, I don't think there's a need to go to the church anymore. Felix's answer was reasonable, and Vanessa had no doubts. Moreover, she had already started to hatch a little plan of her own. Thus, Vanessa followed Felix into the inn, to the room where the white-haired girl Heloise was staying, while Captain Gervit stayed outside the door. Well, what is happening? Has the apostle of the nefarious Tiger King seen a scene that doesn't belong to this timeline? Witnessing Felix entering the room with Vanessa of the Snowy Heart family, Heloise was rendered immobile. She thought to herself, it's already so late, yet Felix is bringing another woman into his room. Could it be that he plans to accommodate another person? Although the clan leaders and elders within the Tigerman tribe all had 3 or 4 wives, if Felix intended to start building a large family so soon, she wasn't ready for it yet. Heloise, this is Miss Vanessa from the Snowy Heart family. Miss Vanessa, this is Heloise from the Tigerman tribe. Felix introduced them as if it was the most natural thing, then stood aside. Heloise was unsure of what Felix was planning and became extremely nervous. Meanwhile, Vanessa was curiously sizing up Heloise, seemingly contemplating something. At that moment, Felix's words came to Heloise's rescue. Heloise, Miss Vanessa is here to help you purify the parasitic blood serpent. You just need to relax and cooperate. Heloise was confused, but then she noticed 3 cute little deer coming out from behind Vanessa. They were curiously playing around the room and seemed quite friendly towards Heloise. Ah, it's the deer I didn't get to eat that night. Once she relaxed, Heloise finally remembered. She had been invited to have roasted rabbit by the coachman serving this Miss Vanessa when she was hungry. You were the one in the white carriage that night. You finally remember, but it took you quite a while. Vanessa responded with a slight smile. She had noticed a long time ago, but chose not to mention it since it wasn't a significant matter. Miss Vanessa, how should we assist you? Felix inquired. No need for assistance. You just need to observe. Vanessa raised a silver flute to her barato and began playing a short tune, gentle and melodious, akin to a spring rain nourishing the earth, inducing relaxation. Upon hearing the melody, 3 little deer obediently gathered around Vanessa. Centuredo, then I shall commence. It had been a long while since Vanessa last harnessed the power of the holy white deer, and she was rather pleased. Moreover, she harbored a secret anticipation. In the tales passed down within the Snowy Heart family, it was said that using the power of the holy white deer in the presence of the opposite sex would make them fall for you. The reason Vanessa agreed to Felix, in part, was due to this anticipation. Fall madly in love with me, Felix. In doing so, you will become my exclusive dragon shadow. Chapter 260 Holy White Deer. The Snowy Heart family possesses a unique system of its own. Their system is based on the inheritance of bloodlines, and even if outsiders understand the principles, they cannot surreptitiously learn it. Hence, for children born into the Snowy Heart family, the amount of family bloodline inherited becomes the fundamental criterion for determining their future family status. In the Western Kingdom, it is well known that the family characteristic of the Snowy Heart family is white hair and emerald eyes. From the successive Snowy Heart lords to all the strong people within the family, everyone shares this characteristic. Therefore, whether one possesses white hair and emerald eyes is the most basic element to gauge how much of the family bloodline a newborn of the Snowy Heart family has inherited. For infants who possess neither white hair nor emerald eyes, they would be abandoned before they come of age. The best fate these children could expect is perhaps to grow up as a minor servant within the Snowy Heart family. As for children with only white hair or emerald eyes, they would undergo a test when they grow to 5 or 6 years old. If they exhibit the talent to communicate with those spirits, they can continue to receive cultivation as a child of the Snowy Heart family. However, If they lack this talent, their fate would still be bleak. Vanessa has no white hair, but she has a pair of beautiful emerald eyes. Coupled with the fact that she exhibited the talent to control 3 doe spirits simultaneously at the age of 5, this allowed her to live to this day as the second young miss of the Snowy Heart family. However, because Vanessa did not inherit the family's white hair, her potential has always been lower than those children of destiny. Therefore, in the end, she was still sent to the Azure Lizard family as an exchange child, which has always been a pain in Vanessa's life. Returning to the topic, the Snowy Heart family's bloodline determines their talent. And this talent specifically refers to the potential related to the combat profession of doe servant. Playing a melody to control the doe spirits and fight alongside them is a unique combat system of the Snowy Heart family. The combat professions such as doe servant, white doe servant, and holy white doe servant can only be understood and mastered by members of the Snowy Heart family. In the power system of the Snowy Heart family, the holy white deer is a very special part, specifically referring to allowing the power of the benevolent deity to temporarily dwell in the body of the doe spirit, thereby achieving the summoning of the deity. When the holy white deer is successfully summoned, the space where the holy white deer is located can be temporarily regarded as the space where the benevolent deity descends, making various sacred prayers effective to a certain extent. Such a powerful ability, which can even allow the clergy to continue to use their power after leaving the church, is also known as the mobile church. However, the use of the holy white deer ability also has a huge cost. Not to mention that the ability itself consumes a large amount of magic energy. The cooling time alone is as long as 30 days. These restrictions make this ability unsuitable for regular use and can only be used as a rescue measure. Even so, the value of the holy white deer is beyond doubt. Imagine in the depths of an underground labyrinth, when the whole team is on the verge of death, the ability of the holy white deer coupled with the prayer healing of the clergy, it is a miracle that can give all team members a second life. The Snowy Heart family status as one of the 5 great families owes much to the ability of the holy white deer. Doe Spirit Concerto, 9th movement, Light of the Buddha. Vanessa's demeanor shifted as she started to perform the melody. The young lattice, even breaths, transformed into a melody that poured out like a tide as they passed through the silver flute. Within the room, the flute's sound was as refreshing as a cool breeze, as nurturing as jade dew, purifying the soul. Within this lively melody, it was as if a white spirit resided, dancing to the tune. Her dance was graceful and noble, harmonizing with the sound of the flute, as serene as the moon on a tranquil lake. Felix and Heloise were both astounded as they listened. And at that moment, 3 young deer started to radiate a white light, affectionately huddling together. As Vanessa's melody continued, the light on the deer grew brighter until the 3 of them fused into one entity. A full-grown stag, composed nearly entirely of white light, stood up. This sacred figure was instantly recognizable as the legendary Barado. Heloise was taken aback, moved by the appearance of the pure Barado, while Felix, alongside his surprise, harbored a hint of hesitation towards this luminous deer figure. At this moment, Vanessa's music was reaching its peak. The crisp flute sound was ethereal, like celestial music that directly touched the deepest parts of one's heart. Those suppressed, dusty, sad, lonely, and sorrowful emotions began to sprout at the bottom of everyone's hearts and were then cleansed and purified. The holy white deer stepped in sync with the melody, walking over to Heloise, and then gently rested its head on her back. The deer's figure shivered slightly, and then 2 bright globules fell from its eyes, merging into Heloise's back. Tears of the holy white deer. Vanessa was surprised when she saw this. She hadn't expected this white-haired girl to be so loved by the holy white deer. In Vanessa's expectation, merely successfully summoning the holy white deer would have been considered completing her task, because being around the holy white deer would provide a good purification effect. However, The tears just now had gone beyond purification. They were sacred tears that could instantly heal fractures and internal injuries. Vanessa had never been able to successfully make the holy white deer shed the sacred tears in countless previous practices. But tonight, without her giving any commands, the holy white deer had actively healed Heloise. Is this the will of the holy white deer? Recalling their initial encounter with this white-haired girl on the road, the doe spirits also showed her a friendly attitude. Looking at the girl's white hair, Vanessa couldn't help speculating about her identity again, only to quickly give up. Never mind. Even if she is, it has nothing to do with me. It's all the sins committed by those ugly adults. The ethereal and pleasing movement soon came to an end. As the music gradually faded, the radiance of the holy white deer also dimmed, finally transforming back into the initial three little deer. Heloise felt incredulous as she touched her own back. It seemed as if nothing had happened, but she felt as if her body had become much lighter. Felix came forward to check for her and then gave a positive reply. The parasitic blood serpent had completely disappeared, and Heloise had regained her freedom. Upon learning of the result, a delighted Heloise started hopping around the room. While hopping, she came to Vanessa's side and hugged her arm. "Kind sister, it's already so late. Why don't you stay with us?" End of volume. Unknown Barado. Next volume. Labyrinth Aqua Nest. Chapter 261 Embark Prison Star Calendar Year 187. July 9th, 729 Ambarado. 29 days the abyssal empire's sky was perpetually shrouded in gray. Even the dawn was deprived of the golden sunlight. The singular demon god, the unutterable name, arrived at the court of abyssal demons punctually, according to the agreed time where the eternal winter lord had been waiting for her. It had been exactly 13 days since their last meeting, June 27th. During these 13 days, the eternal winter lord had been preparing meticulously in solitude, all to fulfill his promise to the singular demon god. "Your Majesty," he greeted. "Rise," she responded. The singular demon god took her seat upon the throne, emanating an air of authority without showing anger. The world's strongest power and the most breathtaking beauty were perfectly embodied in her. "Eternal Winter Lord, your promised time has arrived. Have you completed what you should do?" The singular demon god asked indifferently. "Please review it." The Eternal Winter Lord picked up a large box of scrolls, slowly approached, and placed it at the foot of the singular demon god. He could have used magic to manipulate the box, but to show his reverence for the singular demon god, he chose the most primitive method. The singular demon god glanced at the box, which contained at least 50 to 60 scrolls. Then, under her control, more than 10 scrolls on the top floated around her, and spread out for her to review. 13 days ago, the Eternal Winter Lord expressed his desire to personally capture the Banning, who shares the same aura as him, but the singular demon god did not agree. The reason for the refusal was simple, because the demon army cannot be without this strategist. In order to persuade the singular demon god, the Eternal Winter Lord made a promise that before he left, he would prepare the strategy plan for the various parts of the army for the next 3 months in advance, and he would definitely return to the Abyssal Empire within 70 days. The singular demon god thought the Eternal Winter Lord was joking at that time, but she did not expect that this madman really did it. Looking at the elaborate strategy and plan in the scroll, the singular demon god knew it was her turn to fulfill the agreement now. "Eternal Winter Lord, what do you plan to do after capturing him?" she asked. "If he can be used for the demon race, I will bring him back to the Abyssal Empire to see you, your Majesty. If not, I will deal with it directly." He answered, "What if you're not his opponent?" This question from the singular demon god made the Eternal Winter Lord laugh. The singular demon god thought the Eternal Winter Lord would say, "There is no such if," but the Eternal Winter Lord gave another answer. "If I am not his opponent, then I will come to ask for your help again, your Majesty." "Ha! You really are troublesome." The singular demon god reluctantly accepted this answer. As long as the situation could be controlled, she could allow the Eternal Winter Lord to leave for a while. Plus, she herself was somewhat concerned about that banning who has the same aura as the Eternal Winter Lord. If the Human Alliance got a talent like the Eternal Winter Lord, it would be a huge blow to the Abyssal Empire. Are you leaving today, Eternal Winter Lord? Yes, I have some arrangements to make with my subordinates before I depart. All right then, you may go. The singular demon god waved her finger, and all the scrolls floating in the air automatically returned to the box. The strategy and plan in the scrolls did not need the singular demon god to execute personally. They just needed to be distributed to the corresponding demon officers. However, even though the Eternal Winter Lord had done this much, when he was really about to leave, the singular demon god was still a little worried. Even the wisest person may have a moment of oversight. No matter how thorough the Eternal Winter Lord's plan was, there might be unexpected incidents. And it seemed that the Eternal Winter Lord also saw the singular demon god's worries. Instead of leaving abruptly, he came forward on his own initiative, knelt down on one knee, and stretched out a hand to her. Your Majesty, the journey is long. Please grant me the Barato oath. The Eternal Winter Lord said, then drew out a dagger, made a small cut on his palm, and let the crimson gather in his palm. The singular demon god was somewhat surprised. Theoretically, the Eternal Winter Lord didn't need to be bound by this oath, but since he was willing to show his loyalty in this way, the singular demon god would not refuse. She extended a finger, dropping a droplet of blood that merged with the blood of the Eternal Winter Lord, flowing reversely into his body. Subsequently, a crimson brand surfaced on the arm of the Eternal Winter Lord, signifying the establishment of the Crimson Oath. From this moment forth, if the singular demon god so willed, regardless of where the Eternal Winter Lord was or what state he was in, she could end his life instantly. The blood oath has always been applied to subordinates who were difficult to control. This was the first time the singular demon god encountered a fool like the Eternal Winter Lord who volunteered to accept the blood oath. Thank you for your indulgence, Your Majesty. Go and bring good news back to me. The words of parting needed no elaboration. The singular demon god had faith that this time the Eternal Winter Lord would not disappoint her. At the same time, Western Kingdom, Azure Lizard Lord's territory, Delhi's town, Red Leaf Inn. Vanessa woke from sleep, still feeling somewhat surreal. Prior to last night, she had never dreamt that she would suddenly have a dragon shadow to serve. But now, she could draft a cooperation agreement with the dragon shadow. Opportunities, indeed, need to be seized by oneself. Vanessa was filled with vigor. She didn't even dress before sitting at the table to draft the agreement. During the drafting of the agreement, she remembered the performance of Do Spirit Concerto, Ninth Movement, Light of the Buddha last night. Vanessa had some expectations originally, hoping that Felix would be like the old stories passed down in the Snowy Heart family, becoming smitten with her because he had heard the light of the Buddha and seen the sacred holy white deer. However, after the performance, Vanessa knew that the so-called old stories were simply deceptive. The so-called attraction was not a mental magic type of charm, but referred to the elegant temperament of the performer during the performance of Light of the Buddha. Well, never mind. After all, it's only a matter of time before Felix falls for me. Vanessa was confident about her appearance, figure, and charm as a woman. She would continue to cooperate with Felix as a partner in the future. Vanessa believed that as they spent day and night together, and as long as Felix was interested in women, he would eventually develop feelings for her. As for the future, Vanessa's latest plan was to support Felix with all her might so that he could gain the recognition of the Western King and restore his status as a prince. As for herself, Vanessa, if everything went smoothly, would continue to stay by Felix's side as a princess. Then, she would strive to improve herself in the royal family with Felix until several years later when they ascended to the throne. By then, she, Vanessa, would be a genuine queen. The destiny of the Child of Exchange would be completely shattered by her. Thinking about this, Vanessa couldn't help but Barato the corner of her Barato, excitedly. Chapter 262 Rehabilitate. Rewinding time to yesterday morning, An array of individuals had already gathered in the bustling hall of the Quest Guild in Delhi's town. Situated at the heart of the crowd was Wallace Azure Lizard, the eldest son of the Azure Lizard family. His tall stature and soft, handsome features were enough to draw eyes, even while he merely stood there. Beside Wallace was Vanessa Snowy Heart, the second young lady of the Snowy Heart family. Her presence enhanced Wallace's luminescence, causing others to instinctively stand at a considerable distance. On the other side, Branch Chief Pamela had also arrived early. She surveyed the number of attendees, then ascended to the second floor to invite Ice Polestar Cheryl to join them. Upon taking the stage, Ice Polestar Cheryl first surveyed the attendees. She was somewhat surprised to find that Felix, Gurvit, Heloise, and Bobber, all of whom she had seen the day before, were still present. She had assumed that her harsh words from yesterday would have been enough to dissuade them. Aside from these four, the newly arrived individuals in Delhi's town, Wallace Azure Lizard and Vanessa Snowy Heart, were a welcome sight to Ice Polestar Cheryl. She felt as if there were finally some decent candidates. If more mediocre individuals continued to arrive, she thought she might as well return to the palace to report early. Subsequently, Ice Polestar Cheryl began to explain the process of selecting the team leaders, her opening remark being, "Listen carefully, you bunch of losers." She informed everyone that since the labyrinth, Aqua Nest had 3 entrances, 3 teams and 3 team leaders would be formed accordingly. As there were 2 entrances in Delhi's town, Ice Polestar Cheryl would select 2 leaders before officially entering the labyrinth. Being a team leader was not merely a title, but also came with specific privileges. Ice Polestar Cheryl declared that the team leader would possess 3 privileges. 1, the power to select team members. 2, the right to receive extra royal rewards. 3, the authority to determine the distribution of labyrinth treasures within the team. Thus, becoming a team leader was unquestionably a beneficial position. Considering that the final departure date for the Labyrinth Raid team was set for July 22nd, which was 12 days away, Ice Polestar Cheryl divided the remaining 12 days into 2 parts. She would select the first leader during the first 6 days and the second leader during the remaining 6 days. The selection method was quite simple traditional one-on-one arena fights. Owing to her distaste for hassle, Ice Polestar Cheryl pulled out the ready-made arena rules and had Branch Chief Pamela post them. Moreover, during the arena proceedings, Ice Polestar Cheryl and Branch Chief Pamela would jointly serve as referees to ensure fairness, impartiality, and efficacy. That was the summary of yesterday's team leader selection event. From yesterday to today, July 9th, the only person who signed up to fight in the arena was Bobber, the representative of Madison Town. He automatically became the arena master and was extremely proud. The others who did not sign up were not in a hurry at all, because they had already understood the real rules of this team leader selection. There was no need to rush to the arena and waste their energy. Indeed, if one truly wanted to be a team leader, they only needed to fight for the position of the arena commander in the last 1 or 2 days. There was no need to foolishly guard the arena for several days. Lord Wallace would definitely fight for the team leader. So there's only 1 spot left. Sigh. I don't want to fight Felix for the last spot. However, back in Red Leaf Inn, Vanessa was drafting an agreement while pondering about the team leader positions. Even though she had found a dragon shadow to cooperate with, Vanessa still did not plan to give up the other route immediately. She, who was well aware of the treacherous nature of humanity, would not easily put all her fate in one basket. Also, to prevent Lord Wallace from discovering her other identity, Vanessa had to continue to play her role as a young lady. For this reason, she had already agreed with Lord Felix that the assistance to the Dragon Shadow would only be conducted in secret. On the surface, Vanessa and Lord Felix would pretend not to know each other. All right, the agreement finally finished. DD hoped that this could pass in one go. After Vanessa had revised the cooperation agreement twice to ensure there were no issues, she quickly dressed and set off. Tyler stands by the window of the inn, observing the bustling street while nonchalantly honing his skills within a long-missed atmosphere of tranquility. With the unknown death and the parasitic blood serpent incidents smoothly resolved, two burdensome stones seemed to have finally been lifted from his heart. This time, there were no grand spectacles or life-or-death struggles, but Tyler had to tread carefully at every turn. Compared to direct confrontations with adversaries, such a passive situation, where power was of no use, was more unsettling for him. Now that he had finally earned a much-needed respite, he was naturally inclined to regroup and re-energize. Tyler was well aware that while he rested, his enemies would not be idle. Soon, Tyler had finished his daily routine of honing his skills. Calculation Boost had been upgraded from level 13 to 15, the key upgrade being Overclock, which increased the Calculation Boost effect from double to 2.5 times during its state, enhancing the calculation ability by 50. Correspondingly, the magic energy consumption also increased to 2.5 times, consuming 50 points of magic energy per second. In addition, Deceiver was upgraded from level 18 to 20, and the effective range of Charm effect was upgraded from level 4 objects and below to level 5. According to Tyler's observation of the general populace's level, this upgrade suggested that the charm effect could now manipulate more than 1/5 of the people on the street, Centuredo, which also served as a way to pass the time while waiting for Vanessa to bring the agreement. Meanwhile, within the inn, amidst the clinking of bottles and jars as Tyler prepared potions, Heloise gradually awakened from her sleep. In her drowsy state, Heloise saw that Felix was preparing potions and thought, "Ah, Centuredo." Heloise reached out to Felix in a daze. She hadn't woken up yet and was a little dizzy, making it difficult for her to stand steady. This gave Felix, who was in the middle of preparing potions, a big problem. Even if 1 drop Barato or less went into the mixture, the effect would have a huge difference. "If you're still sleepy, just keep sleeping, hello. I'm busy here." Felix used one arm to hold the 2 little troubles on Heloise's chest and operated with only one hand. Fancy moves. 10-10. As long as I mix these 2 potions in a 3-to-1 ratio, I could free my hand. Just as Felix was thinking about this, when it rains, it pours, and there was a knock on the door outside. "Good morning, Felix. This is Vanessa. Can I come in?" Chapter 263, Cooperation Agreement. "Please hold on a moment," Tyler replied, his voice steady, although his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, Tyler was dealing with Heloise leaning against his arm, her clothing damp and clinging to her skin. On the other hand, he was in the critical phase of concocting potions. If he made one mistake, all his effort from the morning would be for naught. Moreover, outside the door was Vanessa, the second young lady of the Snowy Heart family, waiting. If it were not for Tyler's good habit of locking doors, he might have already become a star in the sky. 10 minutes later, a slightly impatient Vanessa finally heard the words, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The person who opened the door, Felix, had a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, which made Vanessa wonder what Felix had been doing so early in the morning. Upon entering the room, Vanessa first saw a table full of potions. She thought Felix was busy concocting potions, which was why he couldn't spare a moment to open the door for her. However, Centuredo, Vanessa looked at Felix incredulously. The young man was nonchalantly clearing the bottles and jars on the table. Vanessa looked at Heloise again. Her clothes were disheveled, and her hair was messy, clearly having just woken up. "Good morning, second young miss of the Snowy Heart family. It's an honor for the apostle of the nefarious Tiger King to see you again." Looking at Heloise as she wiped her chin, Vanessa's heart skipped a beat. She then realized that her position as the future queen was under an unignorable threat, yet she had been completely unaware of it. Naive. I've been too naive. A vixen, a cat stealing fish. How could I have overlooked this problem? "Good morning. I'm also happy to see you again, Heloise," Vanessa replied with a forced smile. As the second young lady of the Snowy Heart family, even if she was being stolen right under her nose, she wouldn't be easily shaken. In Vanessa's dictionary, there were no walls that couldn't be pried open, no hearts that couldn't be changed. No matter what means Heloise used to win Felix's heart, Vanessa was confident that she could use the same methods, but perform better to make Felix turn to her. "Right, Vanessa, you must see opportunities in crises. The fact that Felix is with Heloise means that the approach of persuasion works on Felix. Please give this a look, Vanessa said, presenting the drafted agreement. For the moment, she held her peace, knowing that if she asked about the relationship between Felix and Heloise now, she would lose. All right. As Felix took his seat, Vanessa deliberately placed the agreement down beside him. Leaning in from behind, she lowered her voice so only he could hear. But she also brushed past his bravado as she moved closer, intentionally or otherwise. Little Heloise, if it's a matter of pride, I won't back down from you. Vanessa was not a frivolous woman, nor would she casually give herself away. But once she had identified Felix as her bravado, she had already regarded him as her future husband. For Vanessa, the recognition of status was more important than emotional connection. Since she had never been in love, she didn't understand what it felt like to truly like someone. Compared to the vague feelings of love, she trusted more in the tangible aspects of status and position. Although Vanessa had not yet given up on the path of self-strengthening, choosing Felix as her dragon shadow was the wildest gamble she had ever taken in her life. Soon, Felix finished reading the entire agreement. Seeing him deep in thought, Vanessa felt a bit nervous. In the agreement, apart from some regular format clauses, Vanessa mainly wrote 3 privileges for herself. First, the right to life. Once the agreement was signed, no matter what changes occurred in Felix's status, he couldn't do anything that would threaten Vanessa's life in any form. Second, the first priority to serve as a princess or queen. Vanessa could accept a marriage without feelings, but the position of the first wife must be hers. Finally, military power. Vanessa could legally have her own exclusive troops, and this troop had the right to refuse any orders from anyone other than Vanessa, including Felix. To be honest, such 3 privileges, if Vanessa herself were the dragon shadow, she would not be willing to sign. She set such outrageous terms as part of a negotiation strategy, raising the price above her psychological expectation, leaving room for further negotiation. Also, it was a test for Felix. If Felix was furious at these excessive demands, it would mean that the capacity of this dragon shadow was limited. If Felix disappointed Vanessa, she would admit that she had misjudged him, then decisively give up and find another wise master. However, Felix's answer left Vanessa stunned. Looks good to me. There's no problem. Do you want to write a formal version for signing, or shall we just sign on this one? Felix asked. A few minutes later, Vanessa thought she had misheard Felix's response. Lord Felix, you don't have any areas you want to modify? Vanessa even took the initiative to ask about modifications. No, you don't. Do you have any changes you want to make? Felix still looked like he had no objections. Now it was Vanessa's turn to be puzzled. How could Felix, as a dragon shadow and a potential future king, sign such an overbearing and disadvantageous agreement? If it weren't for the fact that she was the drafter and beneficiary of the agreement, Vanessa would have wanted to fight for Felix against the other party. I don't have any modifications either. Vanessa didn't know what to say. She couldn't very well cut down her own interests. Thus, in a state of confusion, Vanessa and Felix began to sign the agreement and imprint their hands. Looking at the established facts in black and white on the paper and the bright red handprints, Vanessa was a little confused. Felix, was he smart or foolish? Did I just find a fool for my dragon shadow? Chapter 264 words speak louder than truth in that case. Our partnership during the probationary period is officially established. Miss Vanessa, Felix said, extending his hand to Vanessa. After a moment of hesitation, she took his hand. Indeed, Lord Felix, let's work together diligently. Initially, Vanessa had considered the probationary period to be totally unnecessary, but now she was beginning to see it as a good thing. If Felix turned out to be incompetent, she could at least abandon the partnership after the probationary period, preventing her life from being indefinitely intertwined with his. However, after shaking hands with Felix, Vanessa's doubts about him were somewhat allayed. In her previous impression, Felix should have been a fragile, soft-looking young man, but when she touched his hand, She almost thought she had grasped a rock. Felix's hand was not only rough, but also very solid, which was not something a pretty boy could have. Without exaggeration, Vanessa felt that Felix's hand was even more rugged and weathered than that of the cavalry team's leader, Gervit. "Did I hurt you?" Felix asked, noticing her reaction. "Ah, no," Vanessa said, collecting herself. "It's nothing." She quietly tucked away the signed agreement, feeling a bit more confident about Felix. Having established the agreement, Vanessa immediately started discussing the next steps with Felix. The first thing she wanted to understand was Felix's background, which would greatly assist her in devising a supporting strategy. "Lord Felix, the security of information cannot be underestimated." Vanessa hinted with her eyes that Heloise was still in the room. Felix indicated that it was okay and told Vanessa outright that Heloise was on their side. "On our side? Well, if you say so, then I have no choice, but I really want to know what the relationship between Heloise and Felix is." Vanessa acted nonchalantly on the surface, but she was going crazy inside. She really wanted to know about the relationship between Felix and Heloise. She was so curious that she almost bit her nails. To Vanessa, Gervit was still acceptable, but this Heloise might become a big problem. However, Vanessa didn't want to lose her dignity in front of Felix, so she decided to find an opportunity to meet Heloise in private, to investigate her background and intentions. "Then, Lord Felix, you may start." "I'm ready to take notes," Vanessa said, taking out paper and pen. She was extremely serious about supporting the Dragon Shadow. Felix told Heloise that he didn't know who his mother was. By the time he became conscious, he was already living in a church. The church had taken in many orphans, and Felix was one of them. The only thing that could prove his identity was a red gemstone necklace. Later, someone from the royal family found the church and established contact with young Felix through the clergy. After that, people started to come regularly to teach young Felix, and he gradually learned about his identity as a Dragon Shadow and about the existence of the Hidden Dragon organization. Felix's first partner was a man who always wore a mask. He taught Felix many things, including life, knowledge, and combat. Unfortunately, until he died, "I never knew his name or saw his true face under the mask," Felix said. Listening to Felix's story, Vanessa was deeply moved. The fate of most of those who served the Dragon Shadow as her was just like the masked man Felix mentioned. Those who serve the Dragon Shadow, in life, they accompany the shadow. In death, they are buried in the shadow. Their everything can only be silent. However, Vanessa would not let herself be one of them. She was determined to achieve a brilliant life through serving the Dragon Shadow. "Then, where's your red gemstone necklace now?" Vanessa asked. "I've hidden it," Felix replied, much to Vanessa's satisfaction. If Felix had naively taken out his red gemstone necklace at this moment, it would confirm that he was a hopeless case. "Very well, what are your plans now?" When it came to plans, Felix was straightforward, revealing his intentions without reservation. In the long run, in order to gain the recognition of the King of Wester, Felix must continuously enhance his power from two dimensions: personal ability and individual power. In the short term, his primary goal was to challenge the Labyrinth, Aqua Nest, and achieve results. In that case, you must be fighting for a team leader position, right? Vanessa asked hesitantly. "I want to compete with Wallace of the Azure Lizard for the team leader position. My principle is not to make unnecessary enemies." "Do you mean you want to compete for the team leader position in the second round?" Felix looked at Vanessa, and his sharp gaze made Vanessa feel as if she had been seen through. "Vanessa, if you want the honor of being a team leader, you can compete for the team leader in the second round," Felix said. In fact, Vanessa's thoughts had indeed been seen through. She couldn't believe it. Did Felix have the ability to read minds? "It's not good, is it?" Vanessa stammered. "There's nothing wrong with it. Since we're in the same boat, it doesn't matter who becomes the team leader. If you have difficulty challenging the Arena Master, I can let Gervit take the position of the Arena Master first, and then deliberately lose to you," Felix said. Felix's words hit the nail on the head. Vanessa felt guilty for thinking Felix was a fool earlier. Felix was absolutely the most worthy dragon shadow to follow. Thus, Vanessa and Felix established a short-term strategy. After that, they would try to minimize their meetings as much as possible to prevent others from discovering their relationship. God's messenger. I didn't expect the whirlpool of destiny in your life to be so profound, Heloise said, looking at Felix with a somewhat dazed expression. She wasn't very good at thinking about these complex issues. Is that so? I'm used to it, Felix replied with a smile, taking it lightly. As for the current situation, Tyler was somewhat surprised. However, even though he had told several almost irreconcilable lies, Tyler didn't think there would be any major problems. Next, he would even let Gervit know about his identity as the illegitimate son of the King of Wester, and thus his identity in this new small group would be officially established. Tyler had a wicked theory that as long as a lie is not exposed, it is the truth. Moreover, since Vanessa, Heloise, and Gervit all had deep trust in him, even if there were any flaws, they would actively help him fill in the problems. All Tyler needed to do was to make good use of his mind-reading skill and continue to play this dangerous balancing act on the cliff. As for how to end this lie drama, Tyler already had an idea in his heart. In this prison star world where strength is revered, as long as his strength is strong enough, what identity can he not have? Hello, get ready. Let's go and talk to Ice Palesta Cheryl. The old crisis had passed, and Tyler was about to make a move for the next stage's new goal. Chapter 265. Cheryl's past different from his previous experiences after seeing the precognitive vision. This time, Tyler decisively abandoned the labyrinth, Aqua Nest, and had no intention of taking any further risks. The reason was simple. He had no compelling reason to challenge the Aqua Nest. Aside from this, two other undeniable facts also influenced Tyler's decision. The first clue was that in the Barado, both the giant crown goblin that had overwhelmed Tyler and the other two goblins standing behind it had no obvious injuries, indicating an effortless victory. This meant that in this future battle, Tyler's team was completely defeated, and the gap in strength was exceptionally large. The second fact was that not only was Tyler himself lost, but Heloise, Vanessa, and even Gervit also met untimely ends, and they were gone before Tyler was. Even if Tyler had a way to greatly enhance his strength within the remaining 12 days, he had no means to ensure that Heloise and the others could also grow rapidly. In other words, even if he had a way to change the future and win, Tyler had no confidence in being able to preserve the lives of the others. If he stubbornly challenged the labyrinth, Aqua Nest, and eventually led to the deaths of others, even if only Gervit died, Tyler would feel guilt-ridden. Therefore, although he still verbally told Vanessa that he wanted to challenge the labyrinth, Tyler had long given up the idea of the Aqua Nest in his heart, and it was just not convenient to tell Vanessa at this stage. Moreover, after Vanessa left that night, having used the power of the Holy White Deer, the cooldown of 30 days meant that there was no healing power to rely on in the Aqua Nest, which was undoubtedly another blow. However, if he simply gave up like this, he would not be Tyler. He is a man who would utilize all information to the utmost. Tyler could accept the result of giving up the Aqua Nest, but he had to figure out why he and his team would be wiped out in this future. Only by figuring out the reason can this death not be wasted. Is it simply a lack of strength? Or was there another reason? As for the labyrinth, Tyler had always had a doubt that had not been answered. If it was just for the sake of conquering the labyrinth and obtaining treasures, why not directly let Ice Polestar, Cheryl, and other strong people form a team to conquer it? Instead, they were looking for Tyler's weak team. Was the real reason for their annihilation hidden here? At the time in the Quest Guild, Tyler had asked Cheryl this question, but unfortunately, Cheryl seemed unwilling to reveal the truth easily. In that case, Tyler would have to resort to some means. In Tyler's view, before Cheryl was a 127-level elemental sage, she was first a 28-year-old woman. As noon approached, Tyler and Heloise first went to the Red Leaf Inn and found Vanessa. Tyler had clearly observed that there seemed to be some special relationship between Ice Polestar Cheryl and Vanessa. In addition, Tyler also saw rumors about Cheryl in the hearts of pedestrians. Since Tyler and Vanessa had already established a partnership, Vanessa did not beat around the bush and frankly told Tyler about Cheryl's background. Cheryl, originally named Cheryl Snowy Hart, was once a member of the Snowy Hart family. Born with white hair and emerald green eyes, she led a life of privilege within the Snowy Hart family from a young age. However, as she grew older, Cheryl's hair gradually turned gray, casting a shadow over her future prospects. At the age of 5, according to the rules of the Snowy Hart family, Cheryl underwent the Doe Spirit Talent Test. The results were a disappointing blow to everyone. Cheryl did not possess the Doe Spirit talent. She was unable to communicate with the Doe spirits through music. This test result was basically equivalent to a death sentence in the Snowy Hart family. In that year, Cheryl's life plummeted from the pinnacle to the depths. Those who had once flocked around her avoided her like the plague after learning the results of her test, not even sparing her a second glance. Such twists and turns in life were not uncommon in the Snowy Hart family. Most people led mediocre lives after being pronounced dead. But Cheryl was different. She was not willing to have her life defined as worthless. She believed that everyone had their own talents at birth. Even if she couldn't become a Doe spirit, she wanted to find her own path in life. Vanessa didn't know what Cheryl had gone through later in life. All she knew was that when she heard the name Cheryl again, Cheryl had abandoned the surname of the Snowy Hart family and became a genius court magician in the royal family of the Wester Kingdom. Later, Cheryl became the youngest chief court magician in the history of the Wester royal family at the age of 28 and was awarded the title of Ice Polestar by the King of Wester himself. Sister Cheryl gained the recognition of the royal family in her own way and obtained resources from them. Although she has nothing to do with the Snowy Hart family now, I still regard her as my role model. The light in her eyes never faded throughout her narration of Cheryl's story. Clearly, she aspired to break free from the shackles of the Snowy Hart family like Cheryl and find her own path in life. Vanessa, has Cheryl ever told you about the labyrinth? What about Labyrinth? After Tyler voiced his doubts about the labyrinth, Vanessa couldn't understand why the royal family would do such a thing either. Consequently, Vanessa volunteered to use her sisterly bond with Cheryl to inquire about this information. And naturally, this was exactly the development that Tyler wanted to see. Half an hour later, Vanessa found Ice Polestar Cheryl in the Quest Guild. Tyler and Heloise, who accompanied her, hid at a distance and eavesdropped. The conversation between the two was pleasant at first, Cincheredo no problem. But the premise is that one of you must survive 10 seconds under my hand. Fortunately, Cheryl didn't seem angry. She just waved her hand and instantaneously froze the 2-story Quest Guild building. So, was this considered her being angry, or was she not angry? Tyler could only tell for now that Cheryl didn't intend to let the three of them leave. Chapter 266, Elemental Sage, 10 seconds? Vanessa echoed incredulously, assuming that Cheryl had misspoken and meant 10 minutes instead of 10 seconds. Yes, this is a special consideration given to you in consideration of our sisterly bond, even though we are half-sisters. Ice Polestar Cheryl waved her finger, creating a number 10 on the ceiling of the Quest Guild's great hall made of ice crystals. As Cheryl had frozen the entire Quest Guild, no one could enter from outside, so only Vanessa, Felix, and Heloise could participate in this challenge. The underlying message of her action was that this privilege was only available to these three today, and once missed, it would be gone. 10 seconds. It sounds easy, but is this really a privilege? Tyler watched Cheryl from a distance. She didn't even have a wand in her hand, but she could easily freeze a 2-story building. The power of a 127-level elemental sage was definitely beyond his imagination. Lady Cheryl, may I confirm with you in advance what exactly does surviving 10 seconds mean? Before officially challenging Cheryl, the thoughtful Vanessa took the initiative to confirm the rules with Cheryl. Cheryl was quite magnanimous, giving a very simple rule. She said that as long as they could call her name Cheryl after 10 seconds, they would be considered successful. During these 10 seconds, there are no restrictions. You can do whatever you want, go wherever you want. Whether you want to attack me or run away, it's all up to you. Now, who will go first? Cheryl stood there with her arms crossed over her chest, obviously not taking these three youngsters seriously. At this point, Felix and Heloise didn't continue to hide. They came out from the shadows to join Vanessa. The three of them discussed for a while, and then sent Vanessa as the first challenger. Lady Cheryl, may I prepare first before we start? Vanessa, holding a silver flute, stood in the hall of the Quest Guild accompanied by three dear spirits. You can, but don't waste too much of my time. Cheryl was indeed generous, and Vanessa wasted no time. Without hesitation, she immediately began to play her melody, strengthening her Do spirits to their utmost potential. Do Spirit Concerto. Sixth movement. Peach twigged the robust notes spilled from her slender silver flute, and within the grand melody, three Do spirits were each augmented into formidable forms. A massive Bladehorn posture, a humanoid deer demon posture with robust limbs, and a deer giant posture even taller than an elephant. The deer giant, with its colossal form, shielded Vanessa, while the humanoid deer demon and the gigantic Bladehorn bird stood to her left and right, ready to maneuver flexibly. Lady Cheryl, I am ready. Are you? Then let's start. Cheryl yawned, completely relaxed. Seeing Cheryl's state, Vanessa immediately controlled the gigantic Bladehorn deer through her melody and charged toward Cheryl. 1 second passed. As Cheryl watched the charging gigantic Bladehorn deer, she nonchalantly extended her hand into the air. In no time, countless ice particles in the air gathered together, forming a dark purple ice crystal staff in her hand out of thin air. 2 seconds passed. You fail, Vanessa. As her words fell, Cheryl's auto-recitation had already completed the magic. A huge magic circle instantaneously unfolded on the floor of the Quest Guild's hall. At this moment, the gigantic Bladehorn deer was still 5 meters away from Cheryl. Tier 4 Magic, Eternal Ice Palace. 3 seconds passed. Relentless white cold air spread out from the magic circle, freezing the charging gigantic Bladehorn deer in its tracks. On the other side, although the humanoid deer demon and the deer giant had shielded Vanessa behind them at the first moment, they couldn't stop the advance of the white cold air at all. In less than 2 seconds, Vanessa and her Do spirits were all turned into ice sculptures. 5 seconds passed. When the ice crystal number on the ceiling turned to 5, Vanessa and her Do spirits were all unable to move. Vanessa. Heloise immediately wanted to rush over to check the situation, but was stopped by Felix. Don't worry. Lady Cheryl won't kill. As Felix said, Ice Pole Star Cheryl indeed held back. A lot. Once the 10 seconds were over, she released a freeze on Vanessa and her dear spirits. After thawing, they were all unharmed, except they might not have recovered from the fear of thinking they were already dead. All right, you trash. Who's next? Or, are you all too scared and want to give up? Cheryl's provocation was indeed unpleasant to hear, but she indeed had unparalleled strength as capital. Felix was still frowning in thought. He clearly saw that Cheryl's freezing magic completely ignored defense and physical obstruction. This was quite a tough nut to crack. In addition, despite Cheryl's outwardly arrogant appearance, she seemed to have quietly precasted her spell in advance during her battle with Vanessa. Otherwise, the Tier 4 magic couldn't have been released so quickly. In other words, Cheryl had calculated Vanessa's actions before the battle started. Lady of Ice, let the apostle of the nefarious Tiger King challenge your solid ice. Just as Felix was still thinking, Heloise moved and boldly stepped forward. Not bad. I like trash that doesn't dawdle. Saving time is a virtue. Cheryl looked at Heloise's white hair, her eyes thoughtful. A minute later, Heloise's battle against Cheryl commenced. The instant the countdown began, Heloise vaulted into the air, capitalizing on her speed to sprint and leap among the pillars surrounding Cheryl. Cheryl offered a faint smile, cognizant that this white-haired girl had discerned her Tier 4 magic. Eternal Ice Palace was only launchable from the ground and was attempting to outlast the 10 seconds through agility. Dash. 2 seconds passed. She seems an unthinking child, yet she possesses unexpected insight. Be careful if you're going to run that fast. You might run into something you'd rather not, Cheryl warned. She lifted her ice crystal staff and waved it slightly. Instantly, several magic circles of varying sizes materialized throughout the Quest Guild Hall. Multiple parallel castings, original magic, prison of blooming ice thorns. In an instant, countless thick ice thorns sprouted haphazardly from the magic circles. Heloise, moving at high speed, didn't have time to dodge. She was forced to unleash Spiral Round Dance, using her sleeve sword to slash away the ice thorns obstructing her path. However, this maneuver cost her momentum. 5 seconds passed. Tier 3 magic, soul-binding ice chains. Cheryl's next spell unfolded perfectly just as Heloise lost speed, and in the blink of an eye, it bound Heloise's hands and feet, and then, without suspense, turned her into an ice statue as well. Not bad. You made me use a bit of my brain for this. 7 seconds passed. Cheryl, still smiling, turned her gaze to the last person left, the young man named Felix. She had wanted to test him out last time, and now she finally had the chance. Come on, it's your turn now. Show me what kind of trash you are. Chapter 267 Battle Politics. Sigh. I didn't expect to be forced to this point. Inwardly, Tyler heaved a sigh of resignation. If possible, he would prefer not to reveal his true strength. At this juncture, he weighed his options internally. Was it more crucial to keep his power concealed, or to unravel the secrets of the labyrinth? The answer was evident. Understanding the labyrinth's mysteries held far greater value. Tyler believed that among the 3 individuals present, he could wholly trust Heloise. Vanessa, at this point, was in the same boat as him. As for Cheryl, the Ice Pole Star, she didn't seem the type prone to spreading information indiscriminately. Hence, even if Tyler were to go all out, the loss of intelligence wouldn't be too significant, especially since he would continue to grow stronger. Indeed, as long as Tyler could continue to evolve, revealing his current strength would only have limited impact. If he stubbornly chose self-restraint in an attempt to hide his power, that would be more of a loss than a gain. It's an honor to compete with Lady Ice Polestar Cheryl. After Heloise was freed from her icy imprisonment, Tyler took her place in the center of the Quest Guild Hall. The inevitable confrontation with Cheryl was about to begin. The guild hall was roughly square, about 10 meters in length and width, and about 3.5 meters high. Besides the 4 thick pillars at the 4 corners, there were also 4 decorative, slender pillars around the hall. Under the light from the window, these pillars cast 8 quite distinct shadows in the hall. Tyler and Cheryl stood face to face, about 5 to 6 meters apart. In Tyler's hand was the Shadow Sword Dragon Steed, and on his waist was the venomous blade, Poison Dragon Claw, and 3 smoke bombs. He was clad in the Crimson Dragon Cloak, and his feet were in the Dragon Boots, Shadow Step. He was fully prepared for the battle. Ever since the comprehensive upgrade of his equipment, only the Fur Dragon, Bao, had had a chance to shine. Now, it was time for the other pieces of equipment to show their new prowess. First was the Shadow Sword Dragon Steed. After its reforging, both its attribute bonuses and power had been significantly enhanced. It firmly retained its throne as the #1 in output, and was currently Tyler's most brutal frontal attack method. Click paragraph comment for specific changes. Next was the Venomous Blade, Poison Dragon Claw. Not only had the probability of its poison attribute attack increased, but the poison damage had also increased quite a bit. Additionally, it could deal extra damage when attacking a poison target, which somewhat remedied its previous embarrassing situation of being a scraping knife. Click paragraph comment for specific changes. Finally, there was the Dragon Boots, Shadow Step. After being remodeled with dragon skin, the attribute bonus of these boots had slightly improved. But what was even more powerful was that it had added a new skill called Double Shadow Step, which allowed Tyler to further enhance his agility at the expense of a large amount of magic. Click paragraph comment for specific changes. With these pieces of equipment, along with his own skills, Tyler was confident that he could survive for 10 seconds under Cheryl's hand. Hey, Trash, speak up when you're ready. I'm ready. We can start at any time. Tyler adopted a stance that indicated his readiness to launch a direct attack on Cheryl. At the edge of the hall, Vanessa and Heloise stood at a distance, both sweating for Felix. In their eyes, even if it was Felix, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand Ice Polestar Cheryl for 10 seconds. Her frost magic was simply too domineering. Let's get started then. Cheryl waved her finger, resetting the ice crystal numbers on the ceiling to 10. At the same time, Tyler was surprised to find that red light prompts had already appeared in front of, behind, and to both sides of him. The advance notice of the red light was 3 seconds, which meant that Cheryl had been secretly preparing to launch a preemptive attack before the 10-second countdown began. As expected of the Chief Court Magician, her combat experience is indeed profound. 3, 2. Just as Cheryl shouted start, Tyler had already leapt to the side to avoid her, and at almost the same time, for ice thorns that were consecutively thrust out pierced the spot where he had just been standing. He actually avoided it? Did he see through my advanced casting? Cheryl was slightly taken aback, then immediately followed up with the casting of her next spell, her eyes always closely watching the young man's movements. 1 second passed, and that young man, after avoiding the opening attack in a thrilling manner, did not launch a counterattack against Cheryl. Instead, he sought cover behind a column. You never learn. This is not a good idea. Cheryl immediately launched the precast tier 4 magic, Eternal Ice Palace, towards the place where the young man was hiding, then continued to parallel cast 4 different types of magic, always ready to deal with unexpected situations. Tier 4 magic, Eternal Ice Palace. 2 seconds passed. A huge white magic circle spread out on the ground, filling the entire hall with a white chill. Vanessa had just been frozen by this unreasonable strong move. Wait, what's going on? The experienced Cheryl noticed something wrong with the white fog. The chill of the Eternal Ice Palace wasn't this dense. The young man had done something. Dash, this is not the chill of the Eternal Ice Palace. What kind of blindfold did he use? Cheryl's line of sight was suddenly blocked, and under these circumstances, she couldn't confirm whether the young man was frozen or not. Tier 2 magic, Ice Ring. For seconds passed, Cheryl released an ice ring with herself at the center. Rings of frost breath spread out around her continuously. Taking advantage of the protection of the ice ring, Cheryl rushed straight to the back of the column where the young man was hiding. And as she had guessed, the young man had used this strange white fog to hide somewhere else. Seeing that she was fooled, Cheryl had to withdraw her previous comment of never learn. This young man had obviously learned a lot from Vanessa and Heloise's combat experience, and could even use Cheryl's magic effects against her. Tier 1 magic, Gale Breath. Cheryl summoned a gale, blowing away the fog in the guild, and finally saw the figure of the young man at the side of the column. 6 seconds passed. There's not much time left. Cheryl's attack began to go wild. Multiple parallel casting Tier 2 magic ice wall. Layers of ice walls sealed the young man in a small space in an instant. Cheryl didn't leave him any gap at all, but that wasn't the end. It wouldn't be Cheryl's victory unless she froze the target. Simplified casting Tier 4 magic Eternal Ice Palace. In order to win, Cheryl used her magic power without sparing any, exaggeratedly freezing the entire space where the young man was. 8 seconds passed. Until now, Cheryl should have won according to common sense. But for some reason, she still felt faintly in her heart that this young man would not be frozen so easily. This feeling has no basis. It is just a hunch generated by Cheryl's rich combat experience. Don't blame me, 2 young ladies. Cheryl looked at the guild hall, raising her ice crystal staff high. The next move will be an extremely crazy area control magic. Simplified casting Tier 5 large magic ice polar domain. Chapter 268 The Secret of the Labyrinth. Ever since the Quest Guild's building became a colossal ice sculpture, quite a number of people have gathered around to spectate. Everyone is discussing that this must be the handiwork of Ice Polestar Cheryl. There is no one else but her who possesses the magical power to accomplish such a feat, as everyone was engrossed in their discussions. The entire building suddenly turned into an even larger lump of ice. Even the neighboring houses didn't escape, becoming part of the massive ice sculpture. Oh my God, this is too outrageous, isn't it? Just who has offended Lady Ice Polestar? Everyone inside is going to be frozen to death, right? The chief court magician has indeed transcended human capabilities, such monstrous power. Among the lively crowd, a young man was also continuously nodding, agreeing with their comments. He looked at the completely frozen Quest Guild, thinking to himself, if he hadn't successfully escaped earlier, he would definitely be frozen as well now. But now that the entire building is frozen, how should I go in? Inside the Quest Guild's building, except for a small area around Cheryl, everything else had been completely frozen. Even though she had decided to use magic in an extremely wasteful manner at the beginning of the challenge, she herself didn't expect that she would even use a Tier 5 magic. This was one of her trump cards that she kept at the bottom of the box. Why does this guy make me feel so uneasy? Cheryl began to confirm the situation around her. She needed to find the frozen young man to confirm that she had indeed won. But at this moment, Cheryl heard a thump sound from the roof of the building. Apparently, someone was hopping on the roof. Each hop felt like it was on Cheryl's heart, amplifying the unease in her heart. Amplifying? No, it can't be, can it? An ominous premonition welled up in Cheryl's heart. She couldn't believe it, but she indeed began to faintly hear someone shouting from the roof towards the inside of the building. Cheryl, lady, 10 seconds gone did I pass the challenge? And moreover, this voice was exactly the same as that trashy young man's. I have never seen such a thing before. Cheryl unlocked the ice on the path to the entrance of the Quest Guild, walked straight out of the gate, ignoring the people who were watching the excitement at the door, stepped on the ice steps she created, and went up to the roof of the Quest Guild. What came into her view was the young man, known as Felix, who was holding a stone and hitting the frozen roof. What a fool! How could anyone be this foolish? Cheryl looked at the young man's actions and felt he was incredibly foolish. How could a mere stone possibly break her solid ice? But the undeniable fact was laid before Cheryl's eyes. The young man she considered to be incredibly foolish had successfully lasted 10 seconds under her hand, even forcing her to use a Tier 5 magic. Even a simplified casting of Tier 5 magic, which could freeze a 2-story building, was more than enough. When did you escape from this building? Cheryl waved the ice crystal staff, unfreezing the inside of the building. She only wanted to know now, at which point she lost control of this young man. Probably around the 3rd or 4th second. The young man answered, but Cheryl was not satisfied. She remembered clearly that at the 6th second, she had dispersed the white mist in the guild hall, and then saw the young man's silhouette at the side of the column. He is lying. Is he trying to hide his abilities? Humph, forget it. A loss is a loss. If there's anyone to blame, it's me for underestimating him. Cheryl loosened her grip on the ice crystal staff. The staff turned into countless tiny ice particles and disappeared into the air. You're called Felix, right? Come with me to the hall first. Upon returning to the grand hall of the Quest Guild with Felix, Cheryl casually froze the main entrance again. Vanessa and Heloise, seeing Felix and Cheryl return together, were so astounded that they were at a loss for words, completely unaware of what had transpired. In their collective memory, they only recall that with 2 seconds remaining in the countdown, everything around them, including themselves, had been frozen solid. You all want to know the secret of the labyrinth, right? Listen carefully, for I won't repeat myself. Cheryl ascended to the lectern in the grand hall, her words causing Vanessa and Heloise to fully realize that Felix had won. They couldn't help but jump up in jubilation. My heavens! Felix, you actually did it. The messenger of the benevolent deity truly lives up to his reputation. This apostle of the nefarious Tiger King is genuinely impressed. Felix merely nodded in response with a modest smile. To be frank, at this moment, Felix held a certain degree of admiration for Cheryl. She had indeed kept her word and accepted defeat gracefully. After the jubilant commotion had subsided, Cheryl, with a furrowed brow, expounded on the secret of the labyrinth. Whether it's a normal labyrinth or an ancient one, they all share a common characteristic, which we call adaptive difficulty adjustment. With this as a starting point, the secret of the labyrinth was revealed to Felix and his companions. As it turns out, the power level of the monsters within the labyrinth is not fixed. The stronger the people who enter the labyrinth, the stronger the monsters will be. The labyrinth's power judgment is based on the total power of all the people entering the labyrinth. When the overall power is too low, there is a difficulty floor to prevent the difficulty from falling too low. However, when the overall power is very high, there is no difficulty cap, which means there is no loophole to exploit in the labyrinth system. If someone as powerful as Ice Polestar Cheryl were to challenge a normal labyrinth, not only would she have to endure an extremely high level of danger, but the treasure she would ultimately acquire would not be any better. It would be a foolish decision. You understand now, right? No country would be foolish enough to send a powerful individual into a normal labyrinth. That's why I want to join you in challenging the Aqua Nest. Upon hearing Cheryl's explanation, Tyler had an epiphany. He suddenly felt that although Ice Polestar Cheryl was ruthless, she was actually a good person. Based on Cheryl's explanation, Tyler also understood the true intent of the Wester Kingdom in forming this labyrinth raid team. The real goal was not to conquer the labyrinth and obtain treasures, but to select and cultivate talents who have potential and qualifications. The normal labyrinth is just a filter. What the nation truly wants are low-level individuals who can conquer the ancient labyrinths. If the secret of the labyrinth were to be made public, then low-level individuals certainly wouldn't want to team up with high-level individuals, which would eventually lead to a vicious cycle where no one would be willing to challenge the labyrinth. Tyler got his answer as to why Ice Polestar Cheryl would not join them in challenging the labyrinth, but it still didn't explain why, in the precognitive death scene, Tyler's team would be annihilated. Lady Cheryl, in your view, if I were to challenge the Aqua Nest together with Heloise, Vanessa, and the cavalry captain from Emerald City, Gervit, how likely would we be to face annihilation? As Cheryl started to open up, Tyler asked another question, the answer to which he was keen to know. Chapter 269, Backfire Annihilation. Unlikely, ID wager. Cheryl responded without hesitation, an answer that corresponded with Tyler's expectations. After spending some time together, Tyler had essentially come to understand the character of the Ice Polestar, Cheryl. This woman, while sharp-witted in speech, was not wicked at heart. In fact, one might even argue that she was a good person. Upon her arrival in Delhi's town, she seemed to start off by being particularly harsh, but in reality, she was attempting to prevent unnecessary deaths by encouraging those of weak resolve to quit early. This dichotomy of a warm heart beneath a cold exterior was indeed a rarity. However, after stating that a complete wipeout was unlikely, Cheryl immediately presented a new perspective. This time, her prognosis wasn't as optimistic. However, my previous statement is based solely on the composition of your team. In actuality, there won't just be your team. Among the 3 raid teams for the Aqua Nest this time, the team from the Scarlet family could potentially be uncontrollable. You understand what I mean, right? The subtext of Cheryl's words was that if the Scarlet family dispatched a strong team, it would certainly significantly increase the difficulty of the labyrinth, which would undoubtedly be a disaster for the 2 teams from Delhi's town. Lady Cheryl, didn't the royal family send an instructor to the Scarlet family? Tyler keenly detected the concern in Cheryl's words and immediately asked. They did dispatch someone, but the person they sent to the Scarlet family was just an insignificant official. What do you think that could do? Cheryl's rhetorical question clearly expressed her stance. Looking at the furrowed brow of the Ice Polestar, Tyler finally understood the true situation of the Aqua Nest raid this time. It seems that humans are more dangerous than the monsters in the labyrinth. According to the information provided by Cheryl, the key to successfully raiding the labyrinth clearly lies in a reasonable team configuration. Given the labyrinth's dynamic difficulty and minimum difficulty mechanism, a raid team should not blindly pursue low levels, but should just surpass this minimum difficulty. In addition, while ensuring the basic structure of the team is complete, for example, at least including a frontline tank, middle control, backline output, and support, the total number of people in the team should be as few as possible to reduce unnecessary extra overall power. The Labyrinth instructors dispatched by the royal family. As a few people who know the truth about the Labyrinth and have the power to form teams, their real duty is to follow the special mechanism of the Labyrinth and form the most reasonable team. If the instructor responsible for forming the team this time was only Ice Polestar Cheryl, then Tyler believed that with her power and status, she could form a good and reasonable team. But now there is a problem. That is, the team of the Scarlet family is not under Cheryl's control, which is a big trouble. If, let's say, Cheryl follows the mechanism of the Labyrinth and forms two low-level, reasonable teams in Deli's town, but the Scarlet family sends out a strong high-level team, it will undoubtedly pit the two teams in Deli's town. Therefore, good communication with the Scarlet family is the key to this Labyrinth raid. Lady Cheryl, since the Scarlet family is willing to send people to raid the Labyrinth, they must also hope to be successful, right? Have they given out the team list? After thinking, Tyler asked another question. He felt that although there may be difficulties in communication, the Scarlet family has no reason to deliberately harm the team in Deli's town. As long as the Scarlet family also needs to send people into the Aqua Nest, they should not do this kind of self-harming and harmful behavior. The logic is indeed so, and they did give a list, but I still feel something is not quite right. It seemed that Cheryl also wanted to discuss this matter with someone, and she generously took out a list. Tyler took a look, and there were a total of 7 names on the team list, but none of them belonged to the Scarlet family. All were commoners. And what's even more incredible is that the list has also marked the level of all 7 people. The lowest level is 45, the highest level is 50, all just controlling near the full level of the second tier. Lady Cheryl, the second tier, 50 level, isn't it the minimum difficulty of the Aqua Nest? It's said to be so. Then in this case, isn't the team of the Scarlet family quite good? It is indeed quite good. Just as Felix asked, the team list given by the Scarlet family did not make Cheryl pick out any problems. If there were any problems, it would be that none of the people in the team were members of the Scarlet family. However, given the peculiar nature of the Labyrinth, the Scarlet family could reasonably claim that their failure to dispatch a family member is due to the unavailability of a suitable candidate. But could it really be such a coincidence? Although there's no evidence, Cheryl still harbors a vague sense of foreboding. She feels that the Scarlet family might be planning something disruptive. Tyler was quite privy to the inner workings of Cheryl's mind. Nevertheless, since he had decided not to participate in this Labyrinth raid, whether or not the Scarlet family is up to something will not affect him. Moreover, the absence of Viviana's name from the Scarlet family's roster was somewhat of a relief to Tyler. If Viviana were to participate in this Labyrinth raid, Tyler would have to reconsider his decision. After all, in the Sandrift Gorge incident, it could be said that Tyler owes Viviana a debt of life. The consultation with Ice Polestar, Cheryl, came to a conclusion after addressing Tyler and his companion's concerns. The truth about the Labyrinth has cast a shadow over Vanessa's enthusiasm, a result that Tyler wanted to see. Later on, Cheryl lifted the ice seal around the Quest Guild, and everyone dispersed. 2 days later, Lord Wallace of the Azure Lizard family easily defeated the current Cage Master, Bobber, and then defeated 2 other challengers, securing the position of team leader for the first team. Another 2 days passed, and just as Tyler finished his daily cultivation routine and returned to the inn with Heloise, Vanessa suddenly visited in the night. In a novel, a young woman's unexpected arrival after dark would usually lead to some sort of dramatic bravado. Regrettably, on this night, Vanessa did not bring any such developments. Lord Felix, there's an emergency. As soon as Tyler opened the door for Vanessa, she hurriedly entered the room and closed the door behind her. In front of Tyler and Heloise, Vanessa immediately revealed 2 pieces of news. The first piece of news is that Lord Wallace of the Azure Lizard family has just given up his position as team leader and withdrawn from the Labyrinth raid team overnight. The second piece of news is that before leaving, Lord Wallace found Vanessa and persuaded her also to give up this raid on the Aqua Nest. The reason is that the Scarlet family might not play by the rules. Not playing by the rules? What does that mean? Tyler had a vague feeling that the ominous premonition of Ice Pole Star, Cheryl, might come true. Chapter 270 Plan of the Scarlet Family Prison Star Calendar Year 187, July 13th 9:12 p.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 25 days countdown to Labyrinth Raid. 9 days in the room of the inn, Tyler and Heloise both stared intently at Vanessa. The news she brought tonight could potentially alter the trio's subsequent plans. What I am about to disclose pertains to the internal intelligence of the Azure Lizard family. I implore you both to maintain confidentiality. Vanessa cautioned them before relaying the reality of the situation forthrightly. Earlier this afternoon, Wallace, the young master of the Azure Lizard family, had obtained confidential information through his family channels. The intel indicated that during the forthcoming raid on the Aqua Nest, the Scarlet family would stealthily include formidable entities like the Silver Wasp Queen into the raiding party, and they would keep this a secret from Ice Pole Star Cheryl. As the eldest son of the Azure Lizard family, Wallace was naturally privy to the unique mechanisms of the labyrinth, and he immediately understood that the Scarlet family was setting a trap for the two teams from Delhi's town. However, due to the interconnected interests among the 5 great families, even after learning of such intelligence, Wallace would not reveal it to Ice Pole Star Cheryl, nor would he trouble the Scarlet family, choosing instead to prioritize self-preservation and abstain from participating in the Labyrinth Raid. Undeniably, his decision to share this information with Vanessa was already an act of extreme generosity. Tyler's mood plummeted immediately after listening to Vanessa's statement. Silver Wasp Queen, isn't that Viviana's title? Just 4 days ago, Tyler was secretly relieved that Viviana hadn't been involved in this matter. Now, the problem he least wanted to face was inevitably before him. Vanessa, does young Lord Wallace have any idea why the Scarlet family is doing this? Tyler inquired. As for that, he's not sure and is quite perplexed himself. Is that so? Tyler closed his eyes, pondering. As one of the Barado, the Scarlet family wouldn't engage in a thankless task. Since they were willing to offend other clans and even clash with the Royal Labyrinth instructor to proceed with their plan, it suggested they're expecting substantial benefits that correspond with their actions. It seems that the Scarlet family possesses exclusive secrets regarding the Aqua Nest that only they are privy to. Having considered this, Tyler had mostly figured it out. In the time since parting with Viviana, Tyler had gleaned some understanding of the concept of the divine heir. As the divine heir of the Scarlet family, Viviana represented the future lifeline of the family. If the Scarlet family didn't have absolute confidence in their covert operation, they would never risk Viviana's safety. In other words, while Viviana would enter the Aqua Nest, she wouldn't face any threats to her life. It might even be possible that this secret operation was specifically designed for Viviana. Thus, Tyler did not need to risk entering the Aqua Nest to repay Viviana for saving his life. However, even though he had rationalized this, Tyler still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Well, we'll think about this later. The priority for Tyler now was to determine the future course of action for the trio consisting of him, Heloise, and Vanessa. Now that Wallace had fled, it shouldn't pose any issue persuading Vanessa, who tended to act pragmatically, to abandon the labyrinth. As for Heloise, her short-term goal was to become stronger, and her long-term goal was to liberate her Tiger Men tribe companions from the underground. The Aqua Nest was not a place she had to absolutely visit. Therefore, the trio could entirely depart from Delhi's town, find another location of practice, challenge the second-tier trials, continue to grow stronger, and even invite team leader Gurvit to join them, sparing him from risking his life in the Aqua Nest. Thinking this way, the only problem was feeling somewhat guilty towards Ice Pole Star, Cheryl, since they wouldn't have learned so much about the labyrinth without her honest disclosure. I didn't anticipate being embroiled in the power struggle among the clans so soon. After discussing with Vanessa and Heloise, Tyler ultimately concluded that with 9 days remaining before the raid on the Aqua Nest, they could temporarily stay put and decide the final course of action in a few days, depending on the situation. Simultaneously, within the Scarlet family's mansion, Viviana had just disembarked from the carriage, in company with the two elders. Albert's absence at the door to greet her was somewhat surprising. Assisted by other servants, she was escorted to her quarters to rest, while the two elders, the Cardinal and Obsidian, hurriedly sought an audience with the Lord of Scarlet. Their urgency was entirely due to the matter of the Aqua Nest. Before long, the three pillars of the Scarlet family, the Lord, Cardinal Elder Rodrigo, and Obsidian Elder Augusto, had convened within a clandestine study. Ridiculously, Viviana, who was to be the principal person involved in the forthcoming labyrinth plan, was excluded. The rationale for not including Viviana was that all three believed her to be overly naive. If she were to discern the full scope of the labyrinth plan, it might induce adverse effects on the execution of the plan. The labyrinth plan originated from a secret the Scarlet family had learned about the Aqua Nest. The pioneer of the Scarlet family discovered that if two of the three teams that entered the labyrinth were entirely eliminated, the three goblin leaders within a labyrinth would fuse into one, manifesting the true form of the labyrinth boss. Subsequently, when this actual boss was defeated, the labyrinth would proffer an additional treasure as a reward. The value of this additional treasure would be no less than the treasures obtained from clearing ancient labyrinths. The triad of the Scarlet family expressed great interest in this secret. Coincidentally, the royal family had initiated a raid on the Aqua Nest. Hence, they crafted this plan around Viviana. The Scarlet family had already colluded with the officials dispatched by the royal family. They would not reveal the actual situation to the two teams from Delhi's town. Once all three teams entered the labyrinth, a portion of their team would disperse, specifically tasked with sabotaging the other two teams to hasten their demise. As for the raid on the actual boss, they had no intention of relying solely on Viviana's strength and had other plans in mind. Do the two elders believe that, with Viviana's current strength, she can successfully conquer the Aqua Nest with absolute safety? Within the study, the Lord of Scarlet opened the evening's discussion without any pleasantries. The Cardinal and Obsidian elders reported Viviana's recent progress on the battlefield in response to this question and subsequently provided the answer. Regrettably, the probability of Viviana successfully defeating the true boss of the Aqua Nest on her own is likely only 20%. However, as previously planned, with the particular method in place, we could increase this success rate to 100%. Chapter 271 Storm to come naturally. The Scarlet family was aware of the unique difficulty mechanisms of a labyrinth, so they wouldn't commit the folly of having Cardinal Elder and Obsidian Elder join the labyrinth raid team. The method they mentioned refers to a special way of entering the labyrinth that only they could execute. This special method revolves around Viviana. To protect the divine heir, Viviana, the Scarlet family inscribed a concealed magic circle within her at birth. This magic circle has two activation methods. One is for Viviana to initiate herself, and the other is for it to automatically trigger when Viviana's life is in danger. Regardless of the method, once the concealed magic circle is activated, Cardinal and Obsidian elders would be teleported to Viviana's side immediately to ensure her safety. This unique teleportation applies even if Viviana is within the labyrinth. Indeed, this concealed magic circle serves as the secret plan to ensure a 100 success rate for Viviana's raids, and this way of entering the labyrinth can circumvent the labyrinth's difficulty rules. It could even be considered cheating in a way no one would be aware. Due to this cheat method, coupled with the enormous benefits, the Scarlet family is resolved to have Viviana raid the Aqua Nest, even if it means offending other powers. Very well, let's proceed as planned. The Lord of the Scarlet family nodded. He had absolute trust in his right-hand men, Cardinal Elder and Obsidian Elder. Understood. By the way, my lord, we have news that there might be a slight issue in Delhi's town. Cardinal Elder Rodrigo brought up a new piece of intelligence. He stated that all the nobles with significant statuses among the labyrinth raiding personnel in Delhi's town had already evacuated after receiving their leaked information. Although there's a tacit understanding of mutual protection and secrecy among the nobility, Ice Polestar, Cheryl might sense something. If she decides to cause trouble over this matter, it could be problematic. Ice Polestar, Cheryl. She wouldn't be the kind of fool who would cross paths with us nobles over the lives of commoners. Would she? The Lord of the Scarlet family drummed his fingers on the table. He wasn't afraid of Cheryl causing trouble, but unnecessary misunderstandings with the royal family could be troublesome. Technically, she shouldn't, but just in case, I suggest we give her a way out. The cunning light flickered in Obsidian Elder Augusto's murky eyes. This elder had extensive experience in schemes and machinations. Oh, what kind of way out? The Lord of the Scarlet family asked curiously. Obsidian Elder gave a smirk, sharing his plan. Both the Lord of the Scarlet family and Cardinal Elder approved of Obsidian Elder's idea after hearing it, and they began preparations overnight in coordination with him. Prison Star Calendar Year 187, July 14th, 10:18 p.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 24 days countdown to Labyrinth Raid. 8 days on the outskirts of Delhi's town. A mage of unparalleled beauty, but with a cold demeanor, was practicing a special detection spell in the open wilderness. Ever since she lost to the youth named Felix, Ice Polestar, Cheryl had intensified her practice of detection-type magic, determined not to repeat the same mistake. After reflecting and evaluating the situation multiple times, Cheryl believed her loss was due to her failure to keep tabs on Felix's location. She initially thought that since she had sealed the entire building's exterior with ice, it would be impossible for her to lose sight of her opponent within this enclosed space. However, Felix managed to disappear right under her nose using a strange smokescreen technique. He even managed to escape from the house without breaking the ice seal. Regarding this, Cheryl could only assume that Felix must possess a skill that allows him to teleport his body, such as instantaneous movement. A skill like instantaneous movement is a coveted god-tier skill for any combat profession. Losing to such a skill, Cheryl could only admit her miscalculation. Moreover, Cheryl believes that Felix must possess other skills equivalent to instantaneous movement. This conjecture has no basis and is merely her intuition. Not to brag, but Cheryl's intuition has always been accurate. Hope I can have a sparring session with him. As a battle-oriented magician, Cheryl is quite obsessed with combat, which was why she issued the 10-second challenge to Felix and the others a few days ago. But now, she couldn't indulge herself in doing what she wanted. As the captain of the first team, Wallace of the Azure Lizard had fled under the cover of night. Although Cheryl was young, she was intelligent and experienced. She could guess with considerable accuracy what it meant for the eldest son of the Azure Lizard family to flee overnight, even if it was just an estimate. Next, if Vanessa also leaves, Cheryl could confirm that the Scarlet family was definitely plotting something in secret. To deal with this possible situation, Cheryl found Chief Pamela and asked her to summon Felix. Cheryl was not the type to sit and wait for death. When Chief Pamela found Tyler, he was having lunch in the restaurant with Heloise. Tyler wondered if Chief Pamela was still thinking about Chief Oleg and wanted to get an update on her old colleague through him. But when Chief Pamela spoke, Tyler dismissed this trivial thought because he knew he was in trouble. "Does Lady Cheryl want to see me right now?" Tyler deliberately repeated Chief Pamela's words so that Vanessa, who was not far away, could also hear. "Yes," she said, "there's an urgent matter. I don't know if you could come with me to see her now." Urgent matter? Tyler speculated that at this time, Cheryl wanted to find him. It must be related to the labyrinth, and it probably wouldn't be good news. But since she had specifically named him, he couldn't avoid it. "Heloise, you continue eating and go to the Quest Guild with Chief Pamela." Tyler's words were also meant for Vanessa, who was not far away. He could probably guess that Cheryl only wanted to talk to him alone. Heloise, being naive, didn't think much of it, nodded and continued eating. Vanessa, who was dining nearby, looked thoughtfully at Felix until he and Chief Pamela left the doorway. Tyler followed Chief Pamela all the way to the second floor of the Quest Guild, where the Ice Polestar, Cheryl, was already waiting in her office. After entering the room, Chief Pamela silently withdrew, closing the door behind her, leaving only Tyler and Cheryl alone in the room. A one-on-one conversation. "Why does it feel like being called into the principal's office?" Cheryl's presence filled the office with a chilling aura. Tyler forced himself to maintain his composure as he looked at her, her expression impassive as she returned his gaze. Then, Tyler's ominous premonition was quickly confirmed. Cheryl's first words out of the gate effectively cornered him. "Felix, are you all planning to withdraw from the Labyrinth Raid team?" Chapter 272, A Reward of Life. Cheryl's question made Tyler's heart skip a beat. There were two reasons for this. One was that Cheryl had discerned their intentions, and the other was that she had asked about you all, not you. In other words, Cheryl probably had deduced the relationship of common action between Tyler, Heloise, Vanessa, and Gervit. Truly impressive. Cheryl, who became the chief court magician at the age of 28, really is formidable. However, Tyler read from Cheryl's mind that she was not entirely sure, so he did not intend to confess just yet. "Lady Cheryl, why would you ask that?" Tyler countered. "Isn't it about time to stop playing mind games with me, Felix? You must know about Wallace Azure Lizard resigning his captaincy and leaving Delhi's town, right? The news of the eldest son of the Azure Lizard family withdrawing from the Labyrinth Raid team was indeed causing a stir in Delhi's town, and it would be too fake for Tyler to say he didn't know at this point. However, before confessing completely, Tyler wanted to first probe what Cheryl's purpose was in finding him. "I am aware of Lord Wallace's departure, but I fail to see how it relates to your previous question." Tyler continued to feign ignorance. But his feigned ignorance seemed to have worn down the last of Cheryl's patience. Cheryl slowly stood up, letting out a sigh. The sigh made Tyler feel as if the temperature in the room had plummeted another 10 degrees. If the low-temperature interrogation continued, Tyler was afraid he might freeze first. "Never mind, I won't beat around the bush, it'll be direct." Fortunately, Cheryl did not intend to continue the cold interrogation, but chose to have an honest conversation with Tyler. Cheryl bluntly said that she believed Vanessa and Tyler were working together. Whether it was Wallace Azure Lizard or Vanessa Snowy Heart, these nobles who had joined a Labyrinth Raid team couldn't possibly give up without a reason. However, the fact that Wallace Azure Lizard fled indicated that there was a deadly danger in this Labyrinth Raid, and the cause was most likely the third team of the Scarlet family that Cheryl couldn't control. Nobles often protect each other, a dynamic Cheryl had seen many times, and Vanessa, as a current guest of the Azure Lizard family, must have received information from Wallace Azure Lizard, so there was no reason for her not to flee. "Felix, Vanessa wouldn't have failed to tell you and planned to slip away on her own, would she?" Cheryl looked at Tyler coldly, her eyes and heart devoid of any emotion. At this point, Tyler finally understood. Cheryl was just doing her job. She was merely here to confirm her suspicions. "Well, since we're going to withdraw from the team sooner or later, might as well do Cheryl a favor now." With less than 8 days left before the Labyrinth Raid team set off, Tyler decided to have a sincere conversation with Cheryl. "Vanessa did tell me, but we haven't made a final decision yet." Tyler told the truth. They were 99.99 decided on fleeing, but they hadn't made a final decision yet. Felix, there's no need for such social niceties with me, is there? Your withdrawal from the Labyrinth Raid team is just a matter of time." Cheryl's words were very sharp, and by this point in the conversation, she had confirmed most of what she wanted to confirm, and it was time to reveal her true intentions. "Let me be straightforward with you, Felix. I won't stop you, and I can't stop you if you want to withdraw, but I have a request. I want you to stay." "Hummy?" Tyler was taken aback. Cheryl's request was unexpected. Furthermore, Cheryl was a person who said what she thought, which made it difficult for Tyler to know her thoughts in advance through mind reading. "During our previous encounter, I learned that you have a strong ability to escape. I believe that no matter what the Scarlet family plans to do in the Aqua Nest, you should be able to survive and escape. What I want you to do is enter the Aqua Nest as a member of the Labyrinth Raid team, figure out the Scarlet family's plot, and then escape and tell me the truth. Of course, this isn't compulsory, and if you're unwilling, I won't force you, but if you're willing, I can offer you a reward." After saying this, Cheryl crossed her arms and continued to stare at Tyler with cold eyes, waiting for his response. At this point, Tyler found it a bit difficult to look directly at Cheryl, because her demeanor was unsettling. No, the room was just too cold. Out of desperation, Tyler had to first ask Cheryl to retract her frosty aura, then open the window to let the hot air outside come in. Otherwise, Tyler felt that he was going to freeze solid in this summer heat. "Oh, I didn't realize." Cheryl apologized in a decent manner. It seems she didn't mean to lower the temperature to undermine Tyler's will. After the temperature rose, Tyler's frozen brain gradually began to function again. He thought about it carefully for a moment and soon came to a conclusion. "Lady Cheryl, what kind of reward are you planning to give me?" Tyler asked first instead of giving a direct answer. "Depends on what you want. Money, magic items. As long as it's within my ability, I can promise it to you." Cheryl's answer didn't satisfy Tyler. He wouldn't risk his life for these common things. "So long as it's within your ability, I can ask for anything. Correct?" Tyler asked again, and his question made Cheryl take 2 steps backward. She misunderstood his intentions. You're not starting to like me, are you?" Cheryl, who had been mostly emotionless, seemed a bit flustered. Seeing her interesting reaction, Tyler couldn't help but want to tease her a bit. "Lady Cheryl, I never said that. Please don't overthink things." "Who's overthinking things about you?" Cheryl's reaction was somewhat intense, but she had plenty of experience and quickly controlled her emotions. "Enough with this nonsense. Tell me what you want as a reward." Seeing that Cheryl was a bit unhappy, Tyler decided to stop teasing her and honestly expressed his thoughts. "Lady Cheryl, I believe you are essentially asking for my life, so the reward I want is for you to unconditionally promise to do something for me in the future. What do you think?" Tyler's proposition made Cheryl feel that he was asking too much. In her eyes, how could the value of this young man's life be compared to hers? However, Cheryl really couldn't go into the Aqua Nest herself, because that would cause more serious problems. "I think it's possible, but with restrictions, it can't be anything immoral." After some consideration, Cheryl agreed to Felix's proposal. No matter what, she wanted to figure out what the Scarlet family was planning this time. "All right, let's consider it settled." Tyler extended his hand to Cheryl. She hesitated for a moment, then shook the young man's hand. "The restriction immoral. That should be enough, right? This kid should be about 10 years younger than me. There's no way he could be interested in me like that, right?" Chapter 273 Plans of the Ghost. The Eternal Winter Lord had been absent from the Abyssal Empire for about 4 to 5 days, and the earthly and heavenly ghosts, left without their Barado, were slightly disoriented, despite the Eternal Winter Lord not blaming them. Both the earthly and heavenly ghosts believed that his personal expedition was entirely due to their previous failure. Now that the situation had progressed to this point, the Eternal Winter Lord didn't ask them to do anything else, merely to keep in touch regularly and report on Banning's location. In terms of surveillance, the earthly ghosts controlled snakes, and the heavenly ghosts controlled birds. They cooperated with each other, working in shifts day and night, watching Banning closely 24/7. They would immediately notice if he left Delhi's town. But the duo, who prided themselves as the Eternal Winter Lord's competent subordinates, couldn't accept their previous failure and gradually began to form a new idea after pondering over it. On this day, the earthly ghost and the heavenly ghost, without prior agreement, sought each other out for the same matter, to plot another assassination attempt on Banning. "Heavenly Ghost, I've adjusted my mindset, and I feel like I can do it again." "Really? That's quite a coincidence. I've also reignited my fighting spirit recently." The earthly ghost and the heavenly ghost looked at each other and laughed, then reached a consensus. They decided to treat each subsequent assassination attempt as the last, without fear of failure. If they succeeded, they would be relieving the Eternal Winter Lord's worries. If they failed, it wouldn't affect the Eternal Winter Lord's actions. Then, since they were treating this as their last attempt, they naturally had to give it their all to assassinate Banning. The earthly ghost told the heavenly ghost that he had successfully persuaded the most powerful member of the Shadow Serpent Society, who was now on his way to Delhi's town. The heavenly ghost was quite surprised upon hearing this, as he knew something about the highest combat power of the Shadow Serpent Society, who was known for being uncontrollable. "Earthly ghost, your physical form isn't in the Human Alliance. How could you persuade him?" The heavenly ghost question made the earthly ghost smile bitterly. To mobilize the most powerful combatant, he indeed paid a considerable price. I made a deal with him. As long as the assassination is successful, I will give him the Millennium Snake Crystal as a reward. The Millennium Snake Crystal? The heavenly ghost was shocked. Earthly ghost, if you give away the Millennium Snake Crystal, what will you do for your next tier advancement? There is not a second one in the world. The heavenly ghost's words were not unknown to the earthly ghost, who could only let out a sigh. Serving the eternal Winter Lord by removing obstacles is the reason for our existence. My personal gains and losses are insignificant. The earthly ghost's resolution moved the heavenly ghost, but even before he was moved by the earthly ghost, he had made a crazy move, just like the earthly ghost. You're right, but I estimate that before the most powerful combatant of your Shadow Serpent Society arrives in Delhi's town, Banning will already be dead. The heavenly ghost mysteriously told the earthly ghost about his plan. These days, the heavenly ghost had sold all his possessions and bought the legendary Liberation Stone in the Demon Black Market. As long as the Liberation Stone is sent into the labyrinth, it can make all the demons in the labyrinth, including the boss, go berserk. Their strength will increase dramatically by 1 tier. But the corresponding side effect is that the labyrinth that absorbed the Liberation Stone will collapse on its own after 7 days. So it's an extremely luxurious one-time item. Given the current situation, this guy Banning is likely to enter the Aqua Nest. Once we confirm he has entered, I will arrange for someone to take the Liberation Stone in. We'll barato him there with nowhere to escape. The heavenly ghost's eyes shone as he spoke, as if he had already seen the scene of Banning dying in the labyrinth. After hearing the heavenly ghost plan, the earthly ghost was also very excited. Their two plans complemented each other perfectly, no matter whether Banning ultimately entered the labyrinth or not. What awaited him was a deadly trap. Heavenly ghost, earthly ghost. The heavenly ghost and the earthly ghost firmly clasped each other's hands. They were full of confidence in this joint operation and vowed to win the recognition of the eternal Winter Lord again with the success of this mission. Transitioning back to the scene at Delhi's town, Tyler, having bid farewell to Cheryl, the Ice Pole Star, promptly located Heloise and the others. He conveyed the agreement Head made with Cheryl to the group. Since we've broached the subject, you are free to withdraw from the Labyrinth raid team without any reservations. Is that understood? Tyler's intention was for Heloise, Vanessa, and Gervit to altogether abandon this Labyrinth expedition. Everyone was in agreement with this decision, but they were concerned about Tyler undertaking this dangerous mission alone. Lord Felix, while I, Gervit, may not be particularly competent, I am admittedly quite resilient. I hope you will entrust the task of uncovering the truth to me. Gervit was well aware of the perilous nature of this task, but if his life could serve a purpose for Lord Banning, he would give his life without regret. Well, Captain of the Emerald City Cavalry, it's most suitable for this task to be assigned to the apostle of the nefarious Tiger King. When it comes to reconnaissance and withdrawal, the agility and speed of our Tigerman race are unmatched. Heloise also stepped forward. She was not unafraid of death. Rather, she was confident in her ability to return alive. Tyler was touched to see both of them willing to risk their lives for him. He hadn't made such close friends on Earth, but in this prison star world, he had suddenly made two. I understand your feelings, but this is a task I must undertake myself. After all, I was the only one who successfully passed Cheryl's 10-second challenge. Wasn't I? You must believe in my abilities. Tyler couldn't possibly let his friends risk their lives for a decision he had made. Moreover, since he had agreed to Cheryl's request, that meant he had the corresponding confidence. With 8 days left before the raid on the Aqua Nest, Tyler was confident that he could elevate his abilities another notch during this time. After Tyler had spoken, Gervit and Heloise still argued for a while, but in the end, they were persuaded by him. Meanwhile, Vanessa had been watching Tyler thoughtfully. When everyone fell silent, she asked Tyler a question. Lord Felix, I hope you won't take offense if I'm wrong, but did Cheryl use her charm to win you over, and that's why you agreed to her request? Vanessa's question caused Tyler, who had been drinking water, to spray it out. There's no such thing. Why would you ask that? Tyler didn't expect that he would have such a negative image in Vanessa's eyes. Because not only is Cheryl beautiful, but she's also very charming. If I were a man, I definitely wouldn't be able to forget her. While Vanessa was saying this, she glanced at Healy's from time to time. She speculated that Lord Felix and Heloise must have had a close relationship. Don't worry, Vanessa, Tyler sighed with a wry smile, trying to make her understand that he wouldn't be swayed by a beautiful woman. Although Cheryl is indeed beautiful, in my view, Cinchuredo, while Vanessa looked away embarrassedly. Gervit was very sensible. He quietly left the room and even remembered to close the door. Chapter 274 Expectations of Two Girls. The atmosphere within the inn room was subtly charged with ambiguity. Vanessa decided to seize the opportunity to clarify the exact nature of the relationship between Felix and Heloise. Lord Felix, may I ask why you and Heloise are sharing a room? Could I possibly be misunderstanding something? Vanessa mustered her courage, finally voicing the question. In truth, Vanessa was somewhat hopeful that she had indeed misconstrued the situation. As a noblewoman, she understood that it was quite common for men of power and influence to maintain multiple concubines. However, as the prospective queen to Lord Felix, she yearned to be the first woman to establish a marital relationship with him. Upon hearing Vanessa's question, Heloise's face reddened even further, which only served to deepen Vanessa's pessimism. Unexpectedly, Felix's response was quite neutral. The reason I am staying with Heloise is due to her previous infestation of the parasitic blood serpent. Felix's response effectively cooled the intimacy of the room's atmosphere. Remember when we used the power of your divine white doe to treat her? Don't you remember? I remember. So that's why. Vanessa nodded blankly, for a moment believing that she had indeed misunderstood Felix and Heloise's relationship. But Vanessa was not naive. She quickly realized that Felix's explanation left something to be desired. Hold on. If the parasitic blood serpent has already been purified, why are you two still staying together? Vanessa was certain she hadn't misunderstood the sequence of events. Felix's explanation could account for the past, but it didn't explain the present. Faced with Vanessa's astute inquiry, Felix remained calm. He sighed slightly, and then said with a hint of seriousness that the explanation was rather long-winded. Heloise, may I disclose the situation regarding the earthly ghost and the shadow serpent society to Vanessa? Before explaining to Vanessa, Felix first sought Heloise's opinion. Heloise graciously nodded her assent. Since Vanessa had once saved her life, Heloise no longer regarded Vanessa as an outsider. And so, Felix concisely relayed the circumstances to Vanessa, informing her that the members of the Shadow Serpent Society could potentially launch an attack at any moment. Consequently, for safety reasons, he and Heloise rarely separated. So, it's the Shadow Serpent Society. I had heard some rumors, but I didn't expect the organization to truly exist. Vanessa was genuinely convinced this time. From the rumors she had heard, the force of the Shadow Serpent Society was formidable, rivaling the organization she belonged to, the Hidden Dragon. But why is the Shadow Serpent Society after you? Vanessa, I think you should already know the answer to that question. Felix's implicit message in his reply was clear to Vanessa. So, it all boils down to Felix's identity as the Dragon Shadow. Vanessa had known beforehand about the intense competition surrounding the Dragon Shadow, but it wasn't until she was directly involved that she realized how naive she had been. The focal point of the power struggle in the Western Kingdom was the Dragon Shadow. I understand, Lord Felix. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me anytime. We'll try to help. By this point, Vanessa had completely forgotten the original question she wanted to ask. Her mind was solely occupied with how to assist Felix in combating the Shadow Serpent Society. After Vanessa and the outside Gervit had left, only Heloise and Felix remained in the room. Felix, as always, was batch-producing potions in the afternoon period, while Heloise, instead of taking her usual relaxed nap, was lost in thought. After hearing Vanessa's question, Heloise began to ponder what exactly was her relationship with Felix. Although according to the custom of the Tiger Men race, once they had exchanged nicknames, they were considered betrothed. This custom only applied to members of the Tiger Men race. Even though Heloise had clarified this with Felix, it didn't count. Before, Heloise thought the custom of the Tiger Men race was very reasonable, but now she felt that she had been wronged. To be honest, Heloise hoped that Felix would have admitted their relationship just now. But as a young lady, she also desired the confirmation of their relationship to be more romantic, not under others' questioning. What exactly does Felix think of me now? Looking at Felix, who was not far away, Heloise wanted to ask, but couldn't utter the question. During their time in Deli's town, Heloise was with Felix day and night, spending their evenings together without any guard around. But Felix, he hadn't even approached Heloise at all, which made her truly uncertain about asking him. Is it because Felix is too much of a gentleman? Or is it that he is not interested in her? Reflecting on the time when she was afflicted by a strange, mysterious ailment, Heloise remembered how Felix had run around for her. She believed that Felix must have feelings for her. But he had feelings for her, yet he could hold himself back, which made Heloise think that Felix must be too shy. As a young lady of the Tiger Men race, Heloise always remembered the tribal teachings. What the Tiger Men wants, they must strive for themselves. But, like an old tiger hunting, you must wait for the opportunity to strike a lethal blow. Therefore, Heloise won't act rashly, but continue to wait for an excellent opportunity. Heloise believed that as long as she continued to spend the days and nights with Felix, the opportunity would sooner or later come. Year 187, July 19th, 9:12 a.m. Countdown to confession death. 19 days countdown to labyrinth raid. 3 days time unknowingly passed by 5 days. Cheryl, the ice pole star, sat in the office of Pamela, her mood still not good. After Wallace Azure Lizard withdrew from the labyrinth raid team, Heloise, Vanessa, and Gervit, those 3 promising talents Cheryl thought highly of, also withdrew one after another. Now in the team, the only person Cheryl could rely on was Felix. However, even though she had already agreed on a strategy with Felix, Cheryl could ultimately only know the Scarlet family's conspiracy, but could not stop their evil deeds. And this meant that Cheryl could only watch the 2 teams from Deli's town go to their deaths. As a labyrinth instructor, Cheryl couldn't accept this situation. She had begun to think about making up an excuse to let the 2 teams immediately withdraw once they enter the Aqua Nest. But this approach also has problems, because if the Scarlet family's team were to explore the labyrinth in an orderly manner, then Cheryl's actions would undoubtedly harm the Scarlet family. This will also cause big problems. For these matters, Cheryl had been troubled for 4 to 5 days, and then today, this labyrinth raid event that made her stuck in a dilemma finally had new development. At noon today, Pamela, the branch chief, found Cheryl and told her that the Scarlet family's envoy had brought a batch of backup raiders for the labyrinth to Deli's town. Upon hearing this, Cheryl immediately got up to see the envoy from the Scarlet family. She wanted to see what tricks the Scarlet family wanted to play at this critical juncture. But half an hour later, Cheryl's mood fell into an indescribable depression. The reason for her gloom was that the envoy of the Scarlet family had actually brought 10 death row inmates. Chapter 275, Set Off Day. The envoy of the Scarlet family delineated the matter unequivocally. The 10 condemned criminals were intended to assist Cheryl in forming 2 teams. By utilizing these death row inmates, there would be no need for innocents to venture into the labyrinth to face certain death, thereby alleviating Cheryl of unnecessary psychological burden. After having made this clear to Cheryl, the Scarlet family's clandestine scheme regarding the Aqua Nest was now an open stratagem. And this audacious demeanor, leaving Cheryl exasperated and fuming, yet unable to vent her anger, was truly frustrating. Cheryl had no desire to restructure 2 teams as per the Scarlet family's decree. However, if she wished to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, she had no choice but to accept these 10 prisoners sent by the Scarlet family. The Scarlet family, Cheryl, will remember this grudge. After a protracted internal struggle, Cheryl eventually accepted the 10 prisoners sent by the Scarlet family. She concocted a pretext to dismiss every current Barado of the Labyrinth raid team, quietly retaining only Felix in the hope of uncovering the truth through him. Prison Star Calendar, Year 187, July 22nd, 9:02 a.m. Countdown to Confession, 16 days. Countdown to Labyrinth Raid, 0 days. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, the day for the Labyrinth Raid team to depart finally arrived. During this period, Tyler had been spending all his available time honing his skill proficiency and resting to restore his magic. Otherwise, he was mass-producing potions to enhance his pharmacist occupation experience, thus leading an extremely utilitarian life. Heloise, who had been with Tyler day and night, at one point thought the benevolent deity's messenger must have gone mad. After all, from Heloise's unknowing perspective, when Tyler was honing his proficiency, he merely seemed to be sitting there, lost in thought. Just wait for me in the town. Trust me, there won't be a problem. Before departing, Heloise, Vanessa, and Gervit all simultaneously insisted on entering the labyrinth with Tyler again, but he firmly refused them all. Tyler still clearly remembered the scene of total annihilation in the future death scene. Perhaps, in that future, he had allowed everyone to enter the labyrinth together due to an ill-founded optimism because he was unaware of the impending ending. You don't need to see me off either. I'm just going to explore the labyrinth. I'm not planning to fight to the death. He'll be back soon. Cinchuredo, this ceremony would imbue all her luck into Tyler, ensuring his safe return. You can't wipe it off, okay? Absolutely don't wipe it off. Seeing Heloise so earnest, Tyler could only smile and accept. After Heloise, Vanessa presented Tyler with 3 precious potent magic potions and seriously cautioned him about the precautions. Tyler remembered these magic potions. He had seen Viviana use them before. They restored magic at the cost of life energy. But in the world of Prison Star, they were extremely precious magic restoration items. Finally, Gervit suggested that Tyler ride Pegasus into the labyrinth, as its flying ability would definitely be of great help. After contemplating for a moment, Tyler politely declined Gervit's kind offer. The convenience of flight was indeed quite beneficial. But in this life-or-limb situation, Tyler preferred to charge into the battlefield with his trusted partner, Moto-chan, rather than an unfamiliar Pegasus. All right, you can stop here. We'll be back soon. Tyler didn't feel that this trip to the Aqua Nest would be particularly dangerous, but everyone's farewells had turned the atmosphere into one of tragic valor, as if he were a hero of Sparta. Let me see what the Scarlet family is really up to. Prior to rendezvousing with the Labyrinth Raid team, Tyler first sought out Moto-chan at the stables. It had been almost 9 days since he last laid eyes on Moto-chan. This reunion, after a long absence of 9 days, almost made Tyler fail to recognize Moto-chan. There were significant changes in Moto-chan's appearance compared to Tyler's last impression of him. Presently, Moto-chan's physique was a notch more robust than a regular warhorse, standing above 2 meters tall when erect and weighing an estimated 300 to 400 kilograms. A glossy sheen of metallic luster adorned the pitch-black muscles, and several healed scars silently narrated the trials it had gone through. Moreover, its 4 hooves were also quite striking. The shimmering, silvery metallic hooves, akin to war hammers, hammered the ground with every step. Tyler used his identification ability to confirm Moto-chan's information and found that not only had it grown in appearance, but its basic information had also seen a substantial improvement. Steel-hoofed warhorse, Moto-chan, male, 0 years old. Steel-hoofed warhorse, LV21 skill slots, 2-2 life energy, 10-27 endurance, 975, 982 magic energy, 210 While Tyler had been busy with his own cultivation, Moto-chan didn't lag behind his master. It had evolved from the initial Tier 1 Iron-hoofed warhorse to the Tier 2 Steel-hoofed warhorse, with all its attributes seeing a substantial improvement, and it even learned a new skill. It's just like you, Moto-chan, always surprising me. Tyler said happily, patting Moto-chan's back. Moto-chan grunted a few times in a very low voice, as if saying that this little progress was nothing to boast about. Subsequently, Tyler mounted some of his equipment and tools on Moto-chan's horse armor, then set off riding Moto-chan. When Tyler arrived at the rendezvous point, Ice Polestar Cheryl and Branch Chief Pamela were already waiting there with 2 teams of convicts. Tyler had heard about the convicts from Cheryl the day before. He didn't comment on the Scarlet family's actions, but he did understand the information that anyone who entered the Aqua Nest would inevitably die. There wasn't much idle chat after the 3 met. After briefly confirming the precautions, they headed towards the entrance of the Aqua Nest. Along the way, with Ice Polestar Cheryl escorting them, the convicts didn't dare to act recklessly. When they arrived at the entrance of the labyrinth, they all obediently followed orders and went in one after another. The entrance to the Aqua Nest did seem similar to the Gateway of Trials to Tyler. They both looked like rectangular, glowing bodies, like teleportation portals. However, the differences were also quite obvious. The teleportation portal of the labyrinth entrance displayed the words Labyrinth, Aqua Nest in both human and demon languages, and its color was also different from the white, yellow, orange, red, and purple of the trials. It was entirely a gloomy green light. The 2 entrances of the Aqua Nest were less than 50 meters apart. Under the urging of Ice Polestar Cheryl, 2 teams of convicts entered their respective entrances. Then, after a 5-minute countdown, the 2 entrances turned gray one after another, meaning that until the people who had entered all died or all left the labyrinth, the entrance would remain closed. Felix, if you go in after everything in the labyrinth is over, I will consider your actions as a breach of agreement. Don't worry, leur chérie. I should be able to go in soon. Chapter 276, First Encounter with Aqua Nest. Upon learning of the sent death row convicts yesterday, Tyler began to consult with Ice Polestar, Cheryl, and altered their original course of action, since the Scarlet family had shown their cards. Blatantly communicating to Cheryl that the 2 teams from Delhi's town entering the labyrinth were marching to their doom, Tyler believed there was no need for him to accompany these convicts into the labyrinth. According to the labyrinth's rules, as long as all the teams corresponding to a particular entrance had either all withdrawn from the labyrinth or all perished, that entrance would reopen. Tyler deemed it best to enter the labyrinth under these circumstances. Cheryl concurred with Tyler's perspective and agreed to the alteration of the plan. However, after really implementing it, she couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious. Tyler, Cheryl, and the branch leader Pamela quietly waited at the entrance of the labyrinth. The 2 gray entrances of the labyrinth made the atmosphere exceedingly oppressive. As time ticked by, this oppressive feeling became increasingly heavy. 10 minutes passed. Tyler remained calm, while Cheryl's expression visibly tightened. Another 10 minutes elapsed. Cheryl had paced back and forth over 100 times, but Tyler was still as relaxed as ever. Tyler could tell that Cheryl was enduring a torment that made each second feel like a year. If Tyler's timing for entering the labyrinth was indeed too late, she would not be able to know what the Scarlet family had done in the labyrinth. However, Tyler had faith in his judgment. One of his bases was that his future death time was July 23rd, still a day away from now. This meant that the interior of the Aqua Nest was considerably vast. Even if the Scarlet family planned to kill the 2 teams from Delhi's town as soon as they entered the labyrinth, it would still take a significant amount of time to accomplish it. The difficult half-hour mark passed, with Tyler still in a calm and composed state, but it seemed Cheryl was about to lose her patience with him. Just then, the labyrinth entrance further away from them suddenly lit up, once again emitting an eerie green light. "Q quick, it's open, Felix. You have to go in now." Ice Polestar Cheryl was so excited she began to stammer. Branch leader Pamela was also so shocked she couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Tyler didn't delay and immediately mounted his Moto-chan, charging into the entrance of the labyrinth. Upon entering the labyrinth, the sensation was much like entering the Gateway of Trials. After a brief loss of consciousness, Tyler opened his eyes to find himself standing at the foot of a mountain, still astride his Moto-chan. Tyler looked around. He noticed that the entire area was indeed very vast. However, there was a semi-transparent barrier surrounding him, with the mountains in the center. It restricted the movement range, as if to tell Tyler, "The range of the labyrinth is just this large. Don't think of moving elsewhere." Then, the greenlit entrance of the labyrinth was right behind him. If he wanted to flee the labyrinth, he could just re-enter this rectangular light. The ignorant death row convicts were told that if they fled the labyrinth, they would be executed immediately. If they could successfully conquer the labyrinth, their death sentences would be lifted, and they would be released without charges. Hence, none of the convicts chose to flee. They all marched towards the mountains at the center of the labyrinth. Tyler observed the footprints on the ground for a while, confirming the direction of the 5 death row convicts, and then dismounted to follow their tracks along with Moto-chan. The group was killed off almost half an hour after entering the labyrinth. Were they killed by the demon, or did the Scarlet family make a move? Not long after following the tracks, Tyler saw a column of red light in the sky, shining directly down from the clouds onto the center of the mountains. It seemed to be indicating that the core of the labyrinth was there, as if inviting those wishing to conquer the labyrinth to come and destroy the core. Based on the scenes he had observed in his precognitive death scene, Tyler was able to discern the structure of this Aqua Nest labyrinth. The labyrinth was set within a mountain forest range, with 3 parties started from the safety zones located at the foot of the mountains. In the heart of the labyrinth, atop a central mountain, sat a heavily guarded fortress. At the center of this fortress, illuminated by the red light pillar, resided the core of the labyrinth. The Scarlet family must be circling the foot of the mountain to engage with the convicts. Is Viviana involved in such an act? It doesn't seem characteristic of her. However, the thought of potentially facing Viviana as an adversary induced a certain level of anxiety in Tyler. He was uncertain whether the gap between himself and Viviana had diminished since their encounter at Sandrift Gorge, and if so, by how much. Nonetheless, under the influence of his unique skill heart of fearlessness, Tyler was not hindered by these concerns. Unacquainted with fear, he trusted his rational judgment and steadily continued his search for clues. After 15 minutes, Tyler came across 3 corpses of convicts, as well as several goblin bodies scattered nearby. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently occurred here. The convicts, from the looks of their wounds, were slain by the goblins who expertly utilized the terrain to their advantage, employing a combination of traps and ambushes. When ambushed, the convicts fought back desperately, resulting in mutual destruction. However, it appeared that 2 of the 5 convicts had collapsed in will and abandoned their comrades in their final moments. Such a dreadful battle. Tyler inspected each goblin corpse. If the convicts hadn't engaged with these goblins first, he would have had to face them alone. Goblin Scout, level 19. Goblin Rogue, level 26. Goblin Archer, level 18. Goblin Sharpshooter, level 37. Goblin Berserker, level 48. After assessing the information of the goblins, Tyler started forming an initial impression of the strength of the labyrinth's creatures. Several traps laid by goblins could have ensnared Tyler, if not for his hunter skills. Given the levels of the convicts he had observed previously, ranging from 35 to 50, victory against these goblins on their home turf was virtually impossible. Tyler now had a grasp of the Scarlet family scheme. They must have sent formidable individuals into the Aqua Nest, including Viviana, which would explain the formidable strength of the creatures, leaving no chance for the convicts. Even if any convicts were fortunate enough to survive, they would likely be hunted down and eliminated by the Scarlet family's operatives. The intentions of the Scarlet family were clear. They sought to annihilate both parties from Delhi's town. As for their motives, Tyler speculated that such actions might trigger a special mechanism within the Aqua Nest, thereby fulfilling some clandestine objective. Chapter 277 in Danger in Forest. Tyler excavated the magic cores from the goblins around him, storing the first-tier ones in a bag to sell later and feeding the second-tier ones to the Shadow, Sword-Blaze steed, increasing its experience by 20 points. Then, he randomly chose one of the fleeing convicts' footprints, accompanied by Moto-chan, and resumed tracking. As Tyler ventured deeper into the forest, traces of demons became more frequent. In addition to the traps set by goblins, there were occasionally demons that mimicked their surroundings to ambush passersby, such as rock scorpions and treants. With the aid of the divine eye of transcendence, Tyler detected these demons' intentions to attack and easily evaded and defeated them. However, ordinary labyrinth explorers might have suffered some hardships. After nearly 10 more minutes, Tyler finally caught up with the fleeing convict, who was now a corpse. This time, he made an important discovery near the body. In addition to the convict's footprints, there were also human footprints. Sybil's footprints. The identification of the footprints provided Tyler with crucial clues. Tyler remembered the names of all 10 death row inmates, and there was no Sybil among them. In other words, this Sybil must be one of the people sent by the Scarlet family. Tyler then examined the convict's corpse. Apart from some injuries sustained during the previous battle with the goblins, there was a fatal wound on his back, as if pierced by a long spear or similar weapon. Combined with the footprints discovered earlier, it was evident that this injury was inflicted by Sybil. Good. It seems I'm getting closer to the truth. Tyler changed his tracking target and began to follow Sybil's trail. As they walked, Moto-chan, who was following behind Tyler, suddenly bit his arm gently and whined softly. Within seconds, several red light indicators appeared from all directions, pointing at different parts of Tyler's body. Ambushed. Based on the thickness of the red light indicators, Tyler quickly deduced that the enemy was using crossbows or similar weapons. In this surrounded situation, breaking through was the safest option. Moto-chan, break out. As Tyler leaped onto Moto-chan, he swung his sword towards the densest source of red light indicators. The neighing, blazing stallion galloped through the air. Cinchuredo, they shouldn't be able to withstand the damage from the blue blaze steed. Could it be that all the demons surrounding me are second tier or higher? As Tyler pondered, arrows from other directions approached. Tyler activated the calculation boost. Overclock skill to enter bullet time and use the ironwood round shield he acquired in Delhi's town to block the arrows. Immediately after, he drew the fur dragon bow from Moto-chan's horse armor and aimed at the goblins emerging from the shadows. With a heart of focus, intentness skill assisting his aim, he fired several power arrows in succession, each one hitting its target's head, eliminating 5 enemies in one breath. Goblin rogues, levels 43, 45, 47. Seeing the identification information of the enemies, Tyler was surprised. The goblin rogues that ambushed the convicts were only level 26, so why did they become nearly level 50 when facing him? I shouldn't have ventured too deep into the forest. Is it just bad luck? After withstanding the first wave of attacks, Tyler pulled the reins to change Moto-chan's direction and charged towards the goblins who had ambushed him. Although this was Tyler's first encounter with goblins, based on his understanding of them from various anime and movies, the only way to truly deal with these cunning and treacherous creatures was to eradicate them completely. Upon Tyler's shift to a confrontational approach, the goblin's tactics underwent a transformation. Although his vision was somewhat obscured, Tyler could faintly discern the green-skinned goblins dispersing throughout the forest for cover. Concurrently, a formidable goblin, standing 3 meters tall and brandishing a battle axe in each hand, leaped forth from the woods, positioning itself directly before Tyler. Goblin Fearless Warrior, male, 47 years old Goblin Fearless Warrior. LV 61 skills, 3 life energy, 61 02 61 18 endurance, 3001 30 21 magic energy, 1215 1215. Third tier? Truly, Tyler was not surprised to encounter a third-tier enemy within the labyrinth, but he was merely in the peripheral area. If the outer monsters were already this formidable, how terrifying would the labyrinth's core boss be? Slightly troublesome. I must engage in swift combat. Otherwise, if more goblins are attracted, escape will be impossible. Tyler did not allow the goblin Fearless Warrior to distract him excessively. Surveying his surroundings, he was devising a strategy to swiftly conclude the battle. At that moment, the Goblin Fearless Warrior unleashed a piercing roar, and a red glow enveloped all nearby goblins, their murderous intent palpable. As expected of a third-tier creature, capable of bestowing group enhancements, Tyler did not falter, promptly summoning the Shadow behind and entrusting it with the Shadow Sword Blaze steed to charge the enemy lines. Moto-chan, let's assault the rear ranks. Seizing the opportunity while the Shadow Duplicate engaged the Goblin Fearless Warrior, Tyler rode Moto-chan into the forest. Moto-chan seemed to activate a special ability, disregarding the trees and shrubs' obstruction, charging like a tank. This allowed Tyler to freely target the goblin sharpshooters hidden in the trees. 2 left, 1 left. As the final goblin rogue attempted to flee, Tyler unhesitatingly hurled the venomous blade, Poison Dragon Claw, striking the enemy's calf. Capitalizing on the enemy's stumble, Tyler followed up with an arrow to the head, concluding the battle at the rear. At that moment, the distant Goblin Fearless Warrior charged toward Tyler with a roar. The Shadow Duplicate persevered until the last moment, but failed to return the Shadow Sword Blaze steed to Tyler. Tyler hurled a smoke bomb and dismounted, splitting with Moto-chan to evade the Goblin Fearless Warrior's charge. The Shadow Duplicate was defeated, but the issue was not significant. Tyler's command to the Duplicate was, do not use magic power. Inflict as much damage as possible while holding off the Goblin Fearless Warrior. Now, with no concerns remaining, it was time to send the Goblin Fearless Warrior on its way. Chapter 278, Our Respective Battles. Tyler glanced at the Goblin Fearless Warrior's condition. After battling with Tyler's Shadow Duplicate, it was left with roughly 2/3 of its original state. Goblin Fearless Warrior, LV60 1 life energy, 4099 60 118 endurance, 1901 3021 magic energy, 1015 1215. The cloth armor worn by the Goblin Fearless Warrior had been slashed to tatters by the Shadow Duplicate. However, its skin and muscles proved to be more resilient than the crude armor, enduring several strikes from the Shadow without sustaining deep wounds. At this moment, the Goblin Fearless Warrior brandished its battle axe, dispersing the smoke Tyler had just thrown with the gusts it created. Seizing the opportunity, Tyler retrieved his venomous dagger and Shadow Sword Flame steed, positioning himself within the forest to await the enemy's approach. The Goblin Fearless Warrior, feeling played, roared in fury and charged towards Tyler. Unperturbed, Tyler calmly began to run laterally, successfully using the trees within the forest as excellent cover, hindering the massive foe's ability to continue its assault. As the Goblin Fearless Warrior's vision was obstructed by a large tree, Tyler sidestepped to its rear and unleashed a blue blaze steed from midair. The blazing blue steed pierced through the enemy's body, leaving severe burns and draining 2,772 points of its life energy, 4099 to 2772 6118. With its life energy now hanging by a thread, Tyler clearly saw the enormous goblin's faltering steps. On the brink of death, the Goblin Fearless Warrior roared once more. As a murderous red light appeared on its body, its movements became fluid again. It then swung its 2 battle axes like a madman, charging towards Tyler and mercilessly cutting down any trees that stood in its way. Tyler noticed the Goblin Fearless Warrior's magic energy had decreased, while its strength and fighting spirit had significantly increased. Moreover, its current reckless charge likely involved some innate domineering skill. However, such a mindless approach could not alter the situation. Tyler faced the Goblin Fearless Warrior head-on and delivered another blue blaze steed, ending its life. After the Goblin Fearless Warrior fell, tranquility was restored to the forest. Tyler collected the magic cores from the defeated creatures, retrieved any usable arrows, and swiftly left the battlefield. Shadow Sword Flame Steed Experience, 2022-100. With the addition of the Goblin Fearless Warrior's magic core, Tyler now possessed 3 third-tier magic cores. When he had the time, He planned to visit a major city like Emerald City to commission a skilled craftsman to forge new equipment. However, this would only be possible if he could safely exit the labyrinth. Tyler reunited with Moto-chan and resumed tracking Sybil. This time, he was more cautious in concealing his presence and took the most covert routes to avoid attracting the goblin's attention again. Outside the entrance to the Aqua Nest Labyrinth, Ice Polestar Cheryl and Branch Chief Pamela had been waiting for over half an hour. Shortly after Felix entered the labyrinth, another gray Barado lit up with green light, indicating that another condemned team had been eliminated. Now, Cheryl and Pamela's greatest fear was seeing the green light reappear at the Barado Felix had entered. If the gray Barado lit up again, it would mean Felix had perished. Lady Cheryl, don't worry. I believe Felix will be fine. Well, words of Pamela did little to comfort Cheryl, who had already witnessed countless individuals who should have been safe ultimately perish within a labyrinth. Labyrinths, whether ordinary or ancient, were terrifying demon lairs where a moment's carelessness could cost one's life. But at this point, all Cheryl could do was trust in Felix. Recalling the moment when Felix entered the labyrinth, Cheryl still remembered a peculiar bird that followed him into the maze. Although it was not unusual for creatures to inadvertently enter the labyrinth, Cheryl felt that the bird seemed to have deliberately followed Felix. I hope it's just my imagination. Simultaneously, in a labyrinth, Aqua Nest, a silver-haired young girl with a veil covering half of her face was traversing the forest alone. Despite the veil, her captivating, bewitching eyes would still enchant anyone who saw them. A sly old elm treant, disguised as an ordinary tree, had noticed the enchanting young girl from afar. It stealthily approached her with its roots underground, and when it was close enough, the roots suddenly burst forth, lunging at the young girl. However, to the treant's surprise, its roots were instantly cut through by an unknown Barado. As it looked up, several silver rapiers had appeared around a young girl, with 3 of them flying straight toward the treant. Oh no, how did I get discovered? The elm treant uprooted itself, revealing its true form as a treant demon. Its hardened branches and vines were unfazed by the incoming rapiers, and it seized the opportunity to strike, not only avoiding being cut, but also knocking the rapiers to the ground. I don't know why, but my strength has indeed increased. The old treant was overjoyed by its sudden growth. Just half an hour ago, an inexplicable force had surged into its body, allowing its power to advance by a whole tier, evolving from a second-tier treant to a third-tier elm treant. Initially, the treant had felt somewhat unreal, but now it could truly sense the growth of its own power. Leaf storm. The old treant shook its body, and the leaves falling from its crown transformed into flying blades under the influence of its magic, attacking the silver-haired girl. As the wide-ranging attack was about to succeed, the young girl gracefully swung her silver longsword, knocking down the leaf blades while dancing lightly on her feet, arriving in front of the old treant. At this point, the treant felt somewhat weak. As a tree spirit-type demon, it was least adept at dealing with agile enemies and fire-based attacks. If its attacks were difficult to land, its massive, clumsy body would become a sitting duck. Left with no choice. Eat this. Root entanglement. The old treant abandoned the idea of conserving its magic power and directly used the new skill it had acquired after evolving to the 3rd tier. With the treant at its center, numerous thick roots burst forth from the ground, stubbornly resisting the young girl's slashing sword, and tightly ensnared her. Chapter 279, Disrupted Clues. Such incredible power. This is the might of a Tier 3 creature. The treant reveled in its success, having captured the young girl with great satisfaction. At this moment, it felt like a mighty wolf, having firmly trampled the helpless chick beneath its feet. Seizing the opportunity while the girl was immobilized, the treant extended its usually concealed, highly toxic branches. With a single prick, the neurotoxic venom would render her lifeless within minutes. Spare me no blame, girl. In this Aqua Nest, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. The trance steadily approached the girl, constantly regenerating its roots faster than she could cut through them, preventing her from moving. However, just as it closed to within 5 meters, the trance suddenly felt a sharp pain in its leg, causing it to lose balance and topple forward. What happened? Struggling to its feet, the trance noticed a cluster of silver swords, previously hidden, now surrounding it. These swords, unlike the initial ones, gleamed with a white radiance, clearly enhanced by magic power. It was these silver swords that had ambushed the trance's leg from behind, causing it to fall. Darn it, I didn't expect you to have a hidden move. With its leg temporarily out of commission, the trance resorted to using its branches as makeshift limbs for bravado. Faced with the onslaught of the magically enhanced silver swords, the trance invoked its vine armor skill, summoning vines to reinforce its body and continue its advance. As long as it could withstand the girl's attacks and deliver a single strike, victory would still belong to the trance. My leg may be crippled, but you're still bound and unable to move. But in the next instant, the trance's last hope was dashed. Although the girl's feet were still entwined, her hands remained free. Before the trance's very eyes, she merged 3 silver swords with the one in her hand, forging a magnificent 2-meter-long crimson greatsword. Scarlet sword technique, giant sword style. Human language. The trance couldn't understand the girl's words, but it clearly saw the dazzling light erupting from the crimson greatsword in her hands. Then, with a swing of the greatsword, a crescent-shaped beam of white light was unleashed, becoming the most beautiful sight the trance had ever witnessed in its life. After the trance's demise, the roots binding Viviana's legs automatically loosened. Brushing off the dirt clinging to her body, she recalled all the summoned silver swords and downed an entire bottle of potent magic potion, finally allowing her tense nerves to relax slightly. Something's off about this labyrinth. An hour earlier, Viviana had entered the labyrinth, Aqua nest with a team arranged by the Scarlet family. According to the pre-established plan, she proceeded alone towards the labyrinth's center, while the other 4 members split into 2 groups to lure away the demons, reducing Viviana's losses along the way. For the first stretch, the battles Viviana encountered were relatively easy, mostly involving Tier 1 or early Tier 2 enemies, hardly requiring her to break stride. However, about half an hour in, she distinctly sensed a sudden increase in the strength of the labyrinth's demons. Viviana didn't believe she had ventured too deep into the labyrinth, making this change in demon strength unnatural. The only plausible explanation was that a formidable individual had entered the labyrinth, causing its difficulty to spike. A new individual? Does it mean that the 2 teams from Delhi's town have been eliminated? Viviana was astonished by this possibility. To her knowledge, the person responsible for the 2 teams from Delhi's town was the renowned Ice Polar Star, Cheryl. With her wealth of experience, it was unlikely she would assemble such a weak team. Various signs led Viviana to suspect that something was amiss with this labyrinth expedition. Given the current situation, she could still handle a single Tier 3 monster, but if she continued to be worn down like this, the likelihood of encountering danger would gradually increase. Viviana's mission this time was to swiftly reach the labyrinth's core, and upon encountering its boss, activate the magic circle inscribed within her, summoning the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. Although she personally disapproved of this arrangement and deemed the use of the hidden magic circle wasteful, she dared not oppose the family's decision. However, based on the strength of the demons on the labyrinth's periphery, Viviana surmised that the labyrinth's boss might astonishingly be of the 5th tier, rather than the manageable 4th tier she had anticipated. If so, the family's foresight was truly remarkable. I could only proceed cautiously. Viviana extracted the magic core from the ancient trance and, concealing her presence, continued towards the location of the red light pillar. The perspective shifts back to Tyler, who followed Sybil's footsteps to an orchard. Judging by Sybil's path, Tyler guessed that he had completed his task and was heading towards the labyrinth's core to rendezvous with his companions. However, Centuredo the Orchard was tended by a group of female goblins who chatted and laughed while caring for the fruit trees, unarmed and unarmored. 4 wooden towers stood around the orchard, each manned by several goblin archers on watch. Additionally, 3 squads of goblin soldiers patrolled the area, with dozens more resting in a nearby camp. Overall, the orchard was heavily guarded and difficult to infiltrate. Sybil's footsteps did not lead to the orchard. He merely passed nearby, but was unfortunately discovered by patrolling goblin soldiers. After battle, Sybil was overpowered and killed. Of course, this was merely Tyler's conjecture based on the scene's traces. Without the Binnacle's aid, he could not confirm that the corpse hanging from the tower was Sybil's. Relying on vague and disjointed information, Tyler learned that Sybil was a 75th level, 3rd tier dual gun wielder. Sybil's downfall meant that Tyler's leads were cut off, and he had to search for the Scarlet family's team anew. However, Tyler harbored another thought. He wanted to recover Sybil from the tower, as her situation might hold useful clues. Chapter 2, 80 Marching into Danger. Should I take this risk? Tyler gazed at these elite, armed goblin soldiers, weighing the risks and rewards in his heart. If he were to abandon Sybil's body, finding someone from the Scarlet family would cost Tyler a significant amount of time. Not only might he fail to find them, but the Scarlet family might also complete their barrado of the Aqua Nest before Tyler could locate them. On the other hand, if he dared to seize or steal Sybil away, Tyler might end up like Sybil, captured and condemned by the tower's forces. Time was slipping away, and to make the right decision, Tyler cautiously approached the orchard, using the binnacle to identify key information about several goblin soldiers. Guarding the tower were elite goblin sharpshooters, 4 on each tower, totaling 16. However, if Tyler positioned himself well, he would only need to face 4 simultaneously. Goblin sharpshooter, male, 53-year-old goblin sharpshooter dash, LV 67, skill, 3 life energy, 31 18 31 18 endurance, 24 10 24 21 magic energy, 21 22,120. Patrolling the orchard's perimeter were 3 squads, each with 10 members. Leading each squad was a 3rd-tier goblin elite captain, while the members were 2nd-tier goblin sword and shield warriors. Both quantity and quality were present. Goblin elite captain, male, 49-year-old goblin elite captain dash, LV 73 skill, 3 life energy, 63 21 63 21 endurance, 30 14 30 84 magic energy, 1150. The elite captain had impressive life energy, and the sword and shield warrior stats were proportionally scaled-down versions of the captain's. Each was a high-level, 2nd-tier warrior in their 40s or 50s. Tyler estimated that if he were to charge head-on, he would have to face at least 5 3rd-tier goblins and 9 2nd-tier soldiers simultaneously, a situation that couldn't be overcome with mere courage. As for Tyler himself, after 8 days of intense training, his strength had indeed improved significantly. However, due to the bottleneck of not yet advancing to the next tier, the ceiling effect still had a considerable impact. During the previous 8 days of training, Tyler mainly focused on improving his skill levels with the following changes: production occupation, hunter, level 4-1, manufacturing occupation, pharmacist, level 3-1, skill, Heart of Focus, level 12-3, skill, calculation boost, level 15-5, skill, deceiver, level 25, skill, shadow behind, level 11-9. The most direct benefit of raising occupation and skill levels was the increase in attribute values. As a 2nd tier, level 50 shadow assassin, Tyler's attributes were somewhat specialized. Tyler life energy, 3,100, 2,842 60, endurance, 2439, 2088, 351, magic energy, 7,690, 6,590, 1,100. However, these attribute values were well suited to Tyler's combat style. Without such a large amount of magic energy, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize his skills. In addition to the increase in attribute values, several of Tyler's skills had reached new qualitative breakpoints. One skill, Heart of Focus, added an entry, one positive modifier when making evasion checks. Although Tyler wasn't yet clear on the meaning of checks in the skill descriptions, this undoubtedly enhanced his dodging ability. Two skill, Calculation Boosts overclock entry had grown several times, allowing Tyler to double his calculation ability. The value of this could only be understood through actual experience, as it brought a sense of agile thinking and joy. 3. The most crucial skill was Shadow Behind. After reaching level 20, the range for summoning shadow duplicates expanded to 20 meters, and the duplicate's existence time increased to 25 seconds. Since the skill's cooldown was only 15 seconds, this meant that Tyler could now summon up to 2 shadow duplicates simultaneously, a significant change that sparked the imagination. Thanks to these improvements, Tyler could now face a third-tier goblin fearless warrior alone without falling into a bitter struggle. However, confronting 5 third-tier goblins and 9 second-tier soldiers on enemy territory was still too risky. However, if brute force won't work, he gotta outsmart them. Tyler's consistent style is to rely on his intellect to fight. First, he circled the orchard stealthily, and an idea formed in his mind. Centurado in the woods near the orchard, Tyler set up a Barado that would cause a large fire in about 20 minutes. After activating this plan, Tyler quickly moved to another side of the orchard, 150 meters away, and started a second fire. Having completed these 2 preliminary actions, Tyler sneaked to a position only 100 meters away from the orchard and waited for the right moment. The dense shrubs here were perfect for concealing his presence. Soon, Tyler saw black smoke rising from the southwest, which was the first fire point he had set. The goblins in the orchard quickly discovered the fire, and a patrol team of goblins rushed towards the fire point. After a while, black smoke rose from the second fire point, quickly drawing another team of goblins. With this, only one team of goblins remained patrolling near the orchard, and the attention of the goblins in the watchtowers was diverted by the 2 fires. Seizing this opportunity, Tyler ignited his fire arrows and shot 3 in a row into the densest part of the trees in the orchard, causing a third fire inside the orchard shortly after. Now, most of the goblins in the orchard were in a state of panic, and even the goblins in the nearby camp rushed out to put out the fires. Seeing the situation, Tyler knew the time had come and quickly ran towards the tower where Sybil's body was hanging, summoning a shadow duplicate at the farthest distance and giving orders. A few seconds later, Tyler was close enough to the tower. He activated the skill Heart of Focus and shot an arrow from 100 meters away, accurately cutting the rope holding the body, letting it fall to the ground. During this time, the shadow duplicate he had summoned earlier had already reached the base of the tower. It picked up the body and began sprinting toward the location Tyler had designated. At this point, everything had gone smoothly, but during the final retreat, the shadow duplicate was discovered by the archers on the tower. As the nearest watchtower sounded the horn, the other 3 towers followed suit. Arrows flew towards the shadow duplicate one after another, quickly hitting its shoulder and side. Just as the shadow duplicate was about to be taken down, another shadow duplicate arrived, wielding an ironwood round shield. After throwing a smoke bomb, it immediately began swinging the shield to help its companion block the arrows. However, the smoke bomb's effect was not very effective, as the goblins quickly changed their strategy, using rapid and dense arrows to compensate for their lack of accuracy. Moreover, after the horn sounded, loud wolf howls echoed from the goblin camp, and a large number of goblins riding giant wolves charged towards the shadow duplicates. Chapter 281. Worse than forecast upon the tower, arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. Under this relentless barrage, the shadow duplicate wielding ironwood round shields were quickly riddled with holes. The other shadow duplicate, burdened with Sybil's lifeless body, was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Tyler appeared out of thin air behind the shadow duplicate, and, after taking Sybil's body, vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The now invisible Tyler, carrying the corpse, materialized within the woods 15 meters away. He instructed Moto-chan to transport the body towards the labyrinth's exit while he sprinted to the main road to draw the enemy's attention. In an instant, Tyler employed the shadow step to teleport beside the shadow duplicate, then used the double shadow step to escape with the body. This marked the first time the double shadow step was utilized in actual combat. For the next 300 seconds, Tyler could not use the double shadow step again, but that was of no concern as he had already devised a plan to shake off his pursuers. On the road outside the Goblin Orchard, Tyler, armed only with a Shadow Sword Dragon steed, sprinted at breakneck speed. Several hundred meters behind him, the Goblin Wolf Riders were rapidly closing in. In this mountainous terrain, the giant wolves, with their exceptional agility, traversed the rugged landscape as if it were flat ground. As Tyler ran, he periodically glanced back to gauge the distance between himself and his pursuers. Simultaneously, he steadily approached the location he had previously identified for his next move. When the opportunity arose, Tyler hurled a smoke bomb and charged into the ensuing cloud of smoke. The sudden appearance of the white smoke forced the pursuing Goblin Wolf Riders to slow down. However, the Wolf Rider captain quickly barked an order, dispelling the panic among his troops and leading them into the smoke. Once inside, the captain continued to gallop for a few steps before realizing something was amiss and ordered a halt. Unbeknownst to them, a cliff lay just beyond the smoke. Had the Wolf Rider captain not been familiar with the surrounding terrain, many of his riders might have plunged to their doom. The question now was, where had the human gone? Under the captain's command, the goblins dismounted and searched for any trace of a human, while the giant wolves sniffed the ground for his smell. Despite their efforts, they found no sign of the human youth, who seemed to have vanished into the smoke as if by magic. All clues ended here. Cunning scoundrel. If I see him again, I'll tear him to shreds. Goblin language. The Wolf Rider captain cursed vehemently before spitting and leading his troops back to the orchard camp. Not far from the Goblin Wolf Riders, on a nearby hillside, Tyler observed their search efforts through the binnacle. Only after they had retreated did he set off to rendezvous with Moto-chan. The combination of the smoke bomb and the shadow step, coupled with the complex terrain, made for an ideal escape. Tyler had to admit that Ice Polestar Cheryl had a keen eye for talent. While his prowess in direct combat was debatable, his ability to escape was second to none. Half an hour later, Tyler successfully rendezvoused with Moto-chan. Upon their meeting, he witnessed Moto-chan trampling a wild wolf to death, marveling at the force of the blow, which he estimated to be even more powerful than his own punch. Subsequently, Tyler removed the corpse of Sybil from Moto-chan's back. After a thorough search, he discovered 2 bottles of potent magic potions and a roll of parchment on Sybil's body. Tyler drank one of the magic potions and unrolled the parchment, which read, Mission 1. Stop the convicts entering from the entrances of Delhi's town. Mission 2. Ensure the safety of Viviana Scarlet. Indeed, those convicts were sent in to be taken down. But why would the Scarlet family want to stop the other 2 teams? Protecting Viviana is understandable, but is it necessary to list it as a separate mission? Tyler had a vague feeling that these 2 missions were hinting at the phases of this labyrinth expedition. The Scarlet family's first phase was to eliminate the other 2 teams, and the second phase was to protect Viviana. It seemed that as long as Viviana was safe, they could achieve some goal. There are too few clues, I can only guess. Tyler sighed silently, realizing that he was still far from uncovering the truth. Although Sybil was a member of the Scarlet family's operation, her status was too low. Even if he had been captured alive, Tyler doubted he could have learned much from him. To uncover the truth behind the Scarlet family's actions, he needed to approach someone of higher status. Would Viviana know the truth about this operation? Recalling the silver-haired girl with extraordinary abilities but a pure heart, Tyler felt that Viviana might also be unaware of the Scarlet family's plans. If it were the Viviana he knew, she would never participate in such a scheme. Moto-chan, given the current situation, we can only venture deeper into the labyrinth. Why don't you leave the labyrinth entrance first? Tyler intended to embark on the adventure alone, but Moto-chan did not accept the suggestion. Instead, the warhorse took the lead, heading deeper into the labyrinth. With its actions, Moto-chan conveyed to Tyler that a warhorse would never flee the battlefield. At the same time, in the temple of myriad demons within the Abyssal Empire, Heavenly Ghost and Earthly Ghost were synchronizing their progress. Earthly Ghost, it seems your ultimate combatant is still a step behind. Heavenly Ghost informed Earthly Ghost that, over half an hour ago, his informant had seen Banning enter the labyrinth, Aqua Nest. Consequently, he had immediately dispatched a swift swallow carrying the Liberation Stone to enter the labyrinth at the fastest speed possible. Now, people in the labyrinth must be wondering why the demon's strength has suddenly increased by a tier. Huh? Ha ha ha. Heavenly Ghost laughed heartily while feeling the pain of spending his entire fortune. It was a surreal experience. Earthly Ghost patted Heavenly Ghost's shoulder, expressing respect for his loyalty to the Eternal Winter Lord. In addition, Earthly Ghost had news to share with Heavenly Ghost, though he was unsure whether it was good or bad. Heavenly Ghost, my most powerful combatant, agreed to the task of hunting Banning, but his temper is difficult to control. He'll be in Delhi's town soon, and I suspect that if he can't find Banning, he might go on a violent rampage there. Heavenly Ghost showed no reaction to this news. In his view, as long as the combatant obediently waited in Delhi's town for Banning to emerge from the labyrinth, there would be no problem. As for how many people he killed, that was up to his discretion. Of course, the best outcome would be for Banning to die within the labyrinth, which was what Heavenly Ghost truly desired. Chapter 282, Goblin Military Camp, Prison Star Calendar Year 187, July 22nd, 11:35 a.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 16 days amidst the forest, Viviana stifled her breath as much as possible while traversing the rugged terrain. The labyrinth's core, marked by a red beam in the sky, seemed close, yet the treacherous landscape magnified the distance, forcing even a formidable individual like Viviana to spend time on the journey. Not long ago, Viviana spotted 3 plumes of black smoke in the distance, as if a fire had erupted within the woods. Considering their location within the maze, she surmised that the blaze was likely the result of a skirmish. Dash, how are my teammates doing? Those who had entered the labyrinth with me, none had returned to regroup. The abnormal increase in the strength of the demons and her solitary predicament left Viviana uneasy. This labyrinth, Aqua Nest, grew increasingly enigmatic. She even began to worry if her fellow members had all perished. Dash, can I really successfully reach the labyrinth's core? Doubtful thoughts quietly amplified within Viviana's heart. And the core issue stemmed from the theft of the pigeon blood ruby, Philia, which had provided her with near-limitless magical power. Without it, Viviana's combat style became constrained, and in the labyrinth's unique environment, which demanded consideration for prolonged and repeated battles, she found herself further restricted. As she followed the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders back into the fray, Viviana, attempting to adapt to her new combat style, faced criticism. Once accustomed to a life of abundance, it was difficult to return to a life of scarcity, especially for someone like Viviana, who had never experienced hardship. Amid her uneasy thoughts, Viviana walked on, gradually sensing that something was amiss in the atmosphere. The sounds of wildlife had all but vanished. Even the chirping of birds was absent, rendering the area eerily quiet. However, by the time Viviana noticed this, it was too late. A slender, dark green figure had stealthily approached under the cover of the trees. As she heard the hissing sounds, the 12-meter-long, 2-headed stone python had already encircled her. Outside the entrance to the labyrinth, Aqua Nest and Dristown, Ice Polar Star Cheryl, and Branch Chief Pamela had been waiting for over an hour. The gray entrance indicated that Felix's survival time within the labyrinth had far exceeded that of the 2 groups of death row inmates, providing some relief to Cheryl and Pamela. Given that both had pressing matters to attend to in Delhi's town and lunchtime was approaching, Cheryl left a letter for Felix at the exit before temporarily returning to town with Pamela. Cheryl felt somewhat guilty about her actions, as Felix was risking his life for her, but she couldn't wait at the entrance for him. Unbeknownst to her, this guilty act saved both her and Pamela's lives. Meanwhile, within the labyrinth, Tyler and Moto-chan were already having lunch. Tyler understood the importance of balancing work and leisure. Also, deep down, he harbored a notion that the Scarlet family scheme could remain enigmatic, and at worst, he would owe a favor to Cheryl. However, if he were to lose his life, that would be a truly unfavorable outcome. After satiating their hunger, Tyler even had Moto-chan stand guard while he leaned against a tree and took a brief nap to replenish the magic energy he had expended. Throughout their journey in the labyrinth, Tyler had noticed that Moto-chan possessed an exceptional perceptiveness. Its untamed intuition often allowed it to detect the presence of enemies even before Tyler could. Once they had rested, Tyler and Moto-chan resumed their journey. After traversing some distance, they discovered a terraced field at the border of two mountains, where a group of female goblins were tilling the soil. In this aqua nest, the goblin population has its own ecosystem. Were it not for the constant threat to their lives, Tyler would have been quite interested in observing how these goblins lived. As Tyler was considering circumventing the goblin settlement to continue onward, he suddenly noticed a small squad of goblins preparing to transport a cart of food away. The destination of the food would either be a granary or an important facility. After pondering for a few seconds, Tyler decided to stealthily follow them. The transport team consisted of 8 second-tier sword and shield goblin soldiers, with an average level of around 45. In addition, there was a third-tier goblin elite squad leader with a level as high as 80, wielding a wolf-toothed ring blade in each hand. Appearing quite experienced, Tyler had initially thought that transporting food within goblin territory would be unproblematic, but reality proved otherwise. The goblins encountered 2 demon attacks along the way, both from third-tier demons, the Steelthorn Rock Bear and the double-tailed Venomous Civet. Under the fierce battle and command of the elite squad leader, the goblins managed to achieve a hard-fought victory, but at the cost of 2 soldiers' lives. This demonstrated that life within this aqua nest was not entirely comfortable for the goblins, which explained their development of such an excellent military system. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and Tyler followed the food transport team to a relatively flat valley. Here, wooden walls stood erect, enclosing a goblin military camp. On the parade ground within the camp, a large number of goblin soldiers were drilling. Tyler observed and estimated through the binnacle that there were approximately 400 to 500 individuals. Even disregarding their quality, the sheer number of goblins could exhaust Tyler to death in a head-on battle. Not to mention that all these soldiers were second-tier goblin sword and shield soldiers. In addition to the soldiers, there were also 40 to 50 third-tier goblin squad leaders present, each diligently and loyally overseeing their respective soldiers. Upon witnessing this scene, Tyler's heart sank. Such a labyrinth was not something that could be conquered by dispatching 4 or 5 second-tier professionals, let alone 3 teams. The last time I saw Viviana, she was already at the 3rd tier. The Sybil I saw earlier was also at the 3rd tier. Could it be that the Scarlet family sent such a strong team this time that the labyrinth's difficulty has become so outrageous? However, after much thought, Tyler still felt that something was amiss. Even if the Scarlet family's team consisted entirely of 3rd-tier members, or even some 4th-tier members, and had a team size of 10 to 20 people, it would still be impossible to capture this aqua nest. That was because Tyler had clearly seen a stone-carved chair placed on the platform in the parade ground, indicating that there must be a 4th-tier existence above the 3rd-tier goblin squad leaders within this camp. Moreover, this was merely a military camp, and not the core location of the labyrinth. Furthermore, the banners erected within the camp bore numbers. The camp Tyler observed was the 3rd camp, implying that there were at least 2 other camps of similar scale. However, just as Tyler was marveling at the goblins, something even more astonishing occurred. In the mere blink of an eye, he incredulously discovered that the levels of all the goblins within the camp had risen by 1 tier. Chapter 283, Unwelcome Guest Time, rewound by half an hour. On the outskirts of Delhi's town, near the entrance to the labyrinth of the Aqua Nest, the disheartened Babur came to take a glance at the entrance before leaving in despair. As a representative of Madison Town, Babur regretted not being able to join the expedition team into the labyrinth. In order to achieve success within the labyrinth, he fabricated a lie about passing the Orange Trial and even brought along some followers at his own expense, only for it all to amount to nothing. Babur lamented that the labyrinth raid team was too deep for someone like him to handle. Having seen the entrance with his own eyes, he fulfilled a wish and spat at the glowing entrance before turning back towards Delhi's town. On his way back, Babur encountered a tall, thin old man clad in tattered gray robes, walking towards him. Seeing the old man's destitute appearance, Babur dismissed him as a beggar and walked past without a word. However, the old man initiated conversation with Babur, asking, "Hey, you're just in time. Do you know someone named Banning?" The old man's crude speech further irritated Babur. Couldn't he be bravado polite when asking questions? Already in a bad mood, Babur snapped at the old man. "Get lost if you don't want trouble, you stinking beggar." After yelling, Babur disdainfully spat at the old man. In Babur's view, his spit would land squarely on the old man's face, but he was mistaken. The spit did not reach the old man's face, for the old man had already fallen to the ground before the spit could land. Young people these days, so impolite. The ragged old man moved so quickly it seemed like teleportation. Before Babur could react, he appeared behind Babur, a red skull-headed scythe with a chain wrapped around its end materializing in his hand. As Babur fell, the scythe struck, and he collapsed to the ground. The old man swung the scythe, striking Babur in the neck, and the dark fluid ceased to flow, instead being absorbed into the scythe. "Have you eaten, Draven? Once you're done, we'll continue searching for Banning." The old man spoke to the scythe, but it did not respond. It was merely his own monologue. After a few minutes, the old man saw that the man he had defeated had grown pale and still. He retrieved the scythe, casually tossed it into the air, and it transformed into a red light, disappearing into the atmosphere. The old man in tattered gray robes continued on his way until he saw 2 labyrinth entrances. He stopped, recalling that his employer had mentioned a young man named Banning who intended to enter a labyrinth called the Aqua Nest. "Let me see. What's the name of this labyrinth?" The old man approached and discovered that the labyrinth was indeed called the Aqua Nest, which greatly helped him. "Fufufu. It seems the gods above treat murderers with equal care." The old man chuckled, stroking his unkempt beard, and walked straight into the glowing entrance. All of this was witnessed by a small sparrow perched on a nearby tree. The sparrow's eyes were directly connected to the brain of the heavenly ghost, who was shocked by the scene. "Earthly ghost! Earthly ghost!" The heavenly ghost ran and shouted through the temple of myriad demons, and upon finding the earthly ghost, he immediately recounted what he had just seen. "Earthly ghost, your ultimate combatant just entered the Aqua Nest on his own." Upon hearing this, the earthly ghost was dumbfounded, for the development of events was unlike what he had anticipated. Shouldn't that dangerous villain with the highest power have started an attack in Delhi's town first? How did he directly enter the Aqua Nest? Could he have taken a wrong turn? "Heavenly ghost, are you certain you saw the blood-baned serpent, Irask, that troublemaker?" "Of course, I'm not mistaken. How could I be wrong about someone of this caliber?" The heavenly ghost was adamant, and the earthly ghost believed him. With the heavenly ghost's surveillance capabilities, there was no room for error. The situation had developed beyond the earthly ghost's expectations. Fine. The highest power is indeed uncontrollable. This maniac has no patience at all. The earthly ghost, frustrated and disordered, slapped the heavenly ghost's leg. Now, the development of the situation was even bravado difficult for him to control. Seeing this, the heavenly ghost patted the earthly ghost's shoulder and comforted him with a few kind words. "Earthly ghost, this isn't entirely a bad thing. With this psycho entering the labyrinth, it's like sending another liberation stone in there. The difficulty inside the labyrinth has probably risen another level. And it's definitely not an environment where someone like Banning can safely escape. Besides, even if he enters the labyrinth, he will surely continue to hunt Banning. In this way, isn't our success rate in achieving our goal even more stable? After the heavenly ghost's analysis and comfort, the earthly ghost's mood improved significantly. Indeed, they now had a double insurance policy. Banning, trapped in the labyrinth, had no chance of escape. Time rewinds to the original timeline. After witnessing the changes in the demons within the military camp, Tyler had already considered fleeing. It took considerable effort for Tyler to defeat a single third-tier demon, and now, just within this military camp, he had to face 4 to 500 third-tier goblins and 40 to 50 fourth-tier goblin squad leaders. Without a doubt, no matter how the battle unfolded, Tyler's fate would be miserable. Centuredo, this journey is truly a no-guts, no-glory one. The girl's teasing had a playful tone, but the current situation was just as she described. The deeper they ventured into the labyrinth, the Barado likely they were to never return. Tyler now faced a choice. Should he retreat here, or should he continue towards the labyrinth's core? In the sky, the red light beam still marked the location of the labyrinth's core. Tyler looked at this not-so-distant position and began to weigh the pros and cons, as well as the risks. If he moved forward, he would find the truth behind the Scarlet family's plan, the favor of Shelley, and perhaps some unexpected gains, but also the possibility of unexpected death. If he retreated, he would have relative safety, but nothing else. Should he take a gamble? The question that had appeared countless times before was once again before Tyler. And Tyler's choice was to take a bold gamble. With Moto-chan in tow, Tyler carefully bypassed the Goblin military camp and continued towards the labyrinth's core hidden within the mountains. Chapter 284, Hidden Magic Circle within the forest. The silver-haired, violet-eyed girl, Viviana, veiled in white, was splattered with fresh Barado. This Barado was not her own, but that of the recently defeated third-tier demonic creature, the two-headed stone python. After defeating the two-headed stone python, Viviana was in decent condition when she discovered another one feasting nearby. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to strike while the iron was hot and slay another to hone her combat skills. However, as Viviana approached the second python, it astonishingly shed its skin and evolved into a three-headed steel python before her eyes. Viviana was genuinely startled and hastily retreated to safety. The difference between a fourth-tier and a third-tier demon was not to be underestimated. While Viviana could emerge unscathed from a battle with a third-tier creature, facing a fourth-tier one would mean a life-or-death struggle. Ordinarily, Viviana would have assumed she had merely stumbled upon the creature's evolution. However, the peculiar labyrinth led her to entertain another possibility. Had the strength of all the demons within the labyrinth increased by a tier in that very instant? It wasn't long before Viviana confirmed her suspicions. On a flatland near the forest, she discovered a goblin military camp. Within the camp, the weakest goblin Viviana could see was a third-tier elite goblin sword and shield warrior, numbering 4 to 500. According to Viviana's knowledge, the goblin soldiers within the Aqua Nest should have only been first tier. Yet now, they possessed third-tier strength, far surpassing a mere slight increase in power. Viviana was acutely aware that since her entry into the Aqua Nest, the strength of the demons within the labyrinth had been enhanced at least twice, each time with a significant one-tier increase. Viviana knew that within the Aqua Nest, which had 3 entrances, there were also 3 labyrinth bosses. If her earlier hypothesis held, the power of the 3 bosses at the labyrinth core should have also increased by 2 tiers, surpassing Viviana's imagination. Dash, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, can they handle it? Viviana no longer believed that the Scarlet family's plan was underestimating her. She even began to worry for the 2 formidable elders. If the labyrinth bosses were 3 fourth-tier demons, the elders could easily defeat them. However, given the current situation. The labyrinth bosses were likely at least 3 fifth-tier demons, which could mean the elders might not emerge unscathed. After observing the goblin camp for a while, Viviana withdrew. She found a safe spot to eat and replenish her energy before consuming 2 bottles of potent potions to recover her magic power. At this point, Viviana felt she had recovered about 80 to 90% of her strength. With renewed vigor, she set off once more toward the labyrinth's core. Viviana Scarlet, Magic Swordsman, LV90 Life Energy, 45, 10, 52, 20 Endurance, 32, 02, 36, 65 Magic Energy, 4,316, 53, 70. After more than an hour, Viviana finally caught sight of the goblin fortress within her field of vision. The red light in the sky shone directly upon the formidable fortress nestled within the mountains, leaving no doubt that the labyrinth aqua nest lay within its walls. Viviana observed from a distance, realizing she seemingly lacked the ability to even enter the fortress. 4 towering stone towers stood at the perimeter, each at least 30 meters tall, equivalent to a 10-story building, with stone walls connecting them, leaving no gaps. The only way to enter the fortress was through 4 large gates situated in 4 directions, but each gate was guarded by 2 fourth-order goblin steel giants, and between the gates, 2 teams of elite goblin wolf riders patrolled relentlessly, leaving no vulnerabilities. Viviana was now immensely grateful for the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders' insistence that she familiarize herself with the Goblin Population Guide before entering the labyrinth. Without the knowledge gained from it, she might not have even been able to discern the strength of her enemies. Viviana observed the fortress perimeter for a long time, attempting to find an opportunity to infiltrate, but on this mountain, there was truly no cover. It was not just a matter of sneaking into the fortress. Even approaching it slightly, Viviana felt she might be discovered by the goblins on the stone towers. After countless internal deliberations, Viviana despondently concluded that she could not complete the task entrusted to her by the Scarlet family. I'm sorry, Lord Scarlet, I'm sorry, esteemed elders, I cannot reach the labyrinth's boss. Now, Viviana faced 2 paths. Either turn back to the entrance of the labyrinth, abandon the attack, and declare the mission a complete failure, or activate the hidden magic circle outside the fortress, summon the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, and endure their scolding before following their orders. After considerable agony, Viviana ultimately chose the latter. The reason for her choice was simple. She naively believed that the scolding would be less severe if she chose the second option, whereas if she unilaterally decided to leave the labyrinth, unimaginable punishment would await her. Having made her decision, Viviana retreated into the depths of the forest to avoid alerting the goblins when activating the magic circle. Once she confirmed the surroundings were safe, she mustered her courage, closed her eyes, and channeled a small portion of her magic into the hidden magic circle within her body. Immediately, a dark 4-symbol, 8-star magic circle emerged on Viviana's forehead, expanding into a larger, similarly structured magic array that rotated beneath her feet. As the magic circle's light grew brighter, 2 smaller star-shaped magic circles appeared within the larger one, and the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, Rodrigo and Augusto, materialized within the star-shaped arrays. Good afternoon, esteemed elders. Viviana bowed deeply, keeping her head lowered, not daring to meet the elders' eyes. The elders surveyed their surroundings after appearing, their expressions gradually darkening. Viviana, where's the boss of the labyrinth? Asked the Cardinal Elder, Rodrigo. The boss is within the fortress ahead. Viviana replied softly, not daring to raise her head for even a second. Why didn't you enter the fortress and reach the target before summoning us? That wasn't the plan, was it? The elder asked again, his tone growing more severe. Because I judged that I could not break through the fortress defenses alone, so for safety's sake, I summoned the esteemed elders here. Viviana argued, despite knowing she had not followed the plan, unwilling to be scolded too harshly. The two elders furrowed their brows in suspicion upon hearing Viviana's defense, but 5 minutes later, when they followed her to a location with a view of the fortress, they understood the meaning behind her words. Augusto, who do you think has the audacity to scheme against our Scarlet family? The Cardinal Elder, Rodrigo, clenched his fists, fire in his eyes. Chapter 285 Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. The two elders discerned at a glance that the defensive strength of the Goblin fortress far exceeded their expectations. This meant that after the Scarlet family dealt with the two teams of dangerous criminals, when the Barado to Delhi's town reopened, Barado, formidable individuals had entered the Aqua Nest. Based on the degree to which the strength of the demons exceeded their plans, the two elders believed that at least two individuals with mid-fifth-tier strength had entered the labyrinth, or perhaps a strong early sixth-tier individual. Those with such strength would not enter the labyrinth without reason. In other words, they must have come to deliberately cause trouble for the Scarlet family. Shall we change our plan, Rodrigo? Obsidian Elder Augusto inquired. No, proceed as planned. Even if we must retreat, I want to see who our enemy is this time. Cardinal Elder Rodrigo replied through gritted teeth. If the Scarlet family were to return empty-handed from this Aqua Nest expedition, it would be their third consecutive heavy blow. First, there was the theft of the pigeon blood ruby Philia. Next, they were swindled out of a large sum of money by the divination rabbit. And now, they might waste a valuable opportunity to use the hidden magic circle. If there was a common mastermind behind these three incidents, the identity of the powerful individuals who entered the Aqua Nest would undoubtedly reveal relevant clues. The Scarlet family's motto was revenge must be taken for enmity, and kindness must be repaid, and this creed had permeated the bones of every family member. As the left and right arms of the Scarlet Lord, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders were staunch enforcers of this creed. Therefore, even if this plan were to fail, they must find out who their enemy is. Viviana, hide in this forest, and retreat immediately if anything goes wrong. Understand? Before setting off, Cardinal Elder Rodrigo made arrangements for Viviana, who nodded earnestly and watched the two elders head towards the Goblin fortress. At this moment, Viviana felt both happy and worried. She was glad that the Cardinal Elder had hardly scolded her, but she was also concerned about the upcoming battle. With the Cardinal Elder's strength, annihilating the fortress defenses would undoubtedly be no problem, but the outcome against the labyrinth's boss was uncertain. Regrettably, aside from worrying, Viviana could not help. She knew that if she went with them, she would only become a burden to the two elders. Before long, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders arrived at the foot of the mountain where the fortress was located. The goblins on the stone tower immediately spotted the intruders and sounded their horns. Subsequently, the fortress gates opened, and 3 teams of goblin wolf riders burst forth, charging towards the base of the mountain. The elders intentionally allowed the goblins to discover them, aiming to create as much commotion as possible. In doing so, the enemies who had targeted the Scarlet family would realize that they were already in the final stages of conquering the labyrinth. Their plan was to lure the hidden enemies out and improvise based on the situation. As the Goblin Wolf Riders closed in to about 100 meters, Cardinal Elder Rodrigo stepped forward. The two elders, a well-coordinated duo, no longer needed verbal communication to understand each other's intentions. Cardinal Elder unsheathed his soul-engraved divine weapon, the blood-fired demon blade, Dearborn, from its scabbard at his waist. The ruby-like long sword ignited with red flames upon being infused with magic power. With slightly bent knees, the Cardinal Elder held the sword horizontally at his side, and the scattered sword flames formed a 10-meter-tall flame giant in front of him, assuming the same stance as the Elder. As the Cardinal Elder swung his sword in a horizontal slash, the flame giant did the same with its flaming longsword. The 10-meter-long flaming sword swept across the forest, igniting a massive fire and sending the Goblin Wolf Riders tumbling in the blaze. However, the Cardinal Elder's attack was not over. He sheathed the Bloodfire Demon Blade, took a step forward, and lowered his body while gripping the scabbard with his left hand. His gaze was fixed on the goblin fortress on the mountain. The flame giant mimicked the Cardinal Elder's movements, and as the Elder unsheathed his sword for another strike, the giant did the same. This time, the flaming slash transformed into a fire dragon that roared towards the goblin fortress on the mountain, igniting the gates with a single blow. "Well done, Rodrigo. Quite a spectacle," Obsidian Elder commented from the side. The fire would only grow more intense in the forest, and eventually, anyone in the labyrinth would see the billowing smoke and towering flames. "Just warming up," Cardinal Elder replied as he sheathed the Bloodfire Demon Blade and dismissed the flame giant. He and Obsidian Elder then proceeded towards the goblin fortress on the mountain, surrounded by flames. As for the goblin wolf riders, they had already been reduced to charred remains in the raging fire. In 10 minutes' time, the two elders relentlessly cut down the onslaught of goblin forces, arriving before the blazing gates of the fortress. Two fourth-tier goblin steel giants wielding black rock clubs had been waiting for them for quite some time. With the enemy now within striking distance, the steel ghost giants were no longer bound by their duty to remain stationary and roared as they charged at the two old men. This time, the Obsidian Elder stood in front of the Cardinal Elder, his eyes fixed on the hardened, blackened skin of the steel ghost giants, a plan already forming in his mind. "It seems I must trouble you, old partner," the Obsidian Elder murmured as he drew his divine sword, named Lightbane Spellblade, Coralskin. The blade appeared almost translucent, as if forged from black glass, seemingly fragile, yet exuding a sinister aura capable of corroding bones. The moment the Obsidian Elder unsheathed the Lightbane Spellblade, the two attacking goblin steel giants immediately shifted to a defensive stance, their terror subdued by the dreadful aura emanating from the Elder's sword. The Obsidian Elder chuckled, remarking, "Fourth-tier creatures truly are different," knowing what danger is, before channeling his magic into the Lightbane Spellblade. Instantly, a surge of black energy erupted from the blade, extending its length by 10 meters. Wielding this sword of black energy, the Obsidian Elder leaped into the air, seemingly defying gravity, and soared to the same height as the two steel ghost giants. He then unleashed a series of slashes, one after another, totaling 8 strikes before landing. With each slash from the Elder, the steel ghost giants raised their black rock clubs to defend themselves. However, they found it peculiar that they could not block the black energy sword, which pierced their bodies time and time again like air, yet caused no harm. The two steel ghost giants exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After all that, it turned out that this human was merely terrifying in appearance, but ultimately unremarkable. Chapter 286, Bloodbane Serpent. Irask, as they were thinking about it, the human elder unleashed another dark longsword. The goblin giants, feeling no harm and unable to defend, abandoned their defense and switched to offense, roaring as they charged at the two elders. However, at that moment, their vision suddenly darkened, and they fell straight to the ground, plunging into an eternal slumber. The goblin giants could not know that the Lightbane Spellblade of the Obsidian Elder was a sword that only attacked life energy, rendering all defenses ineffective. And because they were in a highly excited state during battle, they had not noticed that their bodies had actually fallen into fatigue due to the decline of their life energy. By the time their life energy reached 0, it was already too late. Rodrigo, even the gatekeepers are at the 4th tier, far beyond the plan level. Shall we still enter this fortress? The Obsidian Elder dodged arrows shot from the stone tower while conversing with the Cardinal Elder in a nonchalant manner. Indeed, drawing out the labyrinth boss at this time would only put us at a greater disadvantage. The Cardinal Elder held his Bloodfire Demon Blade upright in front of him, murmured something, and a heavenly fire fell from the sky, accurately hitting the nearest stone tower, igniting the goblins inside and temporarily preventing them from shooting arrows at them. Entering the fortress was not difficult for the two, but the outside and inside of the fortress were two different concepts. Breaking into the core area could potentially draw out the labyrinth boss, something they both unwilling to see. Even though their strength was extraordinary, even though they could leave any ordinary labyrinth by returning to the entrance. In any labyrinth, once the labyrinth leader appeared, it was no longer a situation where they could leave at will. However, not entering the fortress did not affect the new plan of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. The central location on the mountain was now ablaze, and they believed that the enemies who had ambushed the Scarlet family were already approaching. In the worst-case scenario, even if the enemy had 6-tier strength, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders were confident in finding the enemy after they approached, and then making a decision to withdraw after confirming the enemy's identity. During the waiting period for the enemy to appear, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders stood outside the fortress gate, continuously slaying the goblin reinforcements. Their actions carried a certain risk, as the leader of the goblin race would not watch their people being slaughtered indefinitely. So, would the labyrinth boss inside the fortress be drawn out by the commotion outside first, or would the unknown enemy reveal themselves first? The Cardinal and Obsidian Elders were lucky, as the unknown enemy appeared first. Moreover, this enemy did not hide, but appeared directly in front of them. Fufufu, I never thought I'd meet you two here, Red Sean, Black Sean. This is quite an unexpected surprise. The voice arrived before the person, and the hoarse Red Sean and Black Sean made both the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders shudder involuntarily. The only one in this world who would call them Red Sean and Black Sean was that madman. As a scythe with a skull-shaped blade suddenly flew over and embedded itself in the fortress gate, an old man in a tattered gray robe, holding the chain at the end of the scythe, flew to the fortress entrance and landed gracefully in front of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. The presence of this thin, tall old man with blood-red eyes put the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders on high alert. Bloodbane Serpent, Irask, why are you here? The Cardinal and Obsidian Elders immediately distanced themselves, but fortunately, the Bloodbane Serpent showed no intention of attacking immediately or ambushing them, only smiling as he watched them. What good question. Why am I here? The Bloodbane Serpent twisted his wrist, and the dark scythe, along with the chain, returned to his hand. I think it's fate. The gods above have sent me to end you and complete the unfinished business from last time. You two are the only exceptions who have escaped from my hands. As the Bloodbane Serpent spoke, he slowly approached the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. Evidently a mere disheveled old man, he caused the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders to become extremely tense. Although they did not communicate, both were simultaneously contemplating how to escape from the old man's grasp. Upon encountering the elder known as Bloodbane Serpent, Irask, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders immediately understood that the strength of the labyrinth's demons was due to this old man's influence. It was no wonder the labyrinth's difficulty increased with such a formidable individual present. Bloodbane Serpent, don't think we're the same as before. The Cardinal Elder placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, yet his footsteps continued to slowly retreat. Is that so? How delightful! You must give it your all to entertain me, Fufufu. The Bloodbane Serpent swung his chain, causing the scythe to spin beside him, evoking unpleasant memories for the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. However, their previous battle had become nourishment for their growth, and they now knew which techniques were effective against this Bloodbane Serpent and which would only expose unnecessary weaknesses. Without warning, the Cardinal Elder struck first, drawing his Bloodfire Demon Blade, while infusing it with magical power, and immediately plunged the burning blade into the ground beneath him. Blazing Pillar Barrage. The Cardinal Elder shouted the technique's name to build momentum and convey his intentions to the Obsidian Elder. As he executed the technique, a pillar of fire erupted from beneath the Bloodbane Serpent's feet, but the Elder's speed was even faster. With an inconceivable gait, he left the successive pillars of fire behind and closed in on the Cardinal Elder. In the blink of an eye, as the dancing scythe slashed towards the Cardinal Elder's neck, his body dissipated into flames, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, A dark sword aura seized the Bloodbane Serpent's offensive opening, striking precisely at his body. No, it missed. The Bloodbane Serpent contorted his body in a manner impossible for humans, narrowly evading the attack. Fufufu, how exhilarating. Truly, it's pure bravado. The Bloodbane Serpent laughed heartily as he leaped into the air, brandishing 3 identical pitch-black skull scythes, each entwined with long chains at their ends. Before I finish you two, make sure to entertain me to the fullest. The Bloodbane Serpent roared as he hurled the scythes, which merged into 4 red lights in midair before solidifying into 4 winged serpents. 2 of the serpents flew towards the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. 1 encircled the Bloodbane Serpent, and the last serpent headed towards the nearby mountain forest. The Cardinal and Obsidian Elders' faces turned pale upon witnessing this scene. Hidden within that forest was the most important divine heir of their Scarlet family, Viviana. The Bloodbane Serpent's actions clearly indicated that he had noticed Viviana's presence. Divine weapon release. Grant my enemies a merciless end. Lightbane Spellblade Coralskin. Without any hesitation, the Obsidian Elder invoked the Lightless Curse Sword with a powerful technique. Instantly, the glass-like sword transformed into black smoke, consuming his form entirely. Chapter 287, The Duel of Opponents. Gazing upon the blazing forest, Tyler felt somewhat perplexed by the situation. In his memory, Viviana's fighting style should have nothing to do with flames, and it was unlikely that the local goblin race would set fire to their own homeland. This meant that there must be fire-related combatants among the Scarlet family, and they were fighting near the Goblin Fortress in the Labyrinth's core area. It seems Viviana must be fighting alongside her team. I wonder if their strength is enough to face the Labyrinth boss. When Tyler last saw Viviana, she had just reached the 3rd tier, with a level slightly above 50. After nearly 2 months apart, he guessed that she might have reached the full level of 90 in the 3rd tier, or even ascended to the 4th tier. As the divine heir of the Scarlet family, she would undoubtedly have access to ample resources for training, leveling up, and advancing in tiers, so this pace was not unreasonable. However, even if Viviana had reached the 4th tier, she would still be no match for the Labyrinth boss. Tyler speculated that the boss would be at least 5th tier, 6th tier being within reason, and 7th tier, not impossible. Therefore, if the Scarlet family did not have a 5th or 6th tier leader, they would not only be unable to defeat the Aqua Nest boss, but they might also struggle to survive. Is the current situation also part of the Scarlet family's plan? Considering the previous cunning tactics employed by the Scarlet family, Tyler could only assume that the current Labyrinth situation was also part of their plan. As one of the 5 major families of the Vestor Kingdom, they should have at least this level of strategic prowess. Based on this assumption, Tyler believed that the Scarlet family's team would be able to successfully defeat the Labyrinth boss. However, under the current circumstances, it would be too risky for him to directly enter the battlefield. Tyler decided to approach the fortress a bit closer and continue observing the situation with his telescope. After all, no matter how important the truth behind the Scarlet family's plan was, it was not as important as Tyler's own life. At the entrance of the Goblin Fortress, the ghostly sword demon floated in the air. Obsidian Elder sacrificed half of his life energy to unleash the true form of the soul-engraved divine weapon Lightbane Spellblade, Coralskin, merging it with himself. The sword demon had no physical form, being composed entirely of black smoke. Instead of hands, it wielded 2 3-meter-long black smoke swords, and instead of legs, its torso trailed into wisps of black smoke. At this moment, its hollow eyes stared intently at the Bloodbane Serpent, its murderous intent evident. The Bloodbane Serpent, Irask, laughed heartily. He had experienced this form in their previous battle and had suffered a loss. This time, he didn't know if he had a way to deal with it. But it didn't matter. Experiencing the joy of battle was the most important thing for this madman. On the other side, taking advantage of Obsidian Elder's intimidation of the Bloodbane Serpent, Cardinal Elder swung his Bloodfire Demon Blade, severing the attacking red snake. He then activated the cloak skill to summon a pair of flame wings and took off, chasing after another red snake. Fufufu really got himself some nice equipment, huh? While using all his strength to dodge the sword demon's attacks. The Bloodbane Serpent still had the leisure to praise Cardinal Elder, as the energy he used for offense was now left with nowhere to go. Facing the smoke-formed sword demon, all of the Bloodbane Serpent's attacks were ineffective. Moreover, the sword demon's attacks were extremely lethal, and none of the defensive methods known to the Bloodbane Serpent could withstand its slashes, forcing him to continuously evade. 20 seconds have passed, Blackie. You only have 40 seconds left, or have you improved during this time? During their last encounter, the sword demon could only maintain its form for 1 minute. This time, the Bloodbane Serpent anticipated 3 minutes, and as long as he could endure those 3 minutes, it would be his turn. The sword demon did not respond, but its attacks continued to grow more fierce. Just as the Bloodbane Serpent was about to run out of room to retreat, the gaunt old man suddenly transformed into a red snake right before the sword demon's eyes. At the same time, Cardinal Elder, who was about to catch up with the red snake, was astonished to find that the flying red snake had turned into the Bloodbane Serpent himself. Neither the Cardinal nor the Obsidian Elder knew of this shape-shifting ability. It seemed that during their period of progress, the Bloodbane Serpent had not been idle either. Fufufu, are you happy to see me ready? Taking advantage of Cardinal Elder's astonishment, the Bloodbane Serpent extended his hands, and countless chains flew from the dark openings in the center of his palms towards Cardinal Elder. He immediately turned to flee, flying while releasing blazing slashes behind him. However, the Bloodbane Serpent's chains were like living snakes, not only avoiding Cardinal Elder's slashes, but also coiling around his ankles, grounding him and bringing him back to the entrance of the fortress. Burn even hotter, Dearborn. Cardinal Elder channeled more magic power into the Bloodfire Demon Blade, causing the blade to glow red-hot. The Scorching Blade successfully severed the Bloodbane Serpent's chains, returning the three to a standoff at the entrance of the fortress. And now, the divine weapon that Obsidian Elder had paid a great price to unleash had passed its effective time, forcing him to revert to his human form. The only thing on the minds of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders was to stall for as much time as possible, allowing Viviana to safely escape the Aqua Nest. As for the Bloodbane Serpent, Arask, he was thinking about how to corner Reddy and Blackie, learn all their abilities, and then strike them both down. After some simple contemplation, the Bloodbane Serpent made a mad move. He summoned the red skull-headed scythe Draven Barado, swung it around with the chains to gain momentum, and then hurled a side slash at the fortress gate. Reddy, Blackie, you're still too restrained. Let's have some Barado fun. Fufufu. With the side's light cutting through the fortress gate, the 5-meter-thick gate was cut diagonally in two, and then, with a bang, it fell to the ground. The Bloodbane Serpent's madness was not over yet. He manipulated the chains to bind the goblin corpses on the ground, and then flung them one by one into the goblin fortress, laughing all the while, his intentions clearer than ever. Madman. This old monster is truly a madman. Both the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders sensed the Bloodbane Serpent's intentions, but they were powerless to stop him. If they actively engage him in close combat, they would fall into his trap. The two could only watch as the Bloodbane Serpent continued his reckless actions until a thunderous roar erupted from within the goblin fortress. The roar was so loud that all the birds in the surrounding forest took flight. For a moment, the burning forest, the sky filled with black smoke, and the countless birds in the air all plunged the labyrinth's Aqua Nest into unprecedented chaos. Following that, heavy footsteps echoed from within the fortress. Each step was accompanied by violent tremors, heralding the imminent arrival of the Goblin King. Chapter 288 bonus. Here comes the ruler. The wildfire spread rapidly, and Viviana knew something was amiss. She had already begun to evacuate towards the entrance of the labyrinth, following the instructions of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. However, due to the commotion at the fortress, several goblin military camps on the outskirts had entered a state of war. Numerous goblin wolf riders were scouring the area in search of enemies. In addition, these intelligent goblins had set up a blockade around the fortress, attempting to intercept any intruders who had breached the labyrinth's core. The goblins' response undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Viviana's evacuation. She had to boldly stride forward while remaining vigilant against the goblin forces that could emerge at any moment. Her dancing crimson sword cleared a path before her, simultaneously serving as an early warning system for any approaching enemies. In the direction of the fortress behind Viviana, familiar magical fluctuations and bright flames occasionally erupted. These were the battle techniques of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, whom she knew well. Even without witnessing the scene firsthand, Viviana understood that the two elders were fighting with all their might. Dash, had they already engaged in battle with the labyrinth boss? Dash, I thought they would abandon this labyrinth expedition. Viviana continued to worry about the two elders, but soon she lost the luxury of concern. A sudden appearance of goblin wolf riders blocking her path forced Viviana to halt. She instantly recognized the leader as a fourth-tier goblin wolf cavalry commander. And since this foe had revealed itself, it meant floating crimson sword. Viviana decisively summoned all her rapiers to shoot in all directions. As expected, 4 or 5 wolf riders emerged from the surroundings, intending to ambush Viviana, but her preemptive strike disrupted their plans. Nevertheless, this brilliant attack could not change the fact that Viviana was now surrounded. She could confirm the presence of 1 4th-tier and 5 3rd-tier enemies with her own eyes. This was not a situation she could overcome with her current strength. Swaltohablissing. Viviana focused on the crimson sword in her hand, and the blade began to shine with a sacred radiance. A critical, high-stakes battle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the entrance of the Goblin Fortress had reached its most tense moment. From the increasingly approaching footsteps and ground vibrations, it was not difficult to deduce that the ruler of the fortress was about to reveal himself. Fu. Let us revel together. Bloodbane Serpent Arask could hardly conceal the smile on his face, as nothing could bring him more joy than a frenzied and chaotic battle. The elders seized this final moment to contemplate their strategy. Once the labyrinth boss joined the fray, their retreat would become even more challenging. However, in contrast, the Bloodbane Serpent, this old monster, would also expose more weaknesses. After the appearance of the Bloodbane Serpent, elders had already understood that all of this was the scheme of the secret organization Snake Shadow Society. While many people knew of the infamous Bloodbane Serpent Arask, few were aware that he was actually a core member of the Snake Shadow Society. Nevertheless, the Scarlet family's intelligence organization was not maintained in vain, allowing them to have some understanding of the Snake Shadow Society. Today, with the Bloodbane Serpent appearing in the Aqua Nest, Cardinal Elder did not believe it to be a coincidence. He thought that there might be a traitor within the Scarlet family who had leaked their plan to the Snake Shadow Society. Then, the Snake Shadow Society took advantage of the Scarlet family's plan, intending to strike at the divine heir Viviana and the two elders within the labyrinth. Due to the labyrinth's isolated nature, any actions taken within it would be extremely difficult to trace, as long as the relevant traces were handled properly. In addition, Cardinal Elder believed that the previous incidents of the Pigeon Blood Ruby theft and the extortion by the Rabbit Spirit might also be related to the Snake Shadow Society, as this organization had the power to accomplish these two tasks. The only remaining doubt for Cardinal Elder was why only the Bloodbane Serpent had come to commit the crime. If the Snake Shadow Society truly intended to target the Scarlet family, it would be unlikely for them to send only one person. Regarding this question, Cardinal Elder could only think of one reasonable explanation. Other members of the Snake Shadow Society were hiding, and perhaps someone was already pursuing Viviana. Upon this thought, his expression became even more tense, as they were now in an extremely urgent situation. Bloodbane Serpent, Why does the Snake Shadow Society oppose the Scarlet family? Before the Labyrinth boss appeared, Cardinal Elder loudly questioned the Bloodbane Serpent. Fu, you even know about the Snake Shadow Society. You know quite a lot. The tall, thin old man, Bloodbane Serpent, smiled mysteriously. He neither admitted nor denied, only wanting to see the anxious expressions of Reddy and Blackie. As for whether the Scarlet family would become enemies with the Snake Shadow Society from now on, the Bloodbane Serpent did not care. For Bloodbane Serpent Arask, only the madness of battle mattered. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar resounded within the Goblin Fortress, and a massive figure leaped out from behind the destroyed fortress gate, landing heavily between Elders and the Bloodbane Serpent. Fu. Here it comes, here it comes. Amidst the rolling dust, the Bloodbane Serpent's shrill laughter was particularly piercing, while the towering figure, standing in the dust, emitted a terrifying pressure that oppressed every pore of those present. As the dust settled, the true face of the massive figure was revealed to everyone. The goblin ruler who had leaped out stood as tall as a 3-story building, with a massive but not bloated physique, and his robust green muscles shone with a metallic luster. However, the most unforgettable aspect was the goblin ruler's body structure, with 3 faces, 6 arms, and 6 legs, making it unclear whether it was a single entity or a fusion of 3 goblins. The goblin ruler's head had 3 faces in different directions, and its torso and hips seemed to be stitched together from 3 bodies, with 3 pairs of arms and legs extending in 3 directions, leaving no blind spots from any angle. Moreover, the personalities of the 3 faces were distinct. One face held a long spear and a square shield, its fierce expression resembling a war god. Another face gripped a staff with one hand, its eyes gleaming with wickedness like a sorcerer. And the last face held a longbow in one hand and an arrow in the other, its expression calm as if an archery god. Upon the goblin ruler's entrance, its 6 eyes stared at the 3 people present, and its 3 mouths babbled in the goblin language, expressing its rage through the tone alone. Both Elders and the Bloodbane Serpent dared not act rashly at this moment, as the strength of the goblin ruler clearly exceeded their expectations. Moreover, they both hoped that the goblin ruler's hatred would be directed at their opponent. At this moment, one of the goblin ruler's sorcerer faces raised a skull staff made of countless skulls. After quickly chanting a few spells, a massive green magic circle suddenly unfolded in the sky, large enough to cover the entire Aqua Nest Labyrinth. Immediately, 4 red beams of light shone down from the magic circle, with 3 of them landing on Cardinal Elder Rodrigo and the Bloodbane Serpent, and another beam falling on a nearby mountain forest. That location was precisely where Viviana was. Chapter 289 Worsening Situation. A mere 10 seconds prior, Tyler, who had been rubbernecking outside the Goblin Fortress through the binnacle, suddenly found himself enveloped by an overwhelming red warning light. No matter where he sought refuge, he could not escape the coverage of the ominous glow. Undoubtedly, this was related to the goblin ruler raising its skull-headed staff. As the 3-second countdown within the red warning light ticked away, Tyler activated his calculation boost skill in the nick of time, entering a bullet time state. With his brain's computational power doubled in the slowed time, he pinpointed the exact moment before the incoming attack and executed his evasive shadow step. When he reappeared 15 meters away, there seemed to be no change to his condition. Did I dodge it? Carefully assessing his situation, Tyler was somewhat surprised to find that he had indeed succeeded. Seconds later, as the several red light beams shot down from the massive magical array in the sky, he realized that none of them targeted him, further confirming his successful evasion. Tyler's plan was simple. Since the attack appeared to be an inescapable, all-encompassing assault, he wanted to use the brief moment between his disappearance and reappearance with Shadow Step to dodge it. Fortunately, not only was his idea correct, but he had also executed it perfectly. But what do these red light beams represent? Unlike the thick red beam pointing towards the labyrinth's core, the smaller beams were constantly moving. This led Tyler to speculate that they might be real-time markers for intruders within a labyrinth. 3. There are 4 others in the labyrinth besides me. Using his binnacle, Tyler confirmed that 3 of the individuals were fighting at the entrance of the Goblin Fortress. The 4th beam must be pointing to Viviana, who was not present if she was still alive. Whether he were to approach the battle near the fortress entrance or to verify if the 4th red beam was indeed Viviana. Both destinations were in the same direction for Tyler. The shortest path to these locations was to pass directly through the Goblin Fortress. Seizing this rare opportunity, Tyler made a bold decision. He believed that his current state of not being marked by the red beams was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The demons would undoubtedly rely heavily on the red beam's guidance, while Tyler had inadvertently entered a unique, invisible state. In this state, infiltrating the Goblin Fortress would be significantly easier, especially since the fortress defenses were likely deployed to hunt down the intruders in the labyrinth. Tyler might even have a chance to strike at the labyrinth's core directly. Time was of the essence, and opportunities were fleeting. Tyler instructed Moto-chan to relocate to the other side of the fortress and await their reunion. After glancing at the tea in his palm, he slid down the slope and stealthily advanced towards the side of the fortress wall. At the entrance of the Goblin Fortress, elders and Bloodbane Serpent initially believed they had been ensnared by a cunning stratagem. However, they quickly realized they had been locked on by a detection spell. Augusto, these light pillars indicate the positions of all the intruders, informed Cardinal Elder to Obsidian Elder, while the latter expressed both his concern and confusion. His worry stemmed from the 4th light pillar, which revealed Viviana's location. Judging by the distance, Viviana had not retreated far and might have encountered trouble. His puzzlement arose from the scarcity of light pillars. Could the serpent's shadow truly have sent only Bloodbane Serpent? This seemed highly improbable. Perhaps the others are still en route, suggested Cardinal Elder. Regardless of how many the serpent's shadow had dispatched, it no longer mattered. Centuredo, I want perish before you. Both elders tightly gripped their divine weapons, their blood boiling with excitement for the first time in ages. On the other side, the Goblin Ruler, having confirmed the positions of all the intruders, roared loudly, issuing commands. The enraged ruler demanded that its people immediately slay the invaders who had trespassed their homeland, avenging their fallen brethren. Following its roar, a unique signal flare ignited within the Goblin Fortress, and soon after, 6 surrounding encampments also lit their flares. A multitude of goblin soldiers sprang into action, while the fortress defenses were not idle. 2 wolf howls echoed, and a squadron of goblin wolf riders dashed out as if flying. Leading the squadron was an elderly goblin shaman adorned with a large string of prayer beads and wielding a staff. Riding a 2-headed giant wolf, he led the elite goblin wolf riders towards the red pillar of light in the forest, which marked Viviana's location. The Cardinal Elder attempted to intervene, but the Bloodbane Serpent's attack swiftly blocked him, its obstructive intent clear. Fufufu, are you so worried about your little girl? Then hurry and use your full strength to defeat me. Amidst the Bloodbane Serpent's interference, the special goblin cavalry charged smoothly towards the forest. The Cardinal Elder watched the wolf riders leave the attack range, his brow furrowed and his heart anxious. Centuredo, Goblin Ruler, we did not intend to trespass. The one who destroyed your fortress gate and threw in the goblin corpses is this scythe-wielding human. If you wish to vent your anger, direct it at him. The Cardinal Elder did not care whether the Goblin Ruler could understand human language, but he made sure to absolve himself and the Obsidian Elder of any guilt. The Bloodbane Serpent, unconcerned, enjoyed the spectacle of various people driven to desperation. As for the Goblin Ruler, it remained unaffected by the Cardinal Elder's words. After completing the deployment of his subordinates, it proceeded to execute the audacious humans. Regardless of their reasons, those who dared to enter Goblin territory would be shown no mercy. Roar! With a deafening battle cry, the goblin rulers wore god visage brandished a steel spear. This roar not only momentarily halted the three humans' actions, but also invigorated the goblins within 100 meters. Seeing this, the elders knew that a chaotic battle was inevitable and immediately launched a counterattack. Augusto, am ready at any time. Without needing much explanation, the two elders understood each other's intentions with a single shout. The Cardinal Elder raised the Bloodfire Demon Blade, Dearborn, and bellowed, "Crimson Karma Fire! Burn my enemies! Flame, Inferno descend!" Simultaneously, the Obsidian Elder held the Lightbane spell blade horizontally in front of him, sheathed, and whispered, "Fog God, grant me your form, the body of black mist." Chapter 290. Sneak in the Goblin Fortress. A dazzling flash of light coalesced into a single point before erupting outward. A thunderous, earth-shaking roar assaulted the eardrums of every creature present, a second later than expected, as rolling waves of scorching flames engulfed the entire mountaintop. At that moment, a cataclysmic fireball emerged, its diameter vast enough to consume the entire peak, including the Goblin Fortress. This was the signature move of Cardinal Elder Rodrigo, Flamehell Descend. Ordinarily, he would not use this technique when allies were nearby, but Obsidian Elder Augusto was an exception, as he possessed a skill that could ignore the terrifying power of Flamehell Descend. As Cardinal Elder unleashed his ability, Obsidian Elder transformed into a cloud of black mist. For the next 10 seconds, he could not launch any attacks, but in return, he would be unaffected by most forms of assault. Amidst the furnace of flames, Augusto watched as the surrounding flora and fauna were instantly reduced to ash. Regrettably, even with such formidable power, the attack seemed to have inflicted no harm upon Bloodbane Serpent Arask and the Goblin Ruler. The Bloodbane Serpent summoned a pitch-black, six-eyed python, which coiled around the Mad Elder, shielding him from the flames. Not a single spark could penetrate the barrier, though the python's life was likely in peril. Meanwhile, the Goblin Ruler's Sorcerer Face completed the casting of Shield spell, isolating the flames and preparing to counterattack once the fire subsided. Had there been other spectators, they might have assumed that the two elders would be at a disadvantage, having unleashed such a magnificent attack without even breaking their enemy's defenses. However, the elders had anticipated this outcome, and their true intentions lay elsewhere. Seizing the opportunity provided by Flame Abyss Descend to distract their foes and obscure their vision, Cardinal Elder activated his flame wings and flew straight towards Viviana, while Obsidian Elder remained within the flames, awaiting the fulfillment of his duty once the fire was extinguished. Soon, the Flame Inferno Descend technique ended, and just as the Goblin Ruler and Bloodbane Serpent were about to wreak havoc, they discovered that the source of the flames, Cardinal Elder, had vanished. "Blackie, you two are truly naive, thinking that just one of you could hold us both back," taunted the Bloodbane Serpent, absorbing the charred remains of the six-eyed python through the pores in his palm. "Bloodbane Serpent, when did you join forces with the Labyrinth boss?" Obsidian Elder asked, calm and composed. He had no confidence in winning the battle, but stirring chaos was his forte. At that moment, the Goblin Ruler, enraged at the escape of his prey, brandished his war god face and steel spear, striking at the nearest target, Bloodbane Serpent, with the speed of wind and thunder. Simultaneously, his Sorcerer Face and Archer Face launched an offensive against Augusto. Thunderous noises continuously emanated from the Goblin Fortress, causing Tyler, who was stealthily climbing the mountain, to wince in pain with each explosion. His greatest regret was not being able to witness this battle of gods, but he had more important tasks at hand. Relying on the early warning from the Divine Eye of Transcendence, Tyler evaded the terrifying giant fireball and arrived at the base of the crude stone wall built by the goblins. The uneven surface provided him with an opportunity to scale the wall with his bare hands. The giant fireball had also greatly aided Tyler, as it had nearly wiped out the goblin archers on the tower, leaving only a few barely clinging to life. This allowed Tyler to successfully climb the wall undetected. Once inside the Goblin Fortress, Tyler continued to move stealthily, his objective clear, to reach the so-called Labyrinth's core since he had entered the heart of the maze. If given a chance, he would strike a fatal blow to the core and reap a tremendous advantage along the way. Tyler saw charred goblin corpses everywhere and occasionally encountered some still barely alive, which he would mercifully finish off. However, only the second and some third-tier goblins were severely injured by the fireball. The fourth-tier goblins remained healthy and combat-ready, and they were Tyler's primary targets to avoid. After several twists and turns, Tyler finally reached the location of the labyrinth's core by following the thickest red light pillar. After countless moments of holding his breath and focusing, he used the shadow step to reach the top floor of the highest palace within the fortress. There was no cover on the top floor, so Tyler could only crouch under the stairs, peering out with just his eyes. In the center of the top floor, a fist-sized white light orb hovered, wrapped in numerous demonic symbols. Surrounding the orb were several layers of semi-transparent, spherical, magical barriers, tightly enclosing the white light orb. So, Centuredo. The magical barriers surrounding the core posed a significant risk, as attacking them might attract the attention of the labyrinth boss, and Tyler was unsure if he could quickly break through the barriers. Second, 6 goblin guards of various types, both melee and ranged, physical and magical, stood outside the barriers, all of them at the 4th tier and level 100. Facing 6 level 104th tier guards, even with the protection of Tyler's heart of fearlessness, he could not afford to be reckless. He constantly reminded himself of his current reality, a mere 2nd tier level 50. Without the help of the divine eye of transcendence, he would have perished in the sudden giant fireball, just like the 2nd tier goblin soldiers, without any chance to resist. All right, I've seen enough. Time to retreat. Bye-bye. Tyler withdrew decisively, making his way to the lowest floor. His next plan was to sneak out of the Goblin Fortress and find a path to see if the 4th red light pillar was Viviana. However, as he was about to leave the building, his always active identification ability suddenly detected something on an inconspicuous wall. At first, Tyler thought he had seen it wrong, but upon closer inspection, the identification information in his eyes reignited his interest in causing mischief. On this unremarkable wall, there was an ordinary brick. The identification information for this brick read, "Hidden switch to the secret passage." Chapter 291, Underground Chamber within the tallest structure of the Goblin Fortress. Tyler now found himself. Discovering a secret passage in such a place held great significance, and Tyler was well aware of this. However, adhering to his usual cautious approach, he did not directly press the brick that served as a hidden switch. Instead, he placed a luminous magic stone at the spot and retreated 20 meters away. Using the skill Shadow Behind, he summoned a shadow duplicate by the wall. Following Tyler's command, the shadow duplicate pressed the switch. Accompanied by the sound of stone rubbing against stone, a section of the nearby wall slid aside, revealing the hidden passage behind it. Up to this point, the shadow duplicate's actions had not triggered any alarms, so it continued to follow Tyler's orders, picking up the luminous magic stone and entering the secret passage. Tyler stood outside the passage, watching the shadow duplicate advance until its 25-second duration expired and it vanished. The luminous magic stone that fell to the ground continued to illuminate the passage for a few seconds before gradually dimming and extinguishing. Deeming the passage safe, Tyler made a preliminary judgment and entered it himself, picking up the luminous magic stone and proceeding forward. Whenever he encountered a suspicious area, he would employ the same tactic, sending the shadow duplicate to scout ahead. After navigating the winding passage for over 10 minutes, Tyler finally emerged into a vast underground chamber. Embedded in the walls of the underground chamber were clusters of self-luminous magic stones, which allowed Tyler to immediately spot a massive door, approximately 5 meters tall, directly opposite him. Above the door, the words Treasure Vault were carved in the language of the evil kinds. Idiot Tyler! We've hit the jackpot. Tyler, too, felt a surge of exhilaration. It was only thanks to the people at the fortress entrance who had lured the labyrinth boss away and the massive fireball that had cleared the area that Tyler had the opportunity to sneak into the fortress and reap such a great reward. However, Tyler quickly regained his composure as he noticed a dark, pulsating mass in front of the treasure vault's door, clearly a sleeping creature. Sigh. There's no way the treasure vault would be unguarded. Tyler felt somewhat frustrated, but was not ready to give up. Having a guard was not the problem. Being unable to defeat the guard was the real issue for safety's sake. Tyler did not approach the guard directly to confirm its identity. Instead, he carefully observed the underground chamber from a distance. The entire chamber was an irregular hemisphere, with an arched ceiling composed of uneven rock formations and a rocky floor spanning an area roughly the size of 2 football fields. The uneven terrain posed a tripping hazard for those who did not tread carefully. In a nutshell, this was a natural, large-scale cavern. Thanks to the natural magic stones in the walls, shadows filled the cavern, but there were no other conditions that favored Tyler. After confirming the terrain, Tyler attempted to identify the guarding creature using a binnacle, but it proved useless. He had no choice but to approach it himself. Fortunately, as Tyler neared the distance required for identification, the creature remained fast asleep. Unfortunately, the guard's strength posed an immense challenge for Tyler. Frost Giant Wolf, Zane, male, 129 years old. Frost Giant Wolf, LV, 140 skills, 44 life energy, 12118, 12118 endurance, 7021 magic energy, 5,685 5685 before identifying the creature. Tyler had mentally prepared himself, but the Tier 4 fully evolved result still made his heart skip a beat. Over 12,000 life energy. What kind of monster is this? Having seen the guard stats, Tyler immediately abandoned the idea of confronting it head-on and began considering how to outsmart it. The first idea that came to mind was to bypass the Frost Giant Wolf and sneak directly into the treasure vault. However, the Frost Giant Wolf was practically sleeping against the vault door, and Tyler believed that a Tier 4 creature would not remain unresponsive if approached so closely. Thus, the plan to sneak into the treasure vault was abandoned due to excessive risk. To devise a good plan, it was crucial to know both oneself and one's enemy. While the Frost Giant Wolf was still asleep, Tyler observed it from a distance. The wolf was enormous. If it stood up, it would likely be as tall as a 2- or 3-story building. Its massive jaws could easily swallow Tyler whole with a single bite. The core logic of Tyler's trial-and-error strategy was simple: to draw the tiger, Frost Giant Wolf, from its lair, the door. If the wolf remained unmoved, it would indicate its strict adherence to its mission, unwilling to leave the treasure vault's entrance easily. In that case, Tyler would abandon his illusions and decisively retreat. However, if the wolf were deceived by the shadow duplicate, it would present an excellent opportunity for Tyler to enter the treasure vault. As for what to do once inside, he would have to adapt on the fly. One thing Tyler was certain of was that the colossal body of the Frost Giant Wolf could not squeeze into the treasure vault. At this moment, the shadow duplicate was running, the wolf was chasing, and Tyler was less than 100 feet from the vault's entrance. But then, the wolf demonstrated why it had been entrusted with guarding the treasure vault. A howl echoed from behind, followed by a surge of cold air that reached the vault's entrance before Tyler, freezing dozens of layers of solid ice onto the door. Without looking back to see what had happened, Tyler decisively drew his Shadow Sword Dragon steed and immediately unleashed a azure blue blaze steed, hoping the high-temperature blue flames could melt the solid ice on the vault door. However, the confrontation between the blue flames and the solid ice left Tyler disappointed. The azure blue blaze steed did melt some of the ice, but the ice refroze at an even faster rate. It was then that Tyler noticed not only the vault door, but the entire cavern had entered a state of icy cold storage. With a bad feeling, he looked back towards the secret passage, which had also been sealed with ice. Chapter 292 Forced in battle, the cornered shadow duplicate barely dodged a bite from the frost giant wolf, but was soon pinned down by its faster body and had its head crushed underfoot. Wondered, should I feel fortunate that I could survive being stepped on once? Tyler's current life energy, 3012. The shadow duplicate's attributes, except for magic power, were identical to Tyler's. Although the difference in equipment had some impact, it was not significant for Tyler, who had almost given up on defense. By observing the changes in the shadow duplicate's values, Tyler knew he was no match for the frost giant wolf. However, this was not a significant issue, as he had always faced opponents who could defeat him instantly. The real problem now was that the wolf had used its skills to seal the entire cavern space. Tyler was unsure if using Azure Blue Blaze Steed 3 or 5 times in a row could melt the ice blockade, but he was certain that if this attempt failed, he would quickly be killed by the frost giant wolf after consuming a large amount of magic power. Is it time for a do-or-die battle? The frost giant wolf, Zane, was roaring triumphantly towards Tyler, seemingly unconcerned about him breaking through the solid ice to enter the treasure vault. Moreover, the way it looked at Tyler was filled with contempt, like a cat looking at a mouse. In the past, Tyler had no qualms about his weak status, but now, he was no longer completely helpless. Tyler's Shadow Assassin LV 50 skills, 2-2, non-combat occupation skills, 2-2, life energy, 30-12-30, 100 endurance, 21-21-24-39 magic energy, 54-20-76, 90 frost giant wolf, Zane, male, 129 years old frost giant wolf, LV 140 skills, for 4 life energy, 1-2-1-1-8, 1-2-1-1-8 endurance, 70-21, 70-21 magic energy, 56-85, 56-85, at least in terms of total magic power. Tyler was gradually gaining confidence. Unfazed by the prospect of battle, Tyler, protected by the heart of fearlessness, knew no fear. However, he was not reckless. He had prepared a strategy for the inevitable confrontation with the frost giant wolf long before setting his plan in motion. In Tyler's view, his victory hinged on a single factor. If he could achieve this one thing, victory would be more than a mere fantasy. If not, he had a contingency plan to abandon the treasure vault and flee. In the presence of the esteemed Zane, I express my sincere desire to avoid any antagonistic stance towards you. Instead, I come forth with a proposition that entails a mutually beneficial trade. I implore you to specify your terms, with the sole condition being that they grant me access to the treasure vault, he said in the language of the evil kind. Seizing the opportunity before the frost giant wolf attacked, Tyler feigned composure and attempted to communicate with the ancient creature, whose wisdom he presumed to be extensive and profound. Upon hearing Tyler's words, the frost giant wolf hesitated, its expression one of bewilderment. However, this fleeting hesitation swiftly dissipated, giving way to the reawakening of its inherently hostile intentions. Humph, cunning human, I do not know how you learn the language of the evil kind, but I can tell you this: no matter what you say, what you do, your fate is sealed upon entering here. The frost giant wolf allowed no room for negotiation and immediately launched its attack. Seeing the wolf's accelerating pace, Tyler knew his deceiver skill activation had failed, and he readied himself for battle. Facing a swift adversary, he decisively placed his shadow, sword dragon steed, and arrows on the ground, then began to maneuver laterally. Centuredo, the stronger the shadow duplicates, especially in terms of endurance, which would play an important role. Evading the frost giant wolf's first lunge with the help of his divine eye's warning, Tyler immediately threw a smoke bomb at his feet, creating a dense cloud of smoke that enveloped the area. He seized this opportunity to stealthily maneuver into the enemy's blind spot, his agile movements concealed within the thick haze. The frost giant wolf, taken aback by Tyler's unexpected tactic, had anticipated a lethal strike but found itself deceived by the swirling smoke. Confused and disoriented, the wolf's attack missed its mark entirely. However, within the chaos, A glint of silver emerged from the opaque mist, a knife hurtling towards the wolf's shoulder. Though the blade failed to pierce the thick fur, it served as a distraction. As if on cue, a sudden burst of blue flame flared from within the smoke, briefly illuminating the area behind the bewildered wolf. In a desperate attempt to escape the fiery attack, the wolf quickly twisted, but not without consequence. Scorching marks appeared along its hind leg, and a slash marred its side, inflicting a wound. Although the slash was shallow, the frost giant wolf was enraged it had been wounded by this seemingly weak human. In its fury, the wolf executed a whirlwind-like sweep, using its size advantage to strike the human nearby with powerful bravado without even seeing its target. The blow sent the human flying. Dash, get lost, human. You've taken on too much. The frost giant wolf felt a momentary satisfaction, knowing that the strike would be fatal for the cunning, weak, and pathetic human. However, this satisfaction was short-lived, as the wolf soon realized that the figure it had sent flying was not the human youth, but a bizarre, pitch-black shadow. Dash, what in the world? Confused, the frost giant wolf had no time to understand what had happened before it felt an odd bravado on its back, as if someone had stepped on it. Immediately, a sharp cinturado its rolling was not the feeble tumble of a small puppy, but rather a vengeful, hellish roll filled with deadly intent. The frost giant wolf's icy claws and protruding bone spikes were all fiercely swinging. Believing that this rolling counterattack would surely strike the human, this was what the frost giant wolf Zane had thought. Yet, during the rolling process, the frost giant wolf did not feel any impact on its target, which meant that the human youth had unbelievably managed to disengage from its body in such a brief instant. A truly inconceivable feat. Despicable human, you have enraged me. Evil kind language. The frost giant wolf angrily stood up, only to discover that the human youth had already retreated to a distance of 30 to 40 meters away. The continuous setbacks made the frost giant wolf abandon its arrogance, finally realizing that if it did not take this youth seriously, it might suffer further humiliation. Frost protection, winter, God's blessing. The frost giant wolf did not hastily counterattack, but instead used the second-tier skill to heal its injured right eye with the power of the winter god. As a shimmering, icy blue glow enveloped its right eye, the wound quickly healed, leaving no trace of the previous injury. This miraculous scene left the human youth dumbfounded, and noticing the incredulous expression on the youth's face, the frost giant wolf immediately felt smug. How about that? Did you think you could injure one of my eyes just like that? Ha ha ha. Don't dream. I am the immortal frost giant wolf, Lord Zane. The frost giant wolf seized the opportunity to exaggerate its prowess, intending to deflate the human's arrogance. In reality, the frost protection, winter god's blessing, could only heal a small portion of the wound, and its cool-down time was as long as 24 hours. In other words, the frost giant wolf no longer had the ability to heal itself in this battle. However, the frost giant wolf did not think this would be a problem, as it was now serious and would not give the human any more opportunities to exploit. But at that moment, a question from the human youth once again disrupted the frost giant wolf's composure. Great Lord Zane, I have a question for you. The human youth stared straight into the frost giant wolf's eyes, and the wolf could see that there was no fear in the youth's gaze, which was extremely rare. Then, the youth asked the question, if the immortal Lord Zane is so powerful, why do you serve under the goblin ruler and guard the treasure vault in this sunless place? It could be said that this question struck right at the heart of the frost giant wolf, Zane's sore spot. For a moment, the frost giant wolf was furious but found itself at a loss for words. At that moment, the youth delivered the final blow to the frost giant wolf. In my opinion, the so-called frost giant wolf, Lord Zane, is no different from a mere watchdog. Yes, the youth uttered the word that the frost giant wolf could not bear to hear. Watchdog. This was the greatest insult to it. Roar. In a fit of rage, the frost giant wolf roared and unleashed a high-pressure stream of icy air towards the youth, akin to a torrential water column. Although this was merely a first-tier skill of the frost giant wolf, its power had been honed to the extreme through countless battles. The icy air traversed a distance of 30 to 40 meters in an instant, and the frost giant wolf was prepared to adjust its neck to continue pursuing the youth, regardless of the direction he dodged. However, to the frost giant wolf's astonishment, the youth vanished right before its eyes, only to reappear moments later, having bypassed the icy breath's blockade and approached the frost giant wolf's vicinity. Dang, what trickery has this human employed? The closer the enemy was, the greater the angle the frost giant wolf needed to turn to make its icy breath connect. At this moment, the frost giant wolf faced a choice: cease the icy breath and engage in close-quarters combat, or gamble on another attempt to strike the youth. If only I could graze him, I could freeze this elusive foe. The frost giant wolf was unwilling to waste its magic power in vain. But as the youth sprinted towards it, the creature had no choice but to change tactics. Simultaneously halting its icy breath, the frost giant wolf swiftly swung its claws. However, the youth was not only agile, but also possessed exceptional predictive abilities, evading the rapid claw strikes with ease. Then, the frost giant wolf sensed something amiss. Turning its body, it discovered a black shadow wielding a dagger, stabbing at the leg that had been previously slashed by a sword. Compared to the frost giant wolf's colossal frame, the dagger seemed like a mere toy, incapable of inflicting any significant damage. This was why the frost giant wolf, preoccupied with the human youth, had failed to notice it earlier. Annoyed, the frost giant wolf kicked the black shadow, sending it flying. The shadow dissipated before it even hit the ground. During this time, the human youth had once again distanced himself from the frost giant wolf. By this point in the battle, the frost giant wolf had essentially discerned the youth's tactics. First, the black shadows were undoubtedly the youth's summoned creatures. However, these low-quality summons posed no threat to the frost giant wolf, so would not be distracted by them in the future. The frost giant wolf would focus solely on hunting the human youth. Secondly, the youth's offensive capabilities remained unclear, but his evasive prowess was undeniably formidable. The frost giant wolf had to admit that the youth's agility was on par with feline creatures, possessing both flexibility and explosive power. However, the true issue lay in the youth's two unique abilities, which had allowed him to remain unscathed thus far. Of course, these two abilities were merely conjectures on the part of the frost giant wolf. Based on its extensive combat experience, the frost giant wolf surmised that the youth possessed teleportation and precognition abilities. The teleportation ability was practically confirmed by the frost giant wolf's own observations, as it did not believe the youth's speed could surpass its dynamic vision. As for the precognition ability, it was largely an educated guess by the frost giant wolf. Throughout their previous skirmishes, the frost giant wolf felt that the youth's evasive maneuvers were too effortless, as if he had prior knowledge of the incoming attacks and their directions. Unless the frost giant wolf could overcome these two abilities, it would struggle to harm the youth unless it resorted to a war of attrition. However, the frost giant wolf had no intention of patiently whittling down a weak human's stamina and magical power, as such an act would be utterly humiliating. Instead, it would rely on its vast combat experience to devise a comprehensive combination of attacks, leaving the human with no escape. Conceited human, daring to call me a watchdog? I shall make you pay the price. Chapter 294. Outsmarting the odds. Moments ago, Tyler was startled by the frost giant wolf. If its healing ability could be used frequently, Tyler would have to change his plan. Fortunately, he quickly discovered a flaw in the frost giant wolf's words. It claimed to be immortal, but when healing its right eye, it did not heal its injured hind leg. Thus, Tyler immediately began to use his mind-reading technique, and the frost giant wolf's level 140 was just within the limit of his level 150 mind-reading skill. After successfully reading its mind, Tyler was delighted to find that the frost giant wolf could not heal itself again today. As long as the enemy could not recover its life energy, Tyler's plan could continue. The upcoming battle would be a test of Tyler's evasion limits. Within the frozen cavern, the frost giant wolf and the young human faced off. The frost giant wolf recalled its previous battles with agile opponents and gradually devised a strategy to counter the youth's teleportation and precognition abilities. Winter God's Blessing, Ice Crystal Armor. The frost giant wolf used the first part of its second-tier skill, freezing the cold air around its body into solid ice, forming a suit of ice crystal armor. Although this skill reduced its speed and agility, it allowed the wolf to completely ignore the harassment of the shadowy figures and focus all its attention on the human youth. Next, the frost giant wolf howled, releasing a massive amount of cold air from its body, making the already frozen cavern even colder. Ice Domain, Severe Cold Punishment. At the beginning of the battle, the frost giant wolf used its third-tier skill, Ice Domain, to freeze the cavern, preventing the shadowy figures from escaping and sealing the treasure vault's entrance. This move was the primary reason it was chosen as the guardian of the treasure vault. Now, it used the second part of this skill, Severe Cold Punishment. With this activated, the temperature within the ice domain would gradually drop to -30°C, causing those without cold resistance to gradually lose their combat abilities. Furthermore, if the enemy dared to engage in close combat with the frost giant wolf, the cold air surrounding its ice crystal armor would freeze them. Suffer the cold, trembling human. This is the consequence of angering me. The frost giant wolf secretly laughed in its heart, but for the sake of a successful battle, it restrained itself from showing it. As long as the two continued to fight in this cavern, the frost giant wolf believed that within 5 minutes, the human youth's evasion ability would be significantly reduced. Even if the youth had other hidden abilities, the frost giant wolf still had a fourth-tier skill to counter them. It was confident in its victory in this battle. Human, if you beg for mercy now, I can grant you a swift death, the frost giant wolf said, no longer in a hurry to attack, as time was on its side. Moreover, it wanted to try and provoke the young human. In a cold environment, the angrier a person becomes, the faster they lose energy. Unfortunately, it was no match for the youth in a battle of words. Beg for mercy? The youth chuckled and retorted, why don't you beg for mercy first, as an example? Lord Zane, the goblin's watchdog? The frost giant wolf gritted its teeth in anger, admitting that it couldn't manipulate the youth's emotions. However, this wasn't a significant issue. Since it couldn't make the youth angry, the frost giant wolf would instill fear instead. In the icy world, people often lose their will first, followed by their ability to sustain life. The frost giant wolf surveyed the terrain and unleashed its icy breath at the youth once more. To its surprise, the youth didn't employ the same tactic as before, opting for a simple sidestep instead. The frost giant wolf had hoped to lure the youth closer and freeze him, but the situation didn't unfold as expected. It had no choice but to sweep the battlefield with its icy breath, attempting to corner the youth in the cavern. Just as the youth had nowhere left to run, the frost giant wolf witnessed him vanish on the spot, only to reappear about 20 meters away. It was confirmed. The human youth could indeed teleport. The frost giant wolf immediately halted its skill and lunged forward. Based on its combat experience, such effective skills usually couldn't be used consecutively, making this the perfect opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the youth. Seeing this, the youth drew his black sword and slashed, conjuring a blue flame that transformed into a galloping steed in midair, charging straight at the frost giant wolf. Dash, what is this? Unable to dodge due to its ice crystal armor's encumbrance, the frost giant wolf braced itself for the attack. Fortunately, the ice crystal armor was thick enough to protect the frost giant wolf from any significant damage. It regained its composure, noticing that the youth had taken advantage of the situation to create distance, showing no intention of counterattacking. This struck the frost giant wolf as odd. In the initial battle, the youth had seized every opportunity to attack, employing various means. But now, the youth was solely focused on evasion. not even taking advantage of the frost giant wolf's obscured vision from the blue flames. Dash! Is it my ice crystal armor that has dampened his fighting spirit? Dash! Or is it something else? Observing the youth shivering in the frigid cavern, the frost giant wolf was more inclined to believe that he was frightened. However, its countless battle experiences told the frost giant wolf that something was definitely off with this human. It felt as if, while waiting for the youth to be frozen and immobilized, the youth was also waiting for something. At that moment, the frost giant wolf felt a sudden dizziness in its head and weakness in its limbs. It belatedly realized that something was wrong with its body, feeling as if it had sustained severe injuries. Dash, what's going on? The frost giant wolf hadn't suffered any significant injuries since the battle began, barely losing any blood. How could it feel as if it had been gravely wounded? Dash, could it be? I've been poisoned. The frost giant wolf immediately recalled the battle, during which it had been attacked by the black sword and the twisted dagger, and that blue blaze seemingly brought by the black sword. Among these attacks, the green glow emanating from the dagger was the most suspicious, but the frost giant wolf only realized this too late. Dash, is the poison from the dagger lethal? Dash, how long can I hold on? The frost giant wolf regretted using frost protection, winter god's blessing, too early. If it had saved it for now, perhaps it could have neutralized the poison. The battle, which should have been an easy victory, had turned into this predicament due to its overconfidence. Despicable creature, you won't get your way. The frost giant wolf was now thoroughly enraged. It wanted to seize the opportunity while its condition hadn't worsened too much to severely injure the youth, compel him to hand over the antidote, and then finish him off. Chapter 295, Between Life and Barato. Without hesitation, the frost giant wolf dispelled its ice crystal armor, regaining its agility, and charged at the human youth with full force. Seeing this, the youth immediately fled in a zigzag pattern towards open ground, but it didn't affect the frost giant wolf's pursuit. The wolf unleashed its ice breath once more, freezing the ground and blocking the youth's zigzag path, forcing him to run to one side. Then, the frost giant wolf leaped high and launched a horizontal ice breath, further reducing the youth's maneuvering space by half. At this moment, if the youth could jump or climb over the 3-meter-high frozen path, the frost giant wolf wouldn't miss the opportunity to attack the moving target. However, if the human chose to continue fighting in the confined space, it would play right into the frost giant wolf's hands. The situation gradually shifted in favor of the frost giant wolf, as it ferociously chased the human, steadily closing the distance between them. Thanks to its earlier blockade of the ground, it soon cornered the youth, who once again used his teleportation trick to escape through the frozen path to the other side. The frost giant wolf wasn't surprised, as it was prepared for this. It immediately leaped into the air, using its aerial view to locate the youth who had teleported to the other side of the frozen path, and quickly pursued him. Yes, the moment the youth used his teleportation was precisely the opportunity the frost giant wolf had been waiting for. During their previous exchanges, the frost giant wolf had confirmed that the youth's teleportation skill couldn't be used consecutively. Therefore, whether it was teleportation or precognition, the frost giant wolf's goal was to exhaust the youth's evasion cards and seize the moment when he was waiting for his cooldown to deliver a devastating blow. In the blink of an eye, the frost giant wolf closed in on the youth, who swung his black sword and released the blue flame steed once more. However, this move was also within the frost giant wolf's expectations. It promptly reactivated its frost protection, ice crystal armor, and charged straight through the blue flames, finally bringing the youth within its attack range. At this moment, the youth was surrounded by rock walls and the frozen path, with the frost giant wolf's massive body blocking his escape. Dash, taste my wrath, despicable human. The frost giant wolf's eyes glowed with a sinister blue light as the cold air around it formed dozens of ice thorns, bristling with spikes. Human, this is your last chance to beg for mercy, the frost giant wolf said, Centuredo, but quickly realized something was off. The youth wasn't genuinely considering it. He was stalling for time, waiting for his teleportation cool down. You want escape. Ice Thorn Storm. As the Frost Giant Wolf shouted the name of its fourth-tier skill, the ice thorn suspended in the air rained down, covering a radius of 10 meters centered on the wolf. However, just as the Frost Giant Wolf launched its attack, the youth once again vanished using his teleportation, leaving the wolf dumbfounded. Moi, impossible. Dash. The cooldown couldn't be that short. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Frost Giant Wolf leaped up to locate the youth's position and immediately pursued him. Although its initial attack missed, the situation was not dire, for the fourth-tier skill Ice Thorn Storm was not a one-time assault, but rather a continuous ability. As the Frost Giant Wolf gradually closed in on the youth, the incessantly forming and falling ice thorns automatically locked onto the youth's position, rapidly plummeting and swooping towards him. Even as the youth evaded the onslaught through constant positional changes, the ice thorns would split and ricochet into smaller ice thorns upon impact with the ground, initiating a second wave of attack. With the increasing number of ice thorns landing, the youth's space to dodge diminished, and the Frost Giant Wolf, catching up to the youth, brandished its sharp claws, joining the offensive. Under such a relentless and concentrated barrage, even a youth with exceptional predictive abilities would soon find themselves in an inescapable predicament. Now is the time. As the youth leaped to avoid an ice thorn, the Frost Giant Wolf seized the opportunity to swipe its claw. The youth had no way to evade this strike in midair. However, just as the Frost Giant Wolf's claw was less than 3 meters from the youth, two black figures, which had appeared out of nowhere, suddenly sprang forth, placing themselves between the youth and the Frost Giant Wolf's claw, using their bodies to mitigate the impact of the strike. No way. It was too late to retract or change direction. The Frost Giant Wolf had no choice but to exert its full strength in this swipe, hoping to penetrate the force and inflict severe damage upon the youth. After its attack connected, the youth and the two black figures were sent flying, landing in the distance. For the last strike, the Frost Giant Wolf had landed a palpable hit. The sensation in its claws could not lie. Yet, it dared not let down its guard, immediately pursuing the direction where the human youth had fallen. The two black figures that had shielded the young human from harm had vanished, leaving only the youth struggling to stand on the ground. The Frost Giant Wolf could see that the youth was severely injured. Agile beings were often fragile. Its next move was to pin the youth down before he could recover, force him to hand over the antidote, and put an end to this farce. However, before it could pin down the youth, the Frost Giant Wolf suddenly lost its footing and fell to the ground. What is happening? Could it be? Struggling to stand, the wolf found its body unresponsive. Not only had it lost strength in its legs, but the heat sustaining its life was rapidly dissipating. The creature, which should have thrived in the cold, now feared the chill due to the loss of its life energy. Curse you! The Frost Giant Wolf could barely speak. It knew it had lost, defeated in this race against time. Before it could triumph over the human, the poison invading its body had conquered first. Filled with immense regret, the Frost Giant Wolf thought that if it had not underestimated its opponent and used its full strength from the beginning, the human could never have been a match for it. But defeat was defeat, and in a life-or-death battle, the only fate awaiting the loser was death. Young human, what is your name? In the final minutes of its life, the Frost Giant Wolf's vision had gone dark. Before dying, it wanted to know the name of the one who had bested it. My name is Felix. If there's a next life, come seek your revenge, Zane. After the Frost Giant Wolf Zane's death, the temperature within the cave began to rise slowly. Tyler used the wolf's fur and fat to start a fire for warmth, leisurely waiting for the ice on the treasure chamber door to melt. Chapter 296, Treasure Vault PIC. In truth, the venomous blade, Poison Dragon Claw, had always been underestimated by Tyler. Click paragraph comment for detailed info of the venomous blade. The red parts in the picture are the upgraded parts of the venomous blade, as mentioned in previous chapters. The seemingly insignificant 6 points of venom damage per second could accumulate to 90 points per second when stacked to 15 layers. Although 90 points of damage per second may appear to be a mere scratch, if sustained for a minute, it would amount to 5,400 points of damage and 16,200 points if sustained for 3 minutes. Yet the life energy of Frost Giant Wolf, Zane, this is mere 12,118 points. Scratches, too, can be lethal before executing his venom stacking plan. Tyler's only concern was whether the venomous status effect would be effective against the Frost Giant Wolf. Fortunately, after attacking its eyes and legs, Tyler successfully applied a layer of venom to the Frost Giant Wolf. All that remained for him to do was to draw the Frost Giant Wolf's attention by acting as bait, while his shadow duplicates relentlessly attacked the wolf's wounded legs with a venomous blade, stacking the venom up to 15 layers, the true terror of the venomous blade. Poison Dragon Claw lies in the fact that its venom does not dissipate over time, but continues to affect the victim until death, provided no antidote is administered in the final confrontation. Tyler calculated that the Frost Giant Wolf had only about 20 seconds of life remaining. However, even with its life energy severely depleted, the formidable foe still maintained a vigorous fighting spirit and formidable combat capabilities. Tyler's last hit, despite being partially blocked by 2 shadow duplicates, instantly drained over 1,800 points of life energy, costing him more than half of his life had Tyler not devised the shadow behind technique in the nick of time, or if the Frost Giant Wolf had concealed a close combat trump card. The outcome of the battle would have been reversed. In the cold cave, Tyler dissected the Frost Giant Wolf while warming himself by the fire. Since he had to continue his journey, he could only carry a limited amount of items. So he took the wolf's 4th-tier magic core and a pair of mystical orbs, storing them in his bag. The value of the 4th-tier magic core was self-evident, but the Frost Giant Wolf's eyes were also noteworthy. Even after the wolf's death, its eyes still emitted a gloomy blue glow. Tyler's intuition told him that these were precious materials, so he carefully removed and stored them. To his surprise, the remains of the Frost Giant Wolf revealed the presence of a special mechanism within. As for the rest of the Frost Giant Wolf, Tyler set it ablaze, giving it a fiery burial and preventing it from rotting and stinking in the desolate cave. Upon completing the aftermath, the thick ice on the treasury door melted. Tyler approached, but instead of pushing the door directly, he summoned a shadow duplicate at a distance, instructing it to open the door and scout ahead. As the door opened, Tyler saw a rectangular, spacious storeroom. The room's height and width were both approximately 5 meters, but the length was difficult to discern due to the dim lighting provided by a few luminous magic stones, making the far end appear almost pitch black. Tyler observed various equipment haphazardly displayed on both sides of the storeroom. It was not neatly arranged, but rather chaotically scattered. This crude storage method was indeed characteristic of a goblin treasury. The shadow duplicate remained in the treasury until its duration ended, dissolving into darkness. During this time, no abnormalities occurred. Tyler initially wanted to summon another shadow duplicate to bring out a couple of pieces of equipment for inspection, but he abandoned the idea upon noticing a faintly glowing magic circle beneath each item. It seems that taking anything would trigger an alarm. Upon discovering the security mechanism, Tyler felt somewhat relieved. In this situation, he was not afraid of security measures, but rather of not detecting them. Thus, Tyler inserted an arrow at the entrance of the treasury as a potential shadow escape route and cautiously entered the treasury, holding his breath. The most nerve-wracking part of entering the treasury was the first 3 seconds inside. After that time passed without incident, it was deemed relatively safe. Tyler used his identification ability to examine each piece of equipment until he had inspected the entire treasury. In total, there were 84 pieces of equipment in the treasury. Even without a security mechanism, Tyler could not carry them all. At times like these, Tyler envied those in simple difficulty otherworldly stories, where the most basic and common interdimensional storage space existed. However, in this impossible difficulty prison star world, such treasures only existed in fantasies. Moreover, due to the security mechanism, Tyler had to evacuate immediately after taking any equipment, meaning he could only choose lightweight items that could be worn directly. What should I take? While pondering, Tyler reached the deepest part of the storeroom, where there was another treasure he could not carry. Adjacent to the innermost wall of the treasure vault, there was a pool with a surface area similar to that of a water tank. The pool's water was black and appeared somewhat frightening. But through Tyler's identification ability, he learned that it was actually a precious facility called the Pool of Evolution. According to the identification information, one could simply throw equipment, excluding divine weapons, into the pool, wait for a short while, and then obtain the evolved version of the equipment. Moreover, the Pool of Evolution had no security measures. Despite this, Tyler had no means of taking the Pool of Evolution with him, and the identification information also stated that the pool had only one use remaining. After much deliberation, Tyler placed the Shadow Sword Dragon Steed into the Pool of Evolution. He decided to choose the equipment to take from the treasury based on the evolution of the Shadow Sword Dragon Steed. The pitch-black sword sank into the dark water, and then there was silence. Tyler quietly waited for 5 minutes by the pool. During this time, the foolish girl occasionally popped up to taunt Tyler, scaring him by saying that the Shadow Sword Barado steed must have been Barado and that he had suffered a great loss. Fortunately, a gorgeously designed long sword floated up from the dark water in the 6th minute, silencing the foolish girl. The long sword then floated towards Tyler, seemingly waiting for him to pick it up. Tyler did not hastily accept the evolved sword, but instead examined it closely. The sword featured a unique double-edged structure, emitting a gloomy blue glow from its blade. The cross-shaped hilt was adorned with numerous dark blue crystalline decorations resembling fur, and even a purple crown ornament at the end of the hilt. At first glance, Tyler thought, "It's over." It seems to have evolved into a flashy but impractical weapon. He felt that the sword might shatter after a few strikes, and that it might be more suitable as a decorative sword for nobles. However, after using his identification ability to examine the long sword's information, Tyler immediately realized that he should not judge a sword by its appearance. This magnificent long sword was indeed a worthy successor to the Shadow Sword Dragon Steed. Chapter 297, Rushing Time PIC upon the birth of the new long sword. The dark waters within the Pool of Evolution silently dried up. This long sword, emanating a faint, ethereal blue glow, seemed to have condensed all the essence within the Pool of Evolution. Tyler took the long sword, feeling apologetic for his earlier superficial judgment. It was no exaggeration to say that the evolved Shadow Sword Dragon Steed had undergone a qualitative leap, even becoming an entirely different sword. Click paragraph comment for detailed info of the sword note for audiobook listeners. If any XD, there is an illustration with over 300 words of information here, which is highly informative and should not be missed. The evolved Shadow Sword Dragon Steed acquired a new name, Blaze Strike Hell Nightblade. The Hell Nightblade not only perfectly inherited the abilities of the Shadow Sword Dragon Steed, but also elevated its firepower to a new level. Although the sword demanded a higher level of magical power from Tyler, it was entirely commensurate with its terrifying offensive capabilities. With the Hell Nightblade, most of the weapons in the treasure vault paled in comparison, and even a few decent ones did not suit Tyler's combat style. For instance, there was a weapon called the Mountain Breaking Steel Hammer, which came with a rigid skill that reduced 90 of physical damage taken for 30 seconds. It was formidable, but Tyler's fighting style did not involve charging forward with a hammer to face his enemies head-on. Thus, even if he acquired it, it would be of little use. Thanks to the confidence the Hell Nightblade brought to Tyler in terms of offensive power, his approach to selecting equipment was essentially determined. Tyler sought lightweight, wearable items with special functions or auxiliary capabilities. With this in mind, he re-examined the 84 pieces of equipment in the treasure vault and ultimately set his sights on a necklace placed deep within the vault. The necklace, called the Dragon Pupil Crystal Necklace Goblin Greed, had a simple design, consisting of a thin gold chain holding a single amber-colored dragon pupil crystal. Yet, it radiated an incredible, enchanting charm. Moreover, unlike other equipment, this necklace had clearly been deliberately arranged. Its placement was neater than that of other items, and it was separated from them by a certain distance. Corresponding to this special treatment were the effects of the Dragon Pupil Crystal Necklace. Setting aside other aspects, it had 3 skills, each of which was the cream of the crop. Dragon Pupil Crystal Necklace Goblin Greed Skill 1. Goblin's Special Trait Skill Effect. Choose any skill of any living creature. The exact skill name must be known. Pay 3 times the magic power and reset its cooldown time to 0. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown and cannot affect equipment skills. Skill 2. Goblin's Secret Treasury Skill Effect. The wearer can store magic power in the necklace, up to 20,000 magic power. However, when withdrawing magic power, it must be taken out all at once, and any unabsorbed magic power will disappear. The withdrawn magic power can only return to the wearer. Storing magic power has no cooldown, but withdrawing it has a 24-hour cooldown. Skill 3. Goblin's Absolute Loyalty Skill Effect. When a wearer receives fatal damage, the necklace will bear the damage in place of the wearer. Once this skill effect is triggered, the necklace will be immediately destroyed and cannot be repaired in any form. Tyler no longer needed to hesitate. The Dragon Pupil Crystal Necklace was his best choice. Upon confirming the target to take out, the next step was to devise an escape plan. Tyler consumed 2 bottles of potent magic potion, restoring 30 magic energy per second, losing 10 life energy per second, lasting 10 seconds, and becoming ineffective when life points were insufficient, allowing his remaining magic to be more abundant. He then double-checked the key locations of the escape route before initiating the treasure heist. To maximize the benefits of this operation, Tyler summoned 2 shadow duplicates, positioning them beside 2 other pieces of equipment he desired, albeit with a lower priority than the Dragon Pupil Crystal Necklace. Following Tyler's countdown, the 3 of them almost simultaneously removed the equipment from the magic circle and swiftly dashed towards the treasury's entrance. The moment the 3 items were taken, all the magic circles within the treasury activated, protecting the remaining equipment with small barriers generated by the circles. Simultaneously, a deep and resounding horn echoed throughout the treasury, spreading through the caverns and tunnels into the Goblin Fortress. In the blink of an eye, Tyler and his shadow duplicates reached the treasury's entrance, where a magic barrier suddenly appeared, blocking their path. However, this level of obstruction was within Tyler's expectations. The shadow duplicates immediately followed their prearranged instructions, tossing the equipment to Tyler. Upon receiving the items, Tyler used the shadow step technique to pass through the magic barrier at the entrance, arriving at the shadow cast by an arrow he had previously embedded in the ground. Although he had escaped the treasure vault, Tyler dared not pause for breath, immediately sprinting towards the secret passage. At that moment, a massive magic circle lit up on the cavern floor, and countless goblin skeleton soldiers emerged from it, rushing towards Tyler. Recognizing that these goblin skeletons were merely minions meant to delay his escape, Tyler knew that dealing with them one by one would only result in being overwhelmed by their numbers. Without hesitation, Tyler raised the Hell Knight Blade, Blaze Strike, as it was time for it to demonstrate its newfound power. "Clear a path for me, Flame Steed Rush." The Hell Knight Blade ignited with blue flames, and following the direction of the sword, the blue flames roared into the air, transforming into several blue flame warhorses that neighed and incinerated all obstacles in their path. Tyler continued to advance behind the blue flame warhorses, with the skeleton soldiers pursuing him relentlessly like a tidal wave. However, the gap in speed between them and Tyler was vast. Having successfully broken through the encirclement, as long as Tyler made no mistakes, the skeletons would never catch up to him. Finally, Tyler arrived at the entrance of the secret passage, which, unsurprisingly, was also sealed by a magic barrier. Upon seeing this, Tyler quickly lit a glowing magic stone, casting his shadow into the passage. He then used the shadow step skill to successfully pass through the magic barrier, even turning the barrier against the pursuing skeleton soldiers, blocking them outside the passage. The time to relax hasn't come yet. Tyler took a few short breaths before sprinting once more. The alarm horns within the treasury continued to blare, undoubtedly alerting the entire goblin fortress above ground. By the time Tyler emerged from the secret passage, a large number of goblin soldiers would likely be waiting for him at the exit. Chapter 298 escaped, yet hazardous Tyler was still too naive. He thought the goblin soldiers would block the entrance to the secret passage, but in reality, since the entrance was open and Tyler didn't know how to close it, the goblins had already flooded into the passage to capture the intruder. When Tyler heard the approaching footsteps, he knew there was no way back. Despite the taboo of using fire and explosion-related skills in confined spaces, he had no choice but to act. Help me once more, Hell Nightblade. Flame Steed Rush. The brilliant blue flames instantly illuminated the secret passage, and the galloping azure steed charged forward, followed by a chorus of screams from nearby. According to the skill description of Flame Steed Rush, its maximum damage could reach the user's Wisdom X5 1000, which, in Tyler's case, amounted to 4,895 points. However, even without accounting for the enemy's resistance, this damage was insufficient to instantly kill a third-tier monster, as evidenced by the absence of kill confirmation text in Tyler's field of vision. So, after the 10-second cooldown, Tyler unleashed Flame Steed Rush once more. This time, the kill notifications for Goblin Elite Spearman and Goblin Elite Sword and Shield Warrior appeared in succession, giving Tyler the confidence to continue his rapid advance. But reckless actions always come a price. After running just a few steps, Tyler found it increasingly difficult to breathe, and the passage's structure, weakened by the intense heat, became unstable. The scarce oxygen and the imminent collapse of the passage were like sharp blades pressing against Tyler's neck. Tyler struggled to step over the charred bodies of the goblins and continued forward. Gritting his teeth, he advanced another 40 or 50 meters before finally seeing the light at the exit. The light at the exit could indeed ignite hope in one's heart, but the shouts of goblins outside could just as easily extinguish it. In addition to facing a large number of third- and fourth-tier goblins, Tyler's weakened state was also a disadvantage. At this moment, his mind began to race. Seeking solutions to crises through cunning rather than brute force, that's always his style. Within seconds, Tyler devised a plan. He threw 2 smoke bombs at the exit, then summoned 2 shadow duplicates, directing them to charge out of the exit and flee in opposite directions. Once the shadow duplicates had left, Tyler quietly crawled out of the passage, only to be discovered by a group of goblin soldiers. Rewinding time to 10 minutes ago. Upon hearing the alarm, the remaining 20 or so soldiers in the goblin fortress rushed to the entrance of the secret passage. Unaware of the existence of the passage, they were drawn to it by the alarm. Upon discovering the mysterious passage, 7 or 8 brave soldiers charged in, while the rest stayed outside to guard. Minutes later, a blue light flashed within the passage, followed by eerie blue flames spewing from the entrance. This unnerved the remaining soldiers, who dared not enter. They waited silently, hoping for a higher-ranking officer to instruct them on what to do. However, at that moment, white smoke billowed from the entrance, obscuring their view. The goblins instinctively tightened their encirclement, and a dark figure emerged from the white smoke. Seeing this, a group of goblins immediately gave chase. After several seconds, another dark figure appeared, drawing away a few more goblin soldiers. As the remaining 8 or 9 goblin soldiers hesitated between pursuing the figure or continuing to guard the entrance, another figure appeared, and they decisively surrounded it. However, just as they closed in, the figure vanished into thin air. They searched the area, but could not find the last figure's whereabouts. The goblins could not know that the figure had already teleported into their shadows while they were facing it, then teleported again into the shadows of a distant building. After escaping from the entrance of the secret passage, Tyler found a relatively safe hiding spot in the shadows and lay low for a while. The number of goblin soldiers attracted by the alarm was much smaller than he had anticipated, likely due to the ongoing battle at the fortress gate involving the divine monsters. What surprised Tyler even more was that the entrance to the secret passage had originally been hidden within a building in the fortress. However, when he emerged from the entrance again, he found himself in an open-air environment. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not only had the tallest building in the fortress been destroyed, but almost the entire fortress, including the walls and stone towers, had been reduced to rubble. Only a few remnants of walls and debris remained as evidence of the once magnificent fortress. In the direction of the fortress gate, Tyler occasionally heard massive explosions, indicating that the terrifying monsters were still fighting. The sky above the labyrinth alternated between being engulfed in flames and shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to see even one's own hand. Despite acquiring powerful new equipment, Tyler remained acutely self-aware. He didn't even entertain the idea of sneaking closer to identify the faces of the monsters using his detection ability. Instead, he focused on resting briefly before making his escape. During his brief respite, Tyler equipped the 3 new items he had obtained from the treasure vault. First, he put on the dragon pupil crystal necklace Goblin Greed, then covered it with his clothes to keep it hidden. Next, he equipped the other 2 items he had stolen with the help of his shadow duplicate, the obsidian ring Shadow Dweller and the gold bracelet Goblin Cunning. Both the ring and the bracelet met Tyler's requirements for lightweight equipment, causing him no burden when worn. Additionally, both items had impressive effects. The primary effect of the black obsidian ring Shadow Dweller was that when the wearer was in the shadows and remained quiet, they would not be detected by entities up to 1 tier higher than themselves. The main effect of the radiant gold bracelet Goblin Cunning was that as long as the wearer inflicted any damage on a target, the target would be unable to use any active skills for the next 5 seconds, though this did not restrict already activated skills, passive skills, or equipment skills. This effect could be triggered once every 30 seconds. With these 2 items, Tyler finally resembled an assassin. However, now was not the time to practice his assassination skills in the labyrinth. He needed to quickly escape the ruins of the Goblin Fortress and head to the location of the 4th red light pillar to confirm whether the person there was Viviana. Tyler knew that the Scarlet family's entire hope for this mission rested on Viviana. Chapter 299 Sudden Change. After resting and donning new equipment, Tyler's physical condition remained unfit for battle. Tyler's Shadow Assassin, LV50 Life Energy, 1015 50 Endurance, 11 21 26 19 Magic Energy, 10 20 82 90. The loss of over 2,000 life energy points was not merely a number. The Frost Giant Wolf's Claw Strike had dealt significant damage to Tyler's internal organs and caused varying degrees of rib fractures. Fortunately, his physical constitution seemed to have strengthened with the growth of his power attributes, allowing him to endure what would have been a fatal injury in the past. Compared to life energy, Tyler felt that his endurance and magic energy were the true bottlenecks limiting him. Less than half of his endurance made it impossible for him to engage in prolonged intense combat, and a mere 1,000 magic energy points rendered him incapable of accomplishing much. If Tyler's magic energy fell below 1,000, it would trigger the backlash of the Blaze Strike Hell Nightblade. As an emergency measure, Tyler had saved 2 bottles of potent magic potions, but even if consumed, they would only restore 600 magic energy points, a mere drop in the bucket. To truly recover, he needed a good night's sleep, or perhaps. Tyler touched the dragon pupil crystal necklace hidden beneath his shirt and fell into deep contemplation. Upon wearing the dragon pupil crystal necklace, Tyler was astonished to discover that the necklace's stored magic energy was full, amounting to a staggering 20,000 magic energy points. This meant that Tyler could immediately use the goblin's secret treasury skill to replenish his magic energy completely. However, doing so would waste 12,730 magic energy points, making him hesitant to proceed. Nearly 13,000 magic energy points could significantly improve Tyler's skill proficiency, and wasting them seemed utterly extravagant. Thus, after discovering this surprise, Tyler refrained from using it, waiting for a more suitable opportunity. Since there was no imminent threat to his life, there was no need to be wasteful. He's used to gambling and maximizing the profits. After carefully observing the battlefield, Tyler determined a relatively safe route. He planned to use the shadows of the fortress ruins to descend the mountain from the side, bypassing the most intense main battlefield to rendezvous with Moto-chan. Then, they would head together towards the location of the fourth red light pillar. Taking a deep breath, Tyler embarked on his desperate escape. Although no fireballs or arrows targeted Tyler specifically, his flight was still fraught with danger. With his fragile body, any area damage or stray projectiles could prove fatal. As he ran towards the side of the fortress, Tyler witnessed a massive war spear descend from the sky, piercing the nearby mountain with a single strike. He also saw golden arrows soar into the air, followed by a torrential downpour of arrows that blanketed the entire fortress ruins. The battles waged by these powerful beings transcended the scope of ordinary individuals. Tyler knew that if he entered their battlefield, he would be as insignificant as a weed on the ground. After several close calls, and with the aid of the divine eye of Transcendence's warning, Tyler managed to escape the Goblin Fortress without using any magic energy. He then successfully met up with Moto-chan at the foot of the mountain. Moto-chan had sustained several injuries, but they were relatively minor. Out of concern for his companion, Tyler chose not to ride, but instead moved swiftly through the woods alongside Moto-chan. Moto-chan, Steel Hoof Warhorse, LV-21 Life Energy, 622, 1027 Endurance, 5,782 Magic Energy, 120,210. Tyler observed that the fourth red light pillar was still moving, albeit slowly, suggesting that it was likely engaged in battle. This realization spurred Tyler and Moto-chan to hasten their pace. At the main battlefield of the Goblin Fortress, the fighting had reached a feverish intensity. Bloodbane's Serpent Arask had lost an arm, but he was unfazed, knowing that as long as he survived, he could attach a new one. After all, his current arms were not his own. Obsidian Elder, who stayed behind to help Cardinal Elder deal with Bloodbane Serpent and the Goblin Ruler, was physically intact but running low on endurance and magic energy. He could only feign composure, hoping that Rodrigo would resolve the situation quickly. At this moment, the Goblin Ruler was in the best condition. This undisputed monster had just finished warming up, and the alarm horns echoing from within the fortress had ignited its fury, bringing its mental and physical states to optimal levels for battle. Facing two humans with hidden agendas, the Goblin Ruler's war god face adopted a strategy of wide-ranging attacks to restrict both humans simultaneously. The Archer face focused on exploiting the enemy's weaknesses, Centuredo, primarily casting enhancement spells and providing defense while carefully observing the battle to discern the relationships and objectives of the humans, offering strategic guidance to the other two faces. After some deliberation, the Sorcerer face issued its first battle directive: temporarily abandon the Fortress Gate battlefield and intercept the Fire Element human who had left the area. The Sorcerer face believed that the Fire Element human was going to assist the humans at the fourth light pillar, while the scythe-wielding human and the Black Fog human at the gate were more difficult to decipher. The Goblin race's battle strategy was to target the enemy's weakest link, so they decided to intercept the Fire Element human and attack the humans at the fourth light pillar simultaneously. Following the Sorcerer face's instructions in the Goblin language, the War God face roared and swung its war spear to repel the nearby humans. It then leaped from the top of the fortress to the mountainside in a single bound and sprinted towards the location of the fourth light pillar. Upon seeing this, Obsidian Elder's face turned pale, and he immediately gave chase, exposing his back to Bloodbane's serpent. Bloodbane's serpent, seizing the opportunity, pursued him with his sharp laughter and ghostly figure shadowing the Elder. To make matters worse for Obsidian Elder, the Goblin ruler's archer face did not remain idle during the pursuit. It readied its massive longbow, aimed at the vulnerable Elder, and mercilessly began sniping at him. Chapter 300 Viviana's Plan, the sniper-like prowess of the Goblin ruler. Archer face could hardly be called sniping. Imagine a giant, 3 stories tall, drawing a colossal longbow that requires an unknown amount of force to pull back, then launching arrows 3 to 4 meters long at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The mere sound of the arrow leaving the bowstring could shatter the eardrums of those nearby. Only when the 3 to 4 meter long arrow whizzes past one's face can the absurd, surreal sensation be truly grasped. As the participant, the Obsidian Elder felt that the object was not an arrow at all, but rather an enormous crossbow bolt. It was a siege weapon that could only be launched from a massive crossbow, capable of easily piercing even an elephant. Not long ago, he had merely been grazed by the arrow, losing an arm in the process, which attests to its formidable power. At this moment, the Obsidian Elder had to guard against this siege weapon-like arrow while also keeping an eye on the pursuing Bloodbane serpent behind him, a truly unbearable predicament. Now, it was not a matter of stalling these 2 monsters, but rather whether he could even preserve his own life. The Cardinal Elder, who should have already joined him, was still lingering near Viviana, and the situation was unclear. "Rodrigo, if you don't come soon, I'm afraid my life will be forfeit here." 10 minutes ago, Cardinal Elder Rodrigo arrived at Viviana's location. When he arrived, Viviana was being chased through the forest by the Goblin Wolf Riders led by the Goblin Wolf Cavalry Commander. These well-trained cavalrymen had already begun herding Viviana toward the reinforcements. The so-called reinforcements referred to the elderly Goblin Shaman who had rushed here from the Goblin Fortress almost simultaneously with Cardinal Elder. The Goblin cavalrymen, led by the elderly Goblin, had already spread their encirclement, waiting for Viviana to enter the trapping range before closing the net. Due to the flight capabilities provided by his flame wings, Cardinal Elder arrived at Viviana's location faster than the elderly Goblin Shaman. However, when he was about to help Viviana, he found himself in a dilemma. Cardinal Elder clearly saw that Viviana's physical condition was far from optimistic, with multiple cuts and arrow wounds on her body, evidently inflicted while being pursued by the Goblin Wolf Riders. If Cardinal Elder were to use his wide-range flame abilities directly, he might endanger Viviana's life while eliminating the goblins. Therefore, he had no choice but to abandon the fastest combat method, descend near Viviana, and wield the Bloodfire Demon Blade, Dearborn to methodically eliminate the Goblin Wolf Riders one by one. Several minutes later, Cardinal Elder finally secured a breathing space for Viviana and immediately unleashed a wide-range flame ability to eliminate the remaining pursuers. However, he was still a step too slow. After dealing with the Goblin Wolf Cavalry Commander's troops, the elderly Goblin Shaman's forces had already encircled them from the other side. Each cavalryman was protected by a layer of fire-resistant magic barrier, clearly a countermeasure specifically targeting Cardinal Elder by the leading elderly Goblin Shaman. Subsequently, under the delaying and guerrilla tactics of the elderly Goblin Shaman, Cardinal Elder was unable to end the battle quickly. Moreover, being skilled in offense but not defense, he could not safely escort Viviana away. In the end, as the Goblin ruler charged toward them, Cardinal Elder was still locked in a stalemate with the elderly Goblin Shaman. The situation seemed to be irreversibly spiraling toward the worst possible outcome. Seeing the worried Cardinal Elder, Viviana knew she had become a burden. During this mission, she had neither reached the labyrinth boss as her family had requested, nor completed the tasks assigned by the 2 elders, escaping the labyrinth alone. Viviana now felt utterly ashamed, having once thought her family overly conservative and cautious, believing she had the strength to confront the labyrinth boss. In her current state, If she were to face the labyrinth boss alone, she would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pieces. At this moment, Viviana was severely injured, with multiple wounds that, although not life-threatening, caused her to lose a significant amount of blood. Her once rosy lips were now as pale as paper, and there was hardly any color left on her face or body. Moreover, her already scarce magic power was further diminished by the area curse magic cast by the elderly goblin shaman. Since being affected by this curse, Viviana could clearly feel her remaining magic power dwindling every few minutes. At this rate, she would faint from magic exhaustion in less than 15 minutes. If I'm already a burden while conscious, once I pass out, it'll definitely drag the Cardinal Elder down. Viviana racked her brain for a solution while fleeing, trying to figure out a way to escape and not burden the two elders any further. Then she thought of a plan. Elder. Viviana quickly approached the Cardinal Elder and concisely explained her plan. After a few seconds of contemplation, the Cardinal Elder decisively agreed with Viviana's idea. Viviana, don't disgrace the Scarlet family's reputation. Rest assured, Elder, I will succeed this time. Viviana's plan was simple. She intended to abandon her escape towards the labyrinth entrance and hide temporarily, waiting for the two elders to create a better situation before making her escape. This would free the Cardinal Elder, allowing him to fight using his preferred tactics. As long as the two elders could regroup, even in such a dire situation, they would still have a chance to create an opportunity to escape. As for the hiding method, Viviana had previously discovered a narrow entrance and a complex interior structure in a ravine nearby. Even if the enemy were to follow the tracking light pillar to find her, it would be difficult for them to enter the ravine and locate Viviana in a short amount of time. Coincidentally, Viviana had already recognized the path to the ravine. Thus, under the protection of the Cardinal Elder, Viviana weaved through the bushes and trees, swiftly heading towards the concealed ravine. At the same time, in the same forest, Tyler and Moto-chan were dumbfounded. Tyler had thought that once he escaped the Goblin Fortress, he would be far away from those outrageous monsters. However, he had barely run far with Moto-chan when the monsters began rushing towards the fourth light pillar. If Tyler hadn't known that he hadn't been exposed, he would have thought the monsters were chasing him. Nevertheless, even without considering those old monsters, there were still many goblin wolf riders in the mountains, forcing Tyler and Moto-chan to constantly dodge while tracking the fourth light pillar. As the goblin wolf riders' encirclement shrank, Tyler was about to face an inescapable battle. But just then, they fortuitously discovered a concealed ravine that seemed like a suitable hiding place. Chapter 301, Their Miraculous Encounter After Numerous Trials and Tribulations. Viviana successfully concealed herself within the ravine. The red pillar of light still marked her location, but its indication was obstructed at the surface of the ravine as the complex, layered structure within prevented the red light from penetrating. Thus, even if pursuers were to follow, they would be unable to locate the guiding red light once inside the ravine. Upon reaching the depths of the ravine, Viviana halted, the negative effects inflicted by the goblin shaman still showing no signs of abating. Her dwindling magic energy would soon be depleted within a matter of minutes. The thought of falling unconscious within the ravine due to exhaustion of her magic caused Viviana to involuntarily embrace herself. She had proposed hiding in the ravine primarily to avoid burdening the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, but in reality, the uncertainty of her condition after falling unconscious left her with no sense of security. Perhaps she would never wake up again. Viviana couldn't help but think. After all, for the goblins, tracking down Viviana by following her scent within the ravine didn't seem to be a difficult task. Amidst her anxiety, Viviana recalled the last time her magic had been depleted, and the ordinary yet deeply memorable young hunter who had left a lasting impression on her. Maybe that encounter would be our last encounter. She unconsciously rested her chin on her hand in quiet thought, reminiscing about that time. Ever since parting with the young hunter, she would occasionally perform this gesture. Viviana found it somewhat unbelievable that, in the face of danger to her own life, she thought not of her family or the two elders, but of the briefly encountered young hunter. As Viviana was immersed in her memories, the sound of approaching hoofbeats from the entrance of the ravine sent shivers down her spine. A gobelin. She gripped her crimson, silver longsword, prepared for battle, and silently resolved that if the situation turned dire, she would destroy the Barado structure of the ravine and perish alongside the goblins in the collapse. Viviana would rather Barado than be captured by the goblins. Holding her breath and tensing every nerve in her Barado, Viviana stared intently in the direction for which the enemy might attack. Gradually, however, she grew puzzled. Since entering the Aqua Net labyrinth, she hadn't encountered any horses, including those of her own family's party, who had all entered the labyrinth on foot. The reason for not bringing horses was that the terrain of the Aqua Nest was mountainous and unsuitable for horses, making them more of a hindrance than a help. The goblin cavalry consisted entirely of wolf riders, and Viviana had never seen a goblin on horseback. So, whose hoofbeats were gradually approaching the ravine. As her confusion mounted, a large, robust black warhorse entered her field of vision. At first, Viviana thought the horse, with its exaggerated size and metallic sheen on its muscles, was a horse-type demon. However, the armor draped over the horse dispelled that notion, making it clear that this was a horse tamed by humans. Since it was a human-tamed horse, did that mean the person entering the ravine was not a goblin, but a human? Could it be a labyrinth explorer who had entered from another entrance? Hope ignited within Viviana, as she firmly believed that humans could unite in the face of a common enemy. And when she saw the owner of the warhorse emerge from the shadows, she was both shocked and overjoyed. Is it B. Banning? How can it be you? Why are you here? Am I hallucinating? In that moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through the young girl's mind, and her eyes welled up with tears. Viviana's Barado opened slightly, but she found herself unable to utter a single word. She stood there, dumbfounded, unable to tear her gaze away from the young man before her. Silently, she wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, not wanting to show her vulnerability. 2 months had passed, and the young man's attire and equipment were no longer as shabby as before. From his cloak and boots, it was evident that he had become a seasoned bounty hunter. Moreover, his physique had grown more robust, and Viviana was surprised by his significant growth in such a short time. Viviana? Is that you, Viviana? The young man lit a luminous magic stone, illuminating Viviana in the darkness. Hearing the familiar voice, Viviana was certain she hadn't made a mistake and that it wasn't an illusion. Miraculous encounters like this truly existed in the world. Banning? Why are you here? Viviana didn't know how to express her joy, still standing there in a daze, but her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, yearning to rush to Banning's side. However, at that moment, the sound of goblin shouts suddenly erupted from outside the ravine. It seemed they had discovered their location. The sudden danger pulled Viviana back to the reality of the Aqua Nest labyrinth, where her life was at stake. Even meeting Banning couldn't change this predicament. Previously, in the Sandrift Gorge, Banning had been powerless against a single third-tier demon. Now, they faced a group of third- and fourth-tier demons, and no matter how much progress Banning had made in 2 months, he couldn't possibly be their match. Nevertheless, Banning's appearance could at least resolve another imminent crisis for Viviana, and both of them already understood and had practiced the method to resolve it. With her magic energy dwindling, Viviana had no time to hesitate. Banning. I'm sorry. I don't have time to explain again. Viviana sheathed her crimson silver longsword, removed her veil, and dashed to Banning in a single stride. Yet, Banning still appeared bewildered, unsure of what to do, which left Viviana both embarrassed and frustrated. What made her feel even Barado helpless was that the situation seemed beyond her reach, leaving her struggling to find a way forward. With her life hanging in the balance, Viviana could no longer afford to be concerned about such matters. Instead of trying to explain with words, she wrapped her arms around Banning's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed her lips against his. Chapter 3, Oh Too Long Apart. Through his mind-reading ability, Tyler soon discovered that Viviana desperately needed to replenish her magic. However, he had to feign ignorance, lest he reveal his ability to read minds. Nevertheless, when Viviana took the initiative to kiss him, Tyler seized the opportunity to take control. If he couldn't discern Viviana's intentions at this point, he would be even barato obtuse than the clueless protagonists in romance manga. To accommodate Viviana, Tyler gently guided her to stand steadily and helped her lean against a nearby rock wall. He then adjusted his stance, allowing Viviana, who was reaching upward, to relax. Despite 2 months having passed, Cinchuredo, Tyler gave a knowing glance to Moto-chan, which silently turned its head to guard the Barato, ensuring they would be aware if any goblins attacked. Afterward, Tyler looked at Viviana, who appeared fascinated and eager. Her crimson pupils now reflected a keen admiration for Tyler's abilities. Tyler had no reason to refuse this angelic young girl. It was the perfect time to use the goblin's secret treasury. Thus, he wrapped one arm around Viviana's Barato, gently lowered her to the ground, and then knelt down beside her in the secluded ravine. The youth and girl's temples brushed against each other, standing close together in the quiet space. The continuous flow of warm magic into her gave Viviana a long-lost sense of security. She felt a deep comfort from Banning, as though a comforting warmth was spreading through her, and she felt a strong bond drawing her closer to him. However, as her magic recovered, Viviana's rationality gradually returned. She recalled that during their last encounter, Banning's magic was pitifully scarce. Even after 2 months of growth, his magic would be but a grain of sand in the Ganges compared to hers. Therefore, Viviana had to stop quickly. Otherwise, if Banning fainted from magic depletion, it would be difficult for her to move with an unconscious person. Bon, Banning. Between brief pauses, Viviana tried to warn Banning to stop, but he seemed unconcerned about magic depletion and continued holding on to her. Cinchuredo. She was already weak and powerless from their exhausting ordeal. Only her instincts as a magic swordsman told her that her magic was nearly fully restored. How could this be possible? Viviana could hardly believe her senses, but her perception of her magic had never been wrong before. But how could Banning have helped her restore so much magic? When Viviana last checked, her maximum magic capacity was over 5,000. How could an ordinary hunter, in just 2 months, cultivate enough magic to reach that level? Such a claim would be unbelievable even to the most knowledgeable elders in her family. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before Viviana. She had indeed drawn over 5,000 units of magic energy from Banning through their established transference ritual, and he seemed to have plenty of magic to spare, showing no signs of imminent depletion. Why? Why is there so much? Who exactly are you? Cinchuredo Banning heard her words and stepped back from her. In the dim ravine, Viviana lay on her back, catching her breath. Banning sat beside her, looking down at her with a guilty expression. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. It's not your fault. It's mine. Viviana interrupted him before he could finish. At this moment, Viviana felt both embarrassed and frustrated. This was the second time she had felt this way within 5 minutes of seeing Banning. She couldn't believe that she, a hidden genius within the Scarlet Steed family, had lost to a newcomer who had only been a bounty hunter for 2 months. Was such a thing even possible? The overwhelming sense of defeat completely overshadowed Viviana's joy at regaining her full magic capacity. This good fortune was utterly humiliating for her. Banning, how much magic do you have in total? Viviana wanted to admit defeat wholeheartedly and asked the question directly. Total magic? I haven't had a chance to get it appraised yet. Banning's answer made Viviana feel like she had punched a cotton pillow, but it was a reasonable response, considering that there were only a few cities in the Kingdom of Wester with appraisal capabilities. So, Viviana changed her approach and asked another question. Have you taken the advancement trial? How many times? I've taken the advancement trial once, about a month and a half ago in Sunnytown. What level of difficulty was the trial? It was a white trial. Viviana, why are you asking me these questions?" Viviana knew she was being too direct, but she wanted to clear up the mystery surrounding Banning's magic energy. However, at that moment, Banning's black warhorse neighed and stomped its hooves anxiously. It seemed that the goblins were closing in. "I had some rest yesterday, got sick, so sorry for a day without any chaps. Can't believe I've made it to 300 chapters. This 4 months seemed like a long journey to me." Chapter 303, Crimson Sword Array banished behind me. "Banning, with your warhorse, I will deal with the situation," Viviana said, steadying herself against the rock wall. Her legs were weak, and a heavy exhaustion lingered, but she was determined to fight. Even with Banning's abundant magic, he was only a second-tier combatant, no match for the third and fourth-tier demons. Having recently accepted Banning's kindness, Viviana felt it was her duty to take responsibility. Thus the young girl, adorned with a veil and clutching her crimson longsword, stood before the young man, embodying the Silver Wasp Queen's regal stance. Considering the numerous enemies and the complex, perilous terrain, Viviana decided on a swift resolution. Before the enemies arrived, she assessed the nearby ravines and cliffs, noting which areas could be destroyed and which must remain intact. With her feet apart, knees slightly bent, and her crimson longsword pointed straight ahead, she awaited the goblin's appearance. Dash Crimson Sword Array, Annihilation. Summoning all the crimson swords she could control, Centuredo, given a labyrinth's final stage and Banning's replenishment of her magic, the move was justified. As the first goblin emerged in the distance, Viviana accelerated the infusion of magic into the Crimson Sword Array. She meticulously manipulated the magic while counting the emerging goblins. 2, 3, 4. The Goblin Wolf Riders, known for their hit-and-run tactics, were now forced to dismount and pursue on foot an opportune moment to ensnare them all. Success or failure hinges on this strike. My past self, please protect me from danger. Crimson Sword Array, Annihilation. Launch. With Viviana's command, the dazzling white light emitted from the crimson swords converged on the central longsword before shooting forth as a white laser beam, obliterating everything in its path. As Viviana's thoughts manifested, the crimson swords surrounding the longsword emitted a dazzling white light. The light converged on the central longsword, then shot out from its tip as a straight beam of white energy, obliterating everything in its path, unstoppable and destructive. Witnessing the scene, Tyler, standing behind Viviana, had to avert his eyes. If he continued to stare at the blinding white light, he would risk losing his vision temporarily. However, even without seeing the scene, the sound of the energy stream shattering rocks and the agonizing screams of the goblins were enough for Tyler to know that Viviana's Crimson Sword Array, Annihilation, was far superior to his Flame Steed Rush. So this is a pure energy stream attack, utterly overwhelming. After the dazzling white light subsided, the intricate structure of the ravine was astonishingly altered, and a straight passage leading to the ground had been opened by Viviana. Beside this passage lay the scattered remains of goblins and wolves, and even those who had not perished were severely crippled. How terrifying! Is this Viviana's true power? Tyler clearly saw that among the corpses were not only third-tier Goblin Elite Wolf Riders, but also fourth-tier Goblin Wolf Rider captains. However, whether they were third or fourth tier, those who faced Viviana's previous attack were either dead or crippled. As a price for such power, the Crimson Sword Array, Annihilation, consumed as much as 3,500 points of Viviana's magic energy. Tyler could only use such a spell twice with this amount of magic consumption. It is imaginable how terrifying Viviana would be if she had not lost the Pigeon Blood Ruby, Philia, which could almost grant her infinite magic power. All right, let's get out of here quickly. The backlash of the technique and a massive consumption of magic energy made the already weakened Viviana somewhat overwhelmed. She intended to move forward, but stumbled and nearly fell. Fortunately, Banning caught her in time and lifted her onto the back of the warhorse. Banning's warhorse was quite understanding, kneeling down without being told so that Viviana could sit comfortably. Viviana, you're amazing. You look younger than me, but you could defeat so many demons with just one move. Banning's praise at this moment sounded a bit awkward to Viviana. The Crimson Sword Array, Annihilation, was indeed powerful, but hearing praise from Banning, who had more magic energy than herself, made her feel like a child being praised by an adult. However, years of professional combat experience allowed Viviana to set aside her personal emotions at this time. She believed that the priority now was to confirm Banning's identity and purpose for entering the labyrinth, and then formulate a new action plan. Banning, why are you here? Viviana was always straightforward, and she had to ask the questions she needed to know before riding out of the ravine. Banning didn't seem to mind this direct conversation style, and frankly explained why he appeared in the labyrinth. After parting with Viviana, Banning, who admired her strength, gave up being a hunter and went to Sunnytown near the Sandrift Gorge to learn to become a bounty hunter. After a period of training and actual combat, Banning successfully passed the first advancement trial and came to Delhi's Town to continue improving himself while traveling. I heard that Delhi's Town was conducting some labyrinth raid team, so I wanted to come and see. I didn't expect that there would be no guards at the entrance of the labyrinth, so I just went in. After entering, I didn't see any demons, but I saw a lot of corpses. I followed the sounds and came here, only to suddenly encounter a large group of goblin wolf riders. I knew I couldn't beat them, so I looked for a place to hide and found this ravine. Upon hearing Banning's response, Viviana felt that he was quite unfortunate. During their initial encounter, he almost died under Viviana's crimson sword due to her suspicions. Their second meeting took place in the Sandrift Gorge, where Banning was caught up in an unexpected incident and nearly lost his life. The current encounter could be considered the worst of the three. Not only was Viviana herself in danger, but her two mentors, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, were also focused on safely retreating. If Viviana had followed her original plan, she would have headed straight for the labyrinth exit after leaving the ravine. However, she could not abandon Banning, her benefactor. Banning, do you remember the location of the entrance to the Delhi's Town labyrinth? It'll protect you as we leave the labyrinth first. Chapter 3:0 For the chains of self-esteem. Gazing upon Viviana, still bleeding from her wounds, and observing her status information, Tyler's heart was stirred. Viviana Scarlet, Magic Swordsman, LV90 Life Energy, 373, 5220 Endurance, 1236-65 Magic Energy, 1875,370. Tyler didn't know what Viviana had been through, but he knew that she now had less than a tenth of her life energy remaining. In this labyrinth, Aqua Nest, her condition could be likened to a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, even though she could barely take care of herself, she still wanted to repay Tyler's kindness first. This undoubtedly placed Tyler's life as a higher priority than her own. Tyler wouldn't shamelessly accept such help. On the contrary, he intended to help Viviana escape the labyrinth first. Of course, the astute Tyler didn't forget his mission and would take the opportunity to probe for information about the Scarlet family's plans. However, there was a problem. Viviana's perception of Tyler was still primarily based on the hunter-youth concept, which posed some difficulties for him. Centurado. Regardless of whether they would meet again after leaving the labyrinth or if Tyler would have a chance to formally pursue Viviana, gaining her recognition was a meaningful step for him. Admittedly, in some emotional relationships, a strong woman and a weak man can form a loving bond. Men can rely on pity, cuteness, and vulnerability to gain women's sympathy and transform it into love, which is one path to romance. However, Tyler's approach was different. He attracted women by demonstrating his own value. Therefore, whether or not Tyler was actually stronger than Viviana, he had to find a way to make her acknowledge that the hunter youth she once knew had become a more formidable presence than the Silver Wasp Queen. What truly mattered was Viviana's perception, not the facts such as levels, values, or battle records. Tyler's first step was to make Viviana realize that her magic energy had been surpassed. Next, he would continue to demonstrate his growth to her in a natural and unpretentious manner. Helping Viviana leave the labyrinth presented the perfect opportunity. I do remember my exit. Though, do you remember how to get out of here, Viviana? You didn't enter the labyrinth from the Delistown entrance, did you? Tyler didn't accept Viviana's proposal and instead expressed concern for her situation. They'll figure something out. You don't need to worry about me. Cinchuredo, won't you be unable to escape? Tyler's continuous questioning left Viviana speechless, and they both fell into a brief silence. In truth, Viviana knew all too well the extent of her own dire situation. However, she could not possibly accept the protection of someone weaker than herself. Neither her noble status nor her identity as a powerful individual allowed her to continue accepting Banning's help. I can handle my own affairs. Thank you for your kindness. Viviana had no choice but to cut the conversation short. After she spoke, Banning finally relented, but he soon asked about other matters. By the way, why is Viviana in this labyrinth? As she began to speak, Viviana hesitated. The Scarlet family's current operation required secrecy, so she could not divulge any information, even to Banning. I came to conquer the labyrinth, but I didn't expect the monsters inside to be stronger than I anticipated, so I had to give up. Viviana did not lie. She merely concealed part of the truth. However, even such a simple lie came out in fits and starts. The ever-innocent and honest Viviana was not adept at deceitful acts. I see. I saw some powerful individuals fighting monsters on the ground earlier, flying and escaping. When I saw you in the labyrinth, I thought they were your companions. Upon hearing Banning's words, Viviana realized he must be referring to the elders. Viviana sighed inwardly, knowing that Banning had only seen the spectacle and not the truth. Even the elders were not the opponent of the labyrinth boss. Viviana did not want to deceive Banning, but she could not reveal her family's plans either. So, she remained silent in response to Banning's words, neither confirming nor denying. At this point, the two had almost reached the exit of the ravine. A few more steps, and they would be back on the surface. This meant they had to decide on their next course of action. Viviana, can you tell me where your exit is first? Banning asked a question Viviana could answer, and without much thought, she pointed out the direction of the Scarlet family's labyrinth exit. So it's that way. Well, it turns out we're going in the same direction. Banning was excited and immediately informed Viviana of the location of Delistown's exit. Based on their current positions, they could reach the Scarlet family's exit first and then head to Delistown's exit without taking a detour. Hearing this, Viviana was also invigorated, as it increased the likelihood of both of them returning safely. So, Viviana, let's not talk about who's escorting whom. Let's just head to the exit together. You can accept that, right? Banning changed his approach and made a new proposal to Viviana. This time, Viviana had no objections, and she was happy to help each other. Helping each other. Isn't that what friends do? Viviana had always wanted a friend, but her family had always insisted on her actions being as secretive as possible, so she never had the opportunity to make friends. So now, as Banning became more and more like a friend, Viviana was overjoyed. However, if we've already kissed, can we still be considered friends? Viviana was unsure of her relationship with Banning and could not determine her feelings towards him. As the two returned to the surface, the red light pillar enveloped Viviana once more. A few hundred meters away, a carefully laid trap began to close in on them. Chapter 305, Multiple Perils. Viviana, what is this on you? Viviana's red pillar of light puzzled Banning, as she too wondered why Banning did not have one. After communicating with each other, Viviana finally understood the situation. She informed Banning about the origin of the red pillar of light, which was created by the labyrinth boss using an unknown magic or skill to mark all the surviving intruders in the labyrinth with real-time tracking. Banning was not marked because he entered the labyrinth after this event occurred, thus narrowly escaping the ordeal. However, even though you don't have a red pillar of light now, if you continue to act with me, it will still expose our whereabouts to the monsters. Viviana felt she was holding Banning back, thinking that perhaps without her, Banning could escape the Aqua nest more easily. Banning, Why don't you go to the labyrinth exit by yourself? They'll try to lure the monsters in the opposite direction. Without any hesitation, Viviana immediately proposed a new idea, which she believed was the right thing to do. However, in Tyler's eyes, Viviana's sense of duty was a precious quality, one that was almost non-existent among the nobles of this prison star world. All along, Tyler had subconsciously equated the nobles of this world with the privileged and spoiled children of the Earth world. They were all selfish and treated ordinary people as lowly livestock. But Viviana was different. Even for someone like Tyler, who had no notable background, she would earnestly remember his kindness and seek to repay it. So, how could Tyler possibly let such a pure and kind-hearted girl venture alone? Viviana, having this red pillar of light, is actually a good thing. Tyler pondered for a moment and then began his specialty of talking nonsense, trying to change Viviana's mind. Good thing? How can this be a good thing? Seeing Viviana's bewildered reaction, Tyler was not surprised. Whether or not Viviana would believe his theory now depended on his ability to improvise on the spot and the effect of his deceiver skill. Tyler told Viviana that their actions were actually a combination of overt and covert tactics. They could fully utilize the fact that only one of them was marked to create an information gap, making strategies like the hunter becomes the hunted easy to implement. The hunter become the hunted? Tyler unconsciously used the language of the other world to describe an Earth world proverb, leaving Viviana confused. Seeing her adorable, puzzled expression, Tyler almost couldn't help but laugh. However, time was of the essence, so Tyler quickly explained in a concise manner and then added another use for the red pillar of light, misleading the enemy by combining it with the terrain. This idea came to him based on the situation in the ravine earlier. If Viviana were to hide in a cave, the vertically descending red pillar of light would only remain on the mountaintop, thus luring the enemy to the wrong location. In summary, as long as we use it properly, the red pillar of light can become our weapon. Am I right, Viviana? After a series of fabrications, Tyler handed the decision-making power to Viviana, which was also a communication technique. Since Viviana held a higher status than Tyler, giving her the power to judge would make it easier for her to accept his ideas. This technique works well in communication with family elders, teachers, and even workplace leaders. As Tyler expected, Viviana agreed with his ideas, and they naturally continued with their previous plan of action. As for whether or not to use the strategies Tyler mentioned earlier, that was no longer important. In the dense forest, Viviana rode her warhorse, with Banning following closely on foot. Viviana was quite astonished by the quality of the black warhorse. Despite walking on rugged mountain paths, she only felt a slight bumpiness. Moreover, the warhorse's constitution was exceptionally robust, easily breaking through shrubs and bushes that would be difficult for ordinary horses, as if its body were made of metal. Banning, where did you buy this warhorse? Viviana wanted to buy a similar breed of warhorse, preferably a white mare, so they could make a matching pair. But why would I want to match with Banning? I don't know where it was bought. Actually, the warhorse found me on its own. Banning replied with an awkward smile, then told Viviana the story of how he met the warhorse. As they talked, the two emerged from the dense forest, and their view suddenly widened. Viviana could finally see the battle situation on the side of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. On another mountainside about 500 or 600 meters away, a 3-story tall labyrinth boss was holding a square shield and advancing with large strides. In its path was a giant 2-headed python, nearly as large as the boss itself. The python was covered in pitch-black metallic scales, seemingly impervious to blades and spears. One of its heads was spewing purple-black liquid, attempting to prevent the labyrinth boss from approaching. With her extensive battlefield experience, Viviana quickly understood the situation. The Cardinal and Obsidian Elders and the mysterious old man were attacking each other, both hoping to draw the labyrinth boss' hatred onto the other party. However, the labyrinth boss had its own ideas. It wanted to eliminate both invading forces. Cardinal Elder, Obsidian Elder, can you escape safely? Viviana worried for the safety of her two teachers, but she couldn't help them. All she could do now was to leave the labyrinth as quickly as possible so the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders could retreat without any concerns. Viviana, I'm afraid we need to prepare for battle. At that moment, Banning's voice brought Viviana's attention back, and the warhorse she was riding had already stopped. In the direction Banning pointed, shadows darted near the bushes, and if one listened carefully, the rustling of the cold and green leaves surrounded them. Undoubtedly, the enemy had encircled them. Chapter 3:06 Goblin Shaman Fear not, for I am here, Viviana assured, swiftly summoning 5 floating crimson swords around them while urging Banning to mount his horse. The enemy outnumbers us, and the terrain is unfavorable. We must break through. Viviana's concise words demonstrated her extensive battlefield experience. However, Banning did not mount his horse as she suggested. Viviana, my running speed is no slower than a warhorse. I can break through with you, he said, retrieving 2 smoke grenades from his armor. Viviana understood immediately, recalling the magical tool Banning had used in the past to create a thick smoke screen. With this tool as cover, their chances of breaking through would significantly increase. Considering the warhorse's poor performance on downhill terrain, Viviana pointed out a path that circled the mountainside to Banning. He nodded in agreement before she could explain, showing that he understood her concerns. This unspoken understanding left a special impression on Viviana's heart. Before the enemy could attack, Viviana had Tyler throw the smoke grenades, and the two charged together. From within the smoke grenade, a dense white fog quickly enveloped the young boy and girl on horseback, making it impossible to discern their next move from the outside. However, a sudden gust of wind blew the fog away, leaving the two exposed and embarrassed. At the same time, more than 20 goblin wolf riders emerged from the surroundings, encircling the young boy and girl. The leading wolf rider, a shaman wielding a glowing oak staff, looked quite smug. In the goblin-infested mountains, fog was a common occurrence. To dispel it, the goblin shaman had mastered a powerful wind magic spell, which unexpectedly proved useful during this hunt. An unexpected harvest, indeed. We thought there was only one, but now there's another person and a horse. Goblin language, the goblin shaman exclaimed, excited but cautious. He raised his hand, signaling the surrounding goblin wolf riders not to act rashly. The first rule of goblin hunting was to torment their prey, as only exhausted Barato was safe. Follow the old rules. Do not use full Barato without my command. Also, keep the female alive, the goblin shaman ordered. The encircling goblin wolf riders surprisingly loosened their formation, not out of disobedience, but as part of their hunting strategy. The two humans, now their prey, looked puzzled, which was precisely what the goblin shaman wanted to see. Whether the humans chose to break through or fight to the death, the goblin shaman was confident in his ability to handle any situation. Their hunting tactics had been tested in numerous battles, and they were prepared for anything. The goblin shaman, named Apu, appeared smug and self-satisfied, but beneath that facade lay a cautious and diligent heart. Thanks to his innate cautious nature, Apu had grown from a weak goblin, whelped to a goblin elder shaman, and continued to evolve, hoping to become the right-hand man of the goblin ruler one day. As a 4th-tier goblin elder shaman, Apu could not only cast human magic, but was also proficient in curses, possessing his own techniques for both offense and defense. With his wealth of experience, he quickly recognized that the two humans and their warhorse would not be easy to deal with. As a result, Apu was even more cautious than usual, not ordering a charge even when presented with an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. In Apis' view, the key to the current situation was to drag it out. He clearly saw that the female human had many injuries and seemed to be running out of strength. In contrast, he and his subordinates were in high spirits and excellent condition. So, why should he be in a hurry? This was their territory, their home ground. In these mountains, the goblin tribe was the one and only king. After the gust of wind, leaves fluttered throughout the forest. Surrounded by goblin wolf riders, the two humans tried to break through, but the goblins worked together to block their escape, shifting the entire encirclement and leaving the humans with nothing. Moreover, during the skirmish, the goblin wolf riders took advantage of the opportunity to launch sneak attacks with their poison-tipped crossbows. Unfortunately for them, both humans reacted quickly, and none of the bolts found their mark. The crossbows were not an invention of the goblins, but rather a replica of the spoils they had seized from human invaders. Since equipping these one-handed crossbows, the goblin wolf riders' combat capabilities had significantly improved, and chasing poison prey to exhaustion was a common occurrence for them. Apu, the goblin shaman, was satisfied with the outcome of this round of engagement. He could see that the female human was indeed nearing her limit. The next step was to focus their attacks on the male human, after which they could claim their new territory. However, just then, the two humans launched their second attempt at breaking through, and their chosen direction caused Apu to furrow his brow. Darn, that's a cliff. If they go that way, we'll be forced to open a gap in our encirclement. Apu quickly considered the situation and decided that if things continued this way, the two humans and their horse might all fall off the cliff together. Although such an outcome wouldn't be a problem and would still count as completing the mission, it would be a terrible waste of the silver-haired, blue-eyed companion. TSK. In his urgency, Apu was forced to make a decision. He raised his oak staff, rapidly recited an incantation, and pointed the staff at the goblin wolf riders. My brethren, fight with fury. Berserk. A crimson aura enveloped each goblin wolf rider, turning their eyes crimson. Of course, the so-called berserk was Barado than just a change in eye color. Under the effect of this curse, all goblin wolf riders' strength and reaction speed would be greatly enhanced, and they would be able to ignore a certain degree of pain, fighting even more ferociously. Immediately after, Goblin Shaman Apu cast a first-tier earth magic, multiple rock walls spell at the two humans. The purpose of this spell was not to inflict damage, but to block their charge. In addition, the uneven terrain created by the spell would be advantageous for the wolf riders' leaping attacks, killing two birds with one stone. Dash, just a little longer. Once the magic drain cooldown is over, these two humans will be powerless. Chapter 307, A Chasing Battle Amidst the Forest. The young man and the horse-riding girl were halted by several protruding rock walls on the ground. Goblin wolf riders roared as they began to besiege them, wielding battle axes or brandishing long spears with exceptional agility. They could find footholds on the narrow vertical faces of the rock walls or the rugged slopes of the mountain paths. Seizing any opportunity, they would stealthily attack from various tricky angles, retreating immediately even if parried or dodged. Furthermore, goblins wielding crossbows sought opportunities from the periphery, launching surprise bolts through any suitable gaps. Their prime target was the robust black warhorse. The goblins were not concerned about friendly fire, as their arrows could not inflict fatal wounds on their thick-skinned kin. The venom on the arrows was a trivial matter, as they all carried antidotes. After several exchanges, the goblins gradually realized they held the upper hand in strength, bolstered by the shaman's skills. The two humans could only parry their attacks with technique and agility, unable to counterattack. Meanwhile, the floating crimson swords in the air were easily dealt with by actively pursuing and attacking them, quickly shattering them. Push harder. Kill the male human first. Goblin language. The rallying cry from the goblin shaman in the rear invigorated the wolf riders. However, unbeknownst to them, the shaman shouted because he noticed the male human's sword was extraordinary. At that moment, the male human's sword ignited with blue flames. As he swung it through the air, the scattered blue flames transformed into the shape of a steed, which then charged at the goblins, as if alive. The goblins had never seen such a technique, and the blue flame steeds were incredibly fast. In an instant, numerous goblins suffered severe burns, wailing in pain. Seeing their technique effective, the two humans immediately seized the opportunity to break through, creating a dangerous crack in the goblins' advantageous situation. Mother Earth will not forsake her children. Nature's gift. However, as Shaman Ape completed his incantation, the situation shifted back in favor of the goblins. A green beam of light shot from the shaman's oak staff into the sky, followed by a rain of green droplets on the goblins. As the rainwater merged with their bodies, the burned goblins no longer felt pain, and their wounds began to heal slowly. This was the miracle brought by the great goblin Shaman Ape. As long as Ape was present, they were invincible. The goblin wolf riders' morale soared, and they quickly caught up with the two humans. Shaman Ape followed on his giant wolf, but his expression was somewhat gloomy. Only Ape knew that nature's gift could only heal certain levels of abnormal conditions and not restore vitality. The spell merely alleviated the goblin's pain. If the male human continued to attack with his enchanted sword, the goblins could only withstand 1 or 2 more blows with its power. Brothers, no need to hold back. Let's finish this quickly and celebrate our victory. Thus, Shaman Ape abandoned the idea of stalling for time. His latest assessment was that the male human posed a high level of danger and must be killed as soon as possible to eliminate future threats. Upon hearing the command from the shaman, the wolf riders erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their morale boiling at that moment. Master Ape said, "Unleash your fury." A goblin wolf rider leaped onto a rock, and the giant wolf raised its head, letting out a long, resounding battle howl. This was one of their 3 skills, Giant Wolf Howl, which granted strength and agility bonuses to all wolf riders within a 10-meter radius. Effects cannot be stacked during this time. Empowered, the wolf riders bravely pursued, each employing different chase skills. Crush them. Phantom Wolf. Fall by my hand. Flying Battle Axe Strike. Yeah, it's hunting time. Giant Wolf Pounce. In an instant, magical phantom wolves, green glowing double-edged battle axes, and enhanced giant wolves acting independently all assaulted the 2 humans. Suddenly, the male human swiftly turned around and swung his sword, releasing another blue flame steed. However, this time the goblins had learned their lesson. As soon as they saw the human's initial move, they knew the terrifying blue flames were coming again and immediately scattered. Only a few goblins were slightly injured by the flames as they dodged too slowly. Ha ha ha. If you can't hit us, it's useless. Brothers, charge. The goblins fought more fiercely, and under their relentless pursuit, the female human had almost no strength left to fight back, leaving only the male human struggling. Their victory was within reach. When Mother Earth is angry, she will take back her gifts. The goblin shaman's chanting reached the front lines at this moment. Hearing the incantation, the wolf riders slowed their pursuit. After about 10 seconds, a totem adorned with numerous curse masks suddenly appeared above the 2 humans' heads and then plunged straight into the ground in front of them. Earth Curse, Magic Drain. With a furious shout from Shaman Ape, a green halo rapidly spread from the totem's center, inevitably hitting the 2 humans. What? Where's the male human? Under Shaman Ape's watchful gaze, the male human suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, a scream came from the side. The male human had stealthily moved and stabbed a goblin through the barato from behind. Dang it, what speed! Even faster than our goblin assassins. Although the wolf riders immediately attacked en masse, Shaman Ape remained uneasy. He urged his mount to chase the male human, but changed direction halfway, lunging towards the female human. At this moment, Shaman Ape had a new idea. He believed that if he could capture the female human as a hostage, the male human would surely surrender. Oh, Goblin God, your offspring are calling upon the power of their ancestors. Shaman Ape chanted quickly while riding his wolf at full speed. We need unbreakable shackles to bind our enemies. He saw, unsurprisingly, that the male human was also rushing towards the female human. But the one who arrived first was him. Binder. Binding shackles. A green light shot straight from his oak staff toward the female human. However, to Shaman Ape's surprise, the male human fearlessly threw himself in front of the female, blocking the binding shackles with his own body. Ha ha ha. What a heroic rescue. Shaman Ape was overjoyed, not expecting to control the captive so effortlessly. As long as the binding shackles were not removed, no one could break them. Chapter 308 Cease with wisdom. The green beam from the oak staff split into dozens of finer rays upon contact with the male human, binding his hands, feet, and body tightly together. Shaman Apu, gripping his oak staff, loudly summoned the wolf riders to deliver a fatal blow to the human. Binding shackles is a skill with a potent control effect, but while using this skill, Shaman Apu himself is unable to perform any other actions. Shaman Apu observed as the female human dismounted, attempting to sever the green light forming the shackles with her crimson silver longsword. However, her attempt not only failed to break the shackles, but also damaged the blade, rendering it unusable. Keep trying. If you don't have a sword, you can try biting with your teeth. Goblin language. Shaman Apu laughed triumphantly, but as previously mentioned, he remained cautious at heart. His current assessment was that the male human possessed extraordinary speed, akin to teleportation, and thus posed no threat once bound by the binding shackles. However, he did not rule out the possibility that the male human possessed a teleportation skill, which would render the binding shackles ineffective. To prevent such a scenario, Apu had made preparations in advance, and the rest depended on how the situation unfolded. Hurry up, kill this male, and don't hurt the female, Apu urged loudly. But the wolf riders who arrived a step late hesitated upon seeing the blue flame magic sword ablaze. They feared being burnt to death by the blue flames if they rushed forward recklessly. What are you afraid of? Can't you just shoot him down with a crossbow? It's often said that spectators see the game better than the players. After Shaman Apis' reminder, the wolf riders, accustomed to close combat, finally realized their mistake. They all drew their crossbows, but at that moment, the man vanished into thin air again. What? How? Before Shaman Apu could react, someone seized him from behind and held a blade near his neck. You're the leader, right? If you don't want to get hurt, order them all to retreat. Demon language. The male human's voice came from behind, confirming Shaman Apis' suspicion that this human indeed possessed the rare teleportation skill. At the same time, Shaman Apu was surprised that this human could speak the language of the demons. What is this guy's identity? Regardless of the human's identity, the situation had escalated to a life-or-death struggle between the goblins and him. Therefore, there was only one thing for Shaman Apu to do, and that was to let his backup plan take effect at this moment. Brothers, don't let him escape. Goblin language, Shaman Apu, completely disregarding his own safety, loudly urged the goblins to continue their attack. At the same time, Shaman Apu activated the first-tier Thunder Magic Paralysis trap he had prepared in advance, intending to trap both himself and the enemy here. Unlike the binding shackles, which only restricted movement but not skill usage, the paralysis trap would continuously inflict minor damage and restrict both movement and skill usage. Shaman Apu was confident that this time he could definitely trap the male human. However, just as Shaman Apu began to experience the pain of the paralysis trap, the male human, who should have been experiencing the same, appeared before him, beheading a goblin. And this goblin was originally going to pull Shaman Apu out of the paralysis trap. Consecutive teleportation. How is this possible? Seeing the human escape from the paralysis trap using teleportation again, Shaman Apis' worldview collapsed. Powerful skills should correspond to longer cooldown times. So why could this human teleport consecutively? If such a thing were possible, then Apu would also want Earth Curse Magic Drain to be infinitely chained and binding shackles to bind enemies indefinitely. What's worse, because he was currently paralyzed, Shaman Apu could do nothing but think, including speaking. This meant that he couldn't give timely orders to his subordinates. Listen, goblins, if you want to live, retreat from here immediately, as far as you can. Demon language. The male human pointed his blue flame magic sword at Shaman Apis' head, The power of this flame was something the goblins had just witnessed. At this critical moment, Shaman Apu hoped his subordinates would disregard his life and bravado, and their duty was to stop this damned human. However, the loyalty of the goblin wolf riders to him exceeded Shaman Apis' expectations. Human, we will retreat, as you say, but if you dare harm Shaman Apu, no matter where you run, we will hunt you down and kill you. Demon language. The goblin wolf riders left a threat, then slowly retreated, looking back every 3 steps. Seeing this, Shaman Apu wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Why were these subordinates so straightforward? Humans, these evil creatures, would surely betray their promises. So they really retreated. Upon witnessing the complete disappearance of the goblin wolf riders from his field of vision, Tyler was filled with incredulity. Although the skilled deceiver he had used might have played a part, the deep reverence his subordinates held for their leader was indeed a rare and precious thing. Given Tyler's usual modus operandi, he would undoubtedly eliminate the elder goblin shaman to prevent future troubles. However, the approaching Viviana made it difficult for him to act. Even if Viviana couldn't understand the common language of the demons, she must have grasped what Tyler had done just now. Viviana, while this creature is still paralyzed and unable to move in the trap, let's retreat quickly. Viviana had a plethora of questions for Banning, but now was not the time. Seizing this opportunity to escape the encirclement of the goblins was of utmost importance. The Black Warhorse, very aware of the situation, came to Viviana's side. Its agile movements had saved Viviana from danger several times. Banning, on the other hand, took a longbow from the soft armor on the back of the warhorse and shot an arrow, breaking the oak staff in the hands of the goblin shaman. The poor leader was still trapped in his own paralysis trap, unable to move. All right, this should prevent it from using those strange spells for a while. In the forest, Viviana, once again in a state of magic power loss, was galloping on her horse, with Banning following not too far away. According to their route plan, they would first reach the exit leading to the territory of the Scarlet family. Now, the rectangular glowing body of the exit was within sight. Centuredo, please report errors in time. Chapter 310 Dead, in Viviana could scarcely believe the sight before her eyes. The formidable Cardinal Elder, astonishingly, had been struck down by the enemy, falling to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Fortunately, the Elder did not perish there and then. He propped himself up with his hand, staggered to his feet, and coughed violently onto the ground. Elder! Viviana hastily spurred her horse to approach, but was halted by the look in the Elder's raised eyes. It was a gaze that warned her to keep her distance, a gaze that urged her to continue her retreat. Years of mentorship had fostered an understanding between Viviana and her 2 teachers. Even without the Cardinal Elder uttering a word, Viviana understood his intentions. Moreover, in order not to implicate Viviana, Cardinal Elder, disregarding his need for rest, was already preparing to depart. As he was about to leave, this formidable figure noticed a strange presence lurking near Viviana. So that's how it is. I was wondering where Viviana got her warhorse. Cardinal Elder glanced at the young man, memorizing his appearance and aura, then shifted his gaze back to Viviana. Due to the urgency of the situation, Cardinal Elder had no time for detailed inquiries, and simply asked Viviana in a concise manner, "Is he an ally?" Viviana was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. Receiving this response, the Elder unfurled his fiery wings, ready to take flight once more. The reason the Cardinal Elder did not harbor any suspicion was because Viviana was now completely free and the young man's aura was weak, merely between the 2nd and 3rd levels. As for the coincidences and connections involved, the Cardinal Elder was not in a hurry to know at this moment. The broad, fiery wings lifted the Cardinal Elder's bravado into the air, but just then, the sound of the earth shaking came from the mountainside, not far away. Darn, that guy's catching up. Get moving. The Cardinal Elder shouted at Viviana, who then hastily spurred her horse into a gallop. However, The subsequent events proved that even if she had started running a bit earlier, it would have been in vain. An enormous creature unknown to Viviana was rapidly charging towards her and the Cardinal Elder's location, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake was occurring, making it nearly impossible for the warhorse to move. Then, suddenly, the sky darkened. Viviana looked up to see a colossal, three-headed, six-armed monster flying in the air, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, as if a mountain was soaring through the sky. Next, this mountain crashed heavily onto the ground, causing Viviana to nearly fall off her horse, while the surrounding earth cracked open, forming countless fissures of varying sizes. At this point, Viviana finally got a close-up view of the true face of this king. The terrifying pressure emanating from the three-headed, six-armed goblin ruler enveloped every inch of the surrounding land. Viviana could not comprehend how such a massive body could move so agilely. The earth-shattering leap it had just performed was not something a creature of this size should be capable of. What a terrifying physical prowess! What was even more critical was that the goblin ruler, upon landing, had positioned itself right at the exit of the labyrinth, the very exit that led to the Scarlet family's territory. As the goblin ruler's three heads simultaneously let out a spine-chilling roar, the world in Viviana's eyes was plunged into an apocalyptic scene. "All goblins, heed my command," in goblin language. The goblin ruler did not immediately launch an attack, but instead began shouting loudly in an unknown language. "Goblin Guard Squad, Goblin Cavalry Squad, Goblin Mage Squad, Goblin Assassin Squad, drop everything and come to me to fight the enemy together." This voice, louder than thunder, echoed throughout the entire Aqua Nest. To protect her eardrums from rupturing, Viviana was forced to retreat several dozen meters with her warhorse. But even so, her head still buzzed with a faint, piercing pain. Without any need for identification or explanation, Viviana already knew that this was the labyrinth boss, the goblin ruler. However, the current situation was quite peculiar and different from what Viviana had read in books. The books described that within the labyrinth, Aqua Nest, there were three goblin rulers: the war god goblin, who excelled in close combat; the archer god goblin, who was skilled in archery; and the sorcerer god goblin, who was adept at magic spells. The three teams entering the labyrinth from three different entrances had to cooperate to defeat the three goblin rulers before they could destroy the labyrinth's core and obtain the ultimate treasure. But the monster now active before Viviana's eyes seemed to have fused all three kings together, perfectly retaining the characteristics of each king. Why would such a monster be born? There was no time for Viviana to ponder, as the goblin ruler had already begun to take action, and the Cardinal Elder had returned to his battle-ready state. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it back." The Obsidian Elder arrived just in time, informing the Crimson Elder first before turning his attention to Viviana. Viviana was glad that the two elders had reunited, but for some reason, the Obsidian Elder's figure seemed somewhat strange. It took her a moment to notice that he had lost an arm, which left her completely stunned. One of the Obsidian Elder's specialties was ambidextrous swordsmanship, wielding lethal sword techniques with both hands. Now that he had lost one hand, his strength had not been halved, but he had undoubtedly suffered a severe blow. Before Viviana could think of what to say, a sharp, maniacal laughter came from another direction. Soon after, an old man wrapped in numerous snake-like chains emerged, sprinting from the woods. Upon seeing this, the Obsidian Elder immediately drew his light bane spellblade and positioned himself between the chain-wrapped old man and Viviana. At the same time, the Crimson Elder took to the air and began attacking the Goblin King, hoping to divert its attention from Viviana. Witnessing this scene, Viviana's eyes welled up with tears. She could see that both elders were struggling to protect themselves, yet they were still trying to create an opportunity for her to escape. Viviana was indeed pure and kind-hearted, but she was not naive. She would not recklessly rush in to help the two elders in battle, only to become a burden and cause their demise. However, Viviana was also unable to fulfill the Elder's expectations and escape from the labyrinth's exit. This was not because she harbored any unrealistic thoughts, but because the colossal goblin ruler had blocked any possibility of escaping through the exit. It was as if it knew Viviana wanted to flee the labyrinth and deliberately guarded the exit. No matter how the Crimson Elder attacked and provoked, it was useless. Furthermore, its war god face took advantage of the magical barrier blocking the Crimson Elder's attacks, suddenly turning towards Viviana, and raised its steel war spear. Green light continuously wrapped around the steel war spear, and the war god face's sinister grin and hand movements sent an unmistakable signal. It intended to strike Viviana down with its next attack. Chapter 3:11 Light. In desperation, the formidable magic power was ceaselessly amassing atop the fine steel war spear held by the goblin ruler, the war god face. Although Viviana lacked the ability to perceive the flow of magic, the spatial distortion caused by the terrifying energy was visible to all. What truly terrified Viviana was not the force that was currently gathering and compressing, but the goblin ruler's hand that was poised but yet to strike. When will this fine steel war spear be hurled? And can she evade it? Facing this war spear as massive as a ship, Viviana knew that her frail body, drifting in the wind, would perish instantly even if merely grazed. But she had no choice but to give it her all, right? Viviana spurred her warhorse, and after it started moving, she suddenly leapt off its back, standing alone against the impending disaster. Crimson Sword Array, Guardian Style. As Viviana thrusted her crimson, silver, long sword into the ground, 7 beams of crimson silver light shoot out from beneath her feet, forming a circular light ring that protects her. This protective light ring would move with her, and this was all the preparation she could make in advance. What remained was to concentrate all her attention, striving to avoid the attack trajectory to the greatest extent possible when the goblin ruler threw the war spear. That's all there is to it. In Viviana's field of vision, these few seconds seemed as long as minutes, but in reality, all this happened in the blink of an eye. Amidst the thunderous roar, the goblin ruler's war god face suddenly hurled the fine steel war spear with tremendous force. Although Viviana reacted in advance, her movement speed was insignificant in the face of the enemy's wide attack range. As the war spear was about to hit her, Viviana is even prepared to die. But at this moment, 2 things happened simultaneously. First, 2 black figures suddenly sprang out, leaping into the air, blocking the flight path of the fine steel war spear for Viviana. Second, the Cardinal Elder, disregarding his safety, activated the burst mode of the flame wings. He dived down from air, hoisting Viviana onto his Barado, trying to take her out of the attack range of the fine steel war spear. In a daze, Viviana saw the 2 black figures instantly turn into ashes. She saw the flash of crimson from somewhere, scattering across the air. Then, the fine steel war spear hit the ground, causing a huge depression in the originally flat terrain with a loud boom. The dust on the ground was swept up by the delayed gust of wind, shrouding this piece of land in dust. But alas, the no smoke, no harm law of the Earth world did not apply here. When Viviana could see the scene in front of her again, her heart skipped a beat. Viviana, who was saved, was lying on the ground, and the Cardinal Elder who saved her was also lying nearby. Viviana sat up and looked at the Cardinal Elder. What she saw is the Cardinal Elder cauterizing his lower leg with a glowing crimson demon sword. The Cardinal Elder was not self-harming, but self-saving. He was cauterizing his lower leg to stop the bleeding from the wound. Otherwise, he, who had lost half of his lower leg, would soon die from excessive blood loss. Yes, the Cardinal Elder was seriously injured in the dive to save Viviana just now. See, Cardinal Elder, The shocking scene brought Viviana to the brink of a mental breakdown, and she stammered, not knowing what to say. At this time, the Cardinal Elder, as a teacher, did not forget to lead by example and teach Viviana how to face such situations on the battlefield. Stop talking nonsense. Stand up. The battle is not over yet. The Cardinal Elder didn't even furrow his brows. After treating his wound, he immediately unfolded his flame wings and flew out of the area covered by dust. His tough act immediately injected Viviana with a shot of adrenaline. Viviana, whose lips were still trembling just now, suppressed the panic in her heart and slapped herself hard to pull herself together. At this time, the neighing of a warhorse came from the side. The warhorse that Viviana deliberately let go of earlier had actually turned back to find her. Dash, Banning's warhorse. Dash sighed. Why did you come back? Dash, wait, where's Banning? Viviana belatedly realized that Banning had disappeared at some point. But at this moment, the dust was quickly blown away by a gust of wind that seemed to be caused by magic, exposing her once again to the enemy's line of sight. Please, just start running. Viviana didn't want to make the same mistake again. Since Banning's warhorse was willing to face any danger with her, she would use this power to the fullest. However, after the warhorse started running, another scene she couldn't bear to witness appears in Viviana's field of vision. The Obsidian Elder, left with only one hand, was being beaten back by the chain-wielding old man. The metal chains that emerged from the old man's barato slithered like snakes, twisting in the air to form unusual attack paths, and constantly launching attacks from various angles with the skull-shaped scythe at the end of the chains. The Obsidian Elder barely defended himself with the Lightbane spellblade in one hand, and the enemy's relentless attacks forced him to focus on protecting only the vital areas, leaving him battered and weary. It's barato accurate to say that the chain-wielding old man was savoring the thrill of tormenting the Obsidian Elder rather than fighting. Viviana knew that the true strength of the Obsidian Elder is not limited to this, but now that he had been beaten to this extent, it can only mean that he had exhausted all his trump cards. Dash, what should I do? Both elders are in deep crisis, and Viviana was anxious. She subconsciously clenched her fists, unaware that her nails were digging painfully into her palms as worry tightened her grip. All Viviana could think of now was how to lure the Goblin Ruler away from the entrance of the labyrinth, even if it's just for a minute. But the Goblin Ruler is obviously a creature with wisdom, deliberately guarding this place, refusing to let Viviana and her companions leave. Viviana, a veteran of countless battles, had never felt such deep-rooted despair on the battlefield. All along, no matter how difficult the situation, as long as the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders were by her side, they could always turn peril into safety. But now, even the hope represented by the two elders was in danger. The Obsidian Elder was on the verge of death at the hands of the enemy. As the Cardinal Elder faced life-threatening attacks from the Goblin King, Viviana couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock. Desperate, she sits on the horse's back, not even knowing where to go. However, at this moment, the other light that she had forgotten reappeared in a way that no one expected. Goblin King, look over here. In evil-kind language, on a tree branch near the Goblin Ruler, a young man's loud voice attracted the attention of everyone present. Goblin King, look, what am I holding in my hand? The young man held a necklace high in his hand, flaunting it to the Goblin Ruler. Look carefully. This is your cherished treasure, the Dragon Pupil Crystal Necklace Goblin Greed. If you want it back, come and take it yourself. Chapter 312, End of the Road. Viviana could not comprehend the language spoken by Banning. During their recent confrontation with the Goblin Shamans, he seemed capable of communicating with the monsters, a realization that made Viviana acknowledge her lack of understanding towards Banning. He was not merely an ordinary young hunter. At this moment, although Viviana could not understand what Banning was saying, his body language suggested that he intended to negotiate with the Goblin Ruler using the necklace in his hand. However, could such a small trinket persuade the Goblin Ruler? The next moment, Viviana was astounded. Not only her, but even the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders and the old man with chain were equally surprised. The Goblin Ruler, unexpectedly, charged towards Banning in a fit of rage. Danger! Viviana instinctively looked at Banning, forgetting that she had been waiting for the moment when the Goblin Ruler would leave the labyrinth's exit. Fortunately, Banning vanished from the treetop, seemingly using some skill, just as the goblin ruler initiated his attack. Only then did Viviana react, urging her warhorse towards the labyrinth's exit. Such an opportunity, once missed, would not come again. The goblin ruler's attack missed, and in his rage, he stomped the ground. The war god's face hand opened, and the throne's steel spear flew back into his hand. Relying on his perception of aura, the goblin war god swept towards the possible hiding place of a human boy with a force that could rival 1,000 pounds. In an instant, a large number of trees were cut off at the waist, flying into the air before falling to the ground. However, there was no sight of the blood the goblin war god wished to see. Did he escape? Impossible. At this moment, the goblin arrow god, with a stronger aura perception, provided a more accurate location. The goblin war god immediately raised his spear again, but the human boy seemed to have anticipated the attack. A cloud of white fog suddenly erupted from the forest where he was hiding, and 3 figures ran out from it, each escaping in a different direction. The goblin war god easily discerned the real body and was about to pursue when the goblin mage stopped him. He deliberately lured us away from the labyrinth's exit. You fool, in goblin language. The goblin war god was shocked and immediately stopped and turned back. He saw the human girl on horseback already charging towards the labyrinth's exit. However, the distance posed no problem for the goblin ruler, and at the same time, the goblin arrow god had already drawn his arrow, preparing to intercept the human girl halfway. In this critical moment of life and death, a massive surge of magical power suddenly erupted in the sky above the forest. Sensing the danger, the Goblin King turned his head and saw the human elder skilled in fire magic, raising his red sword with both hands, staring at him with a determined gaze. Divine weapon unleashed. Reduce everything in this world to ashes. Bloodfire demon blade, Dearborn. The immense magical power transformed into a brilliant, daylight-like blaze as the human elder spoke. For the first time in battle, the goblin ruler felt the threat of possible injury and immediately raised his war god face shield to meet the incoming attack. In addition, the goblin mage abandoned time-consuming magic and directly used a skill to further protect their safety. Mother Earth is with us, eightfold Earth Shield. Between the goblin war god and the human elder, 8 towering, thicker-than-wall rock shields stood. At the same moment, the skill of Cardinal Elder was released, and all the magical power condensed on the blazing sword transformed into a storm-like roaring flame. It was unleashed without reservation through the magic circle that emerged in front of the human elder. Viviana witnessed the Cardinal Elder unleashing his divine weapon for the first time. Unlike the Obsidian Elder, his divine weapon would immediately unleash an attack upon activation. At this moment, the torrential flames struck the giant rock shields summoned by the goblin ruler. The parts that were burned immediately glowed red and then melted down. Then came a second giant rock shield, the third. In less than 3 seconds, 5 of the giant rock shields had been melted. Meanwhile, Viviana was less than 10 meters away from the labyrinth's exit. However, at this moment, Viviana saw the Goblin King's archer face raise his longbow and shoot an arrow into the sky. At first, she did not understand the intention behind this action, but when she saw the giant arrow split into countless smaller arrows in the air, she suddenly realized. Cardinal Elder, run! There's an attack coming from the sky. Viviana shouted loudly at the Cardinal Elder, but the distance was too great, and he could not hear her with her volume. So, Viviana abandoned the labyrinth's exit within reach, pulling the reins to change direction. However, her reliable warhorse refused her will and carried her into the labyrinth's exit. Unprepared for this, Viviana could not jump off the horse in time and was thrown from the horse through the labyrinth's exit. The last scene she saw was a rain of arrows falling from the sky towards the Cardinal Elder. Well done, unnamed warhorse. The Cardinal Elder watched Viviana disappear into the labyrinth's exit, feeling satisfied. If it weren't for this perceptive warhorse, everything he had done for the divine heir of the Scarlet family might have been in vain. As the rain of arrows approached, the Cardinal Elder decisively interrupted the release of Bloodfire Demon Blade, Dearborn, and activated the skill Tyrant Flame protection to melt the arrows falling towards him with the flame armor floating around his body. Then, he immediately flew towards the Obsidian Elder, who was still engaged in a fierce battle nearby. Augusto. Without the need for further explanation, Obsidian Elder Augusto understood the situation as soon as he saw the Cardinal Elder flying towards him. Bloodbane's Serpent Arask also seemed to realize that Reddy and Blackie were about to take a different course of action. It's rare to meet, don't leave so soon. Bloodbane's Serpent hastily launched an attack, but Obsidian Elder had been holding back. Fog God, grant me your form, Body of Black Mist. The Obsidian Elder once again transformed into a black mist that physical attacks could not hit, causing Bloodbane's Serpent's chain scythe to miss. Then, without hesitation, he floated towards the labyrinth's exit, not worried about Bloodbane's Serpent having a chance to hurt him. As Reddy and Blackie were about to escape the labyrinth, Bloodbane's Serpent faced a choice. The first option was to use a skill to keep Reddy and Blackie from leaving, which wouldn't be difficult considering the Goblin Ruler was already rushing towards the labyrinth's exit. The second option was to give up on Reddy and Blackie and take advantage of the Goblin Ruler's attention on them to chase after the young man from earlier. Despite his crazed demeanor, Bloodbane's Serpent hadn't missed that the young man was the target he was sent to eliminate. To obtain the Millennium Snake Crystal, he must take down the young man. So what should he choose? The answer was simple. Bloodbane's Serpent never made choices. He wanted it all. Chapter 313 situation worsened as the 9 luminaries follow their course. The primordial lingers. The Bloodbane's Serpent, Arask, began to chant a spell rapidly, while simultaneously pursuing Reddy and Blackie at a brisk pace. May the gods grant me infinity, bestow upon me darkness. His stride seemed unhurried, yet his speed was astonishingly swift. This bizarre sight further accentuated the peculiarity of his physical structure. Boundless purity, gods all, guard and absolve the celestial sin. As the chant progresses, the Bloodbane's Serpent was about to catch up with the 2 elders of the Scarlet family. However, his aim was not to catch up with the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, but to bring the exit of the labyrinth leading to the Scarlet family territory within his spellcasting range. Indeed, the Bloodbane's Serpent intended to replace the Goblin Ruler, who had been lured away, and retake control of the labyrinth exit. Answer my call and manifest your tyrannical form in this mortal world. Twin-born Iridium Python, Yami Abyssin. As the Bloodbane's Serpent completed his chant, a purple-black summoning circle appeared on the ground at the labyrinth exit. Immediately, a 2-headed black python, comparable in size to the Goblin Ruler, springs forth, hissing menacingly. Its 8 eyes, shared between its 2 heads, were firmly fixed on the movements of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders and the Goblin Ruler. Taking advantage of the few seconds of distraction caused by the twin-born Iridium Python, the Bloodbane's Serpent quietly squatted on the ground. Go, my children, find that young man. The Bloodbane's Serpent opened his palm, and dozens of small serpents crawled out from the opening in his palm, quickly slithering onto the ground and disappearing into the bushes. At this point, the Bloodbane's Serpent's arrangement was complete, and all that remained was a time of enjoyment. Darn it, this crazy madman! The reappearance of the twin-born Iridium Python effectively blocked the retreat of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. The Cardinal Elder, who had just unleashed his divine weapon, had no means to repel this thick-skinned, 2-headed python in a short time, and the duration of the Obsidian Elder's body of black mist is limited, not enough to support him reaching the exit. In other words, if they can't get this monster to move, the Goblin Ruler will soon return to this position. This madman, the Bloodbane's Serpent, really stops at nothing to achieve his goal. Seeing that the Goblin Ruler is about to return, the Obsidian Elder, in his desperation, shouted at the Cardinal Elder, "Rodrigo, follow me." The Obsidian Elder quickly changed direction and ran straight towards another exit of a labyrinth, based on his memory from the previous attack. The Cardinal Elder immediately followed suit, and it took him 2 seconds to understand the Obsidian Elder's intention. For the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, and even the Bloodbane Serpent, they all knew where their respective labyrinth exits are. However, the Goblin Ruler may not know this information. If the Goblin Ruler doesn't know, then the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders could pretend to go to another labyrinth exit first, to buy time and deceive the Goblin Ruler. Once their skills have cooled down, they could then launch a surprise attack, completing this feint strategy. But this strategy is not without risk. First, their chances of danger in the labyrinth have increased, and the Goblin reinforcements could arrive at any time. If it weren't for the fact that they can't escape from the labyrinth exit right now, they wouldn't have resorted to this desperate measure. The quick-wittedness of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders saved them from a deadly confrontation with the Bloodbane Serpent and the Goblin Ruler. However, their strategy had an unfortunate casualty: our friend, Tyler. Just moments ago, Tyler had fulfilled his greatest wish within the labyrinth, ensuring the safe retreat of Viviana. With his wish fulfilled, Tyler had no intention of lingering for a fight. He took advantage of the chaos, making a run for it. His plan was to escape through the exit at Delhi's town, thus ending his labyrinth nightmare. Unexpectedly, the demons, engaged in battle, started rushing towards him within a minute, and their speed was astonishing. Tyler had grown numb to such grand spectacles. His only longing was for his mind-reading ability. Neither the Goblin Ruler nor the 3 monstrous elders, all above level 150, could have their thoughts directly read by him. Although Tyler could analyze a person's inner thoughts through their tone, micro-expressions, and actions, he didn't have the luxury to observe any monster up close in a battlefield where any residual effect of the skill could harm him. Tyler could only speculate that the 2 elders of the Scarlet family probably missed the opportunity to escape with Viviana. Now, to recreate that opportunity, they had resorted to a diversionary tactic at the unrelated exit of Delhi's town. Given the circumstances, Tyler, who was not marked by the red pillar, decided to hide away from the labyrinth exit and observe before making his next move. As he was running, Tyler heard the familiar sound of hooves. It was Moto-chan, his warhorse, coming to join him. Since Moto-chan also entered the labyrinth from the entrance of Delhi's town, it was unaffected when only Viviana was teleported out after they rushed into the Scarlet family's territory. Good job, partner. We owe our success to you. Tyler patted Moto-chan's head and stroked its mane. He never knew, back on Earth, that warhorses could be such intelligent and spirited animals. Moto-chan neighed proudly a couple of times, then gave Tyler a look, signaling him to follow. Tyler didn't understand Moto-chan's intention until he was led to the corpses of several blood-colored snakes. Their heads had been crushed, clearly the work of Moto-chan. Tyler examined the corpses and couldn't help but feel grateful for having such a wonderful warhorse as Moto-chan. The identification result of the snake corpses was Summoned Creature, Corpse of the Tracking Secret Snake. Although Tyler couldn't use his mind-reading ability on the old monsters, it didn't mean he couldn't think. Among the several forces currently present in the labyrinth, apart from a goblin force that naturally opposed all invaders, the only one that could potentially be hostile towards Tyler was Bloodbane Serpent, Irask. Seeing the corpses of the tracking secret snakes, Tyler immediately thought of the mad, yet powerful old man. As for why this old man wanted to track him, it must be related to the top executive of the Snake Shadow Society that Tyler had seen in the identification information. Bad guesses are always more likely to come true. Tyler had been worried since he identified the Bloodbane Serpent that this guy might be sent by the underworld to assassinate him. Now he had to face this reality. Chapter 314 Strategy in Despair, Confronting These Monstrous Elders. Tyler, though unable to use mind reading, his appraisal ability remained unhindered. Hence, he had a clear understanding of the identities of the 3 elders upon approaching them. Initially, Tyler assumed that the Bloodbane Serpent was specifically targeting the 2 elders of the Scarlet family. However, after confirming that he was being tracked, Tyler realized that he had inadvertently led the enemy of the Scarlet family into the labyrinth. Could the current situation be partly my fault? Tyler sighed, refusing to take the blame, considering he was also a victim. Now that he had a clear understanding of the situation in the labyrinth, Tyler needed to reorganize his thoughts and devise a new strategy. Moto-chan, let's change our location. Being tracked, it would be dangerous to stay in one place for too long. Even without the red light on him, Tyler couldn't afford to be careless. Thanks to the Goblin Ruler, Tyler could now track the movements of the three elders through the red light pillar. He clearly saw that the three elders were still rapidly moving towards the exit of Delhi's town, and the one causing a ruckus behind them was undoubtedly the Goblin Ruler. The Bloodbane Serpent doesn't seem to be coming my way. Is he temporarily unable to move? Or is he waiting for the tracking snakes to report back? Tyler pondered and deduced through elimination that the Bloodbane Serpent must have entered the labyrinth from another entrance in Delhi's town. Similarly, as long as the Bloodbane Serpent wasn't particularly stupid, it must have already known about Banning's, Tyler's, corresponding labyrinth exit. If the Bloodbane Serpent was determined to kill Tyler, it could wait at the labyrinth exit that Tyler was heading towards, a situation Tyler least wanted to encounter. Fortunately, the Cardinal Elder led the Goblin Ruler towards Tyler's corresponding labyrinth exit, preventing the Bloodbane Serpent from comfortably executing the aforementioned strategy. However, even after understanding all this, Tyler's situation remained precarious. The most challenging aspect of the entire situation was that Tyler couldn't defeat anyone, and he could potentially be killed instantly upon confrontation. Under such a vast power gap, Tyler's options were severely limited. Gazing at the distant battlefield, where the clamor was earth-shattering, Tyler leaned against the sturdy body of Moto-chan, ruffled his hair, and let out a bitter chuckle. The final stage of the labyrinth, Aqua Nest, was about to commence. The Cardinal and Obsidian Elders had no heart for battle. They only wished to retreat from the labyrinth exit of the Scarlet family's territory. The Goblin Ruler intended to kill all the invaders and seemed to have summoned a considerable number of subordinates, likely already reaching the front line. The Bloodbane Serpent was an unpredictable variable. It seemed to want to kill me, but also the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, and it seemed to be doing so for amusement. In terms of strength, the Goblin Ruler and his troops should be the strongest, followed by the Bloodbane Serpent. The Cardinal and Obsidian Elders are in the worst state, only able to defend and without the capacity to counterattack. My goal is to create an opportunity to escape from the labyrinth exit. Tyler drew an analysis of the current situation on the muddy ground with a branch, and his mind suddenly became much clearer. According to this development, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders will definitely look for an opportunity to return to the entrance of the Scarlet family's territory, which is also their last chance to escape. The Bloodbane Serpent will definitely interfere to keep the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders. No, it should be said that this guy has been obstructing the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders' actions from the beginning. As for the Goblin Ruler, he will definitely eliminate everyone without discrimination. So, when they once again move from the Delhi's town exit to the labyrinth exit of the Scarlet family's territory, will I have a chance to slip away from the Delhi's town exit? Reflecting on the Bloodbane Serpent's fighting style and tactics so far, Tyler felt that this hopeful idea was somewhat inappropriate. According to the Bloodbane Serpent's performance so far, even if he leaves the Delhi's town labyrinth exit with the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, he will definitely leave something there. It could be a powerful summon, like the twin-born Iridium Python, Yami Abyssal. It could also be a trap unknown to Tyler, or something else that could ambush him. Tyler had just looked at the identification information of the twin-born Iridium Python, Yami Abyssal, from a distance with a binnacle, and its level was 3 digits, starting with 2, clearly not something he could handle. Therefore, Tyler believes that he cannot hold the mentality of wait and see, but should take the initiative to do something, so that the Bloodbane Serpent cannot continue to carry out his actions unscrupulously. So what can Tyler do? Tyler reviewed all his thoughts from just now to the present, and found that the answer was actually hidden in his own thoughts. Before long, Tyler arrived near the Delhi's town labyrinth exit. 200 meters. This was the limit of how close he could safely approach. Tyler had realized something earlier. Although the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders didn't know him and couldn't help him, they could be considered as being on the same side to some extent. As long as the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders didn't attack him, that was already a form of help to Tyler. Moreover, helping the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders was essentially the same as helping himself. The better their situation, the more effort the Bloodbane Serpent would have to spend on them, and the less attention it could pay to Tyler. Additionally, Tyler would apply a simple principle: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this moment, all the pieces were in place, and it was up to Tyler to solve this endgame. Near the labyrinth exit leading to Delhi's town, the Goblin Ruler, Bloodbane Serpent, and the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders were locked in a fierce battle. The Goblin cavalry and assassination squads had arrived, but the battlefield of these powerful beings made it difficult for them to step in. They could only continuously look for opportunities around the area to assist their king in attacking the invaders. The once dense forest near the labyrinth exit had been reduced to scorched earth and various sized pits. In the cracked ground, unextinguished flames still burned. After a coordinated evasion, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders exchanged glances. The cooldown time for their skills was almost up, and it was time to leave this place and head back towards the labyrinth exit leading to the Scarlet family's territory. However, at that moment, a black figure they had both seen before burst into the battlefield from their side. Since both the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders had noticed that the black figure's master had helped Viviana, they didn't attack the black figure. Then, they saw the black figure rush towards the Bloodbane Serpent. Just when they thought the black figure would attack the Bloodbane Serpent, it leaped forward, blocking a hidden arrow shot by a goblin assassin for the Bloodbane Serpent. Chapter 3:15 Scapegoat. The bizarre spectacle left both the Bloodbane Serpent and the Obsidian and Cardinal Elders utterly bewildered. The Obsidian and Cardinal Elders were taken aback. Could it be that the young man was actually in league with the Bloodbane Serpent? The Bloodbane Serpent was equally perplexed. Why would this shadowy figure voluntarily shield him from the arrow? In reality, the arrow posed no threat to the Bloodbane Serpent. The shadowy figure's intervention was entirely superfluous. Upon this realization, the Bloodbane Serpent suddenly understood the motive of the shadowy figure. Regrettably, even with this understanding, he was still unable to thwart the overt scheme of the shadowy figure's master. Within seconds, another shadowy figure emerged, blocking the encroaching Goblin Wolf Riders for the Bloodbane Serpent. Then, after about 10 seconds, yet another shadowy figure appeared. These shadowy figures acted as bodyguards for the Bloodbane Serpent, continuously using their bodies to shield him. Their timing was impeccable, leaving the Bloodbane Serpent with no opportunity to strike them down himself. Indeed, the Bloodbane Serpent, who had realized he was being manipulated, was already contemplating taking action against these shadowy figures who seemed to be helping him. However, the chaotic battlefield, the fleeing Cardinal Elder, and the powerful goblins prevented him from acting as he wished. So, why would the Bloodbane Serpent want to attack these shadowy figures who seemed to be helping him? Because the hatred of the Goblin Ruler had already begun to focus on the Bloodbane Serpent. Everyone remembered clearly that about 10 minutes ago, a young man suddenly appeared on the battlefield, inciting the wrath of the Goblin Ruler with a necklace. After that, the young man, along with several shadowy figures, disappeared from the battlefield while the Goblin Ruler was being attacked by the Cardinal Elder. From the perspective of the Goblin Ruler, the young man was definitely in league with the other humans, so indiscriminate attacks on humans were justified. However, the Goblin Ruler was not blind. It saw the Bloodbane Serpent and the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders constantly attacking each other, and could certainly discern that there were two factions among the humans. And now, the shadowy figures that had disappeared for about 10 minutes reappeared, continuously aiding the Bloodbane Serpent. So, what would the Goblin Ruler think? The answer to this question is self-evident. Thinking about what would happen next, the always manic and laughing Bloodbane Serpent finally started to panic. He had not expected that this young man, who he thought he could easily crush, not only dealt with the tracking serpent he had sent out, but also managed to turn the tables on him in this way. Interesting, you little devil. He'll remember you. The Bloodbane Serpent would not sit idly by, immediately summoning the Earth Serpent assassin, Slothisen, at his side. This seemingly ordinary, slender black serpent possessed the ability to finely perceive magic and could travel underground at a maximum speed of 80 meters per second while sensing magic. Upon sensing and memorizing the magic of the shadowy figure, the Earth Serpent assassin immediately burrowed underground. Following the Bloodbane Serpent's command to seek out the one controlling the shadowy figure, the Bloodbane Serpent concentrated his energy, temporarily setting aside the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, preparing to defeat the shadowy figure the next time it appeared, to prove to the Goblin ruler that he was not in league with the shadowy figure. However, the young man did not give the Bloodbane Serpent this opportunity, as the shadowy figure mysteriously disappeared. Moreover, the Goblin ruler did not give the Bloodbane Serpent this opportunity either. As soon as he had given the command to the Earth Serpent assassin, an arrow full of lethal intent from the Goblin archer face was already on its way. The massive arrow was wrapped in a verdant glow, swift as the wind and as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. Due to his carelessness, the Bloodbane Serpent had already lost an arm. This time, he dared not gamble on his speed being enough to dodge. Instead, he released all the chain sides within his body, setting up a chain barrier in front of him to directly block the Goblin archer face's charged shot. The consequence of such an act was that the Bloodbane Serpent could not withstand even for a second, and was instantly blown away by the impact of the giant arrow. Augusto. Rodrigo. At the moment when the Bloodbane Serpent was blown away, the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders knew the opportunity had arrived. After shaking off the pursuit of the Goblin Wolf Riders, the Cardinal Elder dove straight towards the Obsidian Elder. The Obsidian Elder took a heavy step, leap high, and then caught the hand of the Cardinal Elder in midair. Tell me one last time today, Flame Cloak? Flame Wing Burst Mode. The flame wings extending from the Cardinal Elder's cloak suddenly spewed out a large amount of flames with his words, and he and the Obsidian Elder shook off all the enemies behind them in one breath and flew straight toward the exit of the labyrinth leading to the Scarlet family territory. Seeing this, the Goblin ruler immediately led the goblins to pursue, and while pursuing, the Goblin archer face and the Goblin sorcerer face did not forget to add attacks to the Bloodbane Serpent that had just landed. You stole our treasure. Don't think about running away. In Goblin language, the Goblin archer face pulled the bow again. This time the docked on the string was not a physical giant arrow, but dozens of tracking arrows condensed by magic. Archer, don't accidentally kill someone. We still have to extract the whereabouts of the treasure. The Goblin sorcerer face also raised his magic wand and began to chant quickly. The advantage of the 3-in-1 is just like this. While the War God Goblin is chasing the other two human elders, the Archer Goblin and the Sorcerer Goblin can still launch attacks on other enemies, and once they encounter any trouble, the rotation between the three kings can be seamlessly switched at any time. At this time, the War God Goblin also shouted loudly, but it was not cheering for his own side, but giving orders. Goblin Guard, Goblin Mage, the time to annihilate the invaders has come. To the surprise of the Cardinal and Obsidian Elders, the goblins had actually set up an ambush at the exit of the labyrinth leading to the Scarlet family territory. They were just wondering why only the cavalry and the assassination team came to help. It turned out that the War God Goblin had arranged it long ago. This guy is not just brave. The Goblin ruler led the goblin troops, marching away with great momentum. On this scorched earth, due to the battle, a young figure quietly appeared. It wasn't easy, but fortunately, the scapegoat tactic worked. Tyler and Moto-chan ran side by side towards the exit of the labyrinth leading to Delhi's town. This day in the labyrinth was truly too long. That stubborn kid. I really didn't expect the shadow duplicate to be used like this. Tyler, you're truly a genius. The tense young girl finally relaxed and could speak normally, but she had only just relaxed when she immediately became nervous again. Just when Tyler and Moto-chan were less than 50 meters away from the labyrinth exit, the ground between them and the exit suddenly collapsed in a circle, and a pitch-black slender snake sprang out from the ground. At first glance, this black snake seemed to be an ordinary creature, with only its length being exaggerated, reaching an astonishing 10 meters. However, as soon as one saw its identification information, it was clear that this was a genuine magical snake and a fifth-order, level 160 monster. Moto-chan, let's split up. Without any hesitation, Tyler and Moto-chan immediately separated to the left and right, trying to bypass the enemy and directly enter the labyrinth exit. In reality, Tyler, who was worried that Moto-chan might not be able to pass through smoothly, used himself as bait, clenched the Dark Knight blade, and charged towards the enemy. Chapter 316, Quick-Witted Strategy. The petite Moto-chan darted ahead, censuredo that it realized Tyler had not kept up. You truly are remarkable, Moto-chan. Your speed is indeed impressive. Tyler's attack on the Black Serpent was merely a feint. He had fully prepared to dodge. Hence, when the red warning light appeared, he immediately reacted. With a hissing sound, the Black Serpent spewed a linear venom from its mouth. If not for the red warning light, it would have been difficult for Tyler to discern what kind of attack it had launched. What was even more terrifying was that this linear venom had an extremely strong corrosive property. After Tyler dodged, the stone behind him was hit, and a linear hole was directly melted through it. If such an attack hit the heart, even with full health, Tyler would likely be instantly killed. You are indeed formidable, Earth Serpent Assassin. Tyler gripped his Hell Knight blade tightly. This battle had to be resolved quickly, otherwise, any unexpected complications would prevent him from leaving the labyrinth. Aqua Nest. Monster, be consumed by my flames. Tyler shouted dramatically. To be honest, he felt somewhat embarrassed to utter such a cheesy line. As Tyler swung his Infernal Nightblade, the skill Flame Steed Rush was activated. The blue flame burning on the blade transformed into a galloping warhorse in midair, charging towards the Black Serpent. However, this was merely a diversion by Tyler. Taking advantage of the blue flame obstructing the enemy's line of sight, Tyler immediately sprinted 2 steps towards the exit of the labyrinth, then used Shadow Step, crossing over his own blue flame and the Black Serpent's blockade in one breath. At this moment, a red warning light that was closely following him made Tyler's hair stand on end. He had just used Shadow Step. Why was his position immediately discovered? Following the red warning light, Tyler found that the Black Serpent had completely ignored Flame Steed Rush. It had already turned towards Tyler, allowing the blue flame warhorse to burn its back without caring, because its snake eyes were already fixed on Tyler. Tyler immediately realized that the venom attack was coming again. This attack was like a combination of the speed of a bullet and the stealth of a blowpipe hidden weapon. If it weren't for the 3-second countdown of the red warning light, it would be extremely difficult to detect and avoid. But this time, Tyler did not rely on the 3-second countdown to dodge. Because the Earth Serpent Assassin's attack was not a single shot, but a rapid fire. 7 consecutive red warning lights all pointed at Tyler's chest, with a 0.14-second interval, all performing the final 3-second countdown. And these red warning lights were all moving with Tyler's current movement. Even if Tyler could dodge the first attack at the right moment, as long as his evasion speed was not faster than the Earth Serpent Assassin's trajectory adjustment, the subsequent pursuit would inevitably hit him. Fortunately, this time facing the Earth Serpent Assassin, Tyler had a second option besides fighting to the death. Double Shadow Step. Since Shadow Step was still on cooldown, Tyler extravagantly consumed 1,000 magic points to use the second skill of the Shadow Dragon Boots, instantly teleporting more than 10 meters in the direction of the labyrinth exit. In this wilderness filled with scattered stones, shadows were everywhere for Tyler to land on. At this point, Tyler was only 5 meters away from the labyrinth exit. However, to Tyler's surprise, just after he teleported, the red warning light caught up with him in less than a second. And among them were the remaining 2 shots from the previous 7-round burst. Why would it know where I'm going to teleport to? There was no time for Tyler to be astonished, as the Earth Serpent Assassin's attack would arrive in 1.5 seconds. In this critical moment, Tyler was forced to reveal his last trump card. Calculation Boost Overclock. Shadow behind. Use skill. Goblin special trade. Target skill. My shadow behind. Use shadow behind again. In less than a second, Tyler sprinted towards the labyrinth exit, simultaneously throwing a smoke bomb at his feet and dispersing two shadow duplicates to his left and right. However, Tyler did not actually expect splitting up and using the smoke bomb to be effective, as he vaguely guessed that the enemy might be able to determine his position and true identity based on his breath or magic. Tyler's real goal was to make an unexpected move. As the first linear venom shot arrived, Tyler pivoted on his foot, dodging the attack with a zigzag run. But at that moment, the enemy's second linear venom shot had already been fired, less than 2 meters away from Tyler, and he had no time to change direction and accelerate. Just then, a shadow duplicate kicked Tyler's back, causing him to stumble forward and accelerate 2 steps, avoiding the second attack. Immediately after, another shadow duplicate appeared in front of Tyler at the perfect moment, grabbing his hand and executing an over-the-shoulder throw, sending Tyler right into the glowing cube marking the labyrinth exit. Have I not died? After a brief moment of darkness, Tyler regained consciousness. He glanced around and saw the scenery of the outskirts of Delhi's town, which was the entrance to the labyrinth, Aqua Nest. Then, a familiar whirring sound came from beside him. It turned out that Moto-chan was kneeling next to him, rubbing its head against Tyler's arm. "Sorry, Moto-chan, I made you worry." Tyler patted Moto-chan's head, knowing that his quick-witted strategy had succeeded. After catching his breath, he checked his body, which had not been hit by the Earth Serpent Assassin's attack. However, there were several holes in his crimson cloak, showing just how close he had been to death. Earth Serpent Assassin, level 160. It seemed to be only 20 levels higher than the Frost Giant Wolf Zane, but the pressure it exerted on Tyler was entirely different. In addition to the difference between the 5th and 4th tiers, assassin-type enemies were clearly more skilled and efficient in killing, something the crowd-controlling Frost Giant Wolf could not achieve. Thinking that the Earth Serpent Assassin might just be a summoned creature of the Bloodbane Serpent, Tyler felt a chill down his spine. With this thought, Tyler glanced at the other labyrinth entrance not far away. That entrance was still inaccessible, meaning the Bloodbane Serpent had entered from there, and if it managed to escape, it would also come out from that entrance. Subconsciously, Tyler scanned the surrounding creatures. A suspicious sparrow was staring intently at him, and it seemed like there was a snake hiding in the bushes. However, Tyler pretended not to notice their presence, directly mounting his horse and heading towards Delhi's town. He had to contact Ice Polar Star, Cheryl, and Branch Chief Palmer as soon as possible. Coincidentally, at that moment, a large number of hoofbeats came from not far away. Tyler took out his binoculars and saw that it was Cheryl, accompanied by Branch Chief Palmer, Heloise, Vanessa, and Captain Gurvit. They were coming, but strangely, they didn't seem to be coming to meet Tyler, but rather as if they were being chased by some enemy. Chapter 317 New Identity Prison Star Calendar Year 187 July 22nd, 1639 p.m. Countdown to Confession Death. 16 days situated between the territories of the Abyssal Empire and the Human Alliance. There exists a no man's land. Approximately 800 kilometers wide and 3,000 kilometers deep. Under the perennial burden of warfare, both humans and evil kind are reluctant to expend resources on this land, which could be seized at any moment. Gradually, this area began to provide a haven for outlaws and refugees. After a solitary journey of 8 or 9 days, the Eternal Winter Lord officially set foot on this chaotic land in the afternoon. As he gazed upon the fluttering yellow dust and the barren earth, he was reminded of a time long past when he had traversed this land alone, journeying from the territory of the Human Alliance to the Abyssal Empire. Have I drawn any closer to my goal over these years? The Eternal Winter Lord raised his hand to glance at the T-scar etched into his palm, a scar now filled with the traces of time. Despite this, the Eternal Winter Lord had not forgotten his original intention. No matter what, he was determined to complete his mission and return to the world of Earth to save his father. At this moment, a patrol of evil kind cavalry passed by. upon seeing the ghastly mask on the face of the eternal Winter Lord from a distance. They immediately dismounted and saluted him respectfully. The eternal Winter Lord returned the salute simply and continued on his way in silence. Such occurrences were common within the Abyssal Empire, and the eternal Winter Lord had grown accustomed to them. After all, his influence within the Abyssal Empire was indeed exaggerated, second only to the singular demon god. In order not to attract attention, upon entering the No Man's Land, the eternal Winter Lord ceased to use his flying ability and instead rode a horse. In addition, he put away his stone mask. Ironically, few knew the true face of the eternal Winter Lord, so when he was without his mask, he was better able to conceal his identity. After removing his mask, the eternal Winter Lord reverted to being himself. As he rode forward, he pondered what alias he should adopt this time. If his identity as the first military advisor of the evil kind were exposed, he would undoubtedly be pursued and blocked within the human alliance. Thus, the eternal Winter Lord continued on his journey until his mount suddenly came to a halt. Unusual dust was swirling around, and soon, with the vibration of the ground, 6 worm-like, evil-kind creatures covered in barbs emerged near the eternal Winter Lord. These giant sandworms were larger than a train, with the smallest one being at least 20 meters long, all of them glaring at the eternal Winter Lord. Children, this is a rare human in these parts. Today is a good opportunity for you to practice, so you'll know how to deal with them when you encounter them in the territory of the human alliance. Insect language. Hearing the words of the leading worm-like evil kind, the eternal Winter Lord was immediately intrigued. You are sand-devouring centipedes, aren't you? Is your family living here? Would you consider joining the evil kind army of the Abyssal Empire? The benefits are great. Not only is there a regular monthly salary, but after a year of service, you get an additional 6 months bonus. If your unit wins a battle, there will be the eternal Winter Lord, speaking in the insect language, was babbling on, which left the 6 sand-devouring centipedes dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a human who could speak their language. Dad, this human can speak our language. So do we still get rid of him? The smaller sand-devouring centipedes sought the opinion of their father, the leading sand-devouring centipede. Looking at the human who was talking nonstop, the father felt somewhat annoyed and signaled his children to deal with the human. The smaller sand-devouring centipedes did not hesitate. They had long wanted to attack the human and immediately launched their corrosive liquid spray skill. However, to their surprise, the corrosive liquid froze in midair, and the extremely cold frosty air followed the liquid back to their barato, freezing them all. Seeing this, the father sand-devouring centipede turned to flee, realizing that he had gotten into big trouble. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, it was too late. Now, not to mention his body, he couldn't even move his eyes. Weak to weak, the eternal Winter Lord scratched his head, reflecting on the professional habit he had inadvertently fallen into. He reminded himself that he was no longer the military advisor of the Abyssal Empire, the eternal Winter Lord, and that he needed to change his way of thinking. I need a new persona. The eternal Winter Lord dismounted and paced back and forth as he thought deeply, a habit of his when he needed to fully engage his brain. After some careful consideration, the eternal Winter Lord finally had an idea. He decided to take advantage of his freedom in this otherworldly realm to play the role he wanted to be. I've decided from this moment on, I am Lord Dio Brando. Simultaneously, on the outskirts of Delhi's town in the territory of Lord Azure Lizard within the Western Kingdom, our friend Tyler was attempting to discern the situation. Tyler recalled entering the labyrinth earlier in the morning, and only 6 or 7 hours had passed since then. What could have happened in Delhi's town during such a short period? Could it be that the Bloodbane serpent brought along other accomplices? Tyler immediately considered this possibility, as it was the only way to explain why even the 127th level ice Polestar Cheryl was fleeing. In that case, he needed to hurry and join them in their escape. Moto-chan. Tyler swiftly mounted his horse and began shouting and waving at Cheryl and her companions. As they approached, He threw his last 3 smoke bombs behind them and continued to retreat with the group. Lord Ice Polestar, what's going on? Tyler inquired immediately, but Cheryl remained silent, her face pale and seemingly in great pain. It appeared that merely maintaining her riding posture was taking all her strength. However, Tyler saw that her status information indicated she was healthy, with abundant life energy, endurance, and magic energy. Could she be afflicted by some abnormal condition? Tyler tried to use mind reading on Cheryl, but all he saw were chaotic, painful thoughts with no readable content. At that moment, Pamela, the branch chief, rode up beside Tyler and loudly informed him of the situation. Lord Felix, did you just come out of the labyrinth? As soon as you entered the labyrinth, we were attacked by the werewolf royal clan. Ice Polestar is now poisoned and unable to fight. Poison? Werewolf royal clan. Tyler was utterly confused, as this was the first time he had heard of the concept of the werewolf royal clan. While he was puzzling over this, he inadvertently noticed that Vanessa, a member of their group, had an unusual expression on her face, as if she were guilty of some wrongdoing. Chapter 3, 18 Reasonings for Attack. It's all my fault. I didn't take the werewolves seriously enough. Vanessa, the black-haired, green-eyed girl with the deer bonnet, was deeply immersed in self-reproach amidst the fleeing group. Unbeknownst to her, Vanessa had begun to view the werewolves as mere stepping stones in her training. Perhaps it was because she had been attacked by them numerous times without any harm, or perhaps it was because she, as the doe spirit, had grown significantly stronger than before. In any case, until today, Vanessa had believed that as long as there were border security restrictions, the werewolves that could infiltrate the Western Kingdom wouldn't be too powerful. Therefore, even when she was attacked by the werewolves on her way to Delhi's town, she didn't take it seriously. She thought that since she had killed all the werewolves and giant wolves present at the time, there wouldn't be any problems. It wasn't until today, when the werewolf royal troops brazenly attacked Delhi's town in broad daylight, that Vanessa realized that the werewolves and giant wolves she had encountered on the road might have been just the vanguard. Perhaps the werewolves had started tracking her from that time and followed her all the way to Delhi's town. The werewolves not only devised a meticulous attack plan, but they also surreptitiously poisoned Ice Polestar Cheryl's lunch. When the strongest combatant in Delhi's town was incapacitated, the werewolf royal berserker and assassin squads rampaged through the town as if it were deserted, turning the town's defense forces and bounty hunters into corpses in less than half an hour. If it weren't for the surprise appearance of Pamela, the branch chief, and the desperate cover provided by Heloise and Gervit, their group wouldn't have been able to escape from the encirclement of the werewolf royals. What Vanessa couldn't understand was how the werewolves managed to bypass the border security this time. How did they manage to infiltrate the Western Kingdom with their royal troops? Vanessa's intuition was telling her that the werewolf royals were brewing a massive conspiracy. Vanessa wanted to tell Cheryl, but thinking that a large part of the reason why the situation had turned out this way was because she hadn't spoken up earlier, she didn't dare to speak to Cheryl. Besides, the fact that they were being hunted down was another reason. No matter what, even if she had to admit her mistakes, she would have to wait until they were temporarily safe. At this moment, the only hope Vanessa could see was Felix. They fled towards the labyrinth, hoping to run into Felix by chance, and unexpectedly, they did. As Vanessa pondered, her Lord Felix Tyler had learned from Pamela about what had happened during his absence. Upon learning that Cheryl had been ambushed, Tyler felt a bit bravado confident. As long as these pursuers weren't too powerful for Ice Polestar Cheryl to handle, there was still hope of defeating them. Moreover, since everyone had managed to escape without Cheryl's help, it indirectly indicated that the enemy's strength wasn't too great. Tyler then checked everyone's status and was surprised to find that their health values were quite good. Even Gervit, who was the most severely injured, had more than half of his life energy remaining. In that case, there's still some room to do something, but Tyler's gaze fell on Vanessa's face, suspecting that she might know something about this somewhat baffling attack. Tyler didn't like fighting without information, so before taking action, he wanted to have a private conversation with Vanessa. Everyone, listen to me. I have an idea. Tyler adjusted his position on Moto-chan to the middle of the group, allowing everyone to continue galloping while listening to his plan. Tyler's plan was simple. Vanessa would stay behind with him to cover the retreat, while the others continued to withdraw, planning to rendezvous at the foot of Mount Camille, 20 kilometers away. As for why he arranged it this way, Tyler explained that he and Vanessa had practiced some tactical cooperation, and Vanessa was in the best condition among everyone except for himself. Vanessa didn't disappoint Tyler's expectations. Although she had never practiced any tactical cooperation with Lord Felix, the astute Vanessa immediately understood that Felix wanted to communicate with her privately, so she strongly agreed with his proposal. In this urgent situation, the others didn't think too much, and since Felix and Vanessa were so confident, they agreed to the plan. As they were about to part ways, Tyler heard Heloise shouting back at him, "Felix, the apostle of the nefarious Tiger King will not allow you to break the covenant on your own." Although he didn't quite understand the specific meaning of Heloise's words, Tyler knew she meant for him not to die. Gurvit also shouted for Tyler to be extra careful. In fact, if it weren't for Tyler's firm resolve, Gurvit would have stayed behind to cover the retreat as well. Thus, Tyler and Vanessa watched the others speed away while deliberately slowing down themselves, preparing to face the approaching enemies. "Vanessa, do you know anything about this attack?" With time running out and the enemy not yet caught up, Cinchuredo. "The enemy is actually targeting you?" Tyler was a bit stunned after hearing the explanation. If that was the case, he should hurry and have Vanessa withdraw as well. "They're targeting me, but not entirely." Vanessa sighed and revealed that Ice Polestar Cheryl was also a member of the Snowy Heart family, although this wasn't much of a secret. After mentioning Cheryl's background, Vanessa wanted to share her speculation about Heloise's origins, but she decided not to say anything without concrete evidence. But why is there such deep hatred between the Snowy Heart family and the werewolves? Why would they cross the border to hunt you down? Vanessa's brief explanation didn't fully answer Tyler's questions. Unfortunately, now was not the time for storytelling, as the werewolf pursuers had already entered their line of sight. "Lord Felix, I'm afraid I'll have to explain after the battle is over." Vanessa drew her silver flute and prepared her dose spirits for battle. At this moment, Felix slowed down and shielded Vanessa behind him, saying nonchalantly, "Vanessa, you don't need to fight. Leave this to me." Chapter 319 Counter-Strike Operation, Vanessa was taken aback. Throughout their previous interactions, Vanessa had somewhat noticed that Lord Felix might possess considerable strength. However, facing a werewolf pursuit squad alone, these adversaries were formidable opponents that even she, along with Branch Chief Pamela, Captain Gurvit, and Heloise, could not defeat when working together. Could it be that Lord Felix's strength is actually extraordinary? Reflecting on it, Vanessa recalled that Gurvit had once expressed his admiration for Lord Felix. A person who could earn the admiration of Gurvit, the captain of the 1st Cavalry Team of the Emerald Forest City, must undoubtedly be powerful. Coupled with Felix's successful return from the labyrinth, Aqua Nest, Vanessa became more convinced of her speculation. Nevertheless, even so, Vanessa still found it hard to believe that Felix alone could be stronger than the 4 of them combined. "As you command, Lord Felix." Considering the imminent battle, Vanessa temporarily put aside her puzzled expression. She looked forward to Felix's performance while also preparing herself to assist in the fight. Only after the battle finally ended, Vanessa realized that she had indeed been overly worried. Among fighters of the same class, Vanessa's dynamic vision was considered below average. Sitting on the galloping horse, she could only vaguely see multiple enemy figures hiding in the woods, chasing them. Judging from the fact that the pursuers were not riding horses, the enemies catching up should all be werewolves. Adult werewolf warriors possessed speed and endurance comparable to warhorses, and even surpassed them in terms of explosive power and agility. In previous battles with the werewolf clan, Vanessa mostly fought against the giant wolf monsters raised by the werewolves. Even when she encountered werewolves, there were at most only 1 or 2. This was her first time engaging in combat with a werewolf group, and the skill level of these werewolf warriors far exceeded those she had encountered before. As the enemies drew closer, Vanessa's concern for Lord Felix outweighed her trust. Having just emerged from the labyrinth, Felix appeared to be in less than optimal condition. Could he really repel these enemies on his own? With a howl, the accelerating werewolves finally launched their attack. The leading werewolf leapt out from the bushes, followed closely by 3 others. They split into 2 groups, seemingly planning to launch a pincer attack. At this moment, Lord Felix shouted at them, "Hey, werewolves! If you have any honor as warriors, kill me first before laying a hand on the girl behind me." Being protected by Lord Felix in this way, Vanessa was taken aback. As a member of the Dragon Shadow organization, she should be the one protecting Lord Felix from harm. How could she be the one being protected? However, while she was a member of the Dragon Shadow organization, Vanessa was also a young girl. Being protected by a man like Lord Felix, Vanessa blushed slightly, a feeling of joy welling up within her. Lights fell after Felix finished speaking. The werewolves did not respond, but charged at them with even greater speed. Just as the werewolves were about to attack, Felix suddenly drew his nightblade and slashed through the air. A bizarre azure flame flew from the blade, transforming into a galloping steed in midair. It burned the enemies while successfully repelling them. Before Vanessa could marvel at the power of this strike, Lord Felix, without looking back, threw his long sword into the air beside him. Vanessa followed the trajectory of the long sword with her eyes, only to be surprised to find a werewolf had already jumped onto the side branches of a tree, using the branches as a springboard to pounce at her and Lord Felix. The power of the thrown sword is too weak. Vanessa thought Lord Felix was planning to use the flying sword to knock down the enemy. Cinchuredo. Reinforcements? When did they? Before Vanessa could react, the black figure had already rushed into the forest, while Lord Felix had set up his longbow during this time, shooting powerful arrows one by one at the werewolves who were showing their heads. Lord Felix's long-range firepower suppression was not lethal, but its impressive power prevented the werewolves from easily revealing themselves from the forest. In addition, the black figure who had rushed into the forest to fight seemed to have plunged into a fierce battle, with the sound of swords and armor clashing continuously emanating from within. For a moment, Vanessa thought that Lord Felix had taken control of the situation, escaping from combat and using range advantage to suppress the enemy was a textbook strategy. However, in the next second, the werewolves dispersed their formation and burst out with speed, overtaking them from both sides in one breath. Suddenly, fierce wolf howls resounded all around. When a relationship between the two sides changed from pursuit to encirclement, Lord Felix's strategy immediately became ineffective. The threats coming from all directions could not be suppressed by just one man and one bow. At this point, Lord Felix deliberately slowed down and distanced himself from Vanessa. It seemed that he was really planning to face the encirclement of the werewolf squad alone to protect Vanessa. Why is he protecting me like this? Am not incapable of fighting. Vanessa gripped her silver flute tightly, ready to join the battle at any moment. After the encirclement was completed, the werewolves immediately launched their attack. These werewolves, using their long, sharp claws as weapons, were like a pack of wolves. Each attack was a single strike. Whether successful or not, they would not linger and would immediately retreat back into the forest to wait for the next opportunity. Facing the werewolves' continuous assaults, Lord Felix responded calmly. His coordination with his warhorse was almost inconceivably perfect, avoiding several attacks that Vanessa thought were unavoidable. But this can't go on. They're sure to attack from behind. Just as Vanessa was worried, sure enough, a werewolf rushed out from Lord Felix's blind spot. Vanessa was about to help when Lord Felix, without looking back, threw a dagger behind him, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Following that, similar to the scene of throwing the longsword earlier, a black figure actually emerged from the shadow of the dagger thrown on the ground. It leapt up, smoothly catching the dagger, and then tangled with the ambushing werewolf. Reinforcements again? These reinforcements can hide in shadows. Vanessa was becoming more and more confused about this battle. Just as she was getting dizzy from watching, the black figure who had rushed into the forest earlier returned with Lord Felix's Nightblade. The black figure disappeared without a trace after returning the longsword, leaving Vanessa dumbfounded. The black figures, they're not reinforcements. They're Lord Felix's abilities? Vanessa thought these mysterious black figures were already impressive enough, but what she didn't expect was that there were even more surprising things to come. Chapter 3:20 turned the tables lights fell under the encirclement of a werewolf squad. The chase turned into a positional battle. Vanessa was outside the encirclement, while Lord Felix was inside. These ferocious werewolves surprisingly valued the honor of being warriors. They might indeed follow Lord Felix's words and fight him first before attacking Vanessa. For this reason, Vanessa couldn't help Lord Felix break free just yet. If she did, Lord Felix's previous efforts would be in vain. Inside the encirclement, Lord Felix dismounted and quickly approached the black figure, and werewolf engaged in combat. Taking advantage of the black figure pinning down the werewolf, he drove his sword into the werewolf's back and sliced horizontally, bringing the werewolf down on the spot. The black figure then disappeared, and the dagger returned to Lord Felix's hand. By now, in just over 20 seconds since the battle began, Lord Felix had incredibly defeated 2 werewolves in succession. The werewolves finally realized the difficulty of dealing with this young man. They no longer attacked one by one, but instead all emerged from the shadows of the forest. At this point, Vanessa finally saw that there were 15 werewolves left, excluding the 2 who had died. Among the 15, the leader was a black werewolf wearing a cloak, shoulder armor, and a skirt armor, with 2 daggers on either side of the skirt. The rest were gray werewolves, wearing only skirt armor and armed with retractable claws on their hands and feet. Despite their simple equipment, the werewolves' physical fitness and combat skills were enough to compensate for their lack of gear. Based on Vanessa's personal judgment, a gray werewolf warrior here was equivalent to a 50th level swordsman or fighter. The werewolves' fighting style was a mix of bladed weapons and close-quarters combat. In terms of strength, any of them could compare to Captain Gervid. In terms of agility, none of them would lose to Heloise. Vanessa, who had no combat abilities and relied on her dose spirits, was most afraid of encountering such agile opponents. How could Lord Felix, alone, deal with these 15 well-trained werewolf warriors? Why don't you all attack together? Lord Felix even let his warhorse leave the encirclement first, staying behind alone with only a nightblade and a dagger as visible weapons. In Vanessa's view, Lord Felix's chances of winning were still low, but he calmly provoked the werewolves as if he already held the winning ticket. Whether influenced by Lord Felix's provocation or already determined to settle the outcome in this round of combat, the leading black werewolf let out a roar. Then, the bodies of all the werewolves present swelled up, their muscles bulging as if they were about to burst. Immediately after, a gray werewolf charged forward to strike first, its claws extending to a length of half a meter. Lord Felix pivoted on his foot, calmly spinning his body to avoid the attack, and simultaneously swung his sword. Unfortunately, the cut was shallow, as the werewolves' enhanced muscles were as hard as stone, which was one of the reasons Vanessa and her companions had been unable to defeat them before. The werewolf that had been slashed on the back immediately turned to counterattack, while Lord Felix swiftly retreated 2 steps to create some distance. At that moment, another werewolf seized the opportunity to pounce from the side, managing to grab Lord Felix from behind. Lord Felix struggled, but the difference in strength between them was as vast as that between a child and an adult. Centuredo accidentally struck its companion. Immediately after, the young man, who had somehow appeared behind the werewolf, struck its neck with his burning nightblade. This time, with the blue flame's enhancement, the sword easily defeated the werewolf. The young man then finished off the other injured werewolf with another strike. I told you to attack together. If you keep fighting like this, you'll be mocked as feeding me a buffet. The young man hooked his finger at the leading black werewolf. his face full of teasing smiles. Black Werewolf Rekko was a serious werewolf. Because he was serious in life, work, and battle, he became a squad leader. Although Rekko knew that compared to the werewolf royal warriors, the common werewolf warriors were like wild dogs that couldn't make it to the stage. However, he believed that as long as they continued to work hard, wild dogs might one day stand shoulder to shoulder with purebred dogs. During this pursuit, Rekko had some desire to take credit. He knew that if the royal werewolf troops caught up, they would have no chance. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Rykov initially thought he could easily capture the target, but a tough nut suddenly appeared. Serious Rekko didn't dare to take risks easily. He first used several werewolf warriors to test the waters, and by now, he had finally figured out the details of this tough nut. In Rico's view, this human youth had two tricky abilities. One was the ability to summon helpers from shadows, and the other was the ability to teleport himself to nearby shadows. As for the powerful blue flame, the werewolves, with their agility, wouldn't be easily hit again once they had seen it. What a pity we were in a hurry to chase. If we had brought other types of werewolf warriors, dealing with this brat wouldn't be so difficult. Rekko didn't take the youth's mockery seriously. He didn't understand what feeding a buffet meant. All he wanted now was to figure out how to stop the youth with the least cost and capture the girl from the Snowy Heart family alive. Put away your claws and listen to me. Werewolf language, same below. Rekko let out a wolf howl and began to arrange tactics. Don't think about stopping him in one hit. Just take him down whenever you have a chance. Stay on the offensive and wear him down. His teleportation ability is short range and can't be used continuously. Catch him right after he teleports. Those black figures are just his summons. Don't be too distracted by them. Also, keep an eye on that girl. Don't let her run away. Following his long-standing experience, Rekko issued combat instructions. After enhancing the werewolves' bodies with another howling skill, the 13 werewolves with their claws retracted rush forward, try to use their numerical advantage to defeat the human youth. But just as they surrounded him, the youth suddenly threw his long sword and dagger parallel into the air. Before they could react to what he was doing, the youth disappeared again. Knowing that the youth could teleport, the werewolves immediately began searching everywhere. To their surprise, the youth had actually teleported more than 10 meters into the air, moving to the shadow of the dagger thrown on the longsword. The werewolves, without long-range attack methods, could only look up and wait for the youth to fall by himself. In midair, the youth gripped his long sword and, while still not falling, swung a wide-ranging azure flame at the werewolves below. The werewolves immediately dodged in different directions, but what they didn't expect was that this blue flame was different from before. The blue flame did not transform into a galloping steed, but instead emitted a thunderous dragon roar. Feel the heat of the dragon flame. Crimson Dragon Breath. Chapter 321 Crimson Dragon Breath. Vanessa was so astounded that she could hardly close her mouth. Her only consolation at this moment was that she had not impulsively allowed the doe's spirits to rush forward. Standing outside the encirclement of the werewolves, Vanessa had a clear view of the scene that had just unfolded. Just as she thought that Lord Felix was cornered with no escape, he suddenly appeared in the sky, brandishing a brilliant blue flame. This flame transformed into a vast winged dragon that dove towards the werewolves, spewing scorching dragon breath as it descended, turning the entire ground into charred earth in an instant. The werewolves, agile as they were, could not evade such a wide-ranging attack. The blue flame dragon ruthlessly trampled them, eventually crashing into the ground and igniting a more intense forest fire. Werewolves, their bodies aflame, scattered in all directions, howling in agony. Yet, they were the fortunate ones, for most of their kin had been reduced to charred remains, unable to move anymore. Should an uninformed passerby come across this scene, they would only assume a forest fire had occurred. Only Vanessa and the werewolves knew that all this was the doing of a single human youth. This is terrifying. It's simply unbelievable. Who would have thought that Lord Felix possessed such formidable power? Vanessa retreated with the doe spirits, as the scorching air even caused pain to those on the periphery. She stood there, watching as Lord Felix landed steadily, then walked towards the few surviving werewolves. Werewolves, I have questions for you. I promise, if you confess honestly, I will spare your lives. Tyler did not rush to finish them off, but sought to extract information first. Regardless of whether the werewolves would tell the truth or lie, he, with his mind-reading and deceiver ability, had ways to coax out the information he wanted. However, to his surprise, before he could finish speaking, the surviving werewolves one by one chose to end their own lives. The werewolves' actions in ending their own lives were resolute, making Tyler realize that the organization he was up against this time had strong discipline. The situation was likely to become more challenging. No matter, these are surely just the vanguard. There will be more opportunities later. What's done is done. There's no use in saying more. Tyler took one last look at the fallen werewolves, then turned and left. In a battle with the werewolf troops, apart from successfully cutting off their retreat, Tyler gained a deeper understanding of the concept of physical fitness. He had always been puzzled by the values of life energy and endurance. For example, when two people with life energy of 101,000 respectively are both slashed in the neck by the same knife, what is the difference of 900 points in their life energy manifest? Does the person with more life energy have a harder neck? Tyler used to be confused about this, but now he can give a general answer. Yes, the person with Barato life energy does have a tougher neck, but the difference is not significant. Lightsveld Tyler's specific understanding is that within the human realm, if a regular weapon can critically injure an ordinary person with a life energy of 100, then if the same knife is used on a person with a life energy of 10,000, the result would only be a slight cut and bleeding, or perhaps not even bleeding at all. The reason is that life energy is linked to the attribute of strength. The more strength one has, the better their physical fitness, and the more life energy they possess. Taking Tyler himself as an example, if he still had the physical fitness he had when he first entered the Prison Star world, falling from a height of more than 10 meters to the ground would have resulted in severe injuries or fractures. However, just now, Tyler only felt as if he had fallen from a slightly higher place, with no pressure on his ankle or knee joints, and he could stand up immediately. This is the huge difference brought about by the growth of his strength attribute from 3 points to the current 335 points. However, if one were to relax their protection of their vital parts because of this, it would be a grave mistake. To help himself understand this, Tyler set up two concepts: lethal parts and execution attacks. Lethal parts means that as long as this part is damaged, no matter how much life energy is left. Execution attacks refer to attack methods targeting lethal parts, such as targeting critical vital areas in quick, decisive strikes. When facing conventional creatures, using these two concepts will help to quickly defeat opponents. However, if the opponent is a monster, one should put aside preconceived notions to avoid being counterkilled by monsters with special body structures, such as those with 2 or 3 heads, or 4 or 5 hearts, and so on. The werewolves who came to hunt this time were basically at the second tier level 50, with life energy around 5,000 to 6,000, and the leader, the black werewolf, was at the third tier level 70, with life energy reaching 8,000. In the initial one-on-one battles, Tyler targeted their lethal parts with execution attacks, achieving kills with minimal magic energy cost. Of course, this was also thanks to Tyler's excellent sword, the Blaze Strike Hell Nightblade. Later, when the opponents attacked in groups, Tyler took the opportunity to wipe them all out. The damage formula for Crimson Dragon Breath is Wielder's Wisdom 10 2,500 points of damage. With Tyler's current 829 points of Wisdom, that's 10,790 points of damage. Even after deducting defense, fire resistance, and other damage reductions, it was still a fatal blow to the werewolves. After getting used to the difficulty of the Labyrinth, Aqua Nest, where even the ordinary monsters were at the third tier level, Tyler found the battles in the real world to be much easier. After such a magnificent battle, it should be enough to establish my image in Vanessa's heart. Tyler dusted himself off, feigning nonchalance, and walked towards Vanessa and Moto-chan. As Tyler had planned, Vanessa was now completely won over by him. Throughout the battle, Vanessa was amazed by Lord Felix's seemingly prescient calm dodging skills, intrigued by his ability to seize the opportunity to assassinate enemies in an instant. And as for the Black Shadow figure, instant teleportation, and the Blue Flame Dragon with power comparable to third or fourth order magic, she was even more astounded. Vanessa even thought that she should arrange a meeting between Lord Felix and the King of Wester as soon as possible. As long as the king saw Lord Felix's strength, he would definitely confer him as an official prince. In Vanessa's eyes at this moment, Lord Felix was a one-in-a-million, unparalleled genius. To defeat nearly 22nd tier werewolf warriors with one's own power, and almost effortlessly, this is at least a 4th tier strength. No need to mention how powerful the 4th order strength is. The key is that Lord Felix should be only 17 or 18 years old. This is simply on par with those divine children of the great families. Vanessa, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? It wasn't until Lord Felix called her that Vanessa came back to her senses, but her excitement was still hard to calm down, and she breathed rapidly.